Respected host, you have successfully activated the first-level authority of the SLG Game Assistant. Your humble assistant is at your service. The young man lying on the bed was happily scrolling through Douyin videos when a voice suddenly echoed in his ear, leaving him stunned. What the hell? Please choose an SLG strategy mobile game to complete the beginner task. What the FCK? Lu Xiao jumped up from the bed in a sudden start. Was he hallucinating? Slap. Lu Xiao slapped his own face hard. It really hurt. After a full 3 seconds of stunned silence, the young man, recovering from the pain, felt his heart in turmoil. But when he confirmed he wasn't hallucinating, ecstasy followed. Oh my god, I've waited 20 years, finally got the system. I want a Bugatti, a Seaview Villa. I also want. Please select an SLG strategy sandbox mobile game to complete the beginner task. The assistant's icy voice cut off Lu Xiao's daydream. Okay, I want. Wait, what is SLG? Lu Xiao scratched his head and asked bluntly. You can convey your needs through silent thought. Detecting your habits, the assistant app has been automatically added. This app is visible only to you. Detected that the host lacks relevant knowledge. 2 mobile games will be automatically recommended for your selection. Rate the Land. Romance of the Three Kingdoms Strategy Edition. Rate the Land is under NetEase. Before the assistant's icy voice finished, Lu Xiao waved his hand and interrupted. No need to explain. I choose Three Kingdoms Strategy Edition. NetEase's games, even good ones, have pitfalls. You have successfully selected. Please proceed to download and register the game. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao opened Huawei App Gallery and downloaded the game. The game icon was a handsome man holding a feather fan. He casually checked the rating, acceptable 4 stars. Then he did a quick Baidu search on his phone to get a general understanding. So that's how it is. The home Wi-Fi was fast, the download finished quickly. The game wasn't large, only about 500 megabytes. Lu Xiao noticed Rate the Land was over 1 gigabyte. He generally felt that a larger installation package might mean better graphics and gameplay, but since had already chosen it was fine. What functions do you have? This assistant will provide you with certain help in the upcoming game and issue some tasks. Completing tasks will reward you with real-world currency and also provide some auxiliary functions. You can click on the assistant icon in your phone to view tasks and other functions. Lu Xiao only caught one word: currency, which equaled RMB, which equaled money, which equaled cash. Instantly filled with motivation. Next is registration. Wow, it's an Alibaba mobile game. Perfect, I still have Huawei credit. Must support it wholeheartedly. The game opening screen appeared. It looked pretty cool. Then he chose a server. Not so fast. Lu Xiao planned to enter a new server. At 11 o'clock, new servers would open: server 1199 and server 1200. Since there was still an hour, he decided to look at guides first. Lu Xiao thought to himself this game wasn't new but had been out for a while. There were definitely master players sharing their insights on the forum. Plus, he was going to invest money this time, so it was better to be cautious. Beginner Land Reclamation Guide. Xiao done soloing level 7 land. That looks impressive. Lu Xiao watched intently as time ticked by. Almost time. Enter the game. He checked the time. It was already 11. Lu Xiao tapped the game icon. He decisively chose server 1200 and entered the game. According to memory, during the beginner start, he answered 5 questions from an NPC elder in a peach garden. He picked a random ID 8-foot man. Then he officially entered the game. The next step was crucial: choosing a landing province, i.e., where to place the main city, commonly known as the player's birthplace. Three Kingdoms is a strategy card-based sandbox game. The map consists of many small tiles. 11 tiles form the player's main city in a river-like shape. The main city allows internal administration and military deployment. The large map of Three Kingdoms Strategy Edition is divided into several major provinces. The birth provinces are Shiliang, Hebei, Shandong, Jiangdong, Bashu, and Jingqiu. Of course, the game includes more than these provinces. There are 3 richer resource provinces which become the main area for most players in the late game: Jianghan, Sili, and Guangzhou. Sili is where the imperial capital Luoyang is located. Capturing Luoyang is the ultimate goal for players. Besides Luoyang and Sili, there are 8 more cities: Chang'an and Guangzhou, Xiangyang and Jianghan, Tianshui and Shiliangyi and Hebei, Chengdu and Basha, Changsha and Jingqiu and Jianyan, Jiangdong. These determine the player's rewards at the end of each season. The first season of a new server is S1. An alliance that captures Luoyang and holds until the season settlement is called a conquest alliance because it has defeated all other alliances and claimed the sole victory throne. Other alliances can occupy other prefectural capitals to receive separatist rewards. The game proceeds in seasons. After each season, part of the data is reset. Starting from S2, conquest alliances from each server lead their players to compete against players from other servers. Speaking of which, it's necessary to mention that Three Kingdoms and Rate the Land have similar gameplay, appealing to players who enjoy strategy sandbox games. However, the recent new gameplay in Rate the Land caused some players to migrate to Three Kingdoms. So currently Three Kingdoms is quite popular and players on forums abbreviate it as Sanjan. So choosing a starting province is important. Generally, in most servers Hebei and Bashu are stronger. After careful consideration, Lu Xiao chose to settle in Shilyang. He had always dreamed of galloping across the battlefield since childhood. Though impossible in reality, the game could fulfill his fantasy. Actually, he just picked randomly anyway. He could always change once he entered the resource provinces later. Little did Lu Xiao know that this choice would set the stage for his tortuous S1 conquest path. Following the beginner guide, Lu Xiao quickly finished the beginner tasks. He obtained 3-star Shu General Sun Qian, 3-star Wei General Chao Xiao, and 4-star Purple General Guanping. Congratulations on completing the beginner tasks. Rewards are being issued. The assistant's voice came belatedly. Win rate module. Your win rate when battling players is unconditionally increased by 10. Little luck, you will receive some pleasant surprises during card draws. Task system activated. Alipay received 10,000 yuan. Lu Xiao was startled by the series of rewards. The win rate module seemed like a small boost, but it could be decisive when two sides were evenly matched. Also, the system's predicted win rate would help him avoid charging into a strong enemy blindly. 10,000 yuan in cash was equivalent to 2 months of his income. The task system was even more important since he still had many things unclear about the game. He could plan according to the assistant's tasks. All in all, the beginner rewards were really good. Next, let's check the tasks. As soon as he said this, a piece of information was transmitted directly from the assistant into Lu Xiao's mind. Main task: expand territory. I reach 1,000 influence points. Cash reward 1,000 yuan. Daily task: obtain a 5-star orange card. Cash reward 500 yuan. The rewards were decent and the difficulty wasn't particularly high. Main tasks are permanent. They are stage tasks. New ones appear only after completing previous ones with no time limit. Daily tasks are completely random in difficulty and rewards refreshing every day. This daily task was relatively easy. The strongest generals in Sanjan are 5-star orange cards followed by purple and blue cards. The ones below are also generals, but usually just material cards for converting into tactic points, not even inheritable tactics. The star level difference leads to a huge gap in their innate tactics. 5-star generals have S-level tactics, 4-star have a level, and so on. Generals below 3 stars have tactics, but cannot be inherited. Inheritance means dismantling a general to obtain a tactic that can be placed in another general's 2nd or 3rd skill slot. With the assistant as an external cheat, Lu Xiao, wanting a better game experience, had decided to spend big this time. In the past, he would only spend a 6 yuan first top-up plus monthly card at most. But this time, definitely, the more the merrier. Opening the game's recharge interface, Lu Xiao's expression grew solemn as he gravely tapped all the gift packs in sequence, a maneuver commonly known as a full sweep or rather a first charge set. Because every first recharge grants double the rewards. For instance, spending 6 yuan normally yields 60 jade coins, but with double, that becomes 120. At the start of a new season, all players receive this double bonus. After tapping through the entire set, over 1,000 yuan vanished. Though his heart ached for the money, seeing the balance of over 20,000 jade coins brought some relief. Alright, let's begin the card pulling. Each single recruit consumes 198 gold beads or jade coins, while 5 draws cost 948. In this game, every 30 draws guarantees a 5-star general. With over 20,000 jade coins, that means at least 26 5 pools and at least 4 or 5 orange tier generals. Lu Xiao wasn't unlucky when it came to pulling cards in games. This time he planned to invest all 10,000 system reward coins to draw at least one of the strongest lineups for the season, as discussed on the forums. Rubbing his hands together, Lu Xiao tapped recruit 5 times. As the recruitment animation began, his heart started racing with excitement. A burst of light accompanied by dazzling gold. No way. Lu Xiao's jaw dropped as the light faded, revealing 2 5-star generals. Am I really that lucky? Liu Bei, the benevolent emperor of Shu. Chao Pai, the great emperor of Wei. Plus a 4-star purple Chen Lin and 2 3-star generals. It was a stroke of extreme luck, double orange in the very first 5 pull. After that first draw, Lu Xiao confidently began pulling cards. Several minutes passed as he kept drawing and recharging 10,000 yuan, silently depleting. System notifications scrolled by endlessly until only 800 jade coins remained. Only then did he stop his frenzy. Thanks to the auto-conversion of 3-star and below cards into war tactic points and the advancement of many 4-star purple cards, the general storage didn't overflow. Lu Xiao then calmed himself and took stock of his gains. Excluding purple cards, he had a total of 32 orange cards. The list included Liu Bei 2, Zhang Fei 3, Zhao Yun 2, Chao Chao Zhouyu 2, Lu Meng 3, Huang Zhong 3, Yan Liang Chao Pai 2, Ma Teng's Wasiai, Hua Tuokai Wenji 2, Chao Ren 2, Wen Chou 3, Sun Yu 3. Adding the Sun Jian from the first charge reward and the Sun Su from the 60 Yuan pack, he now had 34 orange generals. The combination of Liu Bei, Zhang Fei, and Zhao Yun could form a powerful Shu spear team, far exceeding his expectations. Could I be the legendary chosen one? Liu Xiao sighed, touching his forehead, while his mind was already calculating how to quickly convert these gleaming generals into combat power. In this game, the most important element for players is undoubtedly land. Plots outside the main city once captured yield resource production. In the early game, these are far more crucial than internal city construction. Resource plots come in 5 types: food, stone, lumber, iron, ore, and the rare copper mine. Their levels range from 1 to 10. Only level 6 and above plots can yield copper. Copper coins can be used to purchase additional artisan slots, and for card draws. Card draws using copper coins can yield at most purple generals. The copper coin pool is an important source of war tactic points. Land capturing, also known as pioneering, requires careful general selection to be efficient and elegant. Orange 5-star generals are rare not only because of their exclusive steer war tactics, but also because they can form powerful teams with bonded generals or those from the same kingdom. Even duplicate generals can be promoted, commonly referred to as readiness level. Each promotion grants an extra 10 attribute points, whereas normally each level up adds less than 3 points. A team that has undergone 5 promotions becomes terrifyingly strong. The rarer the golden general, the more money must be invested. This is the mark of a full red top spender. While land resources outside the city are crucial in the early game, the resource buildings inside the main city also produce a considerable amount. These include farms, stone quarries, lumber mills, iron furnaces, and residential houses corresponding to food, stone, lumber, iron, ore, and copper coins respectively. Resources are needed not only for upgrading buildings, but most importantly for recruiting soldiers. The main city has a troop capacity limit. Recruited troops become reserve forces and can only fight when assigned to a general's army. Recruiting consumes food, iron, ore, and lumber. In out-of-city forts or encampments, copper coins are also required. Thus, resources are precious, especially in the early game, where they must not be wasted on useless buildings. Besides internal administrative buildings, there are also military and defensive structures. Military buildings can increase main city troop capacity, add army slots, raise maximum troop count per general, and enhance troop type capabilities. Defensive buildings include city defenses and fortifications. In the early game, the most important thing is to expand strength, so military buildings take priority. After deciding on his pioneering lineup, Liu Xiao quickly removed all the gift generals from the teams. Taking advantage of the newbie period's full refund of reserve troops, he assigned Zhang Fei and Zhao Yun to the main army and placed Liu Bei alone in the second army. The command value was slightly insufficient, though otherwise pairing Liu Bei as a healer with the powerful attacker Zhang Fei would have been more ideal. Then he dismantled Zhang Ren, Xiao Pai, and Sun Su to obtain the attire war tactic Falling Phoenix, single target physical damage plus silence, the steer war tactic overawing foe high chance to block normal attacks for 2 rounds, and the steer war tactic crushing force reduces enemy generals' defense and intelligence, then deals physical damage. Then the 2 armies set out to capture land. Each plot had defending troops. Excluding empty plots, level 1 had 400 defenders, level 2 100 level, 3 250 level, 4 5400, and level 59000. Although Zhang Fei and Zhao Yun could only bring 100 soldiers each, they were more than enough to defeat level 1 plots. After all, they were gold tier generals. Generals also have troop suitability, the ability to lead different troop types ranked from high to low as SABC. S allows the troop to perform at 120 efficiency, while C only 60. Troop type advantages: spear beats, cavalry beats, infantry beats, bow beats spear. Siege weapons are excluded, as they are weak against all. Zhang Fei and Zhao Yun both have S spear suitability, maximizing their potential. Zhao Yun has A or above in all types except siege. Currently, Zhao Yun and Zhang Fei only had their innate war tactics. Once they reach level 5 and can learn a second war tactic, they would truly become unstoppable. Liu Xiao tapped his fingers skillfully, sending the main army of Zhang Fei and Zhao Yun to level up by fighting level 1 plots, while simultaneously operating Liu Bai's army to pave roads through level 1 plots. To capture a plot, there must be either your own or an ally's land adjacent to it. During the newbie period, occupying a plot takes only 1.5 minutes. After it ends, it takes 5 minutes. The newbie period lasts 48 hours, so rapid development within this limited time is essential. The daily task reward of 500 yuan had already arrived. If he could complete it every day, that would be at least 10,000 yuan a month. Thinking this, Liu Xiao switched to WeChat to send his boss a sticker, then switched back to the game. In another office, Liu Xiao's boss heard the notification and picked up his phone, only to be met with a meme sticker captioned, "With this little money, it's hard for me to get things done for you." Full of black lines, he put the phone down. In the early game, generals level up quickly. After capturing a few plots, they reached level 3. Lu Xiao decisively sent them toward the nearest level 2 plot. The level 2 defenders had 100 troops, but even without type advantage, Zhao Yun and Zhang Fei, with 600 troops, could easily annihilate them. The spear troops stood spiritedly on the level 2 plot. After a brief skirmish, they entered the occupation phase with a casualty count of over 100. After completion, they continued to the next level 2 plot. Upon capturing the second, they successfully reached level 5. He taught Zhang Fei the Falling Phoenix war tactic. After some thought, he also taught Zhao Yun the Steer war tactic Crushing Force. Actually, teaching Zhang Fei the overawing foe tactic would have been better, but since he planned to give it to Liu Bei later, he decided to avoid the hassle of switching later. Falling Phoenix, though a single target attack, had a control effect and high damage ratio. Even some Steer war tactics did not deal as much damage. After upgrading the main city, he would swap Zhao Yun out for Liu Bei. Purely offensive combat without healing seemed a bit reckless. Perhaps not having overawing foe was a mistake. Early game defending generals rely mostly on normal attacks, so overawing foe stood out among pioneering war tactics. Even in later battles, it remains quite effective. Glancing at the general interface, he opened the Army tab, filled Zhao Yun and Zhang Fei's troops to maximum, and upgraded the main city to level 4. Once done, he could put Liu Bei on the field. Even a newbie could follow the tutorial and step-by-step missions. The developers had divided pioneering into over a dozen chapters. Following them ensures normal development. Probably not going to happen today. He then tapped a level 3 plot, selected Occupy, and a slow-moving spear phalanx marched in orderly steps toward the target. With over a minute left in the march, Lu Xiao didn't idle. He directed Liu Bei's team to keep paving roads through level 1 plots and upgraded Zhang Fei and Zhao Yun's war tactics a few levels. The current war tactic points were sufficient for now. Upon reaching level 20, generals can awaken and learn a third war tactic. Besides level 20, they must also raise their first skill, the innate war tactic, to level 10, the maximum. For a gold 5-star general, leveling the innate skill to max would consume at least 10,000 war tactic points. Then it would truly be insufficient. As mentioned, war tactics have 10 levels, only at the highest level do they achieve maximum effect. War tactic points are obtained by converting generals and through game mission rewards. The moment the army arrived at the level 3 food plot, the occupation began immediately with only a few dozen casualties. With good war tactics, 1,000 troops are generally sufficient to capture level 3 plots provided the generals are chosen correctly. After occupation, the troops retreat at 200 speed. Retreating troops cannot perform any other operations except spending 20 gold beads to instantly recall. Also, if encountering enemy troops, no combat occurs. After Zhao Yun's team returned to the main city, Lu Xiao quickly replenished troops with reserve soldiers and set out with 100 troops, 600 each for Zhao Yun and Zhang Fei, to attack level 3 plots. As expected, even without type advantage, casualties remained under 100. Watching his power value surge, ranking 214th on the leaderboard, Lu Xiao thought that if he followed the standard pace, he probably wouldn't be able to capture level 5 plots until tomorrow. After upgrading the main city, he moved Zhao Yun to the second army and replaced him with Liu Bei. Level 5 defenders were significantly stronger than previous ones, featuring purple generals who had learned 3 war tactics, a considerable challenge. After capturing over a dozen level 3 plots, the army only reached level 10. At this point, attacking level 4 plots still carried a risk of failure or high casualties because level 4 defenders all had control war tactics. So he continued with level 3 plots. Of course, level 4 plots were not impossible. In fact, many players could capture them with 180 troops using typical pioneering lineups like showdown or Liu Bei. However, Lu Xiao preferred stability, just a slight delay. About 4 hours after the server opened, the main quests were completed and reaching 100 power value was easy. Lu Xiao felt he could probably reach 200 power value today. Power value is the sum of land plot values with each level providing a certain amount. In the early game, it can serve as part of combat strength evaluation. Lu Xiao continued commanding his troops until his stamina was exhausted, then ceased his aggressive expansion. At this point, a squad of level 12 with 240 troops was sufficient to attempt capturing a level 4 territory. Considering the troop type counter system, Lu Xiao first scouted a nearby level 4 quarry, which was guarded by cavalry. Liu Bei's spear adaptability was only A, while his shield and cavalry adaptability were S. With Zhang Fei in the squad, the optimal target would be archers, but engaging cavalry or shield units was also viable, with only a slight reduction in damage output. Once Liu Bei and Zhang Fei recovered their stamina, they could attempt to capture it. In the early game, without upgrading the military building called the command platform, it was impossible to appoint a third general. Ultimately, 3 generals would fight side by side. Additionally, the game featured a command value system. For instance, Liu Bai's command value was the highest among single generals at 7, while Zhang Fei's was 6. The combined command value of Liu Bei and Zhang Fei reached 13, precisely matching Liu Xiao's current army cap. Upgrading the command platform meant Zhao Yun could not join the squad anytime soon. Zhao Yun also had a command value of 6, and the three great generals together required 19, which was near the maximum. A player's army command cap was only 20. To increase the command cap, one had to upgrade the main city. Each level increased the cap by 1, and at the maximum level 10, the cap reached 17. Alternatively, a special building called the Command Altar, which had 3 levels, each adding 1 to the cap, could be constructed. However, unlocking the building required numerous prerequisites, meaning Zhao Yun could only be deployed in the mid to late game. Feeling bored and hungry, Liu Xiao noticed it was past 2 o'clock. He ordered takeout and, having nothing else to do, dispatched his second squad from the city to intercept the resource-carrying wooden ox and tumbling horse before logging off the game. According to the game's mechanics, the wooden ox and tumbling horse would march around the player's main city at 8 a.m., 2 p.m., and 8 p.m. Defeating it would yield substantial resources and reserve troops. This could save some recruitment time and was undoubtedly a timely boon when troops were scarce. When he logged back into the game at 4 o'clock, he had already eaten and rested. Playing games required a balance between work and leisure, even if it could earn money. Health came first. In truth, his squad stamina was nearly depleted. It took over 20 minutes to recover enough for one action, which consumed 8 stamina points. Thus, being online was useless for capturing territories. After the beginner period, each action required 45 minutes. Each action consumed 15 stamina points. Therefore, every move had to be carefully considered, not just in the game, but also in life. In the private chat channel, a message appeared: Weiwu Dusho bro, still not in an alliance. Want to join mine? Curious, Liu Xiao saw it was an invitation to join an alliance. He checked the channel and saw it was the Shiliang Alliance, loyalty above all. It had only about 20 members, ranking 23rd in the server's alliance rankings. A quick glance showed that Hebei, Bashu, and Jiangdong were currently the strongest. Bashu in particular had 4 alliances in the top 10, ranked 1st, 3rd, 5th, and 8th respectively. Conquer the 4 directions, ambitious ambitions, dominate the world, unite the realm. I have a feeling these alliances are connected, Liu Xiao muttered, opening their alliance announcements out of curiosity. As expected, the announcement for Conquer the 4 Directions read: Main Alliance is full. Join branches, ambitious ambitions, dominate the world, unite the realm. Liu Xiao was speechless. As Ziliang's neighbor, Bashu was undoubtedly a formidable and covetous opponent. Their alliance names clearly revealed their ambitions. The second ranked was Hebia's Friendship Pavilion. The fourth ranked was Jiangdong's Buwaloli. Some alliance names were indeed rather peculiar. The 7th ranked was Jinkis Peach Garden, oath, a name that was standard. The 9th ranked was Shandong's Alliance Red Dust Dream. The 10th ranked was Ziliang's Alliance Shiliang Iron Cavalry. The alliance that invited him, loyalty above all, was still far behind. However, during the beginner period, it wasn't particularly important. Many top players hadn't joined alliances yet because there were no benefits before the siege phase. Moreover, it was still uncertain which of these alliances would ultimately prevail. An alliance's strength depended on 3 factors: management capability, member count, and cohesion. Among these, management capability was the most crucial. A manager was like a company CEO, motivating members, punishing misconduct, setting strategies, and leading the group to achieve goals. Many strategy games operated like private enterprises with strict rules and regulations that made players feel like they were still at work. Therefore, if one played for fun, there was no need to take it too seriously. But to excel and achieve a sense of accomplishment, one had to invest more effort. At this stage, leaving and rejoining an alliance only required half an hour. The developers had considered the need for player bonding during the beginner phase, and it was hard to judge an alliance's quality at this point. If joining and leaving alliances had too many restrictions, it might discourage sensitive players. Thus, the system was quite forgiving in many aspects. For example, during the beginner period, defeated troops had their resources refunded, stamina consumption was reduced, and occupation time was shortened. After some thought, Liu Xiao applied to join, and the alliance mail arrived instantly. The application was approved immediately. He saw 3 mails. The first welcomed him and included a QQ group link emphasizing that joining the group was voluntary. This greatly improved Liu Xiao's impression of the alliance. The second mail was a detailed guide on early game development covering general pairings and battle tactics. It was clear the management had put thought into it. The third mail encouraged everyone to focus on development and added that members with management skills could privately message the leader for official positions. Liu Xiao ignored this. He had no interest in official positions unless they came with a salary, which they obviously didn't. The alliance channel was lively with members chatting and boasting. The leader and a few active veteran players patiently answered questions from newcomers. This kind of atmosphere was exactly what a player community needed. It fostered combat effectiveness and made it difficult for the group to be easily dispersed during later conflicts. After observing the channel for a while, Lu Xiao issued an attack order to his first squad targeting the level 4 cavalry quarry. After a flash of clashing swords and spears, several spear-wielding soldiers engaged the enemy. Fortunately, the battle ended in a draw. In the game's combat system, a battle between two armies consisted of 8 rounds to determine the outcome. During the preparation phase, bonuses from main city buildings and certain tactics would trigger. Then the two sides would engage in an 8-round battle. Each squad consisted of 3 generals, 1 commander, and 2 deputies. If the commander of one side died within 8 rounds, the other side won. If one side was completely annihilated, the other side also won. If no commander died after 8 rounds, the battle was a draw. Checking the battle report, his 2400 troops were reduced to 1700, a clear disadvantage. Fortunately, the 5400 defenders were also down to 2300. One more wave should suffice. His generals were indeed powerful, giving him an edge over ordinary players. Liu Bai's innate tactic benevolent virtue sustains the world, had excellent healing effects, and a very low chance of inflicting a weakness debuff on a single enemy, preventing them from dealing damage. When Liu Bei was the commander, the activation rate increased to 1/4. Thus, Liu Bei was undoubtedly a god-tier general for early game development. Combined with the powerful output General Zhang Fei and Guan Yu, they could form the fate-based formation, the Peach Garden Oath. With additional bonuses and the synergistic effects of their tactics, the Peach Garden squad shone brightly in the first season. However, this was not the strongest Shu squad in the first season. Experienced players knew that Shu was famous for its spear formation. At its peak, players jokingly called the game the Chronicle of Shu. Wei Wu Duxiu, everyone focus on developing and capturing territories to level up the alliance. Fengli Yuli, what level territories are the top players capturing? Hanfeng can Sun Jian be used? Lu Xiao thought it seems capturing level 4 territories is no problem now. After occupying the level 4 quarry, his squad leveled up again. He sent his Spartan troops to farm resources to upgrade the main city. By now, Liu Bei and Zhang Fei were both level 13 and had barely managed to capture a level 4 territory with 2400 troops. They should be fine now. But to be safe, he decided to wait until they were a bit higher level. Blindly pursuing high power values while ignoring battle losses was unwise. Keeping losses within an acceptable range ensured a steady resource income. However, he couldn't stay idle. His second and third squads continued to pave the way toward level 4 and 5 territories. This demonstrated the advantage of 5-star generals. Besides their tactics, their attributes far surpassed those of purple or blue generals, even at level 1. The attributes affecting combat power were might, intelligence, speed, and leadership. Additionally, charm and politics were needed for city development. Might directly influenced a general's normal attacks and physical damage output. Intelligence affected resistance to and the effectiveness of magical damage. Speed determined which general struck first in battle. Leadership influenced resistance to physical damage. Without tactic bonuses, speed was the basis for action order in combat. Generals like Zhao Yun and Zhang Fei had high initial speed, giving them an advantage in battles. For example, if Zhao Yun encountered Liu Bei, Zhao Yun would always activate his tactic first. Higher charm increased the probability of obtaining high-level equipment, materials, and generals during horse training and scouting in the late game. Generals with high political attributes often had internal affairs tactics and couldn't fight, but provided special bonuses when assigned to buildings. In summary, many factors determined victory in the game, including generals' tactics and levels. However, the most important factor was 1. Recharging. After a whole afternoon of exertion, the general's stamina was nearly depleted. It wasn't until 8 in the evening that the main force barely reached level 18, mainly because the conservative early game development had slowed progress. Server 1200 had a sizable player base, so there were plenty of top players. The system announcements showed a few had already captured level 5 territories, and as expected, most of them were in Bashu and Hebei. The defending troops on level 5 territories were a full 900 strong, and their strength far surpassed that of the previous levels. At this stage, taking on a level 5 general usually required a dual awakening to unlock the 3rd battle skill slot. To awaken a general, their first skill, the innate one, needed to reach level 10. The general had to be at least level 20, and 2 generals of the same star rating had to be consumed. The consumed generals could be recovered through the reshape function in the general interface, which would also refund all skill points and reset the skills. The reshape function could be used once every 10 days. Therefore, most players would deliberate carefully before choosing which generals to awaken. Lu Xiao's main force was still a bit short of the required level. If he stayed up late to grind to level 20, awakening them would make taking on level 5 territories much easier tomorrow. Since completing game tasks also earned money, it was worth sacrificing some sleep. Time was precious, and the beginner period was only 48 hours. Every second counted. Lu Xiao took on a few more level 4 territories, exhausting his stamina. After calculating the time, he set an alarm for 3 in the morning and finally went to sleep satisfied. At this point, Lu Xiao's power value had reached over 1900, placing him 77th on the leaderboard. This data was only temporary. Only after capturing level 5 territories would the leaderboard stabilize. The current top player already had a power value of 200, which couldn't be achieved with just level 4 lands alone. Lu Xiao speculated that the top player likely had several level 5 territories. If their development team wasn't too different from his, their advancement count must be higher. Lu Xiao's Zhang Fei and Liu Bei had only been advanced once each with just one red dot. The top player might even have a full red configuration. The night grew deep and time slipped away with the wind outside the window. The sharp ring of the alarm clock abruptly woke the young man in bed. Lu Xiao turned over, instinctively reaching out to swipe his phone screen. The sound cut off like a rooster with its throat squeezed. Then undisturbed, Lu Xiao smacked his lips and fell back into a deep sleep. When he woke up, Lu Xiao was still dazed. After a moment, he remembered he had forgotten to get up in the night to develop. Opening the game, he tossed his phone on the bed and went to wash up. After finishing his morning routine and grabbing a quick bite, he logged into the server and sent out a team to attack a level 4 territory a dozen tiles away, calculating that it would soon reach level 20. Meanwhile, he sent out his second and third teams to pave the way. The march time was agonizingly long. Each tile marched consumed 0.5 morale. By the time they reached their destination, only about 89 morale remained. Although lower morale affected troop combat effectiveness, with a force of 3600 troops, they could still take on level 4 territories with minimal losses. Morale recovered by 0.5 per minute while stationed on land. So if time and stamina allowed, it was better to wait until morale reached 100 before attacking for better results. Later in the game, there would be a military building called the Morale Platform with 5 levels. Each level increased the morale cap by 4 points, meaning the starting morale would be above 100 up to a maximum of 120. He checked today's tasks from the assistant. The main quest had already updated yesterday, and Lu Xiao knew it, entering the top 50 on the power leaderboard with a reward of 500 yuan. Last night he had been close to the goal, but failing to wake up at midnight had cost him. The daily task was also related to development, completing the first occupation of a level 5 territory with a reward of 500 yuan. There's a limited time quest. Would you like to accept it? The assistant's mechanical voice rang out. Lu Xiao asked curiously, what quest? Enter the top 10 in power value before the beginner period ends. The higher your power value at the end, the richer the reward. If you fail to complete it within the time limit, daily tasks won't refresh for 3 days. The beginner period ends. There should be about a day left. He had already fallen out of the top 300, but there was still hope. Lu Xiao thought it over and accepted the quest. By the way, what's the reward? He suddenly remembered to ask. The 10th place reward is 500 skill point experience, 500 RMB, plus a designated 5-star card guaranteed within 30 draws from the standard card pool. Generous, he remarked. Just then his shoe spear team completed the occupation, and both Liu Bei and Zhang Fei reached level 20. Lu Xiao maxed out their first skills and taught Liu Bei the grade skill Fleet-footed, reducing incoming damage. It came from dismantling the 5-star Pang Day, a reward from the second day's login. For Zhang Fei, he temporarily taught the skill Crushing Assault, also from dismantling the 5-star Sun Tzu, a gift from the 68 yuan package. This gave Liu Bei Overawe plus Fleet-footed, and Zhang Fei Ambush plus Crushing Assault. For Zhao Yun, he temporarily taught Sweeping Strike, dismantled from Zhao Yun himself and grade skill. With this lineup, after a few more levels, they should be able to take on level 5 territories. After grinding a few more levels, he used all his skill points on the level 23 Zhang Fei, leaving the level 22 Liu Bei to make do for now. Skill points were limited, so they had to go to Zhang Fei, who needed the damage output. During the leveling, Lu Xiao kept scouting nearby level 5 territories. Each scout took 3 minutes, and only one land could be scouted at a time. Of course, scouting only worked on land. For players, you could only see their lineup in battle, but you could usually guess their composition during marches. In the first season, there weren't many generals, so the troop type gave a rough idea. Spear troops were usually Shu Spear's cavalry, were mostly Wei cavalry, and Wu had many archers. Scouting land revealed the defending generals, their levels, troop counts, and skills. In the Alliance channel, Wei Wu Du Xiu asked, has anyone taken a level 5? Tian Sishou now replied, a level 5. Damn, I'm still on level 4s. For a level 5, you need at least double level 20 and double awakening. Tian Su Er Yi chimed in, ahem, I think I can try in a bit. Tian Su Sandi added, if we don't take level 5s today, we'll fall behind. Everyone needs to step it up. Yin Ting asked, wait, are you 3 together? Tian Sishou now answered, yeah, we're dormmates, haha. Shuizhong Fei said, team gaming. 3 Kingdoms battle nosebleed laugh emoji. Wei Wu Du Xiu responded, Looks like no one has. Let me share my level 5 battle report. You can learn from it. Wei Wu Du Xiao shared a battle report. Tian Su Er Yi commented, "Leader, are you kidding? You only killed 2000 of their troops." Shuizhong Fei Yunting and Tian Susan Di all had the same reaction. Tian Susan Di added, "Now I get why the leader is called Wei Wu Du Xiao." Wei Wu Du Xiao replied, "I never said I succeeded. I'm just showing you my failure for reference. You're overthinking it." Ba Qin and Air asked, "Is that so?" Battle report. The system announced congratulations to player Ba Qin and Air for being the first to occupy a level 5 territory. Wei Wu Du Xiao exclaimed, "Damn." Leng Xiao commented, "Du Xiao meets a real pro." Tian Sishou now said, "Wow, a true pro. Casualties under 500. Ba Qin and Air was of course Lu Xiao. He hadn't expected to find a relatively weak level 5 territory guarded by a 4-star Guanping squad nearby. Feeling optimistic, Lu Xiao sent his main force, and sure enough, they smoothly entered the occupation phase. Everything fell into place naturally. After that, it was a race against time. Lu Xiao kept marching his troops to occupy level 5 territories. Then, thinking it over, he topped up with the 1500 yuan from yesterday and the 500 from today. Seeing nearly 200 jade on his account, he decisively clicked for a 5 pull. The results were good, with the biggest surprise being the Shu Spear powerhouse Zhuge Liang. In addition, he got Zhou Yusun Quan Hua Tuaz with Ci and Yin Liang. Good heavens, he already had 3 Zhou Yes. Then he noticed he also had 3 Lu Mengs. It seemed a full red commander was within reach, though Lu Sun would only appear in later limited time card packs. These 3 648 pulls were high quality mainly because of Zhuge Liang. A 648 was definitely not a loss. As a pillar of Shu and one of the game's core characters, he would not only replace Liu Bei in the strongest Shu Spear lineup of the first season, but also shine with the Shu Wisdom Archer team in the second season. This freed up Liu Bei for a Peach Garden Shield team, though one you still hadn't shown up. Damn, I'm missing so many generals. Though he had gotten many core characters, their partners hadn't arrived yet. He added Zhuge Liang to the team, and after some thought added Lu Meng as well. This way they could pave the way and gain some experience. Crucially, both had great spear proficiency and high siege adaptability, making them suitable for siege teams. It was a shame he hadn't settled in Hebei, which had a spear troop bonus. Shiliang only offered a cavalry speed bonus and an iron mine output bonus. Checking the battle reports, this was already his 4th level 5 territory with similarly low casualties, around 400. Lu Xiao's goal was to further reduce losses, as rapid development was key to completing the top 10 leaderboard quest. Among level 5 territories, the toughest were those with grade troop adaptability generals like Gua Huai's Shield S team. Even with a countering cavalry force, casualties tended to be high. Avoiding such teams, the number of manageable level 5 territories dwindled. At this point, he had to continue paving the way to more distant lands. Paving the way essentially meant occupying tiles one by one toward the target. In 3 Kingdoms, battle and rate land had to be connected to be occupied. After exhausting his stamina, Liu Bei and Zhang Fei reached levels 25 and 26 respectively, while Zhao Yun and the newly added Cao Cao lagged behind at 19 and 13. Zhuge Liang and Lu Meng were even further behind at level 4 with limited troops. Zhao and Chao's team paved the way on levels 2 and 3, while Zhuge's team mostly stuck to level 1. Today, Lu Xiao's goal was to replace most of his lands with level 5 territories. Each level 5 territory provided 160 power value, twice that of a level 4. Replacing everything with level 5s would be enough to enter the top 10. Since the quest only required entering the top 10, not maintaining the position, Lu Xiao was willing to accept higher casualties to get on the leaderboard as fast as possible. If he could snag the top spot, the rewards would be even richer. The troop meandered slowly towards the 5th level territory. With nothing to do, Lu Xiao curiously opened the leaderboard. Though he knew his rank had plummeted after falling behind for a night, he hadn't expected that even after adding these 5th level plots, he still couldn't break back into the top 100. Still, at least he was on the board. His current power value was 2642, ranking 266th in the entire server. At the top of the leaderboard was Feng Xiaoxiao, a member of the Bashu Alliance, marching in all directions with a staggering power value of 7120. Truly, the wealthy had their way and the grinders reached for the heavens. In second place was Wu Shuang from the Hebei Alliance Hall of Friendship with a power value of 6244. 10th place belonged to a Lung, a member of the Shiliang Alliance Shiliang Iron Cavalry, with a power value of 5170. Lu Xiao focused on the alliance rankings. For the most part, things hadn't changed much. The top spot was still Bashu's marching in all directions, and second place remained Hebia's Hall of Friendship. Starting from third, however, there were significant shifts, and the gaps in strength were no longer as pronounced. Third was Jiangdong's Boa Loli. Fourth was Shandong's Hongchen Yiming. Fifth was Jinki's Peach Garden Oath. Sixth was Ziliang's Shiliang Iron Cavalry. Seventh was Bashu's Unify the World. 8th and 9th were two sub-alliances of Bashu's marching in all directions. 10th was a new Jiangdong alliance likely connected to Buu Loli called Magical Girl, another name that was equally perplexing. I figured it out. These Jiangdong folks are definitely not normal. Lu Xiao chuckled. The Loyalty First Alliance was doing fairly well, having climbed to 13th place. It seemed the alliance members were quite active and they were about to surpass the 11th place Shiliang sword points to the world and the 12th place, who rules the ups and downs. From this, the alliance landscape appeared to consist of one superpower and three major powers. Bashu, besides its four major alliances in the top 10, also had several small alliances with 30 to 40 members, each totaling around 500 players. Once the newbie period ended, Bashu would likely begin consolidating its strength. The term three major powers wasn't entirely accurate either. Hebei was in an awkward position, weaker than Bashu but stronger than Jiangdong and Jingchu. Apart from the Hall of Friendship's 70-plus members, there were several other alliances in the top 20 each with around 50 members, though their activity seemed lacking. Jingchu followed closely with overall strength surpassing Jiangdong in terms of numbers. The Peach Garden Oath stood alone as a dominant force, while the other small alliances were negligible. Jiangdong, besides Buu Loli and Magical Girl, similarly lacked formidable rivals. Shandong's Hongqian Yimeng was tightly organized with several sub-alliances like Hongqian and Meng, making it seemingly the first to unify on the surface. In Shiliang, besides the Shiliang Iron Cavalry, there were several slightly weaker alliances, including Loyalty First. From this perspective, Shiliang and Shandong were at the bottom in strength. In an unknown match, no alliance could rival Bashu. Feeling a bit hungry, Lu Xiao noted it was already 8 o'clock. He hastily ate some bread, barely managing to call it breakfast. Today's goal was to break into the top 10 on the leaderboard, or at the very least secure a spot in the top 50 to complete the main quest, which offered a reward of a full 5,000 RMB. In Three Kingdoms Tactics, besides direct 5-draw card pulls, there was a free card draw every 11.5 hours, as well as a half-price draw costing 99 gold ingots. In the early game, the drop rate for 5-star generals was quite high, making free and half-price draws likely to yield results. Apart from the basic card pool, there were also limited-time card packs. As the game progressed through certain milestones, limited time draws would unlock. These packs contained fewer generals than the basic pool, so if a desired general was featured, it was worth drawing, as the probability was relatively higher than the regular pool. Of course, these limited time packs were mostly traps. Many wealthy players would pour in large sums of money to get the general they wanted, only to often fail. Lu Xiao had spent his money on the regular card pack. The first limited time pack, Decline of the Han, didn't have any generals he particularly wanted. He planned to complete his tasks and go for the next pack, Sharpening Weapons and Stockpiling Food, which contained several generals crucial for his future lineup. Moreover, the hegemony progress was nearly complete. In the Alliance channel, Only I Stand Alone today focus on opening 5th level territories. If you can't, try to switch to 4th level ones. After the newbie period, well, see about attacking a 3rd level city to test the waters. Tiance Cindy. So hey, raise the question, what if my friend can't even beat 4th level? Tiance Show Neo, I don't have a friend like that. Tiance Air Yi, I don't have that friend either. Wind and Rain making up friends out of thin air. Only I Stand Alone, honestly I can't beat them either, I can only handle 4th level. Not like Ba Chi, who can happily take on 5th level. Male Tiance Show now appointed as official. Tiance Air Yi appointed as official. Tiance Cindy appointed as diplomat. Cold Wind appointed as official. Wind and Rain appointed as commander. Ba Chi and Air appointed as deputy leader. Alliance channel. Only I Stand Alone am appointing management based on activity for now. Well, adjust later based on battle merits and contributions. Also, any brothers with command experience, please message me privately. Ba Chi and Air Ha. Tiance Show Neo Ha got an official position. Tiance Air Yi, I'm a man with a title now. Tiance Cindy, damn, I'm a diplomat. Cold Wind. Lu Xiao was also dumbfounded. He was now second in command. Private chat. Only I Stand Alone, brother, you take on the deputy role for now. You have the highest power value in the alliance. Ba Chi and Air, but leader, I have to say, I don't have much management experience. Only I Stand Alone, no problem. We'll discuss big decisions together. Nosebleed laugh emoji. Ba Chi and Air, okay, Only I Stand Alone has requested to add you as a friend. Successfully added. Is my power value really that high? Lu Xiao's power value had already surpassed 3,000. Each 5th level territory was worth 160 points, and conquering a few of them was far more efficient than 4th or 3rd level ones. This was why the opening team was so crucial. Regular players fell behind precisely here. Most players were still stuck on 4th level or even 3rd level. Only a lucky few who had drawn a Xiahou Dun or Zhao Yun saw their opening efficiency skyrocket, or they were big spenders who had the right generals for a smooth start. Lu Xiao had once despised those who threw money at the game. He couldn't see the point. But when he himself started spending, he discovered This indescribable joy was beyond imagination. Lu Xiao's power value was unmatched in the alliance, taking the top spot. But in the entire server, he still didn't make the cut. The top player's power value, though unchanged, loomed over everyone else like an insurmountable mountain at 7,000. Currently, Loyalty First was level 8 with 50 members and 5 slots left. None of the members had exceptionally high power values, but they were fairly balanced. No one had a power value in the mere hundreds, showing that only I Stand Alone was diligent in management. Besides Lu Xiao temporarily in first place, the next were only I Stand Alone and a player named Not Xiao Air with power values close to 3,000, followed by Wind and Rain Cold Wind and the Tiance Trio. It seemed only I Stand Alone had appointed based on power value. For now, before fully understanding the members, this approach was fine. Adjustments, even a major overhaul, could come later during sieges or battles. The weakness of Loyalty First was the lack of a pillar, a high-level player. If one had to be named, it would be Lu Xiao. At least his main lineup was mostly complete, just lacking in tactics. But his team wasn't fully upgraded. In Three Kingdoms, tactics and rate of turmoil upgrade level was always a measure of a player's wealth. Plus, Lu Xiao's power value wasn't that high. At a glance, the leaderboard showed the true opening masters. It was worth noting that strong opening didn't necessarily mean a strong lineup. Power value wasn't everything. In the mid to late game, the real question was whether the team could fight. The alliance atmosphere was good for now. With steady development and hopefully integration with other Shiliang alliances, there was still a chance at hegemony, though slim. The overwhelming strength of the two neighboring states made things terribly unfavorable for Shiliang, caught in the middle. Even so, Lu Xiao never considered switching alliances. Playing games was ultimately about having fun. A challenging situation like this was more interesting. With a good team and high activity, any alliance would want him. Having become deputy leader, he was now a high-ranking official, like being above one person below 10,000 in ancient times. Though he said he didn't want to manage, being in the position meant he had to put in some effort. As mentioned at the start, players chose to land in one of 6 birth states. Beyond these 6 were 3 resource states with richer resources and denser land connected to the birth states via Jianghan and Guangzhou. Hebei, Shiliang, and Bashu were connected to Guangzhou, while Jiangdong, Shandong, and Jingchu were closer to Jianghan. Resource states had abundant land. For example, birth states only had up to 8th level land, and that was scarce, while resource states had 8th level land everywhere plus 9th and 10th level plots. Moreover, without entering a resource state, there was no way to compete for the season's ultimate reward, hegemony. Hegemony slots were limited. Only 300 players across the server could claim the final prize. Others received lesser rewards, like occupying a state capital for a regional victory, or nothing but a consolation prize from the system, which was truly pitiful. To enter a resource state, players had to capture the connecting gate, a 7th level fortress with high defenses and numerous defenders. It was a formidable challenge requiring the united strength of most players in the state, who would eventually converge into 1 or 2 alliances. Only then could they take the gate, enter the resource state, and vie for the imperial capital Luoyang. The question was, if the Shiliang Iron Cavalry Alliance entered the resource state, would they abandon all the cities and resources back home? Certainly not. At that point, other alliances would become eyesores. They'd either have to surrender or disband. In the end, only one voice would remain in each of the 6 states. After capturing approximately 11 level 5 territories, his influence soared to 4,500, propelling him to rank 70 on the leaderboard. Once Liu Bai's troop stamina recovers, he can continue the assault. Zhao Yun's troop, constrained by the level of their tactics, barely reached level 20, while Zhuge Liang and Lu Ming were merely at level 5. Zhuge Liang had learned the skill Soul-Stealing Grasp and shrank active tactic dismantled from Kai Wenji. This skill steals enemy attributes. For the time being, Lu Ming was taught in a rank tactic Flesh and Steel dismantled from the Wei Purple General Chao Zhan, which could inflict both magical and physical damage. Lu Ming's tactic White Robed Crossing the River is a powerful control skill. Not only does it grant the entire troop a shield effect immune to 1 instance of damage in the first round, but it also silences a single enemy unit when dealing magical damage and disarms a single enemy unit when dealing physical damage. This prohibits normal attacks and indeed complements Flesh and Steel perfectly. The main force Liu Bei and Zhang Fei had already reached levels 26 and 27 respectively. Once the main city was upgraded a bit, he could field a 3rd general. However, the command limit only allowed for 3 points, severely restricting his choices of available generals. In the game, there are very few orange or purple generals with a command cost of 3. Excluding those for internal affairs, the only usable ones were Zhang Bao Kai Wenji and Li Dian, who was known as the Little Zhuge Liang. Kai Wenji's innate active tactic Remnant Fragrance of the Barbarian Loot not only provided healing, but also reduced damage taken by herself and another general. It seemed decent, but Lu Xiao was the first to rule her out. because Kai Wenji's troop type compatibility was terrible. Apart from AB rating in cavalry, everything else was merely C. And her stats were concerning. She was less useful than the divine skill soul-stealing grasp she could be dismantled into. His top choice was undoubtedly Li Dian. His innate command tactic Elder's Breeze boosted the martial and intelligence of all friendly forces. Additionally, his balanced stats, martial intelligence and command, were decent. If fully upgraded, he could serve as a capable transitional general. Thus Lu Xiao planned to field Li Dian. Moreover, Li Dian had an A rating in shield troop compatibility, so he wouldn't hold Zhang Fei and Liu Bei back. He was an ideal temporary firefighter for early expansion. Once Li Dian joined the troop, the next step would be to consider cultivating level 6 territories. Level 6 territories were guarded by 2 enemy troops. Not only were these guards at level 30, but they also consisted entirely of purple generals with a total troop count of 15000. With 2 such troops, a conservative approach would require at least 100 troops before attempting an attack. Given the current state of Lu Xiao's forces, even if all 3 generals reached level 30, he could only field 900 troops. Unless the main city reached level 7, unlocking the military camp building, which would add 200 troops per general per level up to a maximum of 20 levels. In that case, leveling up a few times would provide a much higher chance of victory against level 6 territories. Of course, it was still possible to take a level 6 territory with 900 troops. However, with 2 enemy troops guarding it, even if he countered the first, the second might counter his own formation, making the battle difficult. A defeat could even set back his development. Of course, he could also wait until all his territories were upgraded to level 5 before considering level 6. A level 6 territory only provided 40 more influence than a level 5 one, and he currently only had 15 level 5 territories. Currently, the only thing limiting Lu Xiao's expansion was stamina. If he had enough with the main force of Zhang Fei and Liu Bei fully equipped with tactics, taking level 5 territories without losses would be trivial. After some thought, he decided waiting for stamina to recover was pointless. He reset the tactics of Zhang Fei and Liu Bei, refunding all the tactic points. He then maxed out Zhao Yun and Cao Cao's tactics. Zhao Yun would use breach formation and crush the firm and sweep the 1,000 armies and strength tactic, dealing powerful physical damage to all enemies with conditional crowd control. Cao Cao would use 8-door golden lock formation and avoid the sharp edge, providing massive damage reduction in the opening rounds. Furthermore, Zhao Yun's unique tactic rendered him immune to all control effects, allowing him to rampage freely. Cao Cao, being naturally tanky, combined with the damage reduction from 8-door golden lock formation and avoid the sharp edge, which reduced damage taken by 2 friendly units, was virtually invincible. Then Zhao Yun led the troop to continue cultivating level 5 territories. For the first time, Lu Xiao felt his mind was exceptionally sharp. The main quest reward of 500 would arrive, and if he completed the limited time quest, he would receive at least another 500, amounting to a total of 100 yuan. In the afternoon, when the hegemony progress abundant food and sharp weapons was completed, he could use the limited time card pack to fully upgrade Zhou Yu along with the other 2 predetermined members of the Wei cavalry, Eugene and Sheng Yu. That way Cao Cao would no longer be alone. While Lu Xiao was lost in his fantasy of a fully upgraded supreme governor dominating the battlefield and sweeping across the world, the management of the Shiliang Iron Cavalry was already plotting something. The Shiliang Iron Cavalry QQ Group Management Group was holding its first management meeting. The management group had only a few members. The alliance leader PNI, a player from another game who had weathered several seasons and wanted to continue his former glory in this game. However, with a bad start and enemies on all sides, he felt immense pressure and wanted to stabilize Shiliang quickly to find a way out. The vice leader Feng Yuxiu had fought alongside P. for several seasons and was lured into doing the grunt work. Also present was a Lung, a top 10 player rumored to have spent tens of thousands of yuan. However, he was rather arrogant and always itching for a fight. There were also 2 veteran players appointed as officials by P due to their activity with in-game names Buqi de Xia and Luoji Gui Kai. P, everyone has their own work. If you're busy, take care of it first. For those with time, let's discuss how we should develop after the newbie period. It's only the 2nd day, and I don't want to make a big fuss, but the situation in Shiliang is quite bad. Our main opponents Hebei and Bashu are powerful, while internally Shiliang is full of conflicts. Among the alliances in Shiliang, ours is the strongest. So for the next step of integrating Shiliang, I think we should take the lead. I'd like to ask everyone for good suggestions. Along one-word fight. Logical Genius 666, Big Shot. P&I sweat emoji, Feng Yuxiu emoji. I've already talked to Sword Points to the Sky. Their leader has no objection to merging. As long as we have enough capacity, he can bring their active players directly over. The condition is that if Shiliang is lucky enough to achieve conquest, we need to give them 30 slots, For hegemony, 50 slots. Logical genius, wow, big shot, you're so efficient. One problem solved just like that. Along, I see. Thumbs up emoji, P&I laughing emoji, haha. If that's the case, we just need to deal with who rules the roost and loyalty first, and Shiliang will basically be the Iron Cavalry's domain. Buchita Siam at work, he'll check later. You guys discuss. Fist and palm salute emoji. Along, okay gesture, Feng Yushio, who do you think I am? Don't rely on me, you slacker. Sweat emoji, logical genius. Then senior Feng, why don't you go negotiate with them? Evil grin emoji. Feng Yushio, ID like to, but who rules the roost directly told me they have no intention of merging. The leader of loyalty first said they needed to think it over. I was thinking maybe we could pull the management of those alliances into a group and discuss it openly. Anyway, Shiliang will ultimately be under our control. Along TSK. P&I, while we can discuss any opinions. I have confidence in our alliance. I also think their leaders aren't unreasonable. I understand their mindset. Logical genius, if negotiations really fail, there's no choice. We'll have to cut the Gordian knot. I think we should be prepared for everything. Feng Yushio, indeed. If it comes to that, I suggest starting with the weaker one, loyalty first. Once they're dealt with, who rules the roost will collapse on its own. Along, I suggest attacking who rules the roost first. Along, screenshot, Along, I found the coordinates of the leader of who rules the roost, Fuyu. Logical genius, my god, are you all this impressive? P&I cry laughing emoji, alright. I've said it before, if we can avoid fighting, let's do so. Harmony is precious. We're all brothers in the same server. Along, I'm just saying. You decide. Neither of them is a match for us anyway. Shrug emoji, Feng Yushio laughing emoji, it's just the worst case scenario. I think veteran players should have some sense. P&I, haha, alright. Old Feng, go invite their leaders. Not too many people, just 2 or 3 per alliance. Who's coming with me to negotiate? Logical genius, I'll pass. I'm not good at diplomacy. Along, just the leader and vice leader go. Let us know the result afterward. P&I, alright, that's settled. Feng Yushio, okay, you'll go find them. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to the confidence of the Shiliang Iron Cavalry's management, the members of the Who Rules the Roost group were filled with worry. The Who Rules the Realm Alliance was established a bit later, but it still boasted 53 members, all carefully selected with a power value exceeding 2000. In this regard, it was the only alliance capable of directly confronting the Shiliang Iron Cavalry. Unlike Sword Pointing to the World, which accepted almost all applicants and matched the Shiliang Iron Cavalry in numbers, Who Rules the Realm followed an elite recruitment strategy, rejecting those with insufficient power values. In the private chat channel, Feng Yushio, their brother, Fuyu saw another private message from the Shiliang Iron Cavalry and grew increasingly frustrated by their relentless persuasion. Finally, he sighed, hesitated for a moment, and replied, Fuyu, I'm here. Feng Yushio, I bet you're really annoyed with me by now, haha. I want to drag this out. Join our group. We've invited a few leaders from our alliance to discuss integration. The newbie period is almost over and our boss still hopes we can sit down and talk. Whatever the outcome, we're all from the same province and should stick together. Wouldn't want internal conflicts later, right, brother? Fuyu felt helpless, but knew the other was right. As a player from Shiliang, which ranked last among all provinces in overall strength, refusing the Shiliang Iron Cavalry's peace offering would be ungrateful and reckless. It also gave him a chance to gauge their sincerity. In the Who Rules the Realm member QQ group, 38 people. Fuyu, everyone, if you're here, speak up. I have something to discuss. Ishu, what's up, boss? Confused face. Lin Jia Zioki Buhu. AI ya squinting smile. Junru, Lian, what brings you here, my lord? Loud laughter. Fuyu screenshot. Fuyu, this isn't a small matter, so I'm letting everyone know. He'll pick 1 or 2 experienced players from the alliance to join the group and meet with the other alliances. It's for a better gaming experience. He'll notify everyone once there's a result. Alliance leader Fuyu had also invested in the game, but failed to draw good starting generals, leaving his power value lagging behind. As a veteran player, he was well versed in these matters, which is precisely why he held some disdain for the Shiliang Iron Cavalry. Fuyu was a proud man. If the Shiliang Iron Cavalry had been the top alliance, he would have gladly merged. But since they were only slightly stronger than Who Rules the Realm, he wouldn't simply hand over his alliance. He needed to see if they had the ability to lead Shiliang players past the passes and compete for supremacy. Otherwise, as an ambitious leader, how could he surrender and yield without a fight? Such major decisions required consultation with alliance members, as it wasn't his alone. He understood that among players no one truly led another, and he maintained this mindset. After much hesitation, Fuyu decided to share all the chat logs with the Shiliang Iron Cavalry, letting everyone discuss and decide. Ishu, I've read it. We should join the group. The Shiliang Iron Cavalry is the strongest, so they're leading this. We have no reason to refuse. Let's see what terms they offer and what the other alliances think. AI, you agreed. It's just a talk. I have no objections. Lin Jia Zioki Buhu, the newbie, is trembling. Junruo, no big deal, nothing to be nervous about. You and Ishu can handle the talks. Cheer up. Seeing that the active members had no objections, Fu Yu felt a vague sense of loss, as if he were losing something. He pulled himself together and typed, Fu Yu, since everyone agrees Ishu, and I will go talk. Ishu, okay. In the loyalty first member QQ group, 40 people. Wei Wu Du Xiu did the same as Fu Yu, asking for everyone's opinions. Tian Su Shou Neo, let's talk. I don't want to switch alliances anyway because the people here are fun and talented. Wicked smile. Tian Su Air Yi agreed. We're not experts on this. Just go with it, leader. Encouragement. Tian Su San D, I have no objections. Let Xiu Gu and Ba Qi Darren handle the talks. His power value is skyrocketing, and bringing him along will put pressure on the other side. Sinister intent. Feng Li Yu Li gloomy. Han Feng talk is talk, but I doubt the Shiliang Iron Cavalry is that great. Leader, handle it as you see fit. Wei Wu Du Xiu, okay. Ba Qi hasn't joined the group yet, so we'll find him in game first. Since there are no objections, let's leave it at that for now. He'll send the chat logs once we've discussed specifics. Tian Su San D, well said. It must be fair, just, and transparent. Tian Su Shou Neo. Sorry, my brother forgot to take his meds. Everyone. Meanwhile, Lu Xiao was getting carried away. From 8 in the morning, he had been non-stop capturing level 5 territories, and by noon his power value kept climbing with each new land. After finishing his takeout, he tirelessly continued sending out teams to explore. When one team's stamina ran out, he reset its battle tactics and assigned them to another. Fortunately, his efforts paid off. At noon, his current power value was 6280, ranking 50th. Main quest completed. Rewards have been credited, the assistant's mechanical voice announced. A new main quest has been refreshed. Please check it promptly. Main quest, the top alliance of Shiliang. Your alliance must rank first in Shiliang. Quest completion reward, unlock the enemy elimination exchange module. The number of enemy troops you defeat in battles can be exchanged for RMB at a 1:1 ratio, limited to player troops and city garrison forces. If I complete this main quest, the reward will be huge. Lu Xiao's heart churned like a stormy sea as he read the quest, unable to calm down. In the game, each general starts at level 1, gaining a troop capacity increase of 100 per level up to the max level of 50. Additionally, each level of the barracks building increases troop capacity by 200, allowing each general to carry 500 more troops at max level. This meant that a main general and 2 deputy generals at max level could carry up to 300 troops. In other words, if Lu Xiao's forces annihilated an entire enemy army, he could earn at least 250 RMB. Of course, this was under ideal late-game conditions with maxed-out buildings. Even so, with thousands of troops currently, a single battle could net him thousands of RMB. It was like printing money. As for players, city garrison forces were the real prize. The lowest level Tier 3 city had 8 garrison units of 1500 troops, each totaling 100 RMB. In the imperial capital Luoyang, the highest level, and only Tier 10 city, had 120 garrison units of 900 troops each. Of course, this was the most ideal scenario. No one could single-handedly wipe out all city garrisons. Even max-level veterans couldn't do much against Luoyang's garrison strength. Still, think of the money. Assistant note: for each city, only the enemy kills from the first capture this season count. For cities of the same level, only the first one captured counts. For example, if you capture a Tier 3 city Zhongtao, then another Tier 3 city, Pingxiang, only the kills from Zhongtao will be used as the reward basis. In other words, it's the first kill. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? That cuts the rewards by more than half. Lu Xiao's heart sank thinking of the lost money. Just as he was about to argue with the assistant, a private message from Wei Wu Du Xiu popped up in the game. He sighed. What's mine is mine, what's lost is lost. No use dwelling on it. It's still a lot, and one should be content and happy. On my precious money. Wei Wu Du Xiu Ba Qi. You there? Ba Qi and Aram here. Wei Wu Du Xiu, great. Long story short, the Shiliang Iron Cavalry wants to talk about integration. Join their group with me to discuss. Also, while you're at it, join our alliances group. Squinting smile. Ba Qi and Air talk about integration. Am I suitable? Ba Qi and Air, I almost forgot. He'll join the alliance group soon. Seeing the message, Wei Wu Du Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. Ba Qi and Air, the only top player in the alliance, had never joined the group, which had made him uneasy. In the early game, a top player's influence was significant. Few Shiliang players ranked in the top 100, with most concentrated in Bashu and Hebei, especially Bashu. Wei Wu Du Xiu, don't worry. Speak freely. We're just there to observe. If a deal works out, great. If not, no harm done. After all, it's not just us. The management from Sword Pointing to the World, and who rules the realm, will be there too. Surely the Shiliang Iron Cavalry can't force anything. Our 3 alliances combined are far stronger than them. Shiliang needs to unite under one alliance, and we'll see if the Shiliang Iron Cavalry has what it takes. Shrug. Little did Wei Wu Du Xiu know that Sword Pointing to the World had already secretly agreed to the Shiliang Iron Cavalry's terms. If talks failed, the situation would be highly unfavorable. Bachin and Air okay. Send me the group number, and he'll join. Wei Wu Du Xiu sure. Also change your nickname to include your alliance prefix. Bachin and Air got it. Lu Xiao searched for the alliance group number and sent a join request. Wei Wu Du Xiu, who had been patiently waiting, immediately approved it. The moment he entered the group, a flood of welcomes greeted him. Wei Wu Du Xiu, the pillar has arrived, haha, everyone welcome. In a bit we too will go to the meeting together. Tian Su Shou Neo welcome brother Bachi. Tian Su Air D welcome welcome. Tian Su San Dio Ho. Han Feng applause Feng, Liu Li welcome welcome. Lu Xiao felt a flattered surprise, but didn't know how to respond. Yet if he didn't reply, what if he let down everyone's warm enthusiasm? After thinking it over to ease the atmosphere, he opened the red packet feature and sent 3 packets of 200 each. To foster future unity, he carefully set the red packet password as Ba Chi is the coolest. Ba Chi is super cool. Ba Chi is invincibly cool. Instantly the group chat erupted. Everyone had been going through the motions of a welcome, but never expected a true big shot who would throw money around at the slightest disagreement. Although the big shot was a bit shameless who could turn down some easy cash. The group was instantly flooded with messages, the screen filled with the word cool. The young man Wei Wu Du Xiu sitting at his computer desk was dumbfounded. Was there any need to be so reckless? He muttered curses under his breath, damn, I've never seen someone so brazen. Yet he quickly typed to grab the red packet. When he saw he got over $20, his heart swelled with delight. Bachin and Air, I'm a newbie playing for the first time, everyone please take care of me. Tian Su San D big shot, can I add you on WeChat? No particular reason, just that I'm really good at team building. Shai Han Feng, shameless Wei Wu Du Xiu next time brother Ba. Chi no need to be so generous. Just send it to me privately. Righteous. Tian Su San D. Feng Liu Li, it's not unheard of for big shots in games to send red packets, but to be this lavish on just the second day. For Ba Kai's generosity, I acknowledge him as a brother. Tian Su Shou Neo, I always thought brother Feng Li was a man of few words, low-key and reserved. But now your words are like a thunderbolt from a clear sky shaking the heavens. Truly we must see you in a new light and bow in admiration. Tian Su Air, ye damn big bro, we all had the same 9 years of compulsory education, but you're even more impressive than Xiao Go. Tian Su, Cindy, we both skipped class, so how come you're so eloquent? Tian Su Shou Neo, because I have a silver tongue. Tian Su Air, ye nice one. Tian Su Sandy, I think the boss was about to go off topic, haha. Bachin and Air, enough talk, the card pack is open. I'm off to casually pull a max red Joyo. You guys chat. Han Feng. Feng Liu Li 666. Tian Su Sandy shocked watching the group of friends flood the chat. Lu Xiao calmly typed the group number while pondering what method the Shiliang Iron Cavalry would use to convince the other 3 alliances to agree to merge. Wei Wu Du Xiu Pai and I Bachin and Air, our people are all here. Brother Pai and I initiated this, so you go first. There were 8 people in the group with 2 participants from each alliance. The leader of Shiliang Iron Cavalry was Pai and I, and the deputy was Feng Yuxiu. The leader of Sword Point to the World was Du Gu Junyan, and the diplomat was Ai Hen Liang Nanju. The leader of Who Controls the Rise and Fall was Fu Yu, and the deputy was Ishu, along with Wei Wu Du Xiu and Lu Xiao. Pai and I, alright, since everyone's here, I'll speak my mind. Brothers, you're all veteran players, so we'll be direct. I want to consolidate the players in our province. As you all know, if Shiliang wants to break the deadlock, we must unite our limited strength. It doesn't matter which alliance leads, the key is to avoid any alliance holding us back or colluding with Hebei or Bashu. So let's discuss matters together. When there's room in the alliance, we'll take some active members here. I won't treat anyone unfairly. We're all brothers, all for the glory of Shiliang. That's all I have to say. What do the 3 leaders think? Pai and I, Wei Wu Du Xiu Du Gu Junyan Fuyu. Lu Xiao thought the Iron Cavalry leader's long speech promised some benefits, but it was just empty words. He was about to type a rebuttal when someone beat him to it. Fuyu, the Iron Cavalry leader, sure talks a good game. Since you said it yourself, we're all veterans, so let's drop the moral blackmail act. This is only the first season, and provinces still matter. We all know the real prize is the district's interests. Brother Pai and I wants to integrate Shiliang, but I suggest we don't. Let each alliance develop on its own. When Hebei or Bashu take the hegemony, we can try to snag a few slots. If not, we'll settle for a stalemate. Surely the hegemony alliance has that much grace. Why bother with all this alliance hopping? Feng Yuxiu wide-eyed, why so fiery, brother leader of Who Controls the Rise and Fall? Our boss is just stating facts. If you don't want the hegemony, what's the point of playing this game? Am I right, brother? Fuyu, who are you? Pai and I calls this stating facts. I think he just wants to swallow us up without lifting a finger. Dugu Jianyan, sweat leader of Rise and Fall, you've gone too far. I think Brother Pai and I makes a good point. Alliance mergers are normal. Who can guarantee they'll never switch alliances? Calm down, everyone calm down. Ishu sneer how looks like the leader of Sword Point had already made up his mind. So were we the only ones kept in the dark like fools? Wei Wu Du Shio, hey, what kind of talk is that? Don't be so aggressive, we're all Shiliang brothers. But I do think this merger is a bit hasty. It's only the second day. There's no need to rush, right? Pai and I. Fuyu, the leader of Loyalty First Alliance, sees things clearly. Since it's all out in the open, I don't think we need to continue this discussion. Pai and I bitter smile. I know everyone is reluctant to give up their own alliances. I'm not asking you to disband and merge into Iron Cavalry right now. I'm just proposing an idea. This is bound to happen sooner or later, so it's better to plan ahead for everyone's benefit. AI Hin Liang Nanju, indeed it's a matter of time. Leaders, especially Brother Fuyu, please calm down. Lu Xiao saw the group quiet down slightly calmly, took a bite of popcorn, sipped his cola, and continued watching in silence. Fuyu, how about this, Pai and I? Since you want a merger, we can't just agree outright. Let's have a friendly match. It doesn't matter if you have more people. We'll pick a spot and fight. Whoever wins calls the shots. How about it? Before Pai and I could respond, Wei Wu Du Shio couldn't hold back. A fight. If things got heated, it wouldn't foster friendship. It would be a mutually destructive disaster. Wei Wu Du Shio know this is the development phase. Fighting would only hurt our own harmony. But we do need to find another way to compete. Not just to gauge our strength, but to give our alliance brothers an explanation. What do you leaders say? Dugu Junyin, Brother Du Shio, is right. Dugu Junyin fighting is definitely out of the question. How about this? Let's make capturing the first level 5 city the competition goal. Whoever takes the first level 5 city becomes the main Shiliang alliance. After that, no one can object. Private chat channel. Dugu Junyin, Brother Pai and I, when you attack the level 5 city, I'll have my alliance members fight alongside you. Rest assured, Pai and I, no need rest assured. The Iron Cavalry has never feared anyone through pure strength. Seeing Pai and I's reply, Dugu Junyin ground his teeth in frustration. I offered you a favor, and you're still this stubborn. Do you really think who controls the rise and fall is made of dough to be kneaded at will? Since you don't care, neither will I. No matter who becomes the main alliance, they can't ignore Sword Point to the world. They'll just take it easy and watch from the sidelines. They'll sit back and see which of you three takes the city first. Fuyu, a level 5 city would take too long. How about a level 3 city? Feng Yuxiao. Brother Fuyu, are you joking? I can already see your troops near the city walls. Yishuha, our leader, misspoke. It's a level 4 city, level 4. Pai and I, alright, let's not fight over cities. Let's go with Brother Fuyu's original proposal. Pai and I, but we do need to adjust the scale. Each alliance will set up camps at coordinates XXX. After the newbie protection period ends, everyone sends one main army. The alliance whose camps are destroyed first is out. Only one army, each no returning to replenish troops. Each of your alliances will take turns fighting us, the Iron Cavalry. If any of you win, the Iron Cavalry is willing to withdraw. How about that? Pai and I, a veteran manager who had been through many seasons of Raid Earth, had never been challenged so fiercely. Since you want to fight, they'll give you that chance. Well, I'll fight bare-chested. Still not convinced. They'll beat you until you are. Bachin and Airlight, smile, Brother Pai and I, is truly straightforward, but this is disadvantageous for your Iron Cavalry as well. I have a suggestion. What do you leaders think? Just before Peony spoke, Lu Xiao suddenly conceived a new idea. After careful consideration, he found it quite feasible and decided to propose it at the opportune moment. Having added the friend and communicated with Wei Wu Du Shio, he shared his thoughts with senior brother Du Shio, who expressed support and encouraged Lu Xiao to proceed boldly without worry. He pondered how to persuade Peony to agree to his terms. With the backing of the alliance leader, Lu Xiao felt emboldened to speak. Although there were 8 members in the group, the true decision-makers were only the 4 alliance leaders. The 4 vice leaders were merely foils. Lu Xiao could offer suggestions, but could not act on his own authority, even though this was merely a game and he could quit if dissatisfied. Human beings are born within an orderly framework, and adhering to it often yields far better results than acting on reckless whims. Wei Wu Du Shio was also somewhat excited at this moment. Bachi's idea was rather forward-thinking, though not unacceptable. If successful, it would not only make Loyalty First the ultimate victor, but also subtly showcase their strength. Even if it failed, it would be no great loss, as their alliance was already the weakest among the 4 in overall strength. Still, he exercised patience, knowing he would need to coordinate with Ba Qin and Air later, especially if other alliances raised objections. Peony, Brother Ba Qi, speak your mind freely. I am all ears. Lu Xiao knew that repeated rebuttals had already irritated the leader of the Shiliang First Alliance, but he had to present this proposal regardless, as its success would bring him immense benefits. Moreover, Peony's intentions were as clear as Sima Zhao's, known to all. There was no need to spare his face. Bachin and Air, Brother Peony, the method you suggested earlier still feels difficult to control. Many brothers in friendly matches have delayed their development, which inevitably breeds resentment. How about this? Each alliance selects one member to represent it in an unknown duel. This way it won't affect the other's development, and it saves time and effort. What do you think, fellow leaders? Penny a duel? The idea is novel, but entrusting an entire alliance's fate to one person seems unwise. How about 3-3 instead? Once the newbie protection period ends and the truce lifts, we can find a spot and compete. Any brothers with different opinions are welcome to speak up. Although Penny was confident in his own ace along, he couldn't afford to be careless. With 3-3, adding 2 more top players would likely secure the victory. To be honest, Fuyu felt somewhat tempted. He knew well that his alliance was no match for the Shiliang Iron Cavalry in terms of strength. Not to mention the equally formidable sword point to the world, whose members varied in skill but were numerous. If they sided with the Shiliang Iron Cavalry, who rules the roost, would likely be the first alliance to fade from history. Fuyu had a general grasp of his alliance's situation. There were no big spenders and quite a few newcomers. At this stage, even friendly large-scale battles would likely cause discontent among the members. It was only the second day since the server launched and alliances were still fragile. Even friendships forged over months of gameplay could crumble over a minor conflict or a lost war. Fortunately, there was still a way out. Since most players in Who Rules the Roost were above average, they were at a disadvantage in unknown duels, but 3 or 4 players changed the dynamic entirely. At this stage, most players' teams were still in the development phase and hadn't transitioned. Apart from a few elite players, others were using the likes of Xiaoho for development, while the less fortunate relied on the initial 6 yuan top-up Sunjian. If other alliances had 1 or 2 big shots, things could get unpredictable. So Unknown was definitely out of the question. In an instant, Fuyu weighed the pros and cons. But he refrained from speaking immediately. His earlier deliberate provocation was meant to stir conflict and tarnish the Shiliang Iron Cavalry's motives. Now, considering the tangible benefits, he had to be cautious. Wei Wu Duxiu agreed. Dugu Jianyan, can our alliance opt out? Penny, fine. AI Henliang, Nanju, damn it, boss, we can't be that spineless. We're in. Baqin and Air 3-3 is indeed fairer. I have no objections. What about the leader of Who Rules the Roost? Fuyu agreed. 3-3 works for me. Just when he was worrying about a solution, a pillow was handed to him. In unknown duels, his alliance had no top players, but in 3-3 the outcome was far from certain. Feng Yuxiu, since you big shots have settled it, let's set a time. AI Henliang, Nanju, how about tomorrow night at 9? The truce will be over. Let's pick a spot close to everyone. 3 hours to recover morale, so we can start preparations around 4 or 5. Penny, fine. It's settled. No backing out. He thought you guys better not regret it if Along's team steamrolls you. Either way, as long as the goal is achieved, it's fine. Wei Wu Duxiu got it. I'll go pick the members. He mused. The Iron Cavalry leader better not be shocked. Does he really think all other alliances are pushovers? Fuyu, okay. He planned to think of a way to motivate his team. The 3 players were fixed, but there was no rule against bringing multiple teams. He would personally fund a 98 yuan red envelope per win if they succeeded. He weighed the pros and cons in his mind. As long as they won, everything would be fine. Dugu Junyan, alright, that's settled. He had wanted to keep a low profile, but that idiot AI Hen had forced his hand. Now with this variable, he would have to inform the Bashu side. Penny, let's split it into several rounds and finish quickly. Tomorrow night, first the Iron Cavalry versus Who Rules the Roost, and Loyalty, first versus Sword Point to the world. Then the day after, based on the winners, we'll have another match. How about that? Wei Wu Duxiu, brother, you've thought it through thoroughly. No problems here. Dugu Junyan, alright. Fuyu, sounds good. Feng Yuxiu, finally settled. To Shiliang. Penny, Dugu Junyan, and others raised their glasses in toast. Baqin and Air finally done with the chatter. Shogu, it'll be you, me, and Feng Liuli. His team looks decent too. Wei Wu Duxiu, yeah, the key is still you. No pressure. Win or lose, we don't lose anything. But winning would be best. Baqin and Air, just wait and see. Wei Wu Duxiu, I'll let him know and inform everyone in the group. Baqin and Air, sure. After chatting with Duxiu for a bit, Lu Xiao hurriedly opened the game, not forgetting that he still needed to draw a full red Zhouyu. Wait. He opened the game and clicked the top-up button, then suddenly hesitated. Had he changed his mind? No. Lu Xiao rushed to the bathroom, carefully lathered his hands with soap, scrubbed them thoroughly, and rinsed. Thinking it wasn't enough, he played a song. The essential draw ritual, good luck comes. Finally, he sat cross-legged, emptied his mind for 3 seconds. Thus, the first 3 steps of the draw ritual were complete. Handsome Zhouyu, come quickly. Go for it. He rubbed his hands, found the limited time card pack, confirmed Zhouyu was there, and clicked for a 5 pull. The dazzling light faded. Yet, 4 3-star cards and 1 4-star card. It's fine, it's always like this at the start, Lu Xiao consoled himself and continued clicking. 4 3-star cards, 1 4-star card. Something's off. I have a minor luck boost. What's going on, assistant? Hello, the minor luck boost only adds a bit of luck. The card pool probability remains unchanged, the assistant replied mechanically, though Lu Xiao felt he detected a hint of guilt in its voice. Can you calculate if my 5,000 yuan can get me a full red Zhou? He asked, suppressing the urge to curse. Sorry, this assistant. Withdraw. He waved his hand dismissively, suddenly feeling a sense of emptiness. Understood. I don't believe this. Lu Xiao continued clicking. Damn it again. F. Huh. Got something. On the fifth 5 pool, he hit a double drop. His excited smile hadn't fully formed before it froze. Xiao Qiao. Li Ru. This. Well, something was better than nothing. He continued. Stay calm, steady hands. I said steady hands. In the end, Lu Xiao managed to draw Zhou Yu to full red. A little luck proved quite useful. Spending less than 5,000 for under 10,648 packs, with a guaranteed 20 orange cards yielding 2 Zhou Yes was already impressive. Incidentally, Xiao Qiao had also reached full red. From 0 to 5 astonishing. With the card drawing goal achieved, it was time to prepare for level 6 territories. He needed to level up Li Dian to at least 21st, as Li Dian was merely a transitional figure. Once the command limit increased later, he would still need to bring in Zhuge Liang and adjust the lineup. Based on the current generals and forum guides, Lu Xiao planned to form 4 main teams in order: Shu Spear Peach Garden, Shield Wei Cavalry, and the Grand Commander Fleet. The Commander Fleet was limited by Lu Sun being in a later limited time card pack. He couldn't be drawn from the regular pool, yet only after the limited pack, or its conclusion. Moreover, Guan Yu for the Peach Garden Shield hadn't been drawn either. Of course, Huang Zhong could substitute. Both were notorious actors, each more theatrical than the other. Still, Guan Yu was preferable for the faction bond. The key was the Peach Garden team's balanced strength, damage control, and healing, making it not invincible, but absolutely versatile. The strong teams currently available were Shu Spear and Wei Cavalry. Shu Spear would feature Zhuge Liang, Zhao Yun, and Liu Bei, while Wei Cavalry would consist of Cao Cao, Qing Yu, and Eugene. Replacing Eugene with Gui Jia for a mage team was possible, but given the scarcity of skills in Season 1, Eugene was better. He scouted nearby level 6 territories in advance. Early on, all resources were tight, but stone was particularly scarce. When lacking, no amount of farming could compensate, especially when upgrading the main city, which demanded ever more resources. So if feasible, capturing a level 6 stone territory first would yield greater farming returns. Each player started with 20 strategy points with a maximum of 30. Building a subsidy raised the cap to 50. 1 point recovered every hour, and up to 3 could be purchased with 60 jade or gold ingots daily, but only 3 times per day. Strategy points had many uses, not only for farming resources, but also for building camps, arrow towers, and barricades on one's own land. Camps allowed rapid troop deployment at full morale. As mentioned earlier, marching across land consumed morale, but deploying to a camp did not, and it even provided a speed boost. When attacking cities, troops could be dispatched quickly, saving time for development or other tasks. During conflicts between players, typically alliances, camps served as crucial military structures on the battlefield. In the early stages, strategy points were mainly used for farming, consuming 3 points, sending a troop to the target, and after 10 minutes resources were obtained, alleviating urgent needs. As mentioned, level 6 territories required 2 15 troop units at level 30, making them far tougher than level 5. However, with double awakened generals, they were still manageable. Placing Zhang Fei in the lead with Liu Bei and Li Dian as deputies, Li Dian learned 8-gate Golden Lock formation to ensure Zhang Fei's first strike and damage reduction. Combined with Liu Bai's avoidance of sharpness and Li Jian's own buff Elder's Wind boosting all allies' physical and intelligence, Zhang Fei's offensive power skyrocketed. Once preparations were complete, it was time to set out. Well, time to confidently take on level 6. After the scouting party returned, since level 6 garrisons had 2 units, and scouting revealed only the second unit's type remained unknown. The first garrison's commander was Ma Liang with deputies Mi Fang and Quan Song, all shield type. Cavalry attacks were highly effective, while using archers would likely result in heavy losses. However, considering the team's strength alone, it was mediocre. Ma Liang's innate skill, White Eyebrows, boosted active skill activation rates, while his skill Strike from the East dealt tactical damage and slowed enemies. Hardly a major threat. The key was the awakened skill, the third one, Thunder Strike. It dealt high damage with a 50 activation rate amplified by White Eyebrows, making it trigger almost every round. Amusingly, despite its high activation rate, Thunder Strike had a 5 chance of hitting allies. 5% was both significant and negligible, entirely luck-based. In short, for players it came down to fortune. Those destined to be struck by lightning couldn't avoid it. Ma Liang's team was of middling difficulty among level 6 territories. The tougher ones were archer teams led by Shimok and Huang Quan. In early development, shield and spear troops dominated, so facing Shimok's strong control or Huang Quan's strength adaptability often resulted in high losses. But such assessments weren't entirely accurate. Level 6 territories generally had control skills, making battle losses purely luck-based. Shield type, first wave should be stable with the counter. Lu Xiao pondered, then filled the troops for all except Li Jian to full capacity. After upgrading the barracks, he now had 920 troops against the garrison's 15000. But with superior skills it was worth a try. Besides, some veterans could win with 600700 troops. 900 didn't guarantee defeat. It was just a matter of loss magnitude. As a newcomer, caution was warranted for the first level 6 capture. Selecting cavalry, Zhang Fei's team surged like tigers toward the level 6 stone territory. The march took over a minute, no idle time. The second team, led by Cao Cao and Zhao Yun, tackled a level 5 while the third continued paving roads. Normally, capturing territories above level 6 required a cleanup team to secure a second occupation if the main force faltered or was wiped out. Confident, Lu Xiao didn't waste the second team's stamina. Taking level 6 was certain, only the loss ratio was in question. In early development, losses had to stay within an ideal range for continuous captures. For level 5, losses under 500 were acceptable, for level 6, as low as possible. Lu Xiao's main goal was to climb the rankings for limited-time missions whose generous rewards were well justified. Though he had entered the top 50 and kept rising, progress had slowed. The leader Feng Xiao had also decelerated but was nearing the 1000 mark. He knew this was temporary, limited by stamina and recruitment speed. Feng's territories were nearly saturated, narrowing the gap. After the occupation chime, as expected, Zhang Fei's team succeeded. Lu Xiao's main concern was the battle report. Opening it, the first wave against Ma Liang cost less than 500 losses. Li Jian's fall was predictable. He had only one troop. His purpose was to buff Zhang Fei and Liu Bei. Even at full strength, his contribution was minimal and his skill levels were low. The second wave was unlucky, facing a counter and suffering 1500 losses. Overall, it was passable. He casually shared the battle report in the Alliance channel as a reference for others, lest newcomers stubbornly assume level 6 was only slightly harder than level 5. The share stirred up a storm. Lu Xiao thought 200 losses were considerable, but it was actually low compared to many who had attempted level 6 and failed. Wei Wu Du Xiu Wo, you took level 6. I'm still struggling with level 5s. Tian Su Shou Neo level 6. There are level 6 territories. Tian Su Er Yi, I think the guy above is a rookie. Master, accept my knees. Tian Su San Di, only I noticed the half-red Zhang Fei. How much did you spend, Master? Han Feng, congrats on level 6 ha. Feng Liu Li, I tried level 6 too, but didn't share the report. Not on the same level as 8-foot man. Tiansu, Sandy, nonsense, I won't believe without seeing the report. Lu Xiao knew Feng Liuli wasn't lying. Why recommend Feng Liuli join the friendly match? Because their main cities were close, and he spotted the level 6 territory still under truce near his city. After land capture, there was a 30-minute truce. During this time, the territory couldn't be farmed, abandoned, or seized by hostile alliances. Thus, a land under truce was usually recently captured. Feng Liuli here, report Wei Wu Du Xiu tisk high losses, but you still took it. Still using Xiahou Dun. Feng Liuli, don't underestimate Xiahou Dun. I also have Cao Cao planning away cavalry with Xiahou Dun, and Xingyu plus Xiahou Yuan for a team with Lu Bu and Huata. Ba Qin and Er, you really love cavalry. Feng Liuli, haha, not really. I'm saving gold ingots to draw Lu Sun later and try the commander fleet. Ba Qin and Er, coincidence, I plan to draw too. Ba Qin and Er team share. Zhou Yu team Ba Qin and Er, just missing Lu Sun. Wei Wu Du Xiu full red. Tian Su San Di, wow, so flashy, Master. Cheng Duo, I shouldn't have opened the channel. Qing Wu Yun Fei Yang, can you check if my team can handle level 6? It's my first time playing. Light Dance Cloud Soaring shared the Zhao Yun team lineup. 8-foot man. Cold Wind. Wind and Rain, my god, another maxed out Red Star Whale. Only I stand alone was shocked. Tian Su leader, a maxed out Red Star Zhao Yun and Zhang Fei Dam. Tian Su second master, am I hallucinating? How come there are so many maxed out Red Star players in the alliance? Tian Su third brother, I can smell the money. Lu Xiao was also startled by the sudden appearance of this new brother. He curiously checked the power value, which was only over 6,000, not matching his powerful team, but truly one cannot judge a book by its cover. He never expected that sharing a battle report could also flush out a big shot. It seemed he would have to share more often in the future. Joking to himself, Lu Xiao's mood was somewhat heavy. He had originally thought that with the assistant he could do whatever he wanted in the game. But thinking about it, there were too many wealthy people in real life spending hundreds of thousands on a game while he had only gained so little through the assistant. He had to keep his mindset right at all times. He still needed to continue working hard, developing quickly and capturing cities so that a large wave of rewards would come in. With a maxed out Red Star, Zhao Yun and Zhang Fei Light Dance Cloud Soaring's spending was definitely stronger than Lu Xiao's. Lu Xiao's main team was only half Red Star, and Liu Bei was only 1 Red Star. The difficulty of obtaining Zhao Yun and Zhang Fei was not low, and to get them to max Red Star you would need to pull them at least 5 times. Conservatively, Light Dance Cloud Soaring had spent at least tens of thousands. That was assuming his other lineups were also mostly red star. Not forgetting to reply to his question, Lu Xiao thought for a moment and typed, 8-foot man, your team is already level 30, so taking on level 6 is no problem. How many troops do you have now? Light Dance Cloud soaring 9,200 if I add Kaiwenji. 8-foot man, oh then you can go for it. Replace self-heal and aftermath on Zhao Yun. That's a soul opening build. Equip break formation and destroy fortifications and sweep 1,000 armies. Zhang Fei with imposing aura and fallen raven is correct. Give Kaiwenji 8 gates golden lock formation or dodge the sharp edge, something like that. Just bring one troop. Light Dance Cloud soaring, okay thanks. He'll give it a try. Only I stand alone, seeing so many aspirants in the alliance. I the leader am very comforted. Tion's the leader. Only I stand alone, by the way brother. Light Dance Cloud soaring, join the group. If you have any questions you can ask there too. Light Dance Cloud soaring, okay. With his own little plans in mind, only I stand alone type this while suppressing his inner glee. Only I stand alone, 8-foot, go tell Light Dance Cloud soaring to have a friendly match with sword pointing to the world tomorrow. I want go. 8-foot man, I was thinking the same thing. But brother, show your lineup looks good too. Why is your land development so poor? Only I stand alone, Sai am using Lu Bu for land development and he keeps dying. Only I stand alone, you talk to him. He'll just develop honestly tomorrow. At least as the alliance leader, I need to save face. 8-foot man, no problem, rest assured we can definitely beat sword pointing to the world. 8-foot man, brother Shio, what face do you have? You lost it long ago. Only I stand alone, I was a bit hesitant before, but now with this big shot added it's fine. Damn, are you insulting me, the alliance leader? It seems I've been too lenient with you guys. Ha, tomorrow we must crush sword pointing to the world or face military punishment. 8-foot man laughed. After fully replenishing the Liu Bei team's troops and waiting for Li Jian to recover from severe injuries, he continued to march toward the second level 6 land. During land development and player battles, when all a general's troops are routed, the general enters a severe injury recovery state. Only after recovery can they be deployed again. With the experience from the first level 6 land, Lu Xiao flexibly switched troop types. Since shield bow and cavalry were all viable, he had more options. Players with a single land development team would be more limited by troop type restrictions. That was also why some generals were so popular. Meanwhile, he hadn't forgotten only I stand alone's instructions. He found Light Dance Cloud soaring in the alliance member list and sent a friend request. Then he sent a message. 8-foot man, brother Light Dance, are you there? 8-foot man, can I talk to you about something? 8-foot man, tomorrow after the newbie period ends at 9 in the evening, our alliance is having a small friendly match with sword pointing to the world's alliance. 8-foot man, do you have time? If not, that's fine. Light Dance Cloud soaring, okay. Do I just march the troops there? Such a straightforward answer. It seemed this brother was quite unique. 8-foot man, yet just arrived before 6 o'clock. The coordinates are XXX. Not receiving a reply from Light Dance Cloud soaring, Lu Xiao didn't mind. After all, climbing the rankings was the top priority. With a little over a night left, he was currently ranked 45th, still far from the target of 20th. So while the first team continued taking level 6 lands, the second team couldn't stop either. Even with high losses, they had to keep taking level 5 lands. The third team could just build roads. Lu Xiao hadn't forgotten that failing the timed mission would bring punishment, let alone the rich rewards that were worth fighting for. Too bad I'm out of stamina. Looks like he'll have to work overtime tonight too. Silently commanding his troops, he suddenly noticed a nearby brother with a not-so-high power value. His eyes flickered slightly, and an idea came to him. 8-foot man, brother, are you there? The girl by the computer desk shook her double ponytails, puzzled to see a message from the Alliance's recognized big shot. The girl's name was Chun Axiu, and her in-game ID was not Xiaoer. She had just finished the college entrance exam and bored at home, saw an endorsement, and curiously downloaded 3 Kingdoms War. Unlike her classmates who preferred mobile games like Honor of Kings and PUBG, Chun Axiu had a special fondness for 3 Kingdoms-themed mobile games. The gameplay of 3 Kingdoms War was quite novel to Axiu. The talented girl picked it up quickly, but was limited by her wallet from spending money on the game. Even so, after familiarizing herself with the basic mechanics, her development speed was much faster than other Alliance members. As a free-to-play player, her power value was nearly 5,000. It had to be said that some people were just good at games and quickly found the way. Moreover, this mobile game was very entertaining and helped pass the boring time at home. Not Xiaoer, I'm here, big shot. What's up? Seeing Xiaoer's reply, Lu Xiao felt a bit awkward for some reason. A grown man saying, yeah, did sound weird. With a preconceived notion, he thought almost no girls played this game, subconsciously assuming everyone was male. 8-foot man, brother, you haven't opened a level 6 land, yet have you? Not Xiaoer, no I haven't. 8-foot man, how about this, can you build roads for me? 8-foot man, I won't let you work for free. They'll give you 10 yuan for each level 6 land. Add me on WeChat or QQ, and you can settle one by one or accumulate until the end. What do you think? 8-foot man, hey, brother, are you still there? The girl was stunned, a million thoughts racing through her mind. Was this how big shots valued their time? Too lazy to build roads, so they just bought them. Did your family know you were this extravagant? And was I Chun Axie the kind of person who cared about 10 yuan? Not shower, sorry big shot, I was in the restroom. Do you really want to buy me? I mean buy my road building services. 8-foot man, of course. If you agree, just start building. Don't worry, I'll definitely transfer the money. Can I add you on WeChat? WeChat transfer is more convenient. QQ works too. Not shower, okay big shot, I'll start right away. 8-foot man, as long as it doesn't interfere with your other stuff. Let's settle one by one to avoid the hassle of counting. Not shower, okay big shot. I'm on my way. 8-foot man, send me your WeChat first. Not shower, I'm too excited, hee hee. My WeChat is XXX. A mischievous grin spread across Lu Xiao's face as he replied. 8-foot man, I'll add you right away, ya. Wait for me, ya. Not shower. Are you mocking me? 8-foot man, no, ya. Remember to build roads when you have time, ya. Not shower, gosh. Stop copying me. Just as Lu Xiao finished capturing the third level 6 land, and his troops were retreating to the main city, Not shower sent a message. Not shower, big shot, I've built the road. Coordinates XXXX. I scouted it, it's a cavalry unit. 8-foot man, okay, I've sent you the money. Sighing with satisfaction at how great it felt to use money to pave the way, he waited for his troops to return, quickly switched to spearmen, and charged toward the coordinates provided by Not shower. At the same time, he switched screens and sent 10 yuan to this road builder. This also proved he wasn't trying to cheat. On the other side, Chen Axiu was nervously waiting for the big shot to pay up. She was really afraid this stranger would scam her. But the next second, she received a red packet confirming it was the agreed 10 yuan. Axius' little face flushed with excitement as she shouted in joy. This was the first time she had earned money through her own efforts. It was only 10 yuan, but what if she built roads for 10 level 6 lands? With the secret to wealth in her grasp, Axius' big eyes seemed to sparkle with dollar signs. I'm going to work hard on building roads. At that moment, she felt like she was back at the college entrance exam. With the assistance of Shower, the time spent on road building was saved, significantly speeding up Lu Xiao's progress to level 6. Picking ready-made targets was far more efficient than paving the way himself. After all, Shower couldn't unlock level 6 anyway. Once the ranking rush was over, Lu Xiao could simply yield when needed. By evening, the leaderboard showed him at 21st place with a power value over 9,000. The main issue was the fluctuating casualty rate on level 6 territories, so he hadn't claimed many. He estimated he could take 2 or 3 more before nightfall, leaving the rest for a midnight session. To avoid the embarrassment of oversleeping again, Lu Xiao set 3 alarms and sent a message to Shower. Brother Shower, I'm out of stamina now and will attack tonight. Just pave when you have time, don't sacrifice your rest. They'll settle accounts with you when I'm up. No worries, I just finished my college entrance exams, so I have plenty of time. As long as your wallet can handle it, I can keep paving. How I see. Don't overwork yourself. Alliance Mail Weiwu Do Show all members set up camps at coordinates 3161040. Siege at noon tomorrow. Each person must have at least 1 team of 2,000 siege units. Players at level 5 and above bring main forces. Tomorrow noon. That's to avoid the evening friendly match. Lu Xiao glanced at Zonto's position. Close enough for a direct march. With 8 garrisons of 15,000 troops, each he aimed to wipe them all out. That would net him a cool 120,000 coins. The novice period ended at 11 tomorrow, and his second team could almost awaken by then. His second team, Chao Chao, at level 25, Zhao Yun slightly higher due to early development at level 27. Since they'd be fighting tomorrow, had need to adjust their tactics. Liu Beizhong Fei and Li Jian would form a shield unit tomorrow, while Chao Chao and Zhao Yun would be cavalry. The first team's tactics needed no changes, only the second team. Zhao Yun's sweeping 1,000 soldiers would suit Zhang Fei better, but combining Falling Phoenix with breaching formations and crushing fortifications worked well too. So he'd keep sweeping on Zhao Yun for now. Once he got enough tactic points from limited time missions, he'd teach Zhao Yun Light and Swift Flying Swallow. Actually sleeping on brushwood and tasting gall would be more ideal, but Sun Quan remained elusive. If he pulled Sun Quan tomorrow, he'd equip it, he otherwise he'd stick with the current setup. Chao Chao's 8 trigrams was transferred to Li Dian, so he needed a replacement skill. He considered lip service and tongue battle paired with sitting alone in a lonely city, the former for control, the latter for healing. Combined with Chao Chao's inherent skill Tyrant of Chaos, which boosts damage dealt by 2 allies, the second team would be quite formidable. Finally, his stamina was completely drained. Checking the time, it was only 8 o'clock, but he decided to rest early to conserve energy. He calculated the timing, set an alarm for 2 in the morning, and sighed at how exhausting the game could be. But considering the assistant's rewards, it was all worth it. Time flew, and it was 2 in the morning. Lu Xiao lay in bed, opening his eyes in a daze. This was the time when sleepiness peaked, and being abruptly awakened left him disoriented. Having not stayed up late for so long, he needed a moment to recover. Rubbing his face, he opened the game. Before the loading screen finished, he dashed to the bathroom and splashed cold water on his face. The icy water jolted him awake, making him feel much more alert. Returning to the game interface, he immediately checked the latest message from Shower. Big shot, are you asleep? I can't hold on either. Good night. He hadn't paved much, only about 8 or 9 tiles. He'll continue paving for you when I wake up tomorrow. Coordinates XXXX. The message was sent close to midnight. This guy was really dedicated. Lu Xiao felt a touch of emotion, conveniently forgetting that he was paying for the service. Seeing about a dozen coordinates, he directly sent a red envelope of 200 yuan. Night shifts deserve some compensation. Lu Xiao marveled at the indomitable spirit of today's youth. He then began marching to each coordinate, each march taking 5 minutes. Though still drowsy, he forced himself to stay alert, focusing his mind for fear of dozing off and losing the opportunity. During the 6 hours he slept, his ranking didn't drop much. It seemed even the hardcore grinders couldn't endure staying up every night. At this point, the top pioneers were neck and neck. Whoever captured level 6 faster took the lead. Level 7 territories were still out of reach. Lu Xiao's camp technology wasn't yet at level 5. He needed a troop strength of at least 14 to 15,000 to consider it, but he was still under 11,000. He estimated that reaching the top spot would be tough, but breaking into the top 5 before the novice period ended was achievable. By now it was past 4 in the morning, and he had taken 7 level 6 territories. The coordinates further out were increasingly distant. The long march times showcased the resource scarcity of the starting province. The distant level 6 territories caused severe morale loss during marches, crippling troop effectiveness. With his eyelids heavy, he instantly recalled his troops' march toward the 8th level 6 tile and logged off to sleep. His power value finally settled at 11220, ranking 13th, only a few hundred points away from the top 10. Sometime later, sunlight streamed through the window, glaring and harsh. The weary young man on the bed struggled to rise. Glancing at the time, it was already 8 o'clock. Staying up late really took its toll. Lu Xiao sighed. He needed to hurry. Only 3 hours remained before the novice period ended. After breakfast, he connected to the home Wi-Fi. Luckily, he had turned it off before sleeping, so the battery was still at 60, enough for use. Otherwise, he'd face low battery in the morning without being able to charge and play. As soon as he connected, a WeChat message came in. Big shot, that's too much. I only paved 11 level 6 tiles, why so much? Lu Xiao smiled and typed back, night shift compensation. Bunk. Oh, then he'll accept it. Cautiously, just take it, it's only 200 yuan. Alright, but I woke up late and didn't pave much. Embarrassed. That's plenty, nothing to be embarrassed about. Rest is most important. He'll get online and keep paving for you. Axiu thought the big shot was utterly obsessed with climbing the rankings. To her, a game was just a game. Why throw money into it with no real return? Little did she know that every investment Lu Xiao made would yield enormous returns later. Lu Xiao logged into the game and checked the leaderboard. Fortunately, he had only dropped to 20th place. A few more level 6 captures might push him into the top 10. He sincerely hoped the grinders and whales ahead would slow down and give him a chance. By the way, assistant, what's today's daily mission? Too focused on capturing territories at night, he had missed the refreshed daily mission. Today's daily mission rank in the top 3 of the siege kill list. Reward 500 yuan. As expected, daily missions are pure welfare. Lu Xiao wore a knowing expression. After the first season ends, daily and main missions will change. Change. Lu Xiao was taken aback. Yes, specifics will be announced during the season settlement. The assistant's mechanical voice responded. Then why tell me now? Lu Xiao grumbled. He continued deploying Liu Bei as the vanguard. He always made Liu Bei the main general instead of Zhang Fei. Because some generals' inherent skills have additional effects when they serve as main generals. For instance, Liu Bei's inherent skill has a 10 chance to inflict weakness on the enemy while healing. Weakness prevents damage. Don't underestimate the odds, it's like a thunderbolt. When it hits, it's a pleasant surprise. Over 8 rounds, the system simulates battle outcomes. Sometimes the timing of a single skill activation can decide victory or defeat. While we can't control the system's judgment, we can maximize our chances of winning. Details make the difference. Watching the slow march speed, Lu Xiao felt helpless. Fortunately, the assistant only required a top 10 finish, which was within reach. With a little more effort, he could secure a spot before the period ended. There weren't many level 6 territories available to attack immediately. Xiao'er continued paving the way, and Lu Xiao couldn't stay idle. He deployed Zhuge Liang and Lu Sun to pave as well. With 3 hours left, he'd do what he could and let fate decide the final rank. As expected, by 11 o'clock, he had only managed to climb to 10th place. Fortunately, he did secure the 10th spot in the end. The limited time mission has ended. Your highest ranking has been detected as 10th place. The mission is 100% complete and the rewards have been distributed. 5,000 RMB, 5,000 battle experience points, and a guaranteed 5-star self-selection card. Among the rewards, the 5,000 RMB was originally the most generous. However, after unlocking the kill exchange, it became less significant. For Lu Xiao at this moment, the 5,000 battle experience points were the most crucial, barely enough to awaken Zhao Yun and Xiao Qiao. Next was the guaranteed 5-star card, ensuring he could obtain the desired general on the next draw. In many games, card draws always had some tricks, making it hard to get what one wanted. He planned to keep this card for now, just in case there was a general he could never draw. Although it was nearly impossible not to get a general after 12,000 draws, it was more a matter of rarity. There was no rush to draw cards. His current generals were sufficient for now. The 5,000 seemed substantial, but if he recharged, he probably wouldn't get top-tier generals. He had to wait until the main mission was completed and the kill exchange was unlocked. Thinking of this, Lu Xiao's heart ached. He was about to attack a Tier 3 city today, but his kill exchange hadn't been unlocked yet. 120,000 garrison troops. What a loss. Friendly reminder: your worry is unnecessary. Even if the kill exchange isn't unlocked, every battle and city attack you participate in will be recorded. However, you can only exchange after it's unlocked. Though the assistant's voice remained mechanical, it sounded melodious to Lu Xiao. What a kind assistant. I love you. Lu Xiao was instantly thrilled. A sudden idea struck him, and he asked, then assistant, regarding the main mission of becoming the top alliance in Shilyang, is it accomplished simply by defeating other alliances? The assistant will automatically calculate your alliance's comprehensive strength, including member activity comparisons and combat power comparisons. When the assistant determines that the alliance is the best in the province, the mission will be considered complete. In that case, the difficulty has actually increased. Lu Xiao fell into thought, somewhat disappointed. Simply put, the alliance needed to excel in all aspects within the province. Still, he was content knowing that the rise of loyalty first was only a matter of time. He marched his troops toward the city about 30 tiles away. By midnight, their morale would almost be fully restored. The daily draw limit in Rate 2 was 300 times, while in 3 kingdoms, it was said to be 1,000. 1,000 draws roughly guaranteed 33 orange tier items. Usually draws were done in sets of 5, making it 200 sets. A guaranteed orange appeared every 30 draws. Under normal circumstances, hitting the limit without bad luck meant not always relying on guarantees. To reach the draw limit, one needed at least 190,000 jade, costing less than 20,000 RMB. So if Lu Xiao could defeat all the Tier 3 city garrison troops, he could draw continuously for 6 days up to the limit. Of course, this was only possible if the kill exchange was unlocked. The mission rewards not only impacted the game, but also subtly changed Lu Xiao's life. Thus, he was truly grateful to have bound the game assistant. To ensure all garrison troops were defeated by him, Lu Xiao brought both his main forces. With this strength, he could easily break through the garrison. Given the current strength of his forces, the only issue was their lack of rarity. When his main force struck the city faster than others, securing the top kill count would be effortless. An hour could feel long, especially during class or meetings. An hour could also feel short, like a quick nap or watching an episode of a drama. Wei Wuduxiu placed great importance on the first Alliance city attack. This was evident from the 3 emails he sent. The first email, sent last night, announced the attack time and required troops and siege equipment to mobilize. The second, at 8 this morning, urged distant troops to depart early to ensure full morale by noon. The third was just now at 11:58, demanding all main forces strike the city at exactly 12 o'clock. Despite 70 to 80 troops gathering for the small Tier 3 city, Wei Wuduxiu was still somewhat dissatisfied. According to his requirements, each member should send 1 main force and 1 siege force. Even players who hadn't opened Tier 5 cities should send 2 siege forces. Yet on average, each member had only sent 1 unit. How many must have been absent? Once leads to twice. People unknowingly form habits in life and in games. A Tier 3 city wasn't that important, but the first attack also tested the Alliance's execution. Unfortunately, the result left him feeling helpless. Attacking the city would only take a minute or 2. All they had to do was take a moment to send their troops. However, Duxiu, upon reflection, understood. At the start of the season, members lacked a sense of belonging. Many players were self-centered with poor cooperation. Those unfamiliar with similar games still believed personal strength was everything. Little did they know that the possibility of one person defeating an entire alliance in 3 kingdoms was minuscule. As the game progressed, generals and tactics became more balanced, making teamwork increasingly vital. By then, with unity, even top players could be defeated. Of course, many players had to work hard or study diligently, which might explain why some couldn't respond to emails in time. Games should never interfere with real life, otherwise they lose their meaning. After all, the most important thing in gaming is to have fun, not to feel burdened. Though the alliance leader wasn't too concerned about the absences, a certain player surnamed Lu was displeased. So few people. Frowning, Lu Xiao instinctively opened the alliance member list. The alliance had nearly 70 members, but only about 40 had shown up. His frown deepened. The assistant's main mission required the alliance to become the top in showdown. Given this situation, he might as well switch alliances. In terms of city attacks, loyalty first seemed half dead. There weren't many inactive players, as Liu Xiao and Wei Wuduxiu always cleaned out dead accounts. Current members' power values changed frequently. This indicated that many didn't care about city attacks, and on a larger scale felt no attachment to the alliance, unwilling to contribute. At this point, many players would choose to develop their territories, subconsciously thinking, if I don't do it, someone else will, leading them to slack off. In the past, Liu Xiao wouldn't have bothered. But with the main mission's rewards being so crucial, he couldn't let slackers hinder loyalty first development. Moreover, defeating other alliances would inevitably absorb their active players to strengthen themselves. This was the victor's right. Since more members would join later, it was better to prepare space in advance. Thus, cleaning out the slackers was inevitable. His first email was about kicking members. Staring at the member list, his eyes showed hesitation. People are selfish. Kicking some players for his mission, though beneficial to the alliance in the long run, was ultimately for his own gain. After a moment of silence, Liu Xiao made his decision. Sender Bachi Nanair, titled Deputy Alliance Leader. Alliance Mail. I noticed many absentees in Zhongtao. Members whose troops didn't arrive, please privately message me before midnight to explain your reasons. The first city attack shouldn't be overly strict, but for strategic considerations, those absent without reason will be expelled after midnight. Members who explain their reasons must donate 10,000 of each resource to the Alliance warehouse. Expelled absentees are requested to voluntarily leave the group chat. After the noon attack at 12, I will spend a small amount to send a total of 1,000 renminbi in red packets in the group as thanks to those who participated. The above is effective immediately. Chaos erupted. The group exploded. After the email was sent, the Alliance chat instantly flooded with messages, some approving, some confused, even some cursing. But most expressed support, whether out of understanding or the promise of small red packets. In the Alliance channel, Tian's showdown damn is big shot Bachi furious. Tian's Sandy, if I were the leader, I wouldn't be able to stand it either. Lucky Show has a good temper. Too bad big shot Bachi has a hot temper, ha. Tian's air ye, honestly, it's a bit hard to look at. With so many of us in the Alliance, how many troops does the other side have? Hanfeng, even so, he was too harsh. Won't this kick out nearly half of them? Fengli Yuli, you can't say that. Those freeloaders contribute nothing to the Alliance. Kicking them out frees up spots, which is fine. Qingduodua, it's still a bit early. Cohesion needs to be cultivated slowly. I've never seen a deputy leader act so decisively. But not only is he decisive, he's also generous. $1,000 is a tenth of my salary. Tian's showdown TSK. Bushi Shower, no matter what big shot Bachi does, I think it's right. I've already sent out 1 main force and 2 siege units. Fuzi boring, I'll quit myself. Tian's Sandy, and one's gone. But aren't you all focusing on the wrong thing? There's a $1,000 red envelope. Fengli Yuli shallow. Hanfeng, who are you kidding? Where is it? Tian's Shonao. Tian's Sandy boss Bachi said he'll send it after we take the city. Hanfeng, haha. Tian's Shonao, no matter what, this was definitely right. With so many people willing to contribute in an alliance, if you always want to reap without sowing, who would be happy? Tian's Sandy, actually I think it's right too. Those who need to be kicked should be kicked. Qingwu Yunfiang, rewards and punishments are clear. Bachi non-air, anyone who still wants to quit now go ahead. The $1,000 isn't much, the remaining brothers can get a bigger share. Tian's Shonao, the big shot, is here, show some support. Tian's Air Yi support. Tian's Sandy support. Bushi Shower support. Fengli Yuli support. Wei Wuduxiu support is fine, but get your troops in now. Use siege units directly. Bachi has already wiped out the defenders. Tian's Shonao, damn that fast. Seeing everyone's troops moving, Wei Wuduxiu let out a sigh. Bachi non-air's move had truly shaken him. Honestly, aside from a bit of surprise, he felt mostly joy. If it were me, I wouldn't dare do that. I didn't expect Bachi to take a different path, first with a stick, then a carrot. After the excitement, fated Duxiu felt an inexplicable melancholy. Although Duxiu had played in old servers before, he had never seen such a domineering management handle inactive members in the early stages. Especially in the newbie season, where most people coast, this could easily ruin the alliance. Players all have pride. Even if your management, it's just in the game. Are you any nobler than me? So few alliances would do this. But today in his own alliance someone did. Wei Wuduxiu knew that although the alliance seemed weaker on the surface from losing some players, that wasn't the case. By removing the coasters, only the elites remained. After this, these members would not only be more active, but also feel a stronger sense of belonging to the alliance. No matter what, Bachi's intentions were good. Wei Wuduxiu thought Liu Xiao had done this for the alliance's future development, never imagining that the decisive man's first thought was still his own mission rewards. Bachi is more capable than me. He'll let him be the leader. This is the first time I've realized how tiring management is. Tapping the table lightly, he happily made the decision. Although not many came, the level 3 city's defenses weren't thick. Besides, the defenders had been wiped out by Lu Xiao's troops. So in less than 10 minutes, the ownership of the level 3 city Zhongtao changed to the Loyalty First Alliance. Congratulations to the Alliance Loyalty First for conquering the small city of Zhongtao. Although Loyalty First wasn't the strongest in the server, it was the first alliance to take a city. Usually an alliance's first city is taken after the newbie period's truce ends. But having a big shot early on is very helpful. Lu Xiao with just his Liu Bei team wiped out all the defenders, greatly reducing casualties for other members. This effect wanes as city levels rise and other players develop, but there's no doubt that a big shot's presence in the early game is like an anchor. During the siege phase, after all defenders are eliminated, the city defense phase begins. When the city's durability is reduced to 0, the city is taken. It's worth noting that the city belongs to the alliance that deals the final blow. Players without an alliance cannot attack cities. A player's main city or subcity can also be attacked by enemy players. Similarly, after all troops stationed in the city and the city's own forces are defeated, the durability phase begins. When durability reaches 0, the player's main city falls, and they become a captive. Subsidies lose their building bonuses, and the player must wait for allies to rescue them or pay a ransom. Whether attacking a city or a player's main city after all troops are eliminated, the durability damage is calculated in 5-minute rounds. For example, if Force A attacks Force B's main city with a siege value of 360 after 5 minutes, and before the next attack, it will reduce B's durability by 360. The same goes for cities. The durability of a level 3 main city is low, so it's easily taken. Bachi non-air, the red envelope, will be sent after clearing out the absent players who didn't show up. Don't worry, it will be sent. They'll set it to the same number as the group members, so if you don't want to wait, you can claim it tomorrow. Bachi Shower, he'll wait. Tian's showdown boss is generous. But how is Big Shot Bachi's team so strong that it just plowed through? I didn't even get a chance to touch them. Tian's air, that's several more meals. Big Shot Bachi is truly generous. Cheng Duodua, it's rare to meet such generous management in the newbie season. Bachi isn't afraid, well, take the money and run, haha. Tian's Sandy, only a fool would run. If you stay, won't there always be more? Cheng Duo found it amusing. Many big shots quit the game once the novelty wears off. Unlike regular players who agonize over their investments, many big shots are recklessly generous. So cherish the perks while they last. If the big shot quits, who knows if you'll ever encounter such luck again. In the friend channel, Lu Xiao felt a bit embarrassed for making such a big decision without consulting Brother Xiao. After thinking it over, he decided to explain proactively. Otherwise, even if Xiao didn't demote him, any lingering resentment would hinder their future cooperation in managing the alliance. Bachi non-air, Brother Xiao, I'm here to apologize. Crying my decision to kick out those coasters was a bit impulsive, but I had no choice. Seeing them like that made me angry. Flowers. Wei Wu Du Xiao, you didn't do anything wrong, Bachi. Honestly, I think you did the right thing. 8-foot man, huh? Brother Xiao, you can't be serious, right? Only I am outstanding, wiping sweat, 100% serious. Actually, I really admire you. Only I am outstanding. An alliance is like a great tree, and its members are the roots. Only when all branches of the roots work diligently can nutrients be delivered. If some branches slack off, it forces the hardworking ones to double their efforts. Only by pruning these rotten branches and letting the tree grow new roots can it recover and thrive. Only I am outstanding, so I understand and fully support your decision. 8-foot man. Brother Xiao, I'm so glad you understand. Only I am outstanding. Your actions are beneficial to the alliance's long-term development, so I definitely approve. However, because of today's situation, I've decided to make an important decision and need your advice. 8-foot man. What is it that requires my opinion? Only I am outstanding. Honestly, 8-foot, I feel you're better at management than I am. Only I am outstanding and you're decisive. I know that having too many inactive players hurts the alliance's development and can corrupt the overall atmosphere. Only I am outstanding, but I never thought to change it. I just let it be. That makes me unqualified as an alliance leader, and I've only just realized it. Only I am outstanding, so I want to pass the leadership to you. 8-foot man, a Brother Xiao, you're not sulking, are you? I think you're doing a great job as leader. And you're not as bad as you say. Large-scale absences during sieges are really hard to manage. Besides, if I hadn't acted impulsively today, I wouldn't have dared to do this. Moreover, many members in the alliance, including me, really respect you. Can you really abandon so many like-minded friends? Only I am outstanding. I'm not saying you'll leave, I just want to hand the leadership to you. If we were just a farming alliance, I'd gladly stay. But now the alliance has stepped onto the path of conquest for supremacy, even if it's just a spark. If I remain the leader and something like this happens again, I still won't have the ability to solve it. So it's necessary to replace me with a more capable leader. In the current alliance, I feel you're the only one suitable. 8-foot. I'm serious, not joking. 8-foot man, even so I still can't understand. If I did something that upset you, Brother Xiao, just tell me directly. There's no need to give up the leadership. Think about it. How would I feel? Everyone has their first time. It's not about lacking ability, just experience. This is just the beginning, and we can take it slow. Only I am outstanding. Don't try to persuade me. This is the result of careful consideration. You want to lead the Alliance brothers to supremacy, right? Trust me, as vice leader, you want to have as much impact as the leader. 8-foot man still no. What kind of move would that be for me? Only I am outstanding. If you want to agree, let's compromise. From now on, you handle Alliance battles and such while I manage sieges and disputes. We'll work together, and next season you take over as leader. How about that? 8-foot man. So in the end, I still become the leader? Only I am outstanding. Big boss 8-foot, can you step up? Only I am outstanding. You're strong, active, and full of fresh ideas. If you don't become the leader, who's more suitable? 8-foot man. Alright, since you put it that way. If our alliance achieves supremacy this season, it'll establish a new alliance next season. Deal. Only I am outstanding. Whether we achieve supremacy or not, it's settled. If we do get supremacy, it'll lead a farming alliance next season. 8-foot man. Alright, it's settled then. Don't think about stepping down this season. Brother Xiao, you need to believe in your charisma. Only I am outstanding. A big spender like you throwing money around at the slightest disagreement really makes me feel pressured. 8-foot man. Don't think like that. We're all brothers. Only I am outstanding. Haha, alright then. Let's leave it at that. 8-foot man laughing. I always thought Brother Xiao was the carefree type in the group chats, but reliable in crucial moments. I never expected to see him so shaken, especially because of my own impulsive decision. Even though Brother Xiao insisted he genuinely didn't want to be leader anymore, Lu Xiao still felt a pang of guilt. He wondered if he had been too domineering and eager to show off, making Brother Xiao uncomfortable. That's why he wanted to step down. But that couldn't be it. Although they'd only known each other for 2 days, a person's character often reveals itself through casual conversation, especially online, where anonymity lets your true self shine. Given Brother Xiao's behavior in the alliance, even if he wasn't exceptionally generous, he was certainly not petty. Lu Xiao couldn't figure it out. Lu Xiao thought he understood Brother Xiao to some extent, but everyone's perspective is limited. The reasons for Brother Xiao's decision to step down were simple. First, Lu Xiao's generosity put pressure on him. Second, his decisiveness. The email he sent earlier displayed his commanding presence vividly, with no hint of compromise in his words, as if they were truly on an ancient battlefield from the Three Kingdoms era. Comparing himself to that, Brother Xiao naturally felt unbalanced. Subconsciously aware of his own passive and laissez-faire attitude, he felt awkward and began to entertain various thoughts. Of course, if asked whether Lu Xiao really didn't want to be the leader, he would have firmly said no before. But now he couldn't say those 2 words so easily anymore. World Channel. Bashu Alliance conquer all lands. Leader Big Brother Shan TSK, Tisk, the loyalty first brothers from Shiliang, are so swift, even faster than the Shiliang Iron Cavalry. Haha, but we're planning to open a level 4 city tonight. Bashu Alliance conquer all lands. Vice Leader Brother Ping to didn't someone say not to stir the pot on the World Channel? Facepalm. Big Brother Shan, damn, I was just congratulating Shiliang for getting the first city in the server. What's stirring? Shiliang Alliance, Shiliang Iron Cavalry Vice Leader Feng Yuxiu, and then why do I feel some crude divide and conquer vibes? Shiliang Pai and I, just one city in Bashu, is making such a fuss. Bashu Big Brother Shan TSK Tisk, is that so? Shiliang Alliance Loyalty First Vice Leader 8-foot man, we just took a level 3 city. Seeing the big shots from Bashu acting like they've never seen anything before is adorable. One would think we'd captured Luoyang. Big Brother Shan TSK Tisk, seems like Loyalty First has big ambitions. Does your Shiliang boss know about this? Jiangdong Alliance Magic, Cat Member, Magical Garfield Bystander. Hebei Alliance Brotherhood Pavilion Vice Leader, Ilu Xuanda. Wow, is a fight starting. Hebei draw a circle. Is Shiliang really this tough? Shandong Alliance Red Dust Dream Official Cover. The World King, Tiger, the World Channel suddenly got lively. Damn, so many big shots. Pai and I, with such strong power, Bashu still resorts to such low tactics. Shiliang Alliance who holds sway. Leader Fu Yu, I didn't expect an alliance leader to only talk trash. Shiliang Alliance who holds sway. Vice Leader Ishu Hihi, I also congratulate the Loyalty First brothers for easily taking the level 3 city. 8-foot man, haha, then he'll congratulate the who holds sway brothers on their first kill in advance. Big Brother Shan, oh, the Shiliang friends are so united. Boring him out. The sarcasm and hypocrisy on the World Channel seemed perfectly normal to Lu Xiao. After a few exchanges, some alliances that were stirring the pot quietly left the channel. Timing is everything when stirring the pot. Although tensions were high within Shiliang, if alliances from other states showed hostile intentions, they would unite against a common enemy. The priority now was to deal with sword point to the world. With 2 or 3 hours of preparation time, Lu Xiao planned to deploy both main forces to ensure a decisive victory. The troops were set to depart at 5 o'clock with a march time of nearly an hour and over 3 hours to restore morale. 1 unit of spearmen and 2 units of cavalry were to maximize their combat effectiveness. Meanwhile, Lu Xiao privately messaged Qingwu Yunfiang and Fengli Yuli, learning that besides Zhao Yun and Zhang Fei's unit, Yunfiang also had a shield unit of Cao Cao Guohuai and Su Huang. Although Su Huang's level was low and his tactics incomplete, it was still formidable. Fengli Yuli only brought a single archer unit with Yuan Xiao and Lu Bu with decent tactic levels. Of course, the key factors remained Lu Xiao and Yunfiang. In Lu Xiao's estimation, the members of the Jianji Tianxiao alliance generally had low influence values, making it easy to guess who would be selected for the friendly match, likely including the leader and deputy leader. With some time to spare, Lu Xiao leisurely continued capturing territories. Having barely squeezed into the top 10, he had to maintain his position and not let his efforts go to waste. The leader of the Jianji Tianxia alliance, Dugu Jinyan, aside from this overt identity, was most importantly a pawn arranged by Bashu in Shiliang. At the start of the server, beyond its overt forces, Bashu had deployed assets in Shiliang and Jingchu. In Shiliang, they established an alliance to divide its personnel. In Jingchu, due to an unfavorable start, they placed agents there. After the Shiliang meeting, Dugu Jinyan notified the Bashu side. The Bashu management believed this was an opportunity to probe the strength of Ziliang's alliances, especially the Shiliang Iron Cavalry. To complete his mission, Dugu Jinyan had to defeat the trio of Zhongyi Dangxian. Including himself, he needed to select 2 more people. His first choice was the deputy leader, Aihong Nanju. As a complete novice, Aihong was not only passionate, but also generous, having recharged many 648s into the game. Although not on par with the top players of Bashu and Dugu Jinyan's eyes, he was more than enough to take on Zhongyi Dangxian. He then selected another administrator. In his view, aside from one person named Bakananer, the rest of Zhongyi Dangxian posed no threat. Dugu Jinyan's plan was certainly rosy, but he was unaware that Zhongyi Dangxian had made last-minute substitutions, transforming into a force far different from before. Underestimating them would undoubtedly lead Jianji Tianxia to suffer greatly. Bashu had 2 management groups, one for the main alliance Zhengzhan Sifang and another for all 4 alliances. At that moment, the general group was discussing the direction for breaking through the passes. Bashu was connected to 3 major provinces directly, to Shiliang in the north adjacent to Jingchu on the right and the resource province Guangzhong in the upper right. Bashu was debating the first and second targets for breaking through the passes. As mentioned earlier, provinces were separated by passes, so to enter the other 3 provinces, Bashu had to capture the connecting passes. Now Bashu was torn over which to attack first. Dashingu said, Shiliang is the weakest among all provinces, and we have an insider there. I think we should prioritize dealing with them. This would also slow their entry into Guangzhou. If we achieve this, we can dominate most of Guangzhou, delay development, and then eliminate Jingchu and Hebei. Hegemony will be within easy reach. Pingtu Gu countered, we can't attack Shiliang first. In all servers, the norm is to target resource provinces first. After entering Guangzhou, if Shiliang allies with Hebei, we can take the pass Xiaowan connecting them. Our current priority is to counter Hebei. Eliminating our biggest competitor is the key to securing hegemony. Jiang Shui Rao Donglu added, indeed, we must first enter Guangzhou. Don't forget our primary objective, capturing Xiqing and Shanglua, the passes connecting Guangzhou and Jianghan, to ensure we can safely counter Hebei. Otherwise, if Jiangdong and Shandong join forces with Hebei, we'll be in a tough spot. Dashingu said, I admit my consideration was incomplete. Let's arrange to capture the pass and enter Guangzhou as soon as possible. Forget about Shiliang and Jingchu for now. If they're foolish enough to attack us, they'll have the insider stall for time. Zhan Wushuang said, Shiliang is having a friendly match. We can have Jianji Tianxia cause some trouble to buy time. Dashingu replied, agreed. The time for troop departure arrived. Lu Xiao moved his forces to the designated positions, estimated the time, and decided to get some sleep first. Having stayed up late last night to climb the rankings, he was drowsy and needed to take care of his health. It seemed he was not the least bit nervous about tonight's match. Thinking about it, if the leader of Jianji Tianxia was so laid back, how formidable could his subordinates be? Setting an alarm for 8:55, Lu Xiao calmly lay down on the bed. Though small in scale, only 6 participants, this friendly match carried significant meaning. Over a dozen troops stood poised on the land, with Jianji Tianxia fielding 1 more unit than Zhongyi Dangxian, putting Lu Xiao's side at a disadvantage. Just before 5 o'clock, Jianji Tianxia's forces had already taken their positions. Within a few minutes, the 5 units of Lu Xiao Yunfiang and Fengli Yuli from Zhongyi Dangxian also arrived at their designated spots. The 2 sides were now 1 tile apart, with their troops stacked on 2 non-adjacent parallel tiles, leaving a buffer tile in between. The rules were simple. After 9 o'clock, both sides would march their troops into the buffer tile. They could send units one by one or all at once as long as the buffer tile was occupied by their own alliance's troops. If one side failed to have troops on the buffer tile for over a minute, even if they still had units at their starting position, they would lose. Alternatively, if one side's troops were completely wiped out, the other side would be declared victorious. In the game, when multiple units overlapped on the same tile, their troop types were invisible. Thus, players had to make quick judgments within the dozen or so seconds of marching and respond optimally. At 8:55, Liu Xiao logged into the game. Both sides' participating members were on high alert, with alliance members closely watching. It was no exaggeration to say that during the peak player activity hour at 9 p.m., at least 100 pairs of eyes were fixed on the buffer tile. As 9 p.m. approached, second by second, Liu Xiao scrutinized the enemy's movements. At exactly 9 o'clock, the opposing deputy leader Ihong Nanju's spearman unit emerged. Fengli Yuli, equally focused, dispatched his archer unit. Originally, it was a cavalry unit with Lu Bu and Xiaohou, but Liu Xiao believed the enemy would mostly field spearmen, so archers were the better choice. To prevent Lu Bu from dying early, Fengli Yuli made Yuan Xiao the commander, equipping damage reduction tactics to ensure Lu Bu's survival. The vanguard units from both sides arrived at the engagement point one after another. Before the spectators could catch their breath, the battle entered a stalemate. Seeing this, Liu Xiao did not hesitate to send out his Liu Bei unit. The enemy was slightly slower, and a shield unit from another Jinji Tianxiao member began marching. After a moment's thought, Liu Xiao pulled his second unit, the Cao Cao unit, into the fray. As expected, the Liu Bei unit effortlessly defeated one of Ihong Nanju's main forces. Upon opening the battle report, Ihong's lineup was similar to Liu Xiao's, centering on the core combination of Liu Bei and Zhang Fei. However, Zhang Fei was the main general, with Liu Bei and Cai Wenji as deputies. The tactics also differed slightly. Liu Bei carried the top-tier healing tactic Serpent and Chariot and awe the enemy, while Zhang Fei wielded Irresistible and Break formations. Cai Wenji had weakened but had not yet unlocked her third tactic slot. Ihong's all-strength tactic lineup seemed intimidating but had significant flaws. The key issue was Zhang Fei's skills. Irresistible and Break formations had low activation rates and required a one-turn preparation, making them highly susceptible to interference. Moreover, placing Zhang Fei as the main general was problematic. As mentioned earlier regarding general stats, while Zhang Fei excelled in command and might and had excellent speed, his intelligence was abysmally low, making him extremely vulnerable to fatal damage from tactical attacks. In the crucial position of main general, any misstep could plunge him into the abyss of defeat. This flaw wasn't apparent when developing on level 5 territories. However, on level 6 territories, the defending garrisons shifted from predominantly physical damage to diverse compositions, incorporating both tactical and physical output. By level 8, enemy forces rivaled player armies in strength, with balanced teams boasting tanks, healers, powerful damage dealers, or strong supporters. Using generals with low stat caps as main generals in such scenarios invited defeat, as the enemy could target them to annihilate the entire force. Thus, designating Zhang Fei as the main general was likely a flawed decision. Fengli's Lu Bu was developing well, with a solid tactic configuration, wielding 100 cavalry ambush and 1 cavalry versus 1,000. Both were top-tier rank assault tactics that had a chance to activate after a normal attack. Synergizing with Lu Bu's innate skill Peerless, they could achieve greater results. Both tactics also dealt increased damage to the enemy, main general reflecting Fengli's capture the king strategy. After all, the battle ended once one side's main general fell. Unfortunately, his Yuan Xiao was poorly developed, not even awakened with a low-level innate skill. He had learned evasive maneuvers, and with some luck, barely managed to draw. Yuan Xiao was clearly in the early stages of training. In Season 1, Lu Bu's unstable tactic activation and extremely low intelligence meant that using him as a core required ensuring his survival. Thus, excellent support or healing generals were necessary. The best support was Guijia, while the preferred healer was Hua Tuo. This gave rise to the famous Hua Xia Lu lineup, Lu Bu Hua Tuo Xiahou Yuan, or the cavalry formation of Lu Bu Guijia Xiahou Yuan and Lady Zhurong, which also performed admirably. A weaker alternative like Fenglis paired Lu Bu with Yuan Xiao or similar generals, typically outstanding Kun faction generals with a rank or higher troop suitability, such as Lu Lingqi Gongsun Zan's with CI or Zhu Jun. Notably, Zhu's cis-based suitability was poor, but due to his hidden immortal trait, it improved to a rank in battle. Zhu Jun, a standout 4-star purple general, had an innate skill that ignored enemy defenses and dealt terrifying damage with low acquisition difficulty, making him a great choice even if not paired with Lu Bu. Despite Yuan Xiao's poor development in Fengli's team, they still managed to draw with Ihong's sword pointing to the world lineup, which was astonishing. Although the enemy suffered only 30 casualties, Fengli's Yuan Xiao fell. Lu Bu had barely over 1,000 troops left, over 80 casualties, and the enemy still had nearly 10,000 troops. With inferior tactic levels, their only advantage was archer countering cavalry, yet they still achieved a draw. Ironically, Aihen's team was later crushed by Liu Xiao's Liu Bei force with minimal losses. Not all tactics need to be rank. Some ranked tactics often shine in battles, playing crucial roles. The most important factor is suitability and synergy with the general, not rarity. Since the enemy lacked 8 gates formation, Liu Xiao had the advantage of striking first. Combined with his Zhang Fei's exceptional performance, landing 5 consecutive falling phoenix strikes on the enemy's damage-dealing Zhang Fei, he dealt massive damage, decapitating Aihen's main general and forcing a defeat. In mere seconds after viewing the report, the enemy's reinforcing shield troops arrived belatedly. Before they could catch their breath on the contested territory, Liu Xiao's Liu Bei force routed them, sending them scurrying into retreat. Another report showed the enemy fielding a Liu Bei Guan Yu combo. Guan Yu, true to form, put on an acting display, refusing to activate his innate skill, Awe the World, and was easily driven off. Liu Xiao's main Liu Bei force suffered only 1,000 casualties. Thus his main force remained healthy, still around 10,000 troops. Now Sword Pointing to the World had only 4 teams left, while Loyalty First also had 4, as Fengli had withdrawn. It seemed evenly matched, but having lost their strongest combatant, Sword Pointing to the World was essentially doomed. At this moment, due to the defeat of the powerful player Aihen, the Sword Pointing to the World Alliance channel erupted in chaos. Comb in the middle. Whoa, big bro, Aihen is done. Are they that strong? Wielding power, it's over. The remaining teams probably can't beat 8-Foot Man either. Lonely 9 thoughts, damn, what's going on? Is 8-Foot Man's team that strong? Aihen, I still have a shield team, but I doubt it can beat him. They'll give it a try anyway. Unlike their gloom, Loyalty First was filled with jubilation, as if they could already see the dawn of victory. 8-Foot Man battle report. Liu Bei team versus Zhang Fei team. 8-Foot Man battle report. Liu Bei team versus Guan Yu team. Only me is outstanding, awesome. A streak of 2. Celestial Strategist leader. The other side has a big shot too, but not as good as ours, haha. Celestial Strategist, third brother, big bro, 8-Foot is mighty. Not a show-off, applause. 8-Foot Man, haha, enough talk. They're sending another team. Friend channel. Light dance cloud flying, my turn. 8-Foot Man, sure. Thinking that Sword Pointing to the World was unlikely to field any more heavy hitters, he decided to let Yun Feiyong deliver the final blow of despair. Upon receiving the reply, Yun Feiyong silently mobilized his fully upgraded Zhao Yun cavalry team to the battlefield. Meanwhile, Lonely 9 Thoughts had already ordered a full assault. Lonely 9 Thoughts, alright everyone, prepare. Charge together in 15 seconds. Aihen, okay, let's fight to the death. The 4 teams from Sword Pointing to the World charged fearlessly at Yun Feiyong's main force. Their intentions were noble, but the moment they arrived, they scattered in chaos, utterly routed. Light dance cloud flying battle report. Seeing the report shared by the Alliance leader, the Sword Pointing to the World channel fell into an eerie silence. The screen was filled with ellipses highlighting the shock of those typing. Countless holy shits rose and fell like celebratory fireworks for Loyalty First victory. With that, the Sword Pointing to the World Alliance withdrew from the race to become the premier alliance of Shiliang. While the battle between Loyalty and the World Alliance raged on, the confrontation between Iron Cavalry and the Sink or Swim alliances commenced almost simultaneously. Each side had 6 teams standing silently across a single tile of land, locked in a stalemate. Under the tense atmosphere, the troops began to move, and soon the 2 sides clashed. Unlike Loyalty's overwhelming dominance, the initial engagement was evenly matched. Just as Fuyo felt the scales of victory tipping in his favor, the appearance of a single player shattered his illusions. That one person alone routed all the Sink or Swim combatants. Fuyo stared intently at the players IDA long. At the moment of total rout, scenes flashed before Fuyo's eyes, from founding the alliance, painstakingly recruiting members, to meeting players like Ishu. The memories ended with the recent defeat. He murmured softly, Sink or Swim has lost, completely lost. He had underestimated Iron Cavalry's strength. Watching his scattered troops, Fuyo was filled with gloom. Shiliang Iron Cavalry, as the premier alliance of Shiliang, gathered the most active players among the 4 alliances, boasting a considerable number of high-level players and quite a few spendthrifts. To Peony, Sink or Swim was merely a minor obstacle. To crush Sink or Swim's resolve and establish Iron Cavalry's reputation as invincible and formidable, Peony arranged 3 top players, but initially sent only their second teams. As expected, they were slightly outmatched against the first teams of Sink or Swim's 3 members. This was Peony's strategy. When Fuyo thought victory was near, he committed all his main forces, instantly crushing Sink or Swim's troops and securing an easy win. Sink or Swim, on the verge of victory and at their most elated, now faced a crushing reversal. The stark contrast naturally bred resistance and fear among the members as their morale took a heavy blow. It wasn't about being outmatched, the dread came from giving their all only to be effortlessly defeated. After taking down Sink or Swim, Peony was astonished to learn that Loyalty had also emerged victorious. Hearing that Sword Point World had been easily crushed by Loyalty First, Peony's first reaction was disbelief. But seeing the state chat filled with sighs from world members and the joy radiating from Loyalty players, he began to believe. Only after asking Dugu Junyan did he accept this incredible outcome. In Peony's view, World's strength far exceeded Loyalty's, but he never expected to be so wrong. Loyalty actually had hidden top players. Iron Cavalry Management Group. Feng Yuxiu, I asked around indirectly through others. It seems besides Bachi non-air, Loyalty First has another big shot called Qingwu Yunfiang, even stronger than Bachi reportedly, with all maxed out generals. Peony maxed out. We have some too. A Lung counts and Daxia is half. Feng Yuxiu, no, I mean all generals currently available. That Yunfiang has them all at max. Peony. Impossible. I can believe some main teams are maxed, but all generals. There aren't many generals yet, but maxing them all would cost a fortune, right? Along I still have many generals not maxed. If all were maxed, it would mean at least tens of thousands in spending. Does Loyalty First have such a wealthy player? Even in Bashu there aren't many maxed out players. Feng Yuxiu, true. I know the active ones in Bashu. Their leaders are half maxed. But Feng Xiaoxiao is close to maxed if not fully. Even if there are others, they won't be many. Bachi Daxia maxed out. We should keep an eye on such a player, especially since they're not in our alliance. Peony, I thought Loyalty First was the weakest, but out of nowhere comes Yunfiang. Feng Yuxiu, should I try to recruit him? Peony, are you kidding, Fengzi? Feng Yuxiu, why would I kid you? Give him a title or something. If he jumps ship, he'd expect benefits. A top player like that doesn't lack money, so what conditions can we offer? Peony, no need. I don't like such tactics. When we win, he'll come to us. Don't forget, Loyalty only has these two strong players while we have many. Besides, maxed out or not, his power score isn't high. His development can't be that good, so our odds are still favorable. I think Sword Point World is just a paper tiger. 6 main teams barely beating one of theirs. Ridiculous. Feng Yuxiu, you're the leader, you decide. If you're not worried, I won't say more. Along, Peony's right. Maxed out or not, I'll handle him. Bachi Daxia, he'll take Bachi non-air. There's also a friend of mine in the alliance, Wu Ji Sua AI, with a good team. Call him in, and Loyalty can't beat us. Peony, good. That's settled for tomorrow. Everyone go about your business. Luaji Goatsai, did I miss something? Despite his words, Peony was wary of this sudden top player, but as leader he couldn't show weakness. Besides, being maxed out didn't guarantee victory. Trying to console himself, he suddenly wondered if Bachi non-air had known about this maxed out player all along and set a trap. He forgot he could have refused, but in his haste to unify Shiliang, he acted rashly. Never mind, he thought. He'd take it step by step. If he beat Loyalty, Shiliang was his, if not, there was no other way. Peony calmed himself. Sword Point World was even more desolate. After the night's battle, many members quit, even more than Sink or Swim. Dugu Junyan felt helpless. His alliance built as a vanguard for Bashu and Shiliang had been crippled by a mere friendly match. Thinking about it, Dugu Junyan fumed. He had wanted to withdraw from this pointless rivalry, knowing Bashu would eventually crush all alliances. But Ihan Liang Nanju's opposition forced World into the match. Knowing his alliance's state, he saw it as a waste of energy better spent on development and recruitment to aid Bashu's offensive. Now, not only had they lost their main forces, but also their morale. Ihan Liang Nanju had been taken down by Bachi non-air as well. Sighing, he took solace in discovering Loyalty First's hidden strength. At least he could report this intelligence to Dashingo and give Bashu something. Loyalty First Alliance Group. After kicking out many inactive players, the alliance had shrunk to under 40, but cohesion improved. All remaining players joined the group, and the last to join was the star of the friendly match, Qingwu Yunfiang. Weiwu Duxiu, congratulations on defeating Sword Point World. If we beat Shiliang Iron Cavalry tomorrow, we'll be the top alliance in Shiliang. Thanks to Qingwu Yunfiang and Bachi non-air for their heroic efforts and Feng Liyuli for their contributions despite an early exit. Let's give a round of applause. In the friend channel, after discussing how to deal with Zhongyi, Feng Yuxiu still felt uneasy. Unable to rest easy, he decided to privately seek out the vice leader of Zhongyi, Bachi non-air, to see if he could persuade Zhongyi to agree to change the PK method. I'm doing this for the alliance, hoping that Pi Ni, that stubborn mule, will thank me properly later. Thinking this, Feng Yuxiu spotted his target on the leaderboard and silently sent a message. Feng Yuxiu, Bachi brother, you there? Lu Xiao caught sight of a message from the vice leader of Iron Cavalry and asked curiously as he typed. What's up? Feng Yuxiu, first, congratulations on defeating Jianji Tianxia against the odds. It was truly an eye-opener for me, haha. Feng Yuxiu, it's like this. I feel that 3 vs 3 is a bit too small in scale and not very interesting. The battles lack excitement. Not long ago, you kicked out so many members from your alliance. Those who remain are likely elites who have survived the survival of the fittest. Surely you need a battle to hone your coordination. Coincidentally, the members of our alliance are also itching for a fight. Unfortunately, the previous friendly match format had limited slots, which disappointed many brothers. So the Iron Cavalry wants to have a full alliance sparring match with you. What do you think? Lu Xiao sneered inwardly. What utter nonsense, claiming the battles weren't satisfying and everyone was eager. The truth was they'd heard about our full power members and feared losing in 3 vs 3, which would bruise their pride. Worried about merging into Zhongyi later, the Iron Cavalry must be panicking. Just as he was about to type, "I refuse," Lu Xiao hesitated as if struck by a thought. If he refused outright, the Iron Cavalry might fly into a rage and start an alliance war, which would be detrimental to Zhongyi Dangxian. Besides hindering development, it could also affect his strategy, becoming the top alliance in Xiliang, and give Jianji Tianxia and Chen Fu a chance to turn the tables. What Zhongyi needed most now was time. Given time to absorb some active players coupled with generous benefits surpassing the Iron Cavalry would be a piece of cake. But if war broke out now, it would undoubtedly stifle their growth. Though unlikely, if Pai and I lost his mind and insisted on fighting, it would be troublesome. Moreover, Feng Yuxiu had a point. After weeding out players who missed city captures, the remaining brothers were active, but their combat prowess was unknown. If they could test their skills against a formidable opponent, it would give Lu Xiao peace of mind. In Xiliang, the only suitable choice was undoubtedly the Xiliang Iron Cavalry. Finally, if Lu Xiao wanted to complete the main quest, defeating the Iron Cavalry would make it easier. 3 vs 3 was indeed too small in scale, and failing to meet the assistance requirements would be troublesome. So it was better to seize the opportunity presented by the Iron Cavalry's vice leader's new proposal and fight a large-scale battle. After weighing the pros and cons, Lu Xiao made up his mind. Nevertheless, he wanted to test how the Iron Cavalry would react to the usual 3 vs 3 format. If Feng Yuxiu insisted on an alliance war, it meant the Iron Cavalry had no members confident of defeating Yun Feiyang, indicating that in top-tier combat power Zhongyi had matched or even surpassed them. It seemed the Iron Cavalry must have received battle reports from Jianji Tianxia, prompting a change of heart. Lu Xiao was mistaken on this point. The Iron Cavalry's management had decided to stick with 3 vs 3. Feng Yuxiu had gone against Pai Ni's wishes and approached him privately. However, even if Pai Ni found out later, he wouldn't be angry. Over multiple seasons and years of friendship, Feng Yuxiu was his most reliable comrade. Such a trivial matter wouldn't bother him. Bachi Nanair, that doesn't sound great. Feng Yuxiu, how could it not? Consider it a small skirmish. Since both our alliances are developing well, a fight would help us understand each other. As they say, from fighting friendship grows. Lu Xiao, who had already intended to agree, seized the chance to voice his idea. Bachi Nanair, I also enjoy large-scale battles. But you know we have fewer people now. A full alliance match would give you too much advantage. How about this? Our alliance has 45 members, so you field 45 too, and we fight. Feng Yuxiu. Alright, let's keep the same time. Tomorrow at 9 p.m. or near your Zhongtao area. We'll take the disadvantage since we proposed the change. Bachi Nanair agreed. Let's prepare accordingly. Feng Yuxiu, okay, friendship, first, competition second. Lu Xiao sneered at this but typed a few words. Yes, long live friendship. Bachi Nanair, that's the situation, brother Xiao. What do you think? Wei Wu Duxiu, laughing, I told you before, I'll leave battle matters to you. I trust you in our alliance. Bachi Nanair sighed, I smile, alright. Since morale is high after the victory, I'll distribute some perks in the group and inform everyone about the change. Wei Wu Duxiu, no problem. Zhongyi Dangxian Alliance Group. Bachi Nanair, red envelope, keep up the good work. Bachi Nanair, red envelope, defeat the Iron Cavalry. Qingwu Yun Fei Yang, red envelope, congratulations, and wealth. Wei Wu Duxiu, damn, sending red envelopes while I'm typing. Tiance Shoneo, thanks boss. Tiance Air Yi, I knew it. When it comes to perks, we never lose. Long live red envelopes. Hanfeng, nice. Cheng Duo, outrageously generous, but I love it, ha. Bachi Nanair, perfect timing, everyone's here. Let me say something. Bachi Nanair, the format for tomorrow's sparring match with the Iron Cavalry has changed. Unlike the 3 vs 3, with Jianji Tianxia ITLL be a full alliance participation. That means everyone must join. So I hope you all perform actively. After the battle, based on the merit rankings, the top 3 will receive rewards of 128, 98, and a monthly card respectively. Don't worry, Qing Wu and I won't be in the rankings. Wei Wu Duxiu, everyone be active. Our alliance's victory over Jianji Tianxia has made the Iron Cavalry nervous. They're afraid of us in 3 vs 3, so they demanded a larger scale. Bachi, and I think it's a good idea, mainly to test your strength and show the Iron Cavalry we're no weaker than them. Don't just freeload the red envelopes, show them what we've got. Tiance, Cindy, wow, I'm so excited. Finally we can join the fight. I felt embarrassed just watching from the sidelines. Tiance Air E Tisk, among the 3 of us, you're the thickest skinned. Embarrassed. Tiance, Sandy, damn it Air, I call you second brother out of respect, but you're getting cocky, huh? Wait till I come up to your bunk and give you some loving encouragement. Tiant's air, ye damn you by. Tiant's show now machine gun sweep my two brothers got a bit excited. Apologies everyone. Botching on air. Hanfeng wiping sweat fighting is good. Let me experience the strength of the top alliance in Shiliang. Bushy Shower beat them to a pulp hee. Chung duo shy having taken so many red envelopes I suppose we should do something. Let's thrash the Iron Cavalry so badly they'll be rolling on the ground. Weiwu du show ahem, keep it low-key. Friendship first. Bachi Nanea yes. Also regardless of the outcome, don't taunt them on the World Channel. Keep a long-term perspective. After defeating the Iron Cavalry, our horizons won't be limited to just Shiliang. 8-foot man since everyone agrees well move the troops to Zhongtao before 9 in the evening preferably earlier. Each person must bring at least one main force, and everyone is required to participate. If you have prior engagements, please ask for leave in advance. After all, the enemy has at least 45 people, and we are fewer in number. I hope everyone can make it unless there are special circumstances. Only I shine if we really start fighting at 9 the battle might be over in 10 minutes. After all, we have fewer people, and over 40 units won't take long to finish. So everyone please try to find the time. Heavenly Strategy Leader good. Heavenly Strategy Second Brother, alright I'll be there on time. Heavenly Strategy Third Brother, oh ho I noticed that no matter when we 3 Heavenly Strategy brothers always speak in order. Heavenly Strategy Second Brother, that's because you goof type too slowly. Not showy I'm so nervous. Patting head Heavenly Strategy Third Brother goof, your big head off. By the way, is the person above a girl. Not showy so what if I am? Disdainful Heavenly Strategy Third Brother nothing. Sycophant Sister showy how about we get to know each other? Not showy you're just a little brother go play somewhere else. Heavenly Strategy Leader, ha, am dying of laughter. Third Brother you're just a little brother. Heavenly Strategy Second Brother Third Brother you're just a little brother. Cold Wind Third Brother you're just a little brother. Heavenly Strategy Third Brother life is hopeless 8-foot man laughing loudly Cold Wind tomorrow during the fight, everyone keep an eye out. Don't let the enemy big shots break through our formation. Through wind and rain that depends on 8-foot and the cloud soaring expert. I'm just a fake big shot ha. 8-foot man chuckling how about this light dance and I will charge their camp group in the first wave. Other players set off at the same time and charge together. By the way brothers, don't just send one main force. Bring some Spartans or siege equipment. We'll destroy their main force first, then start dismantling their camps. Light dance cloud soaring okay. 8-foot man grinning brother wind and rain along with the 3 Heavenly Strategy brothers and others with a top-tier lineup follow us in the charge. ITLL be over quickly basically in one wave. Whether we can defeat the Iron Cavalry depends on everyone uniting. Only I shine, yeah everyone listen to 8-foot's command then. This battle will decide our future. Shiliang Iron Cavalry member group, 74 people Vice Leader Feng Yushio, everyone set up camps near coordinates 31611040. Recommended spots 31711031 and 32411041. All members must participate. Ask for leave in advance if you have prior engagements. After setting up the camps, move your main forces there. Send as many troops as you can. Everyone must be fully in place by 8 tomorrow evening. At 9 we will fight to the death with the Loyalty First Alliance. Prideful glance, what's going on? Didn't we agree on a 3 vs 3? Feng Yushio Loyalty first approached me to change it. They want a bigger show. Prideful glance I see. Then everyone participates. Every brother must come. The top 3 in battle achievements will be rewarded with a monthly card everyone. I hope everyone will actively join in. Though still filled with doubt, Prideful glance knew the matter was settled. The worst thing a manager can do is change orders frequently and managers' demands should not conflict with each other. Since Feng Yushio had said so, it was pointless to argue further. Besides, an alliance war was far better than a 3 vs 3. At the very least, they could have a greater advantage. Many alliance managers from other servers send multiple emails in a row either about trivial matters, repeating orders, or overturning previous arrangements. In short, alliance emails in the game shouldn't be sent casually. At the very least, one should have a plan and not just say whatever comes to mind. Above the emails are alliance decrees, which are generally used to enact regulations or convey important information to alliance members, such as resource land management laws or declarations of war against another alliance. They are rarely used, but when they are, it's usually for major events. Most of the time, emails are sufficient. Along so an alliance war has finally broken out, haha. Buchi Desya, are you excited along? Along a little. I got bored after just 2 days of pioneering. Fighting is the most fun part of this game. Farming is boring. Logic genius, the format changed again, huh? That's good. A lot of brothers wouldn't have had a chance otherwise. Smirking my beloved, everyone is participating. I thought I was going to fight for the nation. Dikuka fighting, hee I'm so excited. I thought I wouldn't get a chance, but this is thrilling. Labrador, just don't let things get too heated. Laughing loudly, Feng Yushio, everyone must give it their all this time. Don't let your guard down. Some of you may already know that although Loyalty First has fewer people, they are mostly highly active players with plenty of big shots. Even if they're not as strong as us, they're not far off. So be cautious. When fighting their main force, check the counter and don't rush in blindly. Prideful glance old foam is right. Everyone take this seriously. Winning or losing this fight is crucial. It will determine the future positioning of our alliance. Give it your all, everyone. Along determined, our alliance's strength is evident to the entire server. It hasn't been easy climbing from behind to where we are now. I hope the title of the top alliance in Shiliang won't be taken by another. As long as we stay united, no one can defeat us. Let's go tomorrow. Buchi de Xiago. Long live the Iron Cavalry. Logic genius, long live the Iron Cavalry. Aku, long live the Iron Cavalry. With time still available, Lu Xiao planned to arrange for his troops to level up a bit more. The first team was fine, but for the second team, he planned to add Kai Wenji to Cao Cao and Zhao Yun, giving him one more general. The third team wasn't necessary. Zhuge Liang and Lu Ming had poor tactics, and sending them to the battlefield would just be feeding the enemy. So it was better to focus on training the second team. Kai Wenji could use a damage-reducing tactic like barrier, while the key was still Cao Cao and Zhao Yun. Even if they leveled up, they wouldn't be as good as a team led by Liu Bei. The gap in tactics was too great unless they advanced a few more times. A single red star gave 10 attribute points, which was a decent bonus for pioneering. But the most important thing was the prestige. The next day, 9 hours remained until the agreed time. Only I Shine the Iron Cavalry has quite a lot of people. I think there are nearly 60. By 9 o'clock, everyone will probably be here. 8-foot man, there's no helping it. Even if we disagreed to an alliance war, it wouldn't matter. They could flip the table anytime. The Iron Cavalry won't allow any alliance to threaten them. Only I Shine. Yeah, actually, I was thinking, why not launch a surprise attack now? Some of their troops haven't recovered their morale yet. 8-foot man, forget it. Winning like that wouldn't be honorable. Our goal is still to absorb their high-level players. If we do that, they'll never come to us. Only I Shine, I am so envious, ha. 8-foot man, bear with it. We'll start fighting tonight. In a few days, once the main city is upgraded and the command platform is raised, the core forces will essentially take shape. In the future, Lu Xiao planned to form the Peach Garden Shield with Liu Bei at its core. This formation was well-rounded and balanced, making it one of the most popular teams in the first season. The remaining teams were the Shu Spear and Zhu Jun Bao. The Zhu Jun Bao in particular was a popular black deck formation in the game. The mainstream configuration of the Peach Garden Shield usually included the troop tactic, Trapped Camp, which further enhanced survivability atop Liu Bai's innate tactic. Combined with the bond effect activated when Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei fought together, the entire unit gained 2 instances of immunity on the 6th round of battle. Initially, Lu Xiao wanted to play the Zhuge Shu Spear, a combination of Zhuge Liang, Liu Bei, and Zhao Yun. But after some thought, the Peach Garden Shield was also outstanding in the first season, and its excellent sustainability made it the best choice for crushing miscellaneous teams. Thus, his first main force was the Peach Garden. The planned tactic setup was Liu Bei with Trapped Camp and Shelter from Danger, Zhang Fei with Arrogance and Break Formation, Guan Yu with White Eyebrows and Sweep Through the Army. The second team was the Wei Cavalry, centered around Cao Cao with Guijia or Cheng Yu as strategic support and Eugene as the main damage dealer. This depended on the specific combination, but Cao Cao remained constant. If it was Eugene plus Guijia, Eugene would be the general with Guijia and Cao Cao supporting. Eugene's tactics were civil and military plus and sudden advance. Guijia had scraped the bone to heal poison, and 8 Gates Golden Lock formation. Cao Cao could use Lip Sword and Tongue Lance and Barrier. The third team consisted of Zhuge Liang, Zhao Yun, and Huang Zhong operating as Bao Infantry. Zhuge Liang used Lure the Enemy Deep and Cup Snake Ghost Chariot. Soul-Stealing Grip would have been more suitable, but it was reserved for Zhou Yu, who needed it more. So Lure the Enemy Deep was used instead to increase the enemy's received blade damage. Zhao Yun was given Sleep on Gall and Taste Gall and Yellow Sky Piece. Huang Zhong had Draw the Bow left and right and 10,000 arrows fired together. Zhao Yun's control tactics compensated for Zhuge Liang's lack of soul-stealing grip, and the inherited tactic from Sun Quan, Sleep on Gall and Taste Gall, provided both control and damage. Not to mention the veteran actor Huang Zhong, whose blade was still sharp. If he burst forth, this team's strength was no less than that of the World Spear. The fourth team was the White Horse Governor's team, consisting of Zhou Yu, Lu Ming, and Lu Sun. Zhou Yu wielded soul-stealing grip, left by Zhuge Liang, and a healing tactic, Guard the Lonely City. Lu Ming had Heavenly Fire Rain and White Horse Volunteers. Lu Sun used Wind Aids Fire and Strategic Maneuvers. They were practically a crazy fire-starting team, and a Vine Armor Harvester with 5 tactics that had burn effects, making them a nightmare for Vine Armor troops. The fifth team was the Wu Nation Spear team, composed of Gan Ning, Cheng Pu, and Sun Tzu. Lu Xiao had low expectations for this team. It was merely to fill the gap of not having a spear main force. Gan Ning used to avoid the weak and attack the strong, and overwhelming dominance. Cheng Pu had the Brank Divine Tactic Provoke, which taunts all enemies to attack him, combined with his innate tactic Brave and Steadfast, and the Strength Tactic Charm. After being hit by normal attacks, he could control enemies with effects like Stun or Skill Lock. Sun Tzu used Blade Edge and Bending Bow to drink Feather. This team looked good on paper, but its actual performance remained to be seen. For now, only the Peach Garden Shield was being developed. The other generals had to wait. At 8:30 p.m., the forces of the Western Liang Iron Cavalry and the Loyal and Righteous Alliance were essentially in position. The Iron Cavalry Alliance had about 60 to 70 camps densely packed with no fewer than 150 units, meaning each member had sent at least 2 units on average. In contrast, the Loyal and Righteous Alliance looked rather shabby. All players' units had been moved to Zhongtao, so no traces were visible on the surface. However, the city's troop count clearly showed 120 units mobilized, meaning each of the fewer than 50 members had sent at least 3 main forces. Their activity was astonishing. As the battle approached, both alliance chats were buzzing with excitement. Lu Xiao did not participate, but instead carefully observed the 2 camp clusters near Zhongtao. These camp clusters were the coordinates Feng Yuxiu had posted in the chat. Both had about 30 camps. Lu Xiao felt instinctively that something was being concealed here. The alliance has limited numbers and can only focus on one side. This must be the Iron Cavalry commander's intention, waiting for an ambush. No choice, they still have the numerical advantage, Lu Xiao thought to himself. Although the 2 alliances appeared to have similar troop counts, the Iron Cavalry actually had more main forces. The units present were mostly Spartans and siege equipment. At this point, it was crucial to pinpoint the enemy's main forces to avoid being tricked by a feint. With fewer people, everyone had to focus on one point. Splitting up would lead to heavy losses or even elimination. In the Alliance channel, 8-Foot Man, a few brothers go check the 2 camp clusters with Spartans to see their main forces. Heavenly Strategy Leader will go. I have 2 Spartan units ready. 8-Foot Man, alright. Unique Show, I'm afraid they might really split their forces. Let's stick together, if we split they can counter us. 8-Foot Man, indeed. It's almost 9. All brothers, march your main forces to coordinates 316-1048. Send 1 Spartan unit to 317-1040 for a feint. Unique Show main forces above level 30, move a few grids forward. Whether their main forces are there or not, we need to dismantle those camps. Heavenly Strategy, 3rd brother, Aeoli give. Orange Dwudwa Spartans check the enemy teams, then everyone can follow the big shots and charge. Not Show, my main force is level 29. Should I move forward a bit? 8-Foot Man, sure. Squinting smile, Not Show, alright, big shot. Shy. Heavenly Strategy, 3rd brother, am heartbroken. The person I like is flirting with her boss. Cold Wind. Heavenly Strategy, 2nd master, sorry, I'll give my brother his medicine right away. Heavenly Strategy Leader, falling for every girl you see, unbelievable. Heavenly Strategy Leader, seems like main forces here. 317-1041 battle report, quite a few units, had no vision earlier. 8-Foot Man, alright, all brothers charge, 317-1041 first. Feng Yuxiu, the enemy big shots are charging. Brothers on the other side march to 317-1041, and try to counter them. Boss, let's follow the plan. Pini, alright. Brothers, a lung de xia suo, AI come with me, and old Feng. Target 8-Foot Man's unit. Alung, sure, let's take him out first. Buchi de xia, I'm on it. Wuji sua AI on the way. Logic Genius, in bringing a bow unit. I heard his main force is spear. Striving. Pini, what a coincidence. 8-Foot Man brought a shield this time. Go snipe Yun Feiyang. Evil grin, Logic Genius. Alright, I'll test the waters first. Lu Xiao watched as 5 or 6 enemies suddenly converged to intercept his Spartan, a look of relief on his face. His main force was still behind, waiting for the Spartans' reconnaissance results. Light Dance Yun Feiyang battle report, Zhao Yun team versus Gan Ning team, he's so bad. 8-Foot Man. You're too strong. You took him down without losses, impressive. The enemy Wu Bao wasn't bad, but they were unlucky, otherwise they could have traded some damage. Light Dance Yun Feiyang, oh. Iron Cavalry Logic Genius battle report, damn, this is ridiculous. I countered him, and only did this much damage. I just handed him a free win. Pini, you're too unlucky. Of course the enemy's strength is also a factor. Pini felt uneasy seeing at least a dozen brothers' units sent back. Just as he grew worried, the sound of a battle report came. A Spartan. His face darkened. 8-Foot Man, you're a big shot, why so cowardly? Learn from Yun Feiyang, and just charge with your main force. Before he could post the report in the chat, the special sound effect of a lost battle reached his ears. The main force is behind. Pini opened the report nervously, his face darkening further. The situation was extremely unfavorable for the Iron Cavalry. The Loyal and Righteous Alliance's units had already cleared their vanguard, moving through the battlefield as if no fight had occurred. The defeated units retreated as swiftly as fighter jets. Battle report, I sent 4 teams, and the 5th one ended in a draw. It seems they are all high-tier players on the other side. Not a bad lineup, but unlucky to run into me, ha. Well done, 2 Shu Spearmen, 1 Shu Shield, and a Chow Chow Shield. Impressive. Then there can't be many big shots left on the other side. Be careful. There are people coming out from the camp cluster on the other side to intercept. Keep an eye on this one in particular. Alone. That's the big shot who's always in the top 10 rankings. His teams look incredibly strong, almost fully maxed out. My team is crippled. How's it going over there, Qingwu? Maybe you should go intercept. Alright. Bachi Nanair breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the reply. If Along had also plowed through several of their teams, the hard-won advantage would have been erased. Although the situation seemed favorable now, it was only because the Iron Cavalry's forces were scattered. Even so, it had taken a considerable amount of time to take down half of their main force. The reason they had managed to break through 4 teams of over 10,000 troops that were clearly targeting their main force was not only due to a slight tactical advantage, but also thanks to the assistant's win rate enhancement module. Encountering player Pini's team. Win rate 64, boosted to 74. Successfully annihilated 11000 enemy troops. Encountering player Shouthan's team. Win rate 68, it boosted to 78. Successfully annihilated 1000 enemy troops. When the troops encountered the 5th Iron Cavalry interceptor Buxia Daxiao, the tide turned. His Wei cavalry team seemed to be missing only Cheng Yu. Cao Cao led Xiahou Dun and Guo Huai. Cao Cao's tactics were scrape the poison off the bone and usurp the soul. Xiahou Dun and Su Huang used riding the tiger, a difficult disembarkation, and light and agile swallows. Xiahou Dun was 3-star red, but Cao Cao was weaker, only 1-star red. Coupled with a fully maxed out Guo Huai who had Rattan armor and dodged the sharp edge, this lineup was formidable. Not only did it have strong offensive capabilities, but it was also far more durable than Lu Xiao's team of Liu Bei, Zhang Fei, and Li Dian. If the assistant hadn't boosted the win rate from 34 to 44, Lu Xiao's remaining force of less than 700 troops wouldn't have been enough. Even so, it was nearly a disaster. Apart from Liu Bei, who still had just over 100 troops, the deputy generals Zhang Fei and Li Dian had both fallen. A draw was a stroke of luck. Lu Xiao hadn't defeated many teams, but thankfully they were all core members of the enemy. In the end, he managed to wear down Buxia Daxia's forces by 300 troops. This meant the Iron Cavalry's high-end combat power was running low. As long as Qingwu Yunfiang's main force hadn't suffered too great a loss, victory was still very much within reach. In the group chat, Lu Xiao boasted about their strength to boost morale, but he knew the truth. This battle was no longer a friendly match. It was a fight for supremacy over the Shiliang region between the Loyalty First and the Shiliang Iron Cavalry. It was clear just how much effort the Iron Cavalry would pour into this. Both sides' management knew that if the battle dragged on, even if one side won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory, far from enough to force the other to submit and withdraw from the competition. So both were giving their all to crush the opposition in one fell swoop. Lu Xiao had no choice but to withdraw his troops. With just over 1,000 men, it was better to return. A draw that just prolonged the stalemate with Buxia Daxiao for over 2 minutes was pointless. This showed that an individual's power was ultimately limited. As long as the alliance dared to use sheer numbers, not even Lu Xiao's 100-star Liu Bei team or a fully maxed-out powerhouse like Yunfiang could withstand the onslaught. In this game, unity was the key to overcoming all obstacles. Soon after, the second team, led by Zhao Yun and Cao Cao, leisurely joined the battlefield. The alliance's main force had now pushed into the enemy's camp cluster. A few vanguard members had already launched attacks on the camps. Some were constantly being driven back by the enemy's main force, while others fierce as a sudden storm beat back the enemy's reinforcements. In short, the lines of retreat and advance intertwined in a chaotic mess. The fighting between the two alliances' players was relentless. Waves of troops pouring out of Zhongtao, and the camp clusters were a dizzying sight. Damn, the enemy's firepower is pretty intense. They were retreating step by step just a moment ago, and now they're starting to counterattack in some positions. Where did this Shu Spearman come from? I'm crippled. Thankfully, my miscellaneous bow team managed to beat one team away. Good thing I brought bowmen. Got some significant battle merit, haha. Everyone's teams are incomplete now and their tactics aren't full. I even saw a team that hasn't awakened a single general. Hey, my cavalry took out a team, hee. Well done, Sister Xiaor. Brother Sandy, if you lick too deep, you'll end up with nothing. I took out a shield team with my Zhou Yu team versus a Sun Jian team. At least I won, but it was too costly. Planning to play the governor. Using Zhou Yu already. No, the governor is too expensive. I'm planning to play the Red Cliff Bao. What's that? Hee, Sister Xiaor, it's actually Zhou Yu Huang Gai and Gan Ning. They have a bond effect called the Battle of Red Cliffs, so it's called the Red Cliff Bao. Someone has a thick skin. They even dare to talk about me. I don't even want to call them out. Any brothers with main force left, follow the big shots and charge. Qingwu has already torn a hole. Prioritize attacking the enemy's troops to cover the Spartans in quickly dismantling the camps. If you don't have enough demolition points, call for help. P.S. Don't forget the rewards after the battle merit is calculated. I still have troops, Don't you have any now? I saw your troops have already been beaten back. Bad luck. The leader led the charge, but fell before achieving victory, Let's take a breather. Stabilize the occupied area. After seeing the mail, let's go all out. Brothers charge. Cut down the enemy's flag and boost our army's prestige. Brothers attack. Vulgar gold is torn apart, cold light shines on iron armor. Go. What's going on? Suddenly got pumped up. Who says women are inferior to men? Sisters, follow me. Through yellow sands 100 battles wear through golden armor. We will not return until we break the iron cavalry. Alligii. Use heads as wine cups, drink the enemy's blood. For justice. Have you all lost your minds? My fate is mine to command, not heaven's. Annihilating you is but a wave of my hand. All members charge. I, General Mo Jiang, am willing for the name of loyalty to go through fire and water until death. This gets my blood boiling. No more words, fight. My God, what's gotten into you all playing a game? Is it necessary for everyone to spout a line of pretentious nonsense for so long? All this time spent typing, you could have just gone straight in. Dalmatia, charge. Looking at it now, I think I chose the wrong name. It should have been everyone except me, is showy. Bitter laugh. On this side, the inexplicably ignited killing intent of loyalty first was like a shot of adrenaline. All their troops surged towards the iron cavalry members with the fierce momentum of tigers descending a mountain. Hundreds of teams across the entire map advanced in unison, truly making one feel as if they had returned to the ancient battlefields of the Three Kingdoms, charging into battle for victory. On the other side, the iron cavalry members quickly sensed something was wrong. What the hell, what's going on? Why are so many people from the other side swarming up all of a sudden? They're like they've been injected with adrenaline. Everyone hold the line. Those with severely wounded main forces in the camps don't retreat yet. Recruit soldiers there for 3 minutes, and depending on the situation, try another wave. Those with troop counts over 6,000 take up positions at the front. Those over 8,000 find a counter to attack the enemy. I hope everyone gives their all. Not everyone on the other side is a big shot. Don't be afraid to fight. If everyone is worried about losses and doesn't fight now and loyalty first turns hostile later, the losses will be even greater. Everyone get your troops moving. Those with main forces that aren't crippled advance. Don't let them dismantle our camps. Crippled troops wait for a counter and hold the line for a wave. The several leaders took turns boosting morale, and only then did the alliance's demoralized players reluctantly begin to move forward, seeing the sparse responses in the alliance channel. No matter how unwilling they were to face reality, the management seemed to foresee that the situation was already lost. It seemed Shiliang was about to change hands. I did my best. Damn, the fully maxed out ones are brutal. Both are Zhao Yun and Zhang Fei with similar tactics. Why is mine so pathetic? The red star level isn't that different either. There's quite a difference. Your Zhao Yun has sweeping across the land and shattering formations. Sweeping across the land has high damage, but requires a preparation turn, and worst of all, its activation rate is too low. Zhang Fei with imposing aura and falling phoenix is fine, but the key difference is Zhao Yun. This Yunfiang's Zhao Yun is top-tier lion weight with endurance and shattering formations. Zhang Fei has imposing aura and sweeping 1,000 armies. Plus he has a second deputy general. No wonder he wins. By the way, why aren't you using a deputy general? Annoyed, is that so? So annoying. Kai Wenji's level is too low, so I didn't bring her. At least I managed to take him down. Excellent. That means they don't have many high-tier players left either. This Yunfiang has taken down at least 7 or 8 of our teams. It's not looking good now. Our forces are on par with the enemy's. Let's all try one more wave. My troops' severe wounds are almost healed. He'll send another wave. That Bachi Nanair from the other side has a second team. It's pretty strong. Damn, a mixed cavalry team is this powerful. Zhao Yun and Chao Chao are both core units. Put them together, and even a dog would be strong with them. God damn, even a dog would be strong. Crying with laughter, stop laughing. This isn't good. This Bachi guy is so dedicated. My second team's level is low, and I didn't even bother bringing it over due to lack of troops. Don't panic. Brothers who still have troops hold the line. Even as he said this, seeing the vast expanse of red lines with most camps about to be dismantled within 3 minutes, Peony had already prepared for failure. Damn, I got killed again. This Yunfiang has a fully maxed out Lu Bu Bao team. It's too brutal. Is it true? Does this guy really have all fully maxed out generals? Lu Bu has 1 man against 1,000 and ruthless and heartless, both top-tier assault tactics. Even the supporting character Gongsun Zan has weapon edge. It's truly terrifying. Zhang Bao has dodged the sharp edge and frustrate the enemy. Gongsun Zan has weapon edge and 10,000 arrows fired simultaneously. It's indeed very strong at this stage. Stop lamenting. It's over. The front line has been breached. The outcome is decided. Everyone, we did our best. Sigh. Uttering this sentence, silently Feng Yuxiu fell silent. This was the first time he had felt so powerless. The fighting spirit and will of the two sides were on completely different levels. Although his alliance had the advantage in numbers, they were still routed by Loyalty First, which had fewer than 50 members. How ironic. That day was merely the third day since the server opened. The Shiliang friendly match watched by the entire server had already come to an end. Shiliang was no longer the Iron Cavalry's domain. A new future leader had ascended to the grand stage of the Three Kingdoms. After 2 days and 3 battles, the disputes among the various alliances in Shiliang were finally resolved. At noon the next day, Liu Xiao tallied the top 3 in military merits, Chung Duodua Han Feng and Feng Liu Li, and sent them the previously agreed rewards. Meanwhile, he eagerly awaited the activation of the kill exchange system, as relying solely on the daily quests 500 yuan was indeed difficult. With the friendly matches concluded, the 4 major alliances convened once more, but this time the dynamic had shifted. The lead was taken by Zhongyi Dangxian instead of Shiliang Tiechi, and they invited most of the smaller Shiliang alliance leaders to join the discussion group to deliberate on the integration of Shiliang. Of course, a few alliances remained either deathbound or purely solo players and did not join the chat. Even so, this future Shiliang management group numbered over 20 people. A total of 12 alliances participated in this discussion on major policies such as Ziliang's integration and entry into the pass. Apart from the 4 alliances that took part in the friendly matches, there were 8 others: Outyin Shinting, Quangfeng Jiu, Huangchao Zhilu Tianxia, and Mozhui Lu, each with around 30 members. Those with 20 or fewer members were Mingmin, Wangzhu Wangquan Bei, Kuning Hui, and Ran Shuang. They had little say, but they still had some numbers. Excluding players who had quit, they probably totaled fewer than 100. Generally, major states did not count the members of these small alliances in their statistics, as most of these players were farmers or low-activity individuals. Indeed, these alliances had low presence in the game server, but since Shiliang was already sparsely populated, and Weekwei Wu Du Xiu invited the leaders of these alliances to join. Ba Qin and Air, the deputy leader of Zhongyi Dangxian, said, "Everyone is here. Please change your group nickname to alliance name, position, and game ID for easy identification." Pai and I, the leader of Shiliang Tiechi, replied, "Ba Qi, go ahead." Ba Qin and Air continued, "All right, first let me say that on the battlefield we may compete, but off the field we are still brothers of Shiliang. Ultimately, it's just a change of alliance name." Next, our alliance leader Wei Wu Du Xiu will share the preliminary arrangements for Shiliang. If you have different opinions, feel free to raise them for discussion. Our goal is mutual development. Hearing this, many members of the smaller alliances muttered inwardly different opinions. You've already conquered Tiechi and Tianxia. How dare we have any objections? Wei Wu Du Xiu, the leader of Zhongyi Dangxian, said, "Brothers, the next step is to integrate the alliances. First, the main alliance will be Zhongyi Dangxian. Other alliances need to send at least 10 active members to join us to concentrate our strength. I'm referring to those who participated in the friendly matches, Pai Ni, Tianxia, and Qinfu. This is just the first step. The more members, the better. How do the other leaders feel about this first step?" Fuyu replied, "I have no objections. In fact, I plan to transfer about 80 of my members directly to your alliance. For the sake of Shiliang, since we've determined who's superior, we should think about the future." Yishu added, "That's right. Including me and our leader, well, all go directly to your Zhongyi." Ba Qin and Air gave a thumbs up. Wei Wu Du Xiu said, "That's great. I didn't expect Brother Fuyu to be so loyal." Fuyu responded, "It's nothing, just normal procedure." Pai and I, what's your opinion? Pai and I said, "I'll first send 10 of my top fighters. With most of Qinfu's members joining Zhongyi, we'll be full for now." Dugu Junyan added, "We can merge later." Wei Wu Du Xiu said, "Good. The second step is a supplement to the first. Jianji Tianxia will remain unchanged for now. Leaders of other alliances, please count your active members and arrange for them to join Shiliang Tiechi, which will serve as our second alliance to coordinate with the main one." Seeing the other 8 alliance leaders respond positively, without objection, Wei Wu Du Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. It was indeed awkward to ask others to give up the alliances they had painstakingly built, but there was no choice. Zhongyi Dangxian's foundation was still thin, especially after recent reorganization, and it urgently needed fresh blood. Wei Wu Du Xiu continued, "So the integration issue is settled. The third step is to prepare to break through the pass and enter the resource state of Guangzhou. Once the brothers who have left their alliances and switched to ours join the main alliance Zhongyi, and the second alliance Tiechi, will start capturing level 3 and level 4 cities within the state to facilitate member mobilization. Then tomorrow, which is the 6th day since the server opened, everyone will focus on development and gather siege troops and equipment. The first and second alliances will capture one city to practice coordination. On the 7th day, we'll prepare for level 5 cities, continue developing for another day without attacking cities, and on the 8th day, each of the 2 alliances will capture a level 5 city. On the 9th day, all members of Zhongyi and Tietchi will set up camps at the levels even past Shao Pass. By 7 p.m. on the 10th day, everyone must have at least one main force and 2 siege forces deployed at Shao Pass. You can set up 2 camps. Meanwhile, keep a close eye on other passes to guard against attacks from Bashu and Hebei into Shiliang. We'll discuss arrangements after entering the pass later. Adjustments will be made based on actual circumstances. This is the plan proposed by my alliance. Does anyone have different views? Pai and I said nothing much. Just try to enter the pass as quickly as possible. And what about Jianji Tianxia? Baqin and Air explained they'll first be arranged to capture cities in Shiliang and might serve as a farming alliance. Originally, we wanted them to join Qinfu, but since Qinfus members are all coming to Zhongyi, the brothers from Tianxia should stay put for now. Wei Wu Duxiu added yes. If things go south and we find ourselves besieged on 2 fronts, well arranged for trusted members to relocate their cities near the passes. The main alliance will defend against Bashu and the second alliance against Hebei. Jianji Tianxia will be responsible for providing support at any time. Pai and I said it won't be that bad. Hebei won't attack us unless their leadership is short-sighted and lacks a sense of the bigger picture. Fuyu remarked that's what we think, but I'm afraid they might lose their minds. Wei Wu Duxiu said he'll arrange for some brothers to talk with them. If we can secure one of them as an ally, our pressure will be much lighter. Dugu Jiunyin silently lurked in the group, continuously taking screenshots and sending them to Deshanggu of Bashu. Deshanggu said for now, just wait. When they start attacking the pass, have your members set up camps near theirs. Then kick all members of Jianji Tianxia out of the alliance to disrupt them directly. He'll arrange for people to seize the pass, trapping Shiliang and preventing them from entering the resource state unless the entire alliance surrenders. Dugu Jiunyin asked hesitantly, is that too harsh? There are many well-developed brothers in Tianxia. Can we avoid kicking them out? A pang of unease stirred within Dugu Jiunyin. He dreaded bearing the infamy of betraying his state and undermining his alliance while losing their support. He voiced his concern with hesitation. Deshanggu replied, probably not. After the friendly matches, your alliance members aren't fools. Even if you order them to intercept Zhongyi's forces, they might not obey. It's better to be straightforward. Kick them all out. Then you can rebuild quickly. He'll arrange land for you, and you'll develop fast. Dugu Junyin's guilt deepened. Doing this would truly weigh on his conscience. Yet his fingers typed, all right, I'll wait for your signal. Deshanggu replied with an okay. Pai and I said, then let's start the negotiations as soon as possible. He'll arrange for people to leave their alliances. Fuyu said, I personally prefer negotiating with Hebei. Bashu has too many members. Even if we board their ship, there won't be enough spots for everyone. I've already sent an email. Please keep an eye on the alliance applications. Baqin and Air said okay. Dugu Junyin suggested, how about we capture a level 3 city today? After tomorrow's personnel integration, we can go for a level 4 city. We're falling behind. I see that Bashu has captured several more cities today. Pai and I agreed yes, urge everyone to develop quickly. Bashu's strength is formidable. They'll definitely break through the pass earlier than us. We need to catch up. After the confirmation, the Shiliang players began to bustle about. The leaders of the smaller alliances arranged for their members to join the Shiliang Iron Cavalry, and a massive wave of defections ensued, often led by the alliance leaders themselves. Meanwhile, Tietchi Pini also dispatched 10 high combat players, including Daxia and Suoi, to leave their current alliances. Along declined to go, so no pressure was applied. Keeping a few high combat players within the alliance was still necessary, as the Iron Cavalry might have combat missions in the future. Thus, only Pini Feng Yuxiu and Alung remained in the original alliance. Along with those who trickled in later from other alliances, the second-tier alliance, despite lacking top-tier power, still possessed a certain level of combat effectiveness. Given more time to develop, it could have grown stronger. However, the era of peaceful development across the server seemed to be coming to an abrupt end. Compared to the second-tier alliance, the influx of nearly all active players from Qinfu into Zhongyi Dangxian was a tremendous boon, multiplying their strength far beyond a simple 1+1 equation. Qinfus Alliance was rich in mid-tier solid players, perfectly compensating for Zhongyi Dangxian's weakness of having many active players but lacking in overall individual strength. After the discussion, Lu Xiao marched Lu Bai's unit to a levels even stone resource point near his main city. The first wave consisted of archer units. Levels even land was essentially the same as level 6, differing only in troop numbers aside from the rank of battle tactics and the quality of the generals. Level 6 garrisons had 2 waves of 150 troops each, while levels even garrisons increased each wave by 600, reaching a total of 200 per wave. In reality, the difficulty of the battles didn't increase by much. A relatively strong force with around 150 troops had a high probability of successfully conquering it. Lu Xiao's unit of Lu Beizhong Fei and Li Jian had nearly 150 troops, and were all at relatively high levels around level 35. This strength was sufficient to attempt levels even land. After marching to the target, Liu Xiao prepared to wait for morale to recover. Meanwhile, his second unit was preparing to attempt level 6 land, adding Kai Wenji as a support character. If successful, it would accelerate their pace. While waiting idly, Liu Xiao received a private message from Brother Xiao. Friend Wei Wu do Xiao Bachi, take a look at Liqing. The Bashu faction has troops there. Bachi Nan Air. Let me see. Bachi Nan Air indeed, they are probably Spartan units preparing to set up camps. Wei Wu do Xiao, I wonder what Bashu is thinking. Instead of preparing to take Yangping Pass to enter the pass, they come to Liqing first. Bachi Nan Air coming to Liqing doesn't necessarily mean they intend to attack us first. It's mostly likely for defense. But we can't let our guard down. Arrange for members from both alliances to pave the way there first. Don't rush to set up camps. Our resources are tight and must be used wisely. It's only the 5th day, Bashu won't expend great effort on such a thankless task. Wei Wu do Xiao MM. It's also mentioned in the group. They'll go talk to Hebei to see what they think. Bachi Nan Air, that's definitely necessary. We need to avoid being caught in a pincer attack. Bashu alone is already a handful. Wei Wu do Xiao, alright, I'll go talk. We also need to speed up our siege progress. This is no time to quibble over territory. They'll send a mail with our siege plan for the next few days. Try to concentrate as many people here as possible to avoid any unexpected changes. Bachi Nan Air good. The two tacitly avoided discussing negotiations with Bashu. Bashu already had numerical superiority, and since their intentions were clearly hostile, why bother seeking humiliation? Mail Wei Wu do Xiao, today's arrangement level 4 city, Fuping coordinates XXXX. All brothers have your troops in position by 6 o'clock. Attack at 9 o'clock sharp. Time is limited. Send your troops as soon as possible. At least one main force and one siege unit. Mail Wei Wu do Xiao, tomorrow at noon, arrange for level 4 city Zuli. Same troops in position by 9 o'clock. Time is tight. We need to capture more cities to increase the alliance member cap and bring in more brothers. Mail Wei Wu do Xiao, tomorrow evening, everyone's main forces and siege units must be at Didao by 7:30 p.m. We'll start the siege at 10:30 p.m. sharp. It happens to be Sunday, so everyone please work hard. Afterwards, set up camps at Liqing to defend against Bashu. Do not occupy the 11 tiles centered on XXXX at the forefront of Liqing. If Liqing is lost, arrange for members to relocate there to block the path. Alliance channel Tians show Neo what's going on. Why the sudden rush in the schedule? Bachi Nan Air, the situation is tense. Everyone please make some sacrifices. Improving our overall strength is the top priority now. Siege participation will be recorded for attendance, same rules as last time. Tians show Neo okay. Awkward laugh phone Li Yu Li, if Liqing gets taken ill, go block the city. Wei Wu do Xiao good. Also everyone level up your siege units. It's best to learn a battle tactic to make them somewhat more durable. Bachi Nan Air share Zhuge Liang unit Han phone. Alright, Zhuge Liang goes to pull the card. Bu Shi Xiao Air, am already numb. Bachi Nan Air laughing, also recruiting members willing to pave the way. If we take Shaowan, well, need someone responsible for paving the road, which will make it easier for everyone to enter Guangzhou. Similarly, future siege targets will also need dedicated personnel for paving. Around 5 to 10 people should be enough for now. Night owls with plenty of free time are preferred. Anyone who completes a paving task will receive a large monthly card from my own pocket. Those interested, please privately message Brother Xiao to sign up. Wei Wu do Xiao, clapping, another chance to earn some pocket money, huh? Tians show Neo, the three of us are willing. It's not about the money, we mainly want to contribute a little to the alliance. Tians air ye, yes, that's right. Tians, send DMMPM just in it for the monthly card. Can you guys be more honest? Bu Shi Xiao Air me. Pick me, big shot. Eyes full of red hearts, Bachi Nan Air, wiping sweat, privately message Brother Xiao. First come, first served. Also, well, weed out slackers based on performance later. Tians, send D. I feel like big shot Bachi is hinting at me. Awkward Bachi Nan Air, be confident. Tians air ha. Wei Wu do Xiao, alright, everyone prepare for tonight's siege. Don't forget to move your troops in advance. Bashu Xingzhan Sifang Alliance Leader Deshan, go, let's talk about our next strategic direction, entering the pass and containing Shiliang. Shiliang has already unified, so we need to pick up the pace. Arrange for all alliances to set up camps at Yangping Pass. Meanwhile, the sub-alliances Zhizai Sifang and Xiongba Tianxiao are to set up camps at Liqing and send some Spartan units to divert Ziliang's attention. As for Yangping Pass, well, assess and break through it in a day or two to enter Guangzhou. Once inside, the paving team must quickly pave the way to Xiqing and Shanghua. If possible, block the main road to Fengling Commandery to prevent Hebei from entering the pass. Stopping them from entering is definitely impossible. Hebei will probably be at most a day slower than us. So we only aim to establish a slight advantage. After entering the pass, members of Zhengzhan and Yidong should prioritize relocating. Zhizai Sifang and Xiongba Tianxia will capture Liqing and enter Shiliang later, joining us in Guangzhou. We'll decide how far to push based on their combat effectiveness. Xingzhan Sifang official Zhan Wushuang. What about Jingchu? Xingzhan Sifang deputy leader Ping Tu Go. It's settled. We gave them 50 hegemony slots and 2 official positions. Yitong Tianxia alliance leader Jiang Shui Rao Dong Lu. They agreed to those terms. Deshan Good. Don't underestimate Jinkis Taoyuan Jie alliance. It might be the top alliance there, but its actual combat strength is really weak. Giving them 50 slots is already generous. Disdain. Ping Tu Go. Indeed. I feel Jingchu is no better than Shiliang. Yitong Tianxia deputy leader Qing Feng, Gua Shiliang, may have few people, but their high combat players are by no means inferior. I heard they have a max red big shot. We don't have many of those either. They pose a threat to us. Zhizai Sifang alliance leader Yongganda Xin, they only have 1 max red player. Don't we have over 10 max red big shots? Laughing and crying. Deshan Go. It's not that exaggerated. We do have quite a few half red players. Enough of this. If there are no issues, send out the mails and notify everyone. Let's get moving. Bachi Nin Air successfully occupied levels even land. He opened the battle report and saw that the losses were considerable, nearly 4,000 troops. It seemed that mass-conquering levels even territories would have to wait. For now, he would just use one of each of the 4 major resource plots for farming. Capturing levels even or higher land triggered a server-wide announcement, so as soon as Lu Xiao captured 1, many players in the Alliance knew about it. Alliance Channel. Wei Wuduxiu. Damn, you took a level 7 8 feet. Tiance Shonao. Oh, I'm still struggling with level 6s. Never thought a big shot would already be on level 7s. Tiance Sandy. Am still on level 5s, just about to try a level 6. Fengli Yuli. Let's see the battle report. Hanfeng. I bet the losses are low. 8 feet was also a bit late. I saw many on the leaderboards have already done it. Bachi Nanair battle report. Not bad, over 1,000 wounded, nearly 3,000 dead. Wei Wuduxiu. That's acceptable. Sometimes you can even fail on a levels even. Those losses aren't high. Tiance Sandy 666. Chengduodwa. Thumbs up. Bushi Xiao. Huh, then I can't pave level 6 roads for the big shot anymore. Tiance Sandy. What do you mean? Bachi Nanair. Shush, that's our secret. Bushi Xiao. Blush. Tiance Sandy. Heartbroken. Tiance Eerie. Overwhelming grief. Tiance Shonao. Pain unbearable. Hanfeng. Heartrending. Fengli Yuli. Ambitious and treacherous. Chengduodwa. Ulterior motives. Wei Wuduxiu. Worse than beasts. That was going too far. Lu Xiao thought, both amused and exasperated, but he couldn't be bothered to explain. Qingwu Yunfiang battle report. Level 6s are so easy. Maybe I can try a levels even too. Bachi Nane are almost there. Better upgrade your barracks a few more levels. Qingwu, your main force is still a bit weak. Qingwu Yunfiang. Oh, okay. Tiance Sandy. Why does 8 feet call her Qingwu? Sounds a bit feminine. Yunfiang is way more domineering. Qingwu Yunfiang. I'm a girl actually. Wei Wuduxiu. Holy crap. Tiance Eerie. You're kidding. Our big shot is a woman. Shocked. Qingwu Yunfiang. Qingqiao Fangxiang. What's so strange about that? Only you guys are allowed to play. Bushi Xiao. Exactly. Look at some of you, you're not even as good as me. Here my starter pack lineup taking a level 6. Battle report. Fengli Yuli. Hanfeng. Tiance Eerie. Damn, comparing myself, am I really that useless? Tiance Sandy. Tisk, I was just thinking it, but I didn't expect you second brother to actually say it out loud. Tiance Shonao. You two stop embarrassing us. Paika. Truly shocked. Chung Duodwa. Wiping sweat. You've scared all the girls out of hiding. Lu Xiao was a bit stunned by the scrolling Alliance channel. He hadn't thought much about it, mainly because typing less saved trouble. He never expected she really was a woman. When did this strategy game get so many female players? And such rich, willful ones at that. Speaking of which, if Pai and I and the others found out they'd been repeatedly crushed by a newbie female player, would they be so embarrassed they'd quit the game? Few female players were drawn to a game that seemed so dull. It was probably an innate difference between men and women with many differing perspectives. Unless they were genuinely interested in it. Lu Xiao felt rather pleased. A whole alliance full of men was so boring. As they say, opposites attract. Seeing players who had been silent in the Alliance channel suddenly jump out to curry favor, Lu Xiao found it amusing. He stopped paying attention and continued preparing to capture levels even territories, as that would yield more resources from farming. Farming required policy books. After capturing land besides farming, you could also send troops to sweep it for experience to level up or build advanced structures like camps, watchtowers, and barriers. Advanced structures mainly included the mint, increases bronze coin production workshop, increases production of resources other than bronze coins, tiger tent, increases the main city's troop capacity warehouse, increases resource storage, and music bureau speeds up the stamina recovery of garrison generals. The mint required level 6 or higher land to build, and so on, with the music bureau needing level 10 land. The most useful were the mint and the tiger tent. The music bureau was more beneficial for top players. In later battles, an average player's main force might exhaust their reserves after a few clashes, so faster stamina recovery wasn't that helpful. Moreover, level 10 land was rare, even in resource provinces, making the cost quite high. The workshop was more useful in the early game, and at max level it was equivalent to several super level 10 plots, but the investment was also significant. The Tiger Tent increased the reserve troop cap. Starting at level 1, each upgrade added 500 up to a maximum of 2,500. Lu Xiao planned to build 3 or 4 mints to fund temporary structures or recruiting in camps. In this game, artisans were unique. There were 2 in total. If both were busy and you needed to upgrade a building, you had to buy extra slots up to a maximum of 3 for a total of 5 artisans. The first purchase cost 1,500 bronze coins, the second 3,000 and the third 6,000. It was worth noting that the limit for advanced buildings was 10, so choices had to be made carefully. The most common setup was mostly mints followed by workshops and tiger tents. A combination like 6 mints, 2 tiger tents, and 2 workshops was viable, or with slight modifications. But having mostly mints was essential. Bronze coins had countless uses. Most importantly, they were used to draw from the bronze coin card pool to decompose into tactic points for upgrading tactics. This was especially tight in the early and mid-game. A level 1 mint provided a bonus of 200 per hour, which was quite considerable in the early stages. He left the remaining 6 slots for tiger tents. In reality, Lu Xiao had already built his mints, just hadn't upgraded them. Resources were tight now, and with several city attacks in the coming days, resources had to be used wisely. Besides, war could break out at any moment, and he might not even have enough for troop recruitment. The collective interests of the alliance had a significant impact on individual development. Hebei Qingyi Pavilion. Hebei, as the second largest province after Bashu, naturally had its own plans to breach the pass. Hebei currently had 4 active alliances led by Qingyi Pavilion, with the other 3 being its sub-alliances or allies. To discuss the details of the pass breach, Hebei held internal discussions mainly composed of Qingyi Pavilion members. Representatives from Yi Qingyi, Yuanjia Rongyao, and Qingshou Shi as Hebei sub-alliances and loyal allies also participated. Qingyi Pavilion leader Yi Guan Changxing, we need to breach the pass quickly. After entering, pave the road to Shanghua first, then go straight down to XXXX to set up a line of camps blocking the intersection to guard against an attack from Bashu. Jiangdong and Shandong seem to have formed an alliance, so we need to maintain friendly relations with them. Ideally, we handle Hebei ourselves or contact Shiliang. That way we won't have to let Jiangdong and Shandong into Guangzhou. Yi Qingyi Jiangbuyu, even with the 3 of us fighting Bashu, will be tough. Better contact Shiliang early. Qingyi Pavilion official Zhuge Kongming I'll go talk to Shiliang. The main issue now is Hebei's progress. We must try not to fall too far behind them. Yi Guan Changxing, that's going to be difficult. The main problem is our siege equipment is lacking. We can only hope Bashu is in the same boat. Qingyi Pavilion Vice Leader Ilu Xuanda, I think Bashu will breach their pass in a day or 2. They already have camps set up. XXXX. Yuanjia Rongyao Leader Yuan Benshu, then we need to speed up too. But at the earliest, we can only breach the pass the day after tomorrow. Coincidentally, Hebei's estimated time to breach the pass was about a day later than Bashu's. Both sides' plans for the pass were based on their alliance's strength and to avoid unexpected incidents. Bashu mainly wanted to keep a low profile to avoid being targeted by the entire server for entering the resource province too early. Bashu's hypothetical enemies only included Hebei and Shiliang for now. They hoped to avoid conflict with Jiangdong and Shandong, perhaps considering them later in the game. Hebei, however, was genuinely lacking in strength. Yuan Benshu feared a failure and a major risk. If they failed to take the pass on the first try, it would be disastrous, so he proposed a more cautious plan. We should act quickly, said Yi Guan Changsheng. I've heard that Bashu may break through the pass the day after tomorrow. Zhuge Kongming of the Qingyi Pavilion responded, the day after tomorrow. That does leave us pressed for time. I have a suggestion: we could contact Shiliang. If they feign an attack on Bashu, it might buy us some time. Wenyan Shiyu Zhangfei, the diplomat of Qingyi Pavilion, remarked, does Shiliang have the nerve? I'm not opposed to contacting them, but getting them to risk themselves for our sake won't be easy. Zhuge Kongming countered, not at all. We don't need them to actually attack Bashu. Since Bashu has set up camps in Liqing, let Shiliang do the same in opposition, deploying more Spartans. That will surely draw Bashu's attention. Ichi Dongqian, the leader of Qingzhou Alliance, said, if that works, it could indeed buy us significant time. Zhuge Kongming added, moreover, allying with Shiliang means we only need to watch Shandong's movements from our base after entering the pass. Now that Jiangdong and Shandong have allied and Jinki's stance is ambiguous, they might even be in league with Bashu. Worst case, no matter which side Jingshu joins, it spells trouble for us. If they side with the Jianshan Alliance, we can't withstand the combined strength of 3 states. If they side with Bashu, Bashu loses its threat, and they can block Shiliang, leaving us isolated. Frankly, with our current forces, we're no match for Hebei. Our priority is to secure good relations with Shiliang. If Bashu attacks us, Shiliang can provide flank support. If Bashu enters the pass, Shiliang can strike their homeland. This frees us to enter the pass, and we can have a small account in Bema avoid battle to buy time against Shandong. Ichi Dangshan agreed. Kongming's analysis is spot on. We just need to negotiate with Shiliang. Yijiang Buiyue said Shiliang won't refuse. Stuck between us and Bashu, they have to choose one ally. Compared to Bashu, we offer advantages. Fewer members means more hegemony slots. We appear less aggressive, and historically Bashu often attacks Shiliang. So allying with Shiliang should be straightforward. Yiguan Changsheng said, yes, third brother contact their leader. Wenyan Shiyu Zhangfei responded, okay. Zhuge Kongming urged, Shiliang is recovering from their civil war. Once they regroup, they might have other ideas. To avoid complications, brother Zhang talked to them soon. Wenyan Shiyu Zhangfei replied, no worry, strategist. Leave diplomacy to me. Zhuge Kongming smiled, waving his fan. Yi Wei Yin, the deputy leader of Qingyi Pavilion, asked, what's the plan after entering the pass? Yiguan Changsheng explained, after entering, active members from the branch alliance will gradually integrate into the main alliance. Qingyi Pavilion will hold the front line in Jingzhou Commandery, while Qingzhou Pavilion and Yuan's Glory take Fengyi Commandery. Qingzhou Pavilion should stay near Fufeng Commandery, which will cede to Shiliang. Fufeng will likely be our battlefield. Yi Wei Yin protested, you're dismantling us. Zhuge Kongming retorted, we're all one family. The main alliance needs manpower from the branches. Your branch has fewer than 50 members while Qingzhou and Yuan's have over 80. Zhuge Kongming assumed the deputy leader's confusion stemmed from ignorance, but Wei Yin simply didn't want to merge. He enjoyed his autonomy as deputy leader of the branch and dreaded losing it in the main alliance. Though he knew it was inevitable, Wei Yin silently suppressed his resentment. Young and in high school, he was naturally rebellious. In real life, he was unruly and he played the game true to character. Thus he chose this in-game name. Taking orders from others was difficult for him, but he wasn't foolish. He knew falling out with the main alliance offered no benefits, especially with the alliance leader above him. Zhuge Kongming, seeing no reply, shrugged it off as a minor dispute soon forgotten. Yiguan Changsheng concluded, enough discussion. Tomorrow have all brothers set up camps at Pubanjin. Break through the pass into Guangzhou quickly and prepare for battle against Hebei. Also capture the necessary cities and integrate other Hebei brothers into our four alliances. Conflict with Bashu at the pass is inevitable. If we lose, we'll slink away from the hegemony stage. So everyone give it your all. Zhuge Kongming added, good luck. Wenyan Shiyu Zhangfei, despite his comical name, was a core member of Qingyi Pavilion's old guard, having migrated from older servers. His exceptional diplomatic skills had secured Hebei's integration without bloodshed, and he often resolved land disputes among the four alliances, making him a pillar of Qingyi Pavilion. Having promised the alliance, he took the task seriously. After the discussion, he privately messaged Weiwu Duxiu, who coincidentally was about to contact Hebei's management about an alliance. In a private chat, Wenyan Shiyu asked, Brother Xiu, are you there? Weiwu Duxiu, startled at his computer, realized Qingyi Pavilion had reached out first. Weiwu Duxiu replied, I'm here. What's up, brother? Though he guessed the purpose, he feigned ignorance. Wenyan Shiyu chuckled, congratulations on unifying Shiliang alliance leader Xiu. I'd like to ask about your alliance's next steps. Bashu is ambitious, aiming to unify the 9 states. We're under immense pressure, and as your neighbor you must be concerned too. I noticed they've set up numerous camps in Liqing. Though I'm from Hebei, I've always had good feelings toward Shiliang. I'm genuinely worried for your alliance. So I'm wondering if you have any plans to ally with someone or go it alone. Weiwu Duxiu said, let's be direct. Is your alliance interested in a strategic alliance with us against Bashu? Wenyan Shiyu chuckled dryly, realizing he was dealing with a sharp mind. His preamble was wasted, but at least communication would be simpler now. Wenyan Shiyu admitted, Brother Xiu, you see through me. Yes, I represent Hebei in seeking an alliance. We share a common interest in opposing Bashu. Weiwu Duxiu replied, I fully agree. Bashu's strength is a threat to all other states. Wenyan Shiyu said, excellent. I'll inform our leader to formalize a friendly alliance. A friendly alliance in this game is a formal pact between 2 alliances, preventing combat between members and allowing travel and stationing on each other's cities and fortresses. It's nearly as integrated as a single alliance except for land linking and troop transfers. Both alliance leaders must agree to form it, but only one needs to initiate dissolution with a 12-hour countdown. In short, it's a genuine alliance, not just a verbal agreement. Weiwu Duxiu, happy cooperation. Handshake. Wensheng Shiyu, happy cooperation. Weiwu Duxiu breathed a sigh of relief and then shared the news of forming an alliance with Hebei in the group chat. This piece of good news, like a long sword, cut through the lingering gloom that had been tormenting the loyal players suffering from the Bashu invasion theory. Tian Susho Neo, great news, now we won't be caught in a pincer attack. Universal celebration. Tian Su Sandi, finally, we don't have to live in fear. Now we only need to guard against Bashu, much less pressure. As if it were yesterday. Bachin and Air brothers show well done. Applause. Wei Wudu show not at all their diplomat approached me. Embarrassed. Lu Xiao was startled then thought of something and typed. So that means Hebei is preparing to break through the pass. Wei Wudu show it seems so otherwise they wouldn't have approached us. Chung Duo whether they break through or not our alliance is in a much better position. At least we can secure Ziliang's territory though achieving hegemony is still difficult. Han Feng no doubt. Bashu is ready to break through and Hebei won't be far behind. Speaking of which, when are we breaking through? Resources in the starting province are too scarce, it takes a while to pave the way to level 6 lands. Bachin and Air, don't rush, we need to recover. Going in too early won't help, and we don't want Hebei to use us as cannon fodder. At least we need to develop and let more people into the alliance. Some brothers haven't even opened level 6 lands yet, so we need to give them time. We can start preparing tomorrow. Today let's attack Fuping to see how it goes. Feng Liuli indeed our foundation is too weak. Bashu has already opened level 5 lands at this rate, I wouldn't be surprised if they break through the pass today. Tiansu Air, Yi time seems to be pressing. Wei Wudu show brothers don't worry too much. Everything is moving in the right direction. Once we integrate our strength, will greatly increase. Then we will adjust officials and groups. Some brothers have privately messaged me about becoming group administrators. We will divide into 4 groups, each with its own duties fighting together in war and coordinating for city captures in peacetime. Bachin and Air yes once Chen Fu and Tai Chi's people join, we can split into groups for city captures. Bachin and Air since we've allied with Hebei we should seize the chance to develop. Also transfer siege units and main forces to Liqing before bed. Although the enemy is unlikely to break through we must remain vigilant. Bu Shi Xiao, do we have to stay up to guard? Bachin and Air that's a good idea. Xiao you keep watch tonight. Bu Shi Xiao. Tian Sishou Neo haha I agree. Feng Liuli sister Xiao you'll have to work hard tonight ha. Bu Shi Xiao. After a casual jest Lu Xiao silently returned to the game interface, continuing to conquer lands level up and stockpile resources to upgrade his main city and quickly gather 20 command points. He already had 4 levels even lands, so there was no need to conquer more mainly because they were too far away and paving the way wasn't cost-effective. Even so his power value had reached around 15000, though his ranking remained stagnant hovering around 7th or 8th. Power value, like grades, is merely a superficial metric that doesn't truly evaluate a player's overall strength. It reflects little of a player's actual combat capability. Those who excel at pioneering aren't necessarily good at fighting, so this metric is only significant in the early stages. Of course, there are some maniacs who are extremely concerned about rankings and endlessly conquer lands just to top the charts. Lu Xiao found this pointless. Having enough resources was sufficient. If not for the need to quickly assemble his main forces to prepare for the long-term confrontation with Bashu, he would have preferred a leisurely pace. Conquering lands was too troublesome, requiring constant attention. Being a slacker was much better. Now with his Liu Bei and Zhao Yin teams, he might try to take on level 8 lands, but it was completely unnecessary. Level 8 lands are a major milestone in the season. At the start of the season in Three Kingdoms Tactics, there are events related to level 8 lands, such as the first occupation of level 8 land event. The event rewards players with gold beads based on the time of their first occupation of a level 8 land. Ranking in the top 300 offers decent rewards, which is considered an official benefit and a symbol of strength. Lu Xiao had noticed that the Bashu big shot Feng Xiaoxiao had already occupied a level 8 land and was ranked first. He couldn't help but sigh that even big shots could lose their minds over such vanity. Occupying a level 8 land at this stage would incur significant losses. Even a big shot couldn't achieve it with low casualties due to level and troop disparities. It was only the 6th day and the teams weren't yet formed. Even if they forcefully took it, the losses would be severe. This was for well-developed players. Those with weaker teams might not even defeat the defenders of a level 8 land. But if they didn't occupy it, they would miss out on the gold bead rewards. So as soon as the event was announced, players came up with an idea. If one person couldn't do it, 2 could cooperate. It was mutually beneficial. If one player couldn't defeat the defenders, but 2 players together could take down 1 wave each, they could collaborate to occupy the level 8 land. You helped me with the first wave, making my subsequent attempt much easier. However, the casualties would still be high even if the battle ended in a draw. The reason level 8 lands are important is that among all resource lands, levels even and level 8 are less frequently replaced. In the late game, when the land cap is reached, players abandon lower level lands to occupy higher level ones for continued development. They usually abandon level 5 lands first, then level 6. Lands above levels even are rarely abandoned. The higher the land level, the rarer it is on the map, and levels even and level 8 lands are the main resource sources for most players. By the way, level 5 lands actually produce enough resources for development. However, the early land cap is low, so the yield isn't apparent. Later, when the land cap increases to 200, the production becomes quite considerable. Meanwhile, when Shang Shiyuzhang Fei relayed the news to the group and Hebius management breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Shiliang was reliable and didn't side with Bashu. This showed that Bashu hadn't approached Shiliang before them, which was somewhat arrogant. Even if the possibility of Shiliang joining them was low, they should have at least made an effort to recruit. With the alliance confirmed, Yi Guan Changsheng said in the management group, "Now that we have a cooperative relationship with Shiliang before breaking through the pass, we should negotiate with them to buy us some time. Once we enter the pass as a gesture of sincerity, we will first strike south against Bashu to give them time to break through Shao Pass. Neither of us alone can defeat Bashu, only through cooperation can we achieve a win-win situation." Zhu Gukong Ming boss is right. Since that's the case, let's create a new group chat for easier coordinated operations. When Shang Shiyuzhang Fei, then he'll contact the Zhong Yi alliance leader again. Yuan Benshu, even with Shiliang on our side, I still feel a lot of pressure. Leader of Qingzhou, Shi Yi Qi Dang Qian, absolutely. Bashu's 4 alliances have nearly 400 members. That strength alone is enough to dominate, not to mention their other sub-alliances. They are definitely opponents we must face with all our might, even with everything we've got. Vice leader of Qingzhou, Shiwangho Jiangxiang, there's no need to be overly afraid. Besides the main alliance, the other 3 Bashu alliances are not harmonious. Moreover, while their numerical advantage is concerning, it's not overwhelming. With Shiliang, we can at least match them. Vice leader of Yuan Jiarong Yaogong Zifu Su, it's just going to be tough at the start. Bashu will inevitably enter the pass before us, but having the first move doesn't mean everything. Once Shiliang enters the Guanzhong, they can attack Bashu from both sides, and Bashu will find it hard to cope. Yiguan Changsheng, since you've all analyzed it so thoroughly, there's no need to be afraid. We'll only know who is stronger after we clash. For now, let's focus on development. Tonight, we'll continue to capture cities and prepare for Pubanjin. Despite his words, Guan Changsheng was still deeply worried. While Bashu could be dealt with by allying with Shiliang, how to counter the Jiangdong and Shandong alliance remained a major challenge. Lu Xiao checked the time and dispatched 1 squad to the vicinity of the 4th-tier city Fuping. The Zhuge siege unit was also to be sent ahead. Upon arrival, they would wait 3.5 hours to restore morale. He was just shy of the 20 command threshold, yet embarrassingly, he had yet to draw the final general of the Peach Garden formation, Guan Yu. The crux of the matter was his insufficient funds. The limited-time card pack Warlords in Turmoil had already been released, and he still yearned to draw Lu Sun. Now he was wanting in every regard, and could only pin his hopes for Guan Yu on the standard card pool. The limited-time packs were still to come, but his 5,000 funds would hardly suffice for the standard pool. If only the kill exchange could be activated today, he sighed. Glancing at the limited-time card pack, with just over 10 hours remaining, he figured, if worst came to worst, he would have to gamble his current funds on drawing Lu Sun. Finally, he exhausted the stamina of his 2nd squad and added Zhou Yu to the 4th squad. The training of the Commander-in-Chief squad should also be put on the agenda. He was certain to draw Lu Sun, but with his current funds, achieving a full red was impossible. Lu Xiao silently logged out of the game, a hint of melancholy in his heart. After a moment's thought, he decided there was nothing to fret over. At worst, he could play with Zhao Yin Liu Bei and Zhuge Liang. Lacking the 2nd lord was not a deal-breaker. He watched a movie and only logged back in close to 9 o'clock. His first glance was at the troops near Fuping. Seeing that the numbers roughly matched the enemies, he finally felt at ease. 5 minutes to 9. Lu Xiao figured Brother Xiao would be sending a reminder email soon. Sure enough, Brother Xiao sent one right on time. Alliance Mailway Wu Du Xiao main forces touched the city at 9 sharp. Siege units await instructions. The final 5 minutes seemed interminable. Bored Lu Xiao idly noticed a certain full red big shots troops standing imposingly beside Fuping, spearmen bristling with might, and elegant white horse units standing solemnly on the land. A sense of unease crept into his heart. Did I send too few troops? Feeling he had miscalculated, Lu Xiao sent a private message to Qing Wu with a hint of wishful thinking. Grin, what's your 2nd squad? The Commander-in-Chief squad. The reply came almost instantly, as if she had been online all along. Qing Wu Yun Fei Yang team share. Ah, how careless of me. Lu Xiao silently gazed at her squad of Zhou Yu, and Lu Sun also full red, and felt a pang of envy. Though Lu Sun was only level 20, the awe-inspiring red still made his mouth water. The tactics are top-notch too, basically the current best configuration. At least their levels are low, Lu Xiao consoled himself. If it came down to it, he could just jump the gun by a few seconds to maximize kills on the garrison. Those would all translate into money later on. This also gave him a sense of urgency. The alliance now boasted no small number of big shots, and more would come. Relying on just one main squad would gradually lose its edge. He needed to accelerate his development and boost his squad's levels. He also had to diligently complete quests. The daily 500 welfare was the bare minimum and mandatory. In this game, a weak squad ultimately boiled down to money. While free-to-play players could slowly grow stronger, Full Red either demanded a hefty investment or painstaking accumulation over time. But then he reconsidered. He now had tens of thousands of kills. When the exchange opened, he would soar to new heights and convert everything into Full Red draws. Yet a question nagged at him: why hadn't he seen this big shot during previous city battles? Unable to contain his curiosity, he messaged Brother Xiao. Wei Wu Du Xiao. You let them in, didn't you? I said their strength was too low, and you said they might be a dark horse. I thought you two were old acquaintances. Surprise. Ba Qi Nan Air. Really? I don't remember that. Wei Wu Du Xiao, tisk, you're playing dumb. Would you forget such a wealthy lady? Tease. Ba Qi Nan Air sweat. Remembering the uniform red of her squad, his curiosity piqued again. Lu Xiao sent her a private message. Ba Qi Nan Air, little sister, how are you finding it in the alliance? Qing Wu Yun Fei Yang, it's pretty good. Thanks for teaching me how to play back then. Lu Xiao scratched his head. He did seem to recall something. Back then, to prove to Brother Xiao that every player had potential, he had sent her quite a few guides. Sigh. With great talent comes great responsibility. Ba Qi Nan Air, little sister, how much did you spend on your loose son? No offense, I'm just curious. I want to draw them too. Scratch head. Qing Wu Yun Fei Yang, curious. I think it was around 30,000. I can't quite remember. Ba Qi Nan Air. I see. My apologies for disturbing you. Qing Wu Yun Fei Yang. Disturbing what? Ba Qi Nan Air, shock, it's a meme, you know. Qing Wu Yun Fei Yang, I really don't know. Ba Qi Nan Air. So how did you get into this type of game? Qing Wu Yun Fei Yang, I accidentally clicked on an ad. It felt really hard at first, but after you sent me that guide, I gradually got interested. Then I made a small top-up. Ba Qi Nan Air. I see. This was just a minor interlude. Glancing at the time, less than a minute to 9, he thought about sending a private message to ask Big Shot Qing Wu to hold her squad back. But feeling too embarrassed, he decided to jump the gun himself. After roughly calculating the march time for his troops, Lu Xiao resolutely commanded Lu Bai's squad to charge towards Fuping City, spear held high. As Lu Xiao advanced early to rack up kills, the loyal brothers of the Alliance, eyes fixed on the city, saw a squad bearing the title Vice Leader brazenly charging towards the city. Damn, Ba Qi is so eager, Brother Xiao muttered, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. With so many brothers watching, was it really okay to so blatantly jump the gun? Lu Xiao's charge might have been fine, but Big Shot Qing Wu's delicate brows furrowed, and she instinctively followed suit. Her charge too might have been inconsequential, but a wave of brothers instinctively tapped their troops and followed the pair. As a result, all the loyal brothers advanced a minute early. An awkward scene unfolded on the battlefield. Apart from a few rational ones, like Wei Wu Du Xiao, everyone else blindly followed the big shots in attacking the city. In truth, there wasn't much harm in it. The Alliance management set a unified time for city attacks for 2 reasons. First, city garrison troops would recover in an hour, preventing early attacks from disrupting the Alliance's plans. Second, it instilled discipline and execution in players, preventing blind rushes. In the newbie season, execution was forged through repeated city attacks, ensuring perfect adherence to Alliance commands in later campaigns. Wei Wu Du Xiao's mouth twitched. There was nothing to be done now. He would just pretend nothing had happened. Although Lu Xiao had indeed struck the city early, he overlooked one thing: the special troop tactic White Horse Justice was faster than his ordinary shield troops. Even if he started a few seconds before Qing, Wuxi would still reach the city first. White Horse Justice was one of the best special troop tactics, and its effects seemed tailor-made for the Commander-in-Chief squad. Restricted to bowmen, it increased march speed by 25. Crucially, it granted the entire squad initiative in the first 2 rounds and boosted the activation rate of all active tactics. A divine skill for the Commander-in-Chief squad that needed these enhancements. Watching helplessly as the White Horse formation crashed into the city walls, clearly taking out 3 garrison squads, Lu Xiao's heart nearly shattered. That was over 6,000 in currency. Fortunately, to his relief, the second squad to attack the city was his own Lu Bei squad. However, he was disappointed that it only wiped out 6 squads and ended in a draw against the 7th. It seems I misjudged the garrison's strength. Lu Xiao deeply regretted not bringing his second squad. The 4th-tier city had a total of 12 garrison squads. Qing Wu and Lu Xiao took out 10, leaving the remaining 2 an easy task for the vast main force. At 9 sharp, Brother Xiao sent the second email. All siege units deploy. Also, the top 3 who jumped the gun, Ba Qi Nan Air Qing, Wu Yun Fei Yang, and Tian Su, San D, voluntarily pay a 100 fine as a warning. Let this be a lesson to all brothers. Do not jump the gun. Alliance channel, Ba Qi Nan Air. Awkward. My bad. Tian Su, San D, damn, I only followed because the big shots did. 100,000. That really stings. Wei Wu Du Xiao, be careful next time. Don't let a certain vice leader lead you astray. Laugh, Ba Qi Nan Air shy. 100,000 resources was nothing to Lu Xiao. Handing it over to the Alliance would also boost its experience. Alliance upgrades increased member capacity. The Alliance gained experience from members' combat, whether capturing land or fighting, or directly from resource contributions. Lu Xiao reflected on the kills he had accumulated from third-tier city battles and friendly matches. He had a hunch that the exchange might open tomorrow after the integration. Assistant, how many kills do I have now? Suddenly remembering his system, Lu Xiao asked curiously. You currently have 3-1-1-1 kills equivalent to 3-1-1 yuan, the assistant replied mechanically. Over 300,000. My God, open the exchange now. Please continue your efforts and strive to unlock the enemy kill exchange module as soon as possible, the assistant reminded in a cold tone. Lu Xiao shrugged, watching Fuping's durability gradually decline under the rhythmic strikes of the siege units. Relieved, he swiftly returned to his main force, replenished troops, and began sweeping through enemies to level up, while simultaneously sending Spartans to continue paving roads. At this point, Lu Xiao had not yet established a subsidy, as it would be of little use in the early stages and would require 11 plots of land. The game's main storyline would eventually prompt players to build a subsidy at a certain stage. A subsidy was akin to half a main city possessing all the buildings of the main city except for a few special ones. However, it too would need to develop from scratch, gradually upgrading. Moreover, subsidies had their limitations and drawbacks. Besides requiring a level 6 plot for the central land, a subsidy would lose all its bonus effects if captured by the enemy, only recovering after being liberated. Additionally, subsidies inherently started later than the main city, and diverting resources to them would lead to shortages. In the early stages, resources were far from sufficient to upgrade all buildings in both the main city and subsidy. Many players used subsidies solely for resource bonuses, deploying their troops as siege units. Lu Xiao had the same plan. In the first season, there were few armies, and forming 3 or 4 main forces was already challenging. Raising troops for the main city was demanding enough, let alone for a subsidy. The extra troop slots from the subsidy could simply be used for siege units without much emphasis. Later in the game, when resources were abundant, upgrading them would be harmless. In the early stages, conserving resources and using only siege units would save troops for the main city. Alliance Channel Wei Wudushio, after the battle, move your troops to Zuli before sleeping. While attack at noon tomorrow sharp. No more jumping the gun. Bachi Nanair, how awkward. Tian's Sandy Pout. Tian's Iri will Iron Cavalry, and Shinfu mostly be in by tomorrow noon. Wei Wudushio, yes, 10 from Iron Cavalry, and about 40 to 50 from Chinfu, excluding a few farmers. Tian's Showdown, so our numbers will exceed 100. Bachi Nanair, indeed, but the main alliance in Bashu has nearly 120 members, and the other 3 sub-alliances have similar numbers, so we're still short on manpower. Tian's Iri, isn't Shiliang Iron Cavalry also bringing in people? Tian's Sandy, I wouldn't count on that too much. They're only transferring 10 high-level players. The activity of other alliance members is limited. Shiliang Iron Cavalry's combat strength will probably be moderate. I feel our state has the fewest players. Bachi Nanair, it's not that bad. Other alliances have plenty of active players too. Once they gather and join Iron Cavalry, their development might even improve. Besides, fewer people isn't necessarily a disadvantage. As they say, quality over quantity. Shiliang still has around 300 members combined. Our priority now is to capture more cities to raise our level. With higher levels, recruiting won't be an issue. Humping thumbs up. Fengli Yuli, exactly. As I always say, having many people in Bashu doesn't guarantee strength. Whether they can unite is the real question. Mailway Wudushio level 4 City Zuli. Troops must be in position by 9 a.m. tomorrow. Attack at noon sharp. The city had fallen. Lu Xiao silently continued sweeping and leveling up. At this stage, the game was rather dull, with no activities other than capturing cities. Many players, unable to endure the lull during the development phase, simply uninstalled the game. Each season lasted about 3 months, with the most interesting parts being the early development and the combat phases. Development brought a sense of achievement with every land capture, especially first-time milestones like level 5 or 6. Combat was similarly thrilling. However, 3 months wasn't always filled with battles, so with each passing season more players quit. SLG strategy games had their unique charm, but they could never match the popularity of shooters or MOBAs like Honor of Kings. Perhaps it was due to their different positioning. The novice period had ended, and the game now had a night mode. Deep into the night, stamina consumption doubled, and land occupation time extended to 10 minutes. Attacking land at night was no longer worthwhile. Fortunately, Lu Xiao's development was going well, so there was no need to stay up late. After exhausting his stamina from leveling, he would wake up early the next morning to move his troops. Before that, he would sweep some land a few times to prevent stamina overflow while waiting near the city. The next day, beep, beep. Lu Xiao had set a 5 a.m. alarm. Woken up, his mind buzzed, and he stiffly opened the game. Normal people take a moment to come to after being disturbed, and he hadn't woken up this early in days. Once he snapped out of it, his drowsiness vanished. He opened the game, ordered his troops and siege units to march towards Zuli, then unconcerned about potential interception by non-friendly alliances, he fell back asleep, tossing his phone aside. When he woke again, it was past 7. Lu Xiao got up, freshened up, briefly had breakfast, and opened the game again. The troops had arrived safely at their destination. Lu Xiao saw that their morale was only around 10. It would take nearly 3 hours to recover to full, but time was sufficient. The city attack wasn't until noon. With all troops in Zuli and nothing urgent in the game for now, Lu Xiao decided to go out and buy a computer. The game could run on a PC. After downloading, players could log in by scanning a QR code with their mobile game client. Both couldn't be logged into the same server simultaneously, but different servers worked fine. Operating the game on a computer was more convenient, mainly due to the larger screen, and it freed up the phone for checking group messages. Previously, he hadn't needed a computer. The laptop at home was a 5-year-old model, and when he tried running the game client, it was noticeably laggy. Now that he had extra income, Lu Xiao could afford a better machine. After all, his daily tasks alone guaranteed him at least 15000. Lu Xiao took a taxi to the nearest computer store and picked an ordinary laptop under 100. Playing just this game didn't require high specs. He didn't need a new phone either. He had just bought one recently using his past savings. As a single man with minimal expenses, he had managed to save a bit. Apart from rent and necessary expenses, there was little else to spend on. Now he had only a few thousand left, but Lu Xiao remained remarkably calm, as if unfazed by the lack of funds. After buying the computer, he leisurely got a haircut and had a meal. By the time he got home, it was nearly noon. Opening the game, Brother Xiao had indeed sent a mail. He also noticed new faces in the alliance. The cooldown for those who had left must have ended, though it seemed a bit quick. As noon approached, most players had logged in and prepared. This time no one could jump the gun, so timing was crucial. Lu Xiao stared intently at the city, his finger already hovering over the troop march interface. Watching the stopwatch on his new computer, he calculated silently. Having been caught red-handed last time, he was determined to showcase his timing skills now. Timing was a technique often used when attacking an enemy's main city. When the enemy city still had troops, but siege units were needed, main forces had to provide cover. Typically, the main force would reach the city 3 to 5 seconds earlier than the siege units. According to the game's combat mechanics, this allowed the siege units to follow right after the main force, protecting them. When the time came, Lu Xiao's troops charged towards the city at the forefront, successfully securing the first position and directly piercing through the defenders. In the Alliance channel, Taiyan's third brother exclaimed, "Damn, did Big Shot 8 feet jump the gun again?" Taiyan's second elder replied, "The timing of hitting the city was exactly at 9 o'clock, no problem." Taiyan's third brother said, "Is that so?" with disappointment. 8 feet manly man responded, "Are you trying to get me to pay more resources?" The main forces of other players, having returned empty-handed, reluctantly ceased their assault on the city and halted on the land, while dense squads of siege equipment orderly advanced towards Zuli. It seemed that a Tier 4 city posed no challenge for Zhongyi. In the mailway, Wu Duxiu wrote, "After taking the city, have your troops in position at Didao by 7:30 p.m. We'll start at 10:30 p.m. sharp. This is Ziliang's first Tier 5 city, so I hope everyone takes it seriously. After that, settle down and prepare for the breach." With the main force's mission complete, Lu Xiao arranged for an immediate return. Just then, the Spartans had already paved the way to Tier's even land, so he dispatched a squad to march and restore morale. After finishing his tasks, he was about to log off when he received a private message on WeChat. Not Xiaoer asked, "Big Shot, are you there? I'm about to start a subsidy." 8 feet manly man replied, "Oh, congratulations then." Not Xiaoer said, "Ahem, I heard subsidies require Tier 6 land, right?" 8 feet manly man responded, "Yo, what's up? Did you just find out?" Not Xiaoer sent an ellipsis. Lying in bed, Chen Axiu muttered to herself, "I hinted so obviously. Is the Big Shot playing dumb? No way. Should I just ask directly?" "Yeah, let's do that." Not Xiaoer asked, "Big Shot, I don't have any Tier 6 land nearby. Can I borrow one piece?" Lu Xiao's face reddened slightly. He realized she meant that. He had thought she was just sharing progress on her task. 8 feet manly man replied, "Ahem, I'll release all the ones near you." Not Xiaoer said, "No need, one piece is enough. Actually, I have Tier 6 land myself, but each resource type only has one piece, and I don't want to use them for a subsidy. I'm saving them for farming. So I wanted to borrow one of yours." 8 feet manly man asked, "Which piece do you need?" Not Xiaoer responded, "XXXX, is this one okay?" 8 feet manly man replied, "Alright, I've released it." Not Xiaoer said, Thank you so much." 8 feet manly man replied, "You're welcome." Not Xiaoer responded, "Shameless." 8 feet manly man said, "Right back at you." Not Xiaoer retorted, "I'm off to take land." 8 feet manly man replied, "Okay." Lu Xiao closed the game and was about to take a nap when his assistant's voice prompt sounded. "Congratulations on completing the main quest. Rewards have been distributed." Congratulations on unlocking the enemy kill exchange system. After the first capture of each city, tier kills will be tallied, including troops eliminated in player battles. Kills can be exchanged for real currency at a 1:1 ratio. Lu Xiao was stunned for a moment, his mind blank. He felt his blood boil and his heart pounding rapidly. After a long while, he calmed down. Assistant exchange all kills for currency. Exchange successful. The funds will be transferred to your bank account through compliant channels. As soon as the assistant spoke, his phone chimed. Lu Xiao's heart raced again as he unlocked it with trembling hands to check the SMS. From China Merchants Bank, your account XXXX has received a deposit of RMB 312990. Current balance 318990 yuan. Over 300,000. It was no small sum. This money might not accomplish anything earth-shattering in most cities, but it could rent a shop on a busy street, open a small business, buy a car, or travel around. In short, for Lu Xiao, who had been struggling in society for a year, 300,000 was a fortune. Having graduated just over a year ago with a monthly salary of only 5,000, this money brought him hope. He stared blankly at the SMS content. Every word struck him with immense force. Even though he had already memorized the short sentence, he still gazed at it foolishly. This was the first time he had earned 300,000 in just over 6 days. If he hadn't quit his job and was still toiling in the factory, it would have taken years of frugal living to save that much. Now it came so easily, delivering a massive shock to his normally content and ordinary self. After a few minutes, Lu Xiao's gaze grew resolute. He silently vowed to himself, this 300,000 is just the beginning. Through the assistant, he would seize more opportunities to change his life. Since he had been granted the power of the assistant, he naturally had to make the most of it in the game. Now was not the time for enjoyment. This money shouldn't be used to improve his own life, but rather reinvested into the game. Of course, he could send some to his parents, and the rest would be enough to upgrade all his current generals to full red stars. By then, his army would be stronger, increasing his chances of victory in battles and earning more kills through combat. He reopened the game not to take land this time, but to do something more exhilarating. After the preliminaries, Lu Xiao was ready to get down to business. He directly opened the standard card pool, gazing at the dazzling golden general cards. Lu Xiao silently eyed the nearly 300 jade, 300 worth. His mood inexplicably surged. With a light tap, he went for a 5 pull. The feeling was indescribable, but it became unstoppable, driving him to keep tapping. What can soothe worries? Only spending money. During the process, many orange cards appeared, including rare ones like Chow Chow and Liu Bei. Lu Xiao felt he had drawn quite a few until the system prompted the draw limit, at which point he reluctantly stopped. He sorted through the significant gains. Naturally, all the generals available in the basic card pool had been obtained. Lu Xiao's long-coveted but previously unaffordable Lu Sun and Guan Yu were now fully red-starred. Moreover, the main army he planned to build was nearly all full or half red-starred. Looking at his previously barren general bag, now gleaming with gold adorned with dazzling 5-star full reds, Lu Xiao felt an immense sense of pride and satisfaction. Damn, no wonder people say the rich live a life of luxury and indulgence, unable to extricate themselves. He finally got to experience the thrill of splurging in a game. With a full red star main lineup and his win rate cheat, he was virtually unbeatable. While Lu Xiao was content, the alliance, nay the entire world, was in an uproar. On the world channel from Bashu Huaker, Duo La Jiao exclaimed, "Damn, is this big shot from Shiliang so fierce? How many orange cards is that?" From Jingchu Changshan, Zhao Zilong of Taoyuan Jie said, "I reckon at least 40 or 50 orange cards." Sasuke from Taoyuan Jie added, "Feels like tens of thousands spent, what a beast." From Shiliang, Tiechipini remarked, "Oh, so it's big shot 8 feet making his move." From Zhengzhan, Sifong Dashing Gu sneered, "Tisk spending so much on this crappy game, is he a shill?" From Shiliang, Tiechipini retorted, "I think you Basha guys are the biggest shills, talking big and shamelessly badmouthing our brother 8 feet. Pini fired back, without holding back. Since Bashu had mass troops at the Shiliang Pass, there was no need to save face. They had started the mockery first. With Pini leading the verbal assault and Shiliang freshly unified with unprecedented solidarity, Dashingu had undoubtedly poked a hornet's nest. Shiliang loyalty first, third brother of Tianxi, oh, isn't this the notorious guild leader? Shameless as ever, slandering our boss. Truly a brazen rogue. Bashu brother Dashin, what's with that stench? Can I speak the truth? Curious. Shiliang Tianxi leader, quite enlightening. Now I understand why that saying exists. Shiliang floating wanderer, huh? What saying? Shiliang Tianxi leader, a shameless person is invincible. Shiliang wind and rain applause. Shiliang cold wind are the folks from Bashu so arrogant they can fire off random insults at entire regions. Hebei Alliance of Brotherhood leader Iguan Chongqing, wow, our Shiliang brothers speak so elegantly, much better than Bashu's endless cursing. Bashu brother Dashin, what are the Shiliang folks already in cahoots with Hebei? playing bodyguard for your little brother. Hebei Alliance of Brotherhood Vice Leader, Ilu Xuanda Bashu Leader. You're mistaken. We are equal allies, especially in opposing certain hegemonic alliances. We stand united. Hebei Glory of Yuan Leader Yuan Benchu, Tisk Tsk. Bashu's bunch of petty schemers can only sow discord. We've seen it all. Bashu conquer the Four Directions Vice Leader Flathead Brother. Indeed, a Hebei Shiliang alliance is nothing to scoff at. Bashu unify the world leader river flows east side. Maybe we want to even hold our territories. Look how cocky Ziliang's gotten. Fresh from unification, already parading their alliance with Hebei across the world. Shandong Dream of Red, Dust Dream Wushuang, oh a quarrel. Let me grab some beer melon seeds and a front row seat. Shandong Orange from Free Draw, just passing through. Shiliang only I stand alone, that's going too far? Why are we allied? Isn't it because some state constantly provokes peace-loving players on the world channel? Shiliang 8-foot man HUD just because I pulled a general in a shill. You guys have such wild imaginations, and your mouths smell like a toilet. Bashu Brother Dashin, oh everyone give a round of applause for the game shill. The one the devs hired to make you all spend money. Bashu Wind Whispering Snicker, don't keep calling others shills. Actually am the biggest shill here. 8-foot man is just my underling. Shiliang Light Dance Cloud Flying Nonsense, are you insane? Shiliang Third Brother of Tianxi Boss Light, Dance speaks the truth haha. Shiliang Only I Stand Alone Tisk Brother Wind Whispering has a nice name, but it's wasted on a person. Our two sides will have a chance to compare strength. Don't be too cocky, you Bashu tough guys. We all know your little tricks. Alright Shiliang brothers, let's leave the world channel. The Bashu faction is too powerful for us to mess with. Jingchu who else, but me just a spectator. The sudden flame war on the world channel gave the gossiping players a delightful show, unaware that a war about to sweep the world was imminent. Brother Dashin, having been thoroughly roasted, was fuming with rage, itching to launch an attack. But his remaining reason told him this wasn't the time. The pass would open tonight, and there was no need to start another conflict with Shiliang. However, once inside the pass tomorrow, he'd have his hands free. Private chat Brother Dashin, Duga you there? Duga Jiunyin, what's up Brother Sean? Brother Dashin plans have changed. First tell me, what's the highest level city your alliance can take? Duga Jiunyin was taken aback. After a moment's hesitation he replied, level 4 cities are no problem, but level 5 is risky. Quite a few alliance members have defected to Loyalty and Iron Cavalry. Seeing his reply, Brother Dashin was furious. I sponsored you money to develop in Shiliang, and not only can't you beat them, you can't even keep your people. What the hell are you good for? His anger mounting, Brother Dashin finally couldn't hold back and typed accusingly. You're an alliance leader, and you can't even hold on to your members. Dugu Junyan gave a bitter smile, sensing the other's fury, but had no choice but to grit his teeth and explain. Brother Sean, there's really nothing I can do. After we lost the friendly match, a lot of new members jumped ship. I can't help it. Loyalty has already announced their main and secondary alliances. Keeping things together as they are is already a huge effort, and Loyalty keeps pressuring us to join Iron Cavalry. I can only play dumb and stall for time. Brother Dashin suppressed his urge to curse him out. The first plan was a no-go. Head wanted Sword Point to directly attack Loyalty's cities. After calming down, he came up with a better idea. Brother Dashin, hey, race the plan. Have your alliance set up camps near the city. If Loyalty asks, say you're helping them defend against us. Disband the friendly alliance at 8 a.m. tomorrow, and at 8 p.m. coordinate with us to take Li City. Dugu Junyan, huh? Brother Sean, aren't you attacking Yangping Pass first to enter the Central Plains? Brother Dashin, don't ask what you shouldn't. Just do as I say. Have your troops charge their camp clusters to disrupt their movements. Well, take Li City and seize the initiative. One push and well flatten Shiliang. After we take down Loyalty, you can respawn and come over. They'll have someone give you land to rebuild. Then your mission is done. Dugu was silent, his mind in a whirl. Respawn meant choosing a new birth state, abandoning all current land and structures, including high-level buildings like mints, essentially starting from scratch, a true resurgence. The cost was immense, and Dugu already had 7 or 8,000 power points. He was reluctant to let them go. But refusing Brother Dashin's request was also impossible. His first purchase monthly cards were all sponsored by Brother Dashin. The first purchase was 6 yuan, the monthly cards 48 yuan, plus another 98 yuan. If he refused Brother Dashin, not only would the monthly cards stop, but he also feared the man would demand repayment for the money already spent. Dugu wasn't wealthy. In fact, he was impoverished. Having dropped out of school before finishing junior high, he spent his days drifting through internet cafes, leading a chaotic existence that had left his parents utterly disappointed and washed their hands of him. Fortunately, he had some gaming talent, earning a meager living by playing for others. Otherwise, survival itself would be a problem. So he never spent money on games, but without spending, the gaming experience was indeed poor. He had no choice but to cling to big spenders. He dared not and could not refuse this benefactor's orders. Dugu Junyan, alright, I'll make the arrangements. Brother Dashin good. After this is done, I'll transfer you 200 as payment. Knowing what Dugu cared about, Brother Dashin deliberately dangled money to motivate him. 200 yuan was a huge temptation for the unemployed Dugu Junyan. Dugu Junyan, I'll give it my all. Taking a deep breath, he pondered how to explain to the alliance. After some thought, slandering seemed like a good approach. By accusing loyalty first of not giving Sword Point a chance to enter the pass, he could stir up resentment among the members. With a little fanning of the flames, perhaps the deed would be done without his direct involvement. Proud of his cleverness, Dugu immediately began to craft an indignant rant in the group chat about loyalty first treacherous ambitions. In the loyalty group chat, Heaven's strategy third brother am honestly speechless. These people from Bashu are so fond of stirring up trouble. Aren't they tired? Only I shine, it's normal. Yesterday Bashu was claiming that Hebius management was a studio. They're just trying to divert attention. Brothers don't take it too seriously. However, we gave Bashu a thorough scolding. They probably won't let it go easily. Keep a close eye on leeching. Those who haven't set up camp go and build tents, be ready to snatch the dragon at any moment. Also arrange 2 brothers to block the gate at the very front. Occupy the spot first. If we fail to seize the pass, we can relocate there. 8-foot man, how about this? Yu Li and I will go. Lu Xiao pondered for a moment, realizing that if leeching fell, they would need a high-level powerhouse to hold the line. Undoubtedly, he was the most suitable. Besides, Yu Li had previously expressed interest in being a gatekeeper, so the 2 of them would be enough. Heaven's strategy, second master with 8-foot here, we can enter the pass with peace of mind. Sinister grin. 8-foot man, haha, I will be your solid support. 8-foot man, also 8-foot doesn't sound very pleasant. Can I change my in-game ID? Lu Xiao had casually chosen that name back then, but now it felt a bit odd. Only I shine, not possible now. You can only change it at the start of the next season. I think we could all change together then. Loud laughter. Heaven's strategy third brother, I also think it's not good. I want to change mine to Heaven's strategy boss. What do you all think? Heaven's strategy, second master third brother, don't move from your top bunk. They'll come over and share some brotherly affection with you. Heaven's strategy leader, count me in. Lately third brother has been lacking in care and affection. He's grown too confident and forgotten his place. Not showy gloating. Cheng Duodwa, next time you have such thoughts, make sure to avoid your 2 big brothers, haha. Cold wind moment of silence. Heaven's strategy third brother. 8-foot man, changing together is fine, but it's entirely voluntary, haha. Only I shine, that's for sure. Only I shine. Ahem, we've strayed off topic. Since we have the candidates vacate the frontline land for the gatekeepers. If conflict arises, be prepared. 8-foot man through wind and rain. Once leeching is stable, well, also need to consider breaching the pass. Through wind and rain, got it. 8-foot man through wind and rain, I'll cover the relocation fee. Through wind and rain, that's so generous of you. 8-foot man, oh, forget it then. Through wind and rain. Cold wind, ha. Heaven's strategy leader, am curious how highly evolved are 8-foot's generals now. Not showy one, I want to see the lineup of a big shot too. Cautiously. 8-foot man, not as red as King was. Image. Only I shine, damn, the governor's squad is almost fully evolved. The shoe spear too. Cold wind drooling. Chung Duodwa, so many evolved generals. Not showy, so terrifying, all the generals are red. 8-foot man, low profile. Light dance flying cloud image. Light dance flying cloud, my main force is Zhuge Liang, Zhao Yun, Liu Bei. Is this setup okay? 8-foot man, it's fine. Top tier configuration. Lu Xiao saw that the others, Zhuge Liang and Liu Bei, were already over level 20 with all standard skills. Once the command limit is sufficient, they can immediately form the Heavenly Spear. Light dance flying cloud, okay. They'll put Zhang Fei in the second squad. Pair him with Huang Zhong and Guan Yu for a shield formation. 8-foot man spear formation works too. Guan Yu as the main commander in spear formation, Huang Zhong as the main commander in shield formation. Light dance flying cloud, what skill should I use? Curious. 8-foot man Zhang Fei, awe-inspiring presence, plus falling phoenix. Huang Zhong ravage and plunder plus avoid the strong and strike the weak. Guan Yu white brow plus sweeping 1,000 soldiers. It won't be as good as your first squad, but the evolution level will compensate somewhat. Heaven's strategy third brother, seeing the big shots with fully evolved generals exchange tips, this newbie is trembling in fear. Not showy looks so powerful. Big shot, please take a look at mine too. Humbly seeking advice. Not showy image. Only I shine, showy plays Lu Bu. Lu Bu is decent, but he's not great in the first season. Besides, you don't have Xiaoho or Huatua. Through wind and rain, it's still workable. Form a group archer squad. Wait for a Yuan Xiao and pair him with your current Gongsun Zan. Heaven's strategy leader, what about Sun Jian? Sun Jian, Fa Zheng, and Zhang Fei can form a shield formation too. Not showy, I don't have them. I haven't spent a single cent. Heaven's strategy third brother, a free-to-play player. Then how is your power rating so high? Not showy, just playing casually. I find it very simple. Heaven's strategy, third brother, have you captured level 6 land? Not showy, yes I have. What's the matter? Righteously. Heaven's strategy, third brother. No nothing. Just asking. 8-foot man, you don't necessarily have to wait for Yuan Shao. Lu Bu Gong Sun Zan and Zhu Jun will work. Not showy sudden realization, how should I arrange the skills then? 8-foot man, there's a top-tier version and a budget version. Which one do you need? Big tease. Not showy confused, how do you build the budget version? 8-foot man dismantle Chao Ren and Pang Da. Give 8-door escape formation to Zhu Jun and temporary evasion to Gong Sun Zan. The effect is similar, it's for damage reduction. Give Gong Sun Zan Falling Phoenix or Ravage and Plunder for crowd control. Give Zhu Jun Anticipate Events or Enemy Shield. For Lu Bu as the main commander, use Swift Strike and Bent Bow and Feathered Arrow. Not showy in the high tier version. 8-foot man, keep 8-door escape formation and temporary evasion unchanged. Give Zhu Jun Parting Ways for 3 days to boost damage. Give Lu Bu Riding Alone for 1,000 miles and Cruel and Unruly. Give Gong Sun Zan 10,000 arrows simultaneously or Blade Edge. I think it's solid. Not showy. I don't have any of those except the first 2. 8-foot man smile, I have all of them. I based it on my own setup. Forgot you didn't have them, hee. My apologies. Not showy. Hitue. Through wind and rain, what does Hitue mean? Cold wind spitting. Through wind and rain. Learn something new. Only I shine, everyone. The brothers from Qinfu and Tiechi will be joining the alliance and the group soon. Get ready to welcome them. Heaven's strategy, second master understood. Heaven's strategy, third brother, wow, we're finally going to grow and expand. 8-foot man, ha. Just a few minutes after Only I Shine's announcement, people started joining the group one after another. Within half an hour, the group chat had nearly 100 people. The loyalty members were busy welcoming the newcomers. Thankfully, the QQ group had a new member notification and an welcome function, so everyone just needed to click it. Suddenly, the group was bustling with activity, messages constantly scrolling. It was evident that loyalty was growing stronger, showing signs of a great rise. The welcome event reached its climax with the appearance of a certain generous benefactor. 8-foot man, everyone welcome to the loyalty family. They'll skip the pleasantries and get straight to the point. 8-foot man, red packet, congratulations on getting rich. 8-foot man, long live friendship. 8-foot man, unity of the Western Liang. Fuyo, damn, such a big spender. Brothers, grab them quickly. The big shot is handing out welfare. Ishu, my god, I should have left Fuyo for loyalty sooner. $5 feels great. Fuyo, Uchida Xiao, haha, so heartless. Fuyo, you'd sell me out for a mere red packet. Ishu slurping, what else? Fuyo, Lin Jia Xiao Ka AI, hee feeling awkward alliance leader. Fuyo, Lin Jia Xiao Ko AI, not awkward at all. But I'm not the alliance leader anymore. Be careful or brother Shio might make things difficult for you. Only I shine. Only I shine. Am I that petty? Loud laughter. Lin Jia Xiao Ko AI, no way, no way. Brother Shio isn't really angry, is he? Only I shine smile. Lin Jia Xiao Ko AI, I missed another red packet. Crying loudly. Luo Ji Gue Kai, before I came I thought I wouldn't be able to stay. I don't even mention it. It's so good here. Wu Ji Sua AI, finally I can stash away some pocket money. Thank you, big shot 8-foot. Fuyo, thank you all loyalty brothers for the warm welcome. No need to applaud. Everyone's shameless. 10 members of the Iron Cavalry led by Bu Qi de Xia, including the Logic Genius and high-level players from the Alliance of My Beloved, along with 7 active players, joined Zhong Yi Dang Xian. Chun Fu even more directly brought most of its members, including the Alliance leader, to Zhong Yi Dang Xian. Thus, Chun Fu became a thing of the past. However, they did this for the greater good of Shiliang, sacrificing the smaller self for the greater whole. Like Zhong Yi, the Iron Cavalry also absorbed other players from Shiliang alliances. Due to member caps, both alliances stabilized at around 120 members each. Zhong Yi Dang Xian successfully broke into the top 10 of the entire server, ranking 8th. At this time, the first and second places were still held by the main Bashu Alliance and the main Hebei Alliance. The third was Jiangdong's Buwu Luo Li, the fourth was Shandong's Hong Chun Yiming, the fifth was Bashu's Branch Alliance, Yikitong Tianxia, the sixth was Hebius Qing, Zhou Shi, the seventh was Jiangdong's Magic Girl, the ninth was Bashu's Jizai Si Fong, and the 10th was Ziliang's Iron Cavalry. Apart from the top 3 among the other alliances, Zhong Yi Dang Xian and Hong Chun Yiming had the most members, while Bashu's Zhongzhan Si Fong had already reached over 130 members. With most of the transferred members having arrived, Wei Wu Du Xiu prepared to discuss the grouping matters with several administrators. To ensure fairness on the original basis, they invited the former deputy leaders of Chun Fu Fu Yu and Yi Shu, as well as the Iron Cavalry team leaders, Bu Qi de Xia and Logic Genius. Once everyone was present, Wei Wu Du Xiu detailed his plan to all the new and old members. Wei Wu Du Xiu, no matter how things were between our alliances before, we are now all brothers. Without much ado, let's get straight to the point. Now Bashu is powerful and has its eyes on us, ready to start a war at any moment. To better organize everyone's strength, we need to reappoint officials and establish groups. Let me first talk about the officials. It's about sharing leadership. As the saying goes, two heads are better than one. I can't be the sole decision maker. Wei Wu Duxiu, first let me clarify that this is just a preliminary idea. We'll reassign roles later based on activity and actual command capabilities. Also, we'll outline the main responsibilities for each official. The game doesn't have many official titles yet, but each of our officials needs to take on different duties. Wei Wu Duxiu, first the deputy leader, remains unchanged, still Ba Qi Nan Er. He will be mainly responsible for war mobilization, issuing attack targets, and overseeing external warfare. Second, the commander position will be held by Logic Genius, but his functions and authority will be shared with Yishu. This is mainly to cover for when the commander is unavailable, so the two can share the load. He will be mainly responsible for matters related to city sieges, including capturing cities and destroying enemy players' main cities. After that, the diplomat remains unchanged, still Tian Su Sandi. For now, the main task is to maintain contact with Hebei and also take care of integration matters. Finally, Fu Yu and Tian Sishou now will handle land dispute cases. Tian Su Er Yi and Lin Jia Xiaoku AI will serve as officials responsible for handling attendance and merit review. That's the arrangement for now. Does anyone have any other thoughts? Fu Yu, I have no objections. I'm more concerned about the grouping. Tian Su Sandi, the pressure is immense, but I'll do my best. Ba Qi Nan Er Tian Su Sandi, what pressure? The alliance has everything under control. For now, just contact the leaders of the Shiliang alliances to gradually integrate into Zhong Yi and Iron Cavalry. Also urge Jianji Tian Xia to see when they'll integrate. Tian Su Sandi, okay. Feels like there's so much to do. Wei Wu Duxiu will talk about grouping right away. Any other differing opinions? Buqi Xia, no problem. The leader briefed us before we came. Well, follow all arrangements. Wu Ji Sua AI, no objections. Master Xiu, please continue. Wei Wu Duxiu, alright, the official appointments are set for now. The main thing is the grouping. Wei Wu Duxiu Ba Qi Nan Er, typing is tiring. Ba Qi, you take over. Lu Xiao saw Xiu guess and organized his thoughts. Ba Qi Nan Er, the preliminary decision is to divide into 5 groups, the main 1st and 2nd regiments, each with 40 members for large-scale activities like city sieges. Then the night battle group, formed by sign-up. Whenever there's a night mission, we'll temporarily pull members from various regiments who can stay up late. After the mission, they disband back to their regiments. Each night participant will receive a 128 yuan night shift allowance. The road paving group, 5 to 10 members, also temporarily formed. Those participating in road paving missions will receive a 128 yuan allowance, including night road paving. Finally, the Vanguard group, requiring 2 or more teams of active players with T0 or T1 lineups. Attendance will be strictly checked daily. The initial plan is for 20 members, essentially the elite group. Fu Yuao, a night shift allowance. 128 is so generous. Buqi Xia, isn't this just throwing money around? Bachi, what do you do for a living to be so rich? Logic Genius, my god, I want to join the night battle group. Tian Sishou Neo, indeed Bachida, Lao has never let anyone down. Feng Liuli, although I'm used to the big shots throwing money around, him still a bit stunned. As an administrator from an older server, Fu, you had never seen such a wealthy administrator in the first season. This was like injecting adrenaline into the members. No wonder we lost. The management of Zhong Yi is too rich. Fu, you couldn't help, but Sai completely convinced. Buqi Xia was also extremely shocked. Although he had some money, he would never spend it so lavishly. Playing a game wasn't worth such an investment, especially for complete strangers. His mind was still reeling, but his hand subconsciously took a screenshot and sent it to Pai and I. Pai and I had been closely watching the integration progress of Zhong Yi. Seeing the screenshot from Buqi Xia, he too was stunned by Ba Kai's grand gesture. 128 yuan per player, 10 players, would be 1280 yuan. If the entire alliance participated, that would be over 10,000. Truly a big shot. Giving out such benefits made other alliances pale in comparison. Pai and I was speechless. If you had told me you were this impressive earlier, why would I have bothered fighting you? I would have happily followed you from the start. Although Fu Yu and the others knew there would be grouping after the merger, they never expected such generous benefits. They all deeply admired Bachi. At the same time, it boosted their confidence in Shiliang. Having such a big shot leading them would indeed make things smoother. At the very least, the generous rewards could help them contend with Bashu. Bachin and Ershiogu has already privately messaged some brothers. Let me clarify, the main 1st Regiment will mostly consist of original Zhong Yi members led by Feng Liu Li with Han Feng as assistant. The main 2nd Regiment will be composed of brothers from Chun Fu led by brother Fu Yu. You all can coordinate internally. The night battle group will be led by Chung Duo. The road paving group will not be led by Xiao Er. He'll add him to the admin group later for everyone to meet. The Vanguard group will be led by me personally. He'll select the members myself, but the brothers from Iron Cavalry should all come over. That's the general grouping arrangement. Tonight, after we capture a level 5 city, the 1st and 2nd regiments will take turns capturing a level 4 city tomorrow. The rest of the time focus on development. Bash's tents are increasing. The Vanguard group will also split into 2 waves for city sieges. Lee City must have at least 40 siege engines. I'm done. Everyone, if you have any other ideas, let's discuss them. Oh, one more thing, besides the night battle and road paving groups, other groups will also have rewards. This includes for future city sieges rewarding the top 3 in kills and the top 3 in siege damage with monthly passes and so on. We'll discuss the specifics later. Fuyu, please continue. I have no objections at all. Taiyan's third brother. From this day forward, I recognize Bachi as my elder brother. Bachi's affairs are my affairs. Bachi's unhappiness is my unhappiness. If Bachi says east, I will never go west. In short, from now on, this worthless life of mine belongs to Big Brother Bachi. I will follow your command without complaint. Taiyan's second master. I feel the same. Taiyan's leader. That is exactly what I wanted to say. Uchidasha, can you all calm down? I feel like you've lost all your dignity. Wuji Soii. From this day forth, I am willing to go through fire and water for Lord Bachi, and I will not refuse even death. Uchidasha. Suai, are you serious? Wei Wu Dushio, you guys have had enough, haven't you? Especially you, Suai. I heard you've spent quite a bit on this game too. Are you really that bothered by this little amount? Wuji Suai, my better half has been keeping a tight leash on me lately. He'll take whatever extra cash I can get. Wei Wu Dushio, I understand. We're all in the same boat. Han Feng, I think I've stumbled upon something huge. Wuji Suai, should we see, but we don't tell. Every family has its own troubles. Fuyu, oh, so you're henpecked husbands. Wei Wu Dushio and Wuji Suai, shut up. Bachi has invited Miao Miao Guai to the group chat. Busher Xioer, what's going on? It seems I've been made the team leader for the road paving team. Taiyan's third brother, Sister Xiao, please take good care of me from now on. Fengli Yuli, that's right, look after me too. Busher Xioer. Bachi, I'll explain the details to you in a private chat later. Busher Xioer, okay. Completely bewildered Xioer quietly scrolled through the chat history, her curiosity growing. As she read, for some unknown reason, a strange glimmer appeared in her eyes. Bachi, since everyone has agreed, let's proceed according to the groups. One more thing, the siege is at 10 p.m. tonight. Target Didao. Make sure your troops are in position early. It's a rest day, so everyone should have the time. Attendance will be taken for this siege. The top 3 in kills and the top 3 in siege damage will each receive a large monthly card reward. Just add me as a friend in the group chat and send me a private message. Uchidasha, alright, I'll claim one first. Wuji Suai. Taiyan's third brother, the smell of hypocrisy is strong. Bashu Alliance Management Group Chat. Brother Dashin, everyone, all Alliance members should get their troops to the Yongping Pass camp as soon as possible. Requirement, everyone must have at least 1 main force of level 6 or above and a minimum of 2 siege teams with over 1/0 siege capability each. For the final 3/0 durability, all alliances except Xingzhan Sifang must stop their siege. The city belongs to Xingzhan Sifang. After capturing the city, Xingzhan Sifang will organize the road paving towards Shanglua and ending Commandery Shaoguan and secure them immediately. Shanglua will defend against the Shandong and Jiangdong alliances, while Shaoguan will block the Shiliang forces from entering the pass. Specific plans will be arranged afterward. Then arrange airfields for the other 3 alliances. Xingzhan Sifang will occupy Jingzhou Commandery, Yitong Tianxia will take Hanzhong Commandery, while Xiongba Tianxia and Jizai Sifang should position themselves as far south as possible. The main alliance and Yitong Tianxia will be on the front line. Brother Dashin, everyone, it's 3 o'clock now. Inform all members to be in position by 7. The siege starts at 8 sharp. Everyone, this siege will mark the beginning of Bashu's rise to fame and our unification of the 9 provinces. I hope all brothers will strive together. Yitong Tianxia Alliance Leader Jiang Shui Rao Dong Lu understood. Jizai Sifang Alliance Leader Yong Ganda Xian understood. Xiongba Tianxia Alliance Leader Lu Fei understood. Finally, my command capacity is enough. Lu Xiao added Guan Yu to his squad and allocated troops. With this, his main force, the Peach Garden team, was officially formed. All that was left was to follow the plan and level them up. He directly swept a level 6 resource tile, suffering minimal losses. Suddenly, Lu Xiao felt the urge to attempt a level 8 tile. Acting on impulse to test the strength of his Peach Garden team, Lu Xiao scouted an 8-level quarry. The defenders were shield troops with 2700 troops, significantly outnumbering his own force. After upgrading his barracks a few times, Lu Xiao's troop capacity was just over 2000. Still, it should be enough to take on a level 8 tile. After all, Lord Guan was no Li Dian. The sharpness of his green dragon crescent blade was not to be trifled with. He sent his shield troops directly. Since Liu Xiao's Liu Bei led the trapper camp, it enhanced the Peach Garden team's sustainability while also restricting their troop type. Troop tactics provided numerous bonuses, but also came with many restrictions. For example, the trapper camp could only be used with the corresponding shield troops, otherwise the tactic would not achieve its full effect. The standard configuration for the Peach Garden team was usually Liu Bei as the main general with the trapper camp, and the tactic avoid the sharp-edged Zhang Fei with arrogance overwhelms the enemy and break the formation and shatter the fortifications, and Guan Yu with white eyebrows and mowing down thousands. Their tactics complemented each other, especially the synergy between Zhang Fei and Guan Yu. The combined effect was far more than 1+1, which was why the Peach Garden team thrived in the first season. Clad in the unique armor of the trapper camp, the troops raised their shields and marched in a mighty procession towards the level 8 tile. The march took 2 minutes with morale largely unaffected, so a direct assault was viable. The waiting time always felt long. Once Liu Xiao's Peach Garden team arrived at the target tile, they immediately entered the occupation phase. Accompanied by the occupation sound effect, they achieved a resounding victory. He opened the battle report and saw losses of around 400 troops. A closer look revealed that the main issue was Guan Yu's low level, which held them back. Still, this was a massive improvement over his previous team with Li Dian. But before Liu Xiao could celebrate for long, Xiaogu suddenly sent him a message. Wei Wu Du Xiao Bachi Bashu has opened the pass. Startled, Liu Xiao instinctively opened the map and zoomed in on Yangping Pass. Indeed, countless red lines surged from the neatly arranged hundreds of camps towards Yangping Pass. Upon closer inspection, all 4 Bashu alliances were involved. A sense of dread washed over Liu Xiao. He had expected Bashu to open the pass tomorrow, but they had done it tonight. Moreover, the sheer number of participants was daunting. Liu Xiao continued to monitor Bashu's siege, hoping to gauge their strength, particularly how quickly they could eliminate the defenders. 10 minutes earlier. Bashu Alliance Chat Channel. Commander Wulong, everyone report your numbers in the Alliance Channel. Brother Dashin 122. Yi Mao 1122. Zhan Wu Shuang 1122. Feng Xiao Xiao 11,122. In Lu Hua Shang 122. The Alliance Channel reporting was mainly to tally the number of troops. 1 represented main forces, 2 represented siege units, giving the management a clear picture to calculate whether their forces could capture the city and also to prevent slackers from shirking their duties. About 7 or 8 minutes later, the commander sent another mail. Mail, all personnel time your main forces to hit the city at 8 o'clock sharp. It was only about 2 minutes until 8 o'clock. This mail served more as a reminder for some brothers not to forget the siege time, as a few moments of distraction could easily cause them to miss it. At 8 o'clock sharp, countless march lines converged on Yangping Pass. For a moment, everyone's phone seemed to lag for a second. The next second, a sea of troops surged towards the target with an estimated nearly 400 main forces, a sight that would make any enemy flee in terror. When the main force completed their first wave of assault, the seemingly invincible 48 units of 450 strong defenders were annihilated in an instant. Bashu's ferocity was indeed well-deserved. In Bashu, Big Brother exclaimed, "Brothers, you're impressive. I underestimated our strength. Everyone bring out the siege equipment. Let's see how fast we can take it." Mail Wulong, everyone deploy the siege equipment. As the defending troops dwindled to 0, a force of siege equipment no less formidable than the main army advanced and struck the towering walls of Yangping Pass. The seemingly impregnable defenses of the checkpoint crumbled under the onslaught of Bashu players. Upon contact, the siege phase began, and the assault value would be tallied after 5 minutes. With nearly 600 teams from Bashu, assuming an average of 300 per team, one wave could deliver a staggering 180 durability damage. A level 7 checkpoint with only 2 durability posed little challenge for Bashu's offensive. 2 waves would suffice to conquer it. For Bashu's numerous player teams, a level 7 city was hardly a threat, especially with several high-tier players eliminating a significant portion of the defenders. Not only Xiliang but other states were closely watching Bashu's siege. They marveled at the cohesion of Bashu's players while comparing their own strength, yet almost unanimously concluded that Bashu was unbeatable. As Bashu posed the greatest threat to Hebei, its overwhelming strength far exceeded the management's predictions. The Hebei leadership decided to contact the Jiangdong-Shandong alliance to combine forces, sensing that even the combined might of Hebei and Xiliang might not be enough to suppress Bashu. Hebei Qingyi Pavilion. Yiguan Changsheng said, though Bashu's breakthrough is disadvantageous to us, it makes them a target for all. We can try to contact Jiangdong and Shandong. Also, we must break through quickly. Let's set it for noon tomorrow. After that, we'll coordinate with Xiliang to enter the pass. Lu Xuan decide, if only Qingshou Shi and Yuan's glory were fully aligned with us, we could have broken through long ago. Yiguan Changsheng replied, it's the drawback of peaceful integration. They haven't seen our true strength, so they might think we're not much stronger than them. Wenyan Shiyu Zhangfei said, even without them breaking through is no issue. With the branch alliance we have 200 people. Isn't it a piece of cake? Zhuge Kongming countered, it's different. It's about momentum. Why else would Bashu mobilize 4 alliances with nearly 500 people? That's enough to take Luoyang later. It's an invisible deterrent to other states. Bashu broke through in under 10 minutes mainly because the siege equipment took so long to march. If we have too few people, the whole server will think Hebei is all show and no substance. In this game, aside from activity, player numbers determine war outcomes. Wenyan Shiyu Zhangfei said ill talk to Yuan Binshuo to get more people. Jingshou she seems reluctant to set up camps at the pass. On the other hand, Yuan Binshuo seems to understand the bigger picture and has supported our decisions. Iguan Changxing said, thanks for the effort. I'll negotiate with Jiangdong and Shandong myself to show sincerity. Zhuge Kongming added, indeed the Jiangdong-Shandong alliance is formidable and must be taken seriously. Bashu is about to occupy Guangzhou. They surely don't want to see that. In Jingchu, the state with the least presence had been lying low since the server opened, secretly seeking allies. Realizing Bashu's strength far surpassed its own and other states, the Jingchu leadership decisively chose to align with Bashu. The main alliance, Taoyuan Jie, aware of its limitations, knew that without a powerful ally they would become pawns in the struggle for supremacy, even if they understood Bashu might also use them. Taoyuan Jie currently had over 110 members, with 2 branch alliances roughly matching Ziliang's numbers. The remaining players were farmers not counted as part of Jinka's strength. Taoyuan Jie Alliance Channel. Male leader Changshan, Zhao Zilong, we've formally allied with Bashu, so the sooner they break through the better for us. Next we need to break through into Jianghan, planned for the day after tomorrow. All brothers set up camps at Yiling in advance. After the breakthrough, the entire alliance will relocate to Shangyong Commandery, pave the road to Xiqing, and then Bashu will help us take Xiqing. After that, we'll take Shanglua together. Shandong and Jiangdong will likely coordinate with Hebei and Shiliang to attack us, but rest assured Bashu is prepared. We're just a diversion. Vice Leader Shuo Qi Shui, are we fighting 2 against 4 with Bashu? Commander Yue Tongbao, I hope Bashu delivers. Since the boss has already negotiated, we just execute. Spectator. Changshan, Zhao Zilong, Jiangdong, and Shandong allied early. Shiliang will likely fall to Bashu soon. Hebei won't get reinforcements in time, so our odds are good. Diplomat Chiyue Wui, exactly. The key is Bashu's initiative. They can plan ahead. Once we take Xiqing and Shanglua, Jiangdong and Shandong won't be able to support Hebei. We just watch and contribute a little, dragging things out until Bashu finishes Hebei. Then it's settled. Member Chihung, we don't understand the details. Oh well, follow the management's orders. They'll go set up camps. Official Shanji, we need to speed up. XXXX Jiangdong and Shandong will likely break through tomorrow. Chiyue Wui, it can't be helped. We have too few people. Hebei is also close to breaking through. Shiliang might be the only one still tied up at Liqing with no plans to break through. Shuo Qi Shui, many brothers aren't fully developed yet, but time is tight. Even if we take heavy losses, we must secure the pass. Otherwise, once Jiangdong and Shandong enter, there will be no place for us. Changshan, Zhao Zilong, Lao, she is right. For strategic reasons, we must take Yiling by the day after tomorrow. Baigui Yeshing said, alright, laughs. At Bashu Yangping Pass. After the first 5-minute tally, the pass had less than 1/0 durability left. Bashu's entry was all but certain. Male Wulong, everyone send your battle reports privately to your group leaders. The leaders will compile and report to the attendance officers. Those absent without reason will be kicked. The alliance is full. The main alliance of Bashu needs active, dedicated brothers, not freeloaders who only farm land and play solo. Male Big Brother, the paving team quickly paved to the 3 passes of Shaoguan, Xiqing, and Shanglua, especially Shaoguan and Xiqing, key to dominating Guangzhou. After completing the objectives, the entire alliance will set up camps at Shanglua. Then the Longting and Huyue teams will set up camps at Xiqing to coordinate with Xiongba, Tianxia, and Jingchu in taking Xiqing. The Huwei and Jinjun teams will set up camps at Shaoguan to coordinate with Yitong, Tianxiao, and Jizai Sifang in taking Shaoguan. The Yulin army will relocate to Jingzhou Commandery as soon as possible. Other groups follow suit. Male Big Brother, each group independently or cooperatively capture some cities for easier mobilization. Male Pingtu Guai and the land management will monitor that no one takes high-level land above level 6 without permission. After the overall entry, well-arranged development. Level 9 and 10 copper mines are forbidden and will be rewards for top contributors. After the city fell, the main alliance of Bashu sent several males, snapping many members out of their days over the fertile lands of Guangzhou. They began to follow the instructions, though a few greedy players secretly took high-level land, with predictable consequences. But that's a story for later. For now, the paving team was speeding toward their targets. System announcement. Congratulations to the Alliance for successfully capturing Yongping Pass in their campaign to conquer the world. The moment the pass was breached, members of the Bashu road-building team began paving their way towards the designated target in the mail. This was a protracted process. Each occupation of land took 5 minutes, and from Yongping Pass to Shaoguan and Shanghua there were at least hundreds of tiles. Even if they occupied without pause, it would take at least 2 days to complete. Bashu knew the perseverance of their road-building team well. Completing this task was not difficult. Moreover, besides offering monthly card rewards, Brother Dashin also allowed each member of the road-building team to choose a level 9 copper mine, which the Alliance's top players would help them capture. Many road-building team members had ample time, and since their main forces were mediocre and not well developed, the allure of a level 9 copper mine was unimaginable. As Bashu members scrambled into Guangzhou, their actions undoubtedly provoked the other states, leading to the formation of a future anti-Bashu alliance, a consequence the Bashu High Command likely never anticipated. Yet even if Bashu had known, they would probably have just laughed it off. They were the largest and most cohesive state among the 6, fully prepared to face any challenge. Just like a line spoken by Cao Cao in the game Romance of the Three Kingdoms 13, those who obstruct my path to hegemony must be eliminated. Now Bashu was like Cao Cao after unifying the north, arrogant and invincible across the land. Unfortunately, a great fire at Red Cliffs had sapped most of Chao's army's strength, leading to the Three Kingdoms' tripartite balance. Unlike the novel, Bashu's power was far from overwhelming, so unifying the 9 states was out of the question, though they currently held the greatest hope. Of course, the final outcome of Server 1500 was uncertain until the very end. After Bashu breached the pass, Shiliang was also affected, but under the management's reassurance, most members calmed down. The hostility between Bashu and Shiliang was well known. Even though they had anticipated Bashu being the first to breach the pass, its occurrence still shocked many. Thus, the Alliance channel was unusually quiet, devoid of the usual flood of messages. It was only a mail that revived the spirits of the loyal members. Mail Wei Wu do show tonight after the integration, we'll have our first city assault. Do a good job. Touch the city at 10 o'clock sharp. Everyone be prepared. Also, due to Bashu's influence, plans have changed. All brothers set up camps at Shaoguan. We'll try to break through with the Iron Cavalry tomorrow. Alliance channel Tian Su San D tomorrow we break through too. Excited Han Feng, just trying, but I think it's feasible. The garrison can be handled by Elder Ba Qi and Qing Wu. Laughing Ba Qi, Nen Air, don't drag me into your boasting. 32 squads of 4500 garrison troops are no joke. To open a level 7, we need at least 100 main force squads. If we open level 6, we'll have to throw in even more. Tian Su Air, ye frankly, whether we break through or not, Bashu is already inside. Why not wait for Hebei to go in later and let them draw some fire? Wei Wu do show no good. If Bashu has any sense, they'll order a push toward passes like Shaoguan. Their Onatui head start gives them too much advantage. If they block the passes, we'll be truly helpless. Ba Qi Nan Air, yeah, even if the losses are heavy, we have to take the level 7 pass. Opening it tomorrow already puts us a day behind. Relying solely on Hebei won't work. Given Bashu's current strength, one Hebei isn't enough to stop them. Tian Su Air Yoic. I was being naive. Wei Wu do show no, feel free to speak up. We need collective brainstorming. Ba Qi Nan Air, sweating Feng Li Yuli, Bashu is strong, but don't let fear take hold before the fight. To put it bluntly, once we capture Shaoguan, it won't be easy for Bashu to kick us out. This game favors numbers, but unity is key. Wei Wu do show exactly. I've already talked to the Iron Cavalry. Well, count the members who can open level 6 and above and try to break through tomorrow. We can't let Bashu cut off our entry. Wei Wu do show, by the way, Ba Qi, how's the selection for your elite group going? Ba Qi and Era, I'll send a mail to announce it instead of private messaging everyone, then invite them directly. Wei Wu do show. Mail Ba Qi and Air, the spearhead team has tentatively selected 15 members: Buqi de Xia Wu Ji Sing, AI, Shui Han Shi Tian Sheng, Wakai Qi Jin Shi Chu Wei, Wu, Zhu Xiang Jia Gong, Zi, Shi Bao Chu Zheng Xiao Ba Wang, all former Shiliang Iron Cavalry members, Qing, Wu Yun Fei Yang Han, Fei Yi Jiang Nan Shun, Dian de Xingyun. These brothers and sisters have been added to the group. Future tasks will be announced in the group channel. Wei Wu do show the brothers in main force group 1 and 2 have also been divided. All brothers, send your city assault battle reports to your group leader, who will compile them for the attendance officer. Also a reminder, the top 3 in this assault will receive a big monthly card sponsored by the generous Ba Qi. Male Commander Luo Ji Gui Kai, everyone has seen the assault rewards. All main forces prepare. Touch the city at 10 o'clock sharp. Time it well. With less than a minute until 10, all loyal brothers were ready. Meanwhile, the Shiliang Iron Cavalry was also preparing to attack a level 5 city. Both sides of Shiliang were striking simultaneously to hasten integration. At 10 o'clock sharp, the main forces struck the city one after another. Waves of charging troops continually reduced the remaining garrison count. Lu Xiao's troops were still at the forefront. His main Peach Garden force directly engaged the 3rd Garrison Squad, while his newly formed 2nd Squad, Cao Cao Eugene and Cheng Yesui Cavalry, also took out 1.5 squads. Though seemingly less impressive, the kill count was still substantial. Each garrison squad had 450 troops, and defeating 5 meant over 200 kills. He had finally trained a 2nd squad, but due to its low level the results were mediocre. Lu Xiao's Wei Cavalry had Eugene as the main commander, serving as the primary damage dealer. Eugene carried Recklessness, and Shiliang Iron Cavalry Cao Cao equipped the tactics Scrape Poison to cure bone and lip and tongue battle. Shen Yu, as the 2nd core of this squad, carried White Eyebrows and Siege from all sides, capable of explosive damage. However, this squad was only 2nd tier in the first season, barely reaching 1st tier with high rarity. Soon the garrison was reduced to 0, and the commander sent a mail ordering all siege engines to move out. Lu Xiao now understood that the killing seemed mainly from the first assault, but in reality during mid to late game battles a single squad had a maximum of 300 troops. Hundreds of players engaged in combat meant total troop counts in the tens of millions. Given the strength of Lu Xiao's squads early on, when most players hadn't developed, he could take down 20 or 30 main squads a day. Even later, when the gap narrowed, his heavily invested main force could still handle 3 opponents at once. For instance, he recently saw a promotional ad for the game on a short video platform. The dialogue went something like this: wealthy player, he'll give you 10,000. Can I take on a whole alliance? Game designer, no. Wealthy player, 50,000. Game designer, no. Wealthy player, then I. Game designer, no matter how much you spend, you won't be able to take on an entire alliance. Because this game is blah blah blah. In essence, it meant the game wouldn't have extreme power gaps, unlike certain strategy games from a certain company that were essentially pay-to-win, where every resource was tied to real money, and a single war could burn through hundreds of thousands of currency. But it was just an ad. Exaggeration was normal. In this game, spending 40 or 50,000 could let you beat 7 or 8 players, especially early on when whales had advantages in tactics, skill points, and generals, making them crush ordinary players like bots. However, later on, ordinary players could get some orange generals through 2 free gold general draws per day, or saving gold ingots for 5 draws, and it wasn't uncommon for them to turn the tables on whales. Having more rarity on a whale squad didn't mean invincibility. They could still lose to whiteboard non-upgraded squads. So this game could be considered relatively fair. Nearly 200 siege units struck the city walls, averaging 2 per player. A tier 5 city had only 50,000 durability points, and under current circumstances Zhongyi could take it in one wave. However, the siege equipment was underleveled, and most players lacked complete battle tactics. They had ample troops, but insufficient strength. Many players had siege units with only a few thousand troops, as resources were funneled into their main armies. Lu Xiao's siege units, however, were impressive. One was a newly formed half-red commander-in-chief unit. Due to low levels and insufficient battle tactic points, they had not yet awakened. They were not used as the main force for city assaults, but were converted into siege units, yet they still performed remarkably. His 2nd siege unit consisted of Zhuge Liang, Zhu Jun, and Huang Fusong. The 5th unit had Zhao Yun as the main commander, with Huang Zhong and Taisher Ci as deputies grinding for levels. Earlier, Lu Xiao considered forming a Wu Kingdom Spear unit, but deemed it unreliable after much thought. He decided to assemble a Bao unit instead. Thus, when all 5 main units were fully developed, the lineup would include 1 Peach Garden unit, 1 Wei Cavalry unit, 1 Zhuge Liang Bao unit, 1 Commander-in-Chief unit, and 1 Wu Kingdom Bao unit with Gan Ning as the main commander, Taisher Ci, and Cheng Pu as deputies. This would give him 3 Bao units in total. Lu Xiao abandoned forum recommendations, believing that true enthusiasts of the game should craft their own teams, so-called black tech formations. Some non-mainstream teams were not weak. To put it bluntly, in the first season, Zhuge Liang and Zhao Yun could dominate, even with a subpar 3rd member. Huang Zhong, as one of the 5 Tiger Generals, was still exceptional in the game. Traditional Shu Kingdom Spear units were strong, but had limitations. Zhuge Liang's unit could flexibly switch between Bao and Spear formations. However, if using a Spear formation, Huang Zhong could not equip the signature Bao skill, 10,000 arrows. With the final blow from a player, the city of Didao fell to Zhongyi Dangxian. A few minutes later, Shiliang Iron Cavalry also captured a tier 5 city. Lu Xiao recalled his troops instantly and continued grinding for levels. He upgraded the camps at Xiaoguan and Liqing. The increasing number of camps in Bashu gave him a sense of impending storm. He had a premonition that Bashu's attack was imminent. He needed to prepare for everything, so breaking through the pass tomorrow was urgent. Zongius members were active in the morning, with the chat channel flooding and battle reports shared, showcasing everyone's efforts. Many brothers kept asking questions like, how many troops are needed to take a tiers even land? Or please help me open a tier 8. Everyone seemed full of drive. Little did Lu Xiao know that someone's money-splashing behavior might be the key to this activity. Lu Xiao also planned to implement a system where battle merits could be exchanged for currency after the war with Bashu, but he needed sufficient funds to support it. He felt it was too early to play this card. If Shiliang fell into a disadvantage, using this trump card might be the last hope for a comeback. After completing the main quest, Lu Xiao's perspective seemed elevated. Capturing the Tier 5 city brought him over 200,000 in revenue. With this money, he contacted a real estate agent to rent a larger house. His current rental was not only small, but also severely aged as it was in a decade-old district. The soundproofing was terrible. The neighbors' nightly commotion often kept Lu Xiao awake, so moving was necessary. After handling the housing matters, Lu Xiao arranged for his first and second main units to grind on Tiers even lands for levels. The third Commander-in-Chief unit could only grind on Tier 5 lands due to low levels and insufficient battle tactic points. He would need more battle tactic points. Even his second unit's tactics were not fully upgraded. Habitually opening the assistant, he found the main quest had not refreshed. Perhaps it was not yet time. He dismissed these thoughts, finished his stamina, and logged off silently. The next day, waking at 7, Lu Xiao opened the game and tapped free recruitment. In the game, every 11.5 hours there was a free chance to recruit an orange general. After the free draw, a half-price draw was available. It cost 99 gold beads, down from 198. It was not guaranteed. 5 draws ensured a purple or orange general and 30 draws guaranteed an orange. Free and half-price draws were the main sources of orange cards for free-to-play and monthly card players, often bringing pleasant surprises. Lu Xiao was genuinely surprised to get an orange card for free. Lu Bu was one of the few pillars of the Kun faction and could form various powerful teams, such as the T2 Strength Huaxiao Lu or the Kun Bao combination shining in the first season. However, Lu Bu's rise came later, especially in the S3 season, where he was unstoppable. For now, Lu Bu was less viable compared to other Kun faction pillars like Yuan Shao and Dong Zhuo. The main reason was Lu Bu's low intelligence, a weakness. Even with a strong support like Hua Tuo, he could be easily defeated by mage teams. This issue was only resolved in later seasons. For now, Lu Bu was not suitable as a main commander, though he could be fun with a Hua Tuo. Adhering to the principle of not missing a bargain, he also tried the half-price draw only to get a 3-star Pan Feng. Lu Xiao shrugged and began grinding for levels. Private message: not Xiaoer, big brother 8 feet, are you there? 8 feet man, what's up Xiaoer? So early. Not Xiaoer, I know money, so I have to grind. Plus school is starting soon. I need to focus. 8 feet man, elementary to middle school transition, huh? You should study hard. Not Xiaoer. I've already finished the college entrance exam, big shot. 8 feet man, huh? Which university? Not Xiaoer, Xdong University. I didn't do great, but the result is okay. Indifferent. 8 feet man, oh. They'll treat you to a meal sometime. I happen to be in Estong province. Not Xiaoer, sounds great. I almost forgot the main thing. Not Xiaoer, big shot, have you opened Tier 8? I want to, but I can't beat it. Crying 8 feet man, sigh, patting head, just try a few more times. Chen Xiaoer stared at the screen, her mood crumbling. Was the big shot really that clueless, or just pretending? She gritted her teeth and typed. Not Xiaoer, big shot, can you help me take it down? Please, I beg you. Bang bang bang. Lu Xiao couldn't help but laugh. He didn't know why, but he enjoyed playing dumb in the game. He could already imagine Xiaoer hopping with rage. He decided to stop teasing her. 8 feet man, it's a small matter. They'll take one team, and you take your main team on the other, okay? Not Xiaoer, no problem. When are you free, big shot? Expectant. 8 feet man, now works. It's just a tiny Tier 8 land, nothing to worry about. Not Xiaoer. Okay, XXXX this one. 8 feet man, my team is on its way. Send yours too. Restore morale and well attack in 15 minutes. Not Xiaoer, 8,000 thanks. 8 feet man, don't mention it. Later help me pave the way to a Tier 9 land when we enter the pass. Not Xiaoer, huh? Do I have to pave? 8 feet man, 20 per tile. Not Xiaoer, paving the way for the big shot is only right. 8 feet man, seeing through everything. Not Xiaoer, honest and obedient. Not only Xiaoer, but many players had already captured level 8 territories. Even ordinary players like Feng Xiaoxiao had taken the first level 8 land in less than 2 days. Of course, only he knew the true cost of his losses. Yet this game still had professional leveling services, and most of them were genuinely skilled. Many wealthy players with limited time often hired leveling services at the start of a new season, trading money for convenience and peace of mind. Level 8 territories marked the second major milestone in the game. A week after Server 1500 launched, most players had completed their first level 8 land task, signaling that the time was ripe to breach the passes. Soon all 6 birth states would break through their passes simultaneously. Bashu, the strongest state, led the charge, towering over its rivals. Lu Xiao thought since Xiaoer, who hadn't spent a single coin, was ready to take on level 8 land, the main forces of other alliance members must have gained some combat power too. If so, capturing a levels-even city and entering the pass today shouldn't be too difficult. It was time to arrange it. Acting on his thoughts, he switched to the group chat, and everyone. 8-foot man, let's attack Shao Pass this afternoon. Before Bashu spreads their forces, we still have a chance to break through. Weiwu Dushio morning 8-foot. I agree. Should we call in the Iron Cavalry brothers? 8-foot man morning brother Shio. It's up to you. I think we can handle it ourselves. Logic genius, better not call the Iron Cavalry. Bashu's troops are gathering at Licheng, looking like they're preparing for a full-scale assault. Have the Iron Cavalry stand guard at Licheng and be ready to seize it at any moment. Fuyu, indeed, I see them still mobilizing. Attacking the pass now would be a declaration of war. Ishu, alas, Bashu is extremely aggressive. Their biggest rival Hebei happens to be our ally, and Jingzhou is their lackey. If they want to expand or dominate Guangzhou, they'll have to absorb or crush us. Buqi Daxiao, they're dreaming. Shiliang isn't made of mud that crumbles at a touch. Wuji Suai Tisk, then will you lead the charge? Buqi Daxiao, I'm not qualified. That's for big shots like 8-foot and Qingwu. He'll pass. 8-foot man. Not sure, so well attack Shao Pass alone. And leave Licheng's defense to the Iron Cavalry. Won't that be tough? 8-foot man, are you worried about Shao Pass? No need to fret. Levels even city defenses have 4500 troops per squad, which is indeed challenging. But with everyone present, it's manageable. As for siege equipment, the city's 200 durability might seem insurmountable, but 100 siege squads using all their stamina will be more than enough. Besides, we have at least 200 siege squads. Weiwu Dushio, don't overthink Licheng either. If Bashu dares to attack, we'll seize it. With the current game mechanics, the final blow determines who owns the pass. Bashu won't strike without certainty lest they pave the way for us. Moreover, aside from the Iron Cavalry, the sword points to the world camp is also there more than enough to defend Licheng. Little did Brother Shio know, it was precisely because of sword points to the world that Ziliang's development would later falter, nearly leading to total defeat. At this moment, he still saw them as a peaceful retirement alliance content with farming. Logic genius, I worry about how many troops Bashu will commit. If they bring their full force, even if we take Licheng, we might not hold it. Bashu has too many people. What if they attack both Shao Pass and Licheng simultaneously? That would be worse. So I suggest we take one city first to ease the pressure. 8-foot man, in that case, securing a backup plan for Shao Pass is essential. Weiwu Dushio genius makes sense. We're outnumbered, and a two-front war is bad for Shiliang. If no one objects, let's set the attack for 2 p.m. Bashu won't have spread to Shao Pass by then. If we wait until evening, it's uncertain. 8-foot man agreed. Genius, send out the mail. By the way, where's third brother? Ty and Sandy, did you call me? 8-foot man, why were you silent just now? It feels odd not seeing you three around. Ty and Sandy, the big shots discussions make me tremble. Besides, I handle diplomacy. Let you guys figure out the complex stuff. As for big brother and second brother, they were up all night at the internet cafe and are now dead asleep. Weiwu Dushio Fu, you 8-foot man, I have a task for you. Tell the Iron Cavalry to set up camps at Licheng and watch Bashu. Also ask Hebei when they'll break through the pass so we can coordinate and catch Bashu off guard. Ty and Sandy, already assigning tasks. How ruthless. 8-foot man, go on, our great diplomat. Ty and Sandy, alright, I'm on it. Weiwu Dushio ha. Male commander logic genius, all brothers mobilize your troops to Shao Pass in advance. Contact the city at 2 p.m. sharp. Each person needs at least one main squad and 2 siege squads. Siege squads should be level 20 or higher with 800 or more troops. The more the better. Shao Pass determines whether Shiliang can soar. Brothers, give it your all. Male Weiwu Dushio brothers on road building duty after breaching Shao Pass pave the way to Fufeng Commandery to prepare for battle with Bashu. Spread out to make room for subsequent brothers to relocate. For those new to the game, I'll post relocation methods and requirements in the group. From now on, stop opening new lands. After entering the pass, don't capture any territory above level 6. Relocate immediately, keep your main force at full strength. Everyone will get time to develop. You know the alliance's rules and benefits. Violators will be dealt with strictly. Male 8-foot man, this is our first levels even city, and it's significant. After capturing Shao Pass, there will be red packets in the alliance chat. The road-building brothers who work late will each receive a 128 subsidy. Also, all brothers should keep their main cities at appropriate distances. Details in the group. Alliance channel. Tyance, Sandy, break the pass. Show Ziliang's might. Tyance, air, ye build achievements. Glory in the moment. Tyance, show Neo heroes gather. Swear to break Shao Pass. Han Feng, my blood boils. Finally, we're breaking through. Let me say, generals are not born, men must strive. Feng Liuli, better to be a centurion than a scholar. Cheng Duodua, here we go again. Cheng Duo rubbed his bald head. As a man nearing 40, he felt deeply embarrassed by this pre-battle tradition of reciting poetry that had become a loyal custom. Before every major battle, they had to spout some cheesy lines to warm up. Didn't these brothers find it cringy? He was at a loss for words. Chung Duodua invincible and undefeated. Peerless as Shiliang. System announcement congratulations. Qingyi Pavilion has successfully captured Pubanj in the pass, connecting Guangzhou and Hebei. System announcement congratulations. Bowu Luoli has successfully captured Xian the pass, connecting Jianghan and Jiangdong. 8-foot man Hebei and Jiangdong broke through at the same time. Weiwu Duxiu truly unexpected. What time is it? Bashu's provocation must have been huge. The two system announcements cooled down the pump-it-up loyal brothers. They quickly got down to business mobilizing troops and eagerly awaiting their own alliance's breakthrough battle. While Shiliang players were brimming with excitement in their preparations on the other side, Hebius diplomat Wenxing Shiyu Zhang Fei brought back good news to his alliance. Hebei Qingyi Alliance Management Group. Zhang Fei speaking softly, Jiangdong and Shandong have agreed to form an alliance with us. However, Shandong was evasive about directly attacking Bashu. Jiangdong, on the other hand, expressed willingness to attack Jingchu to relieve our pressure on the condition that we help them capture Shangluo or Xiqing. Yiguan Chongqing, their appetite is quite large. Promise them Xiqing for now, whether we can take it is none of our concern. Zhuge Kongming, the Jiangdong-Shandong alliance, clearly intends for us and Shiliang to wear down Bashu's strength, allowing them to reap the benefits. Or perhaps they simply want to avoid involvement and hold Jianghan securely. I lean towards the former. Yiguan Chongqing, forget about them. The most crucial matter now is Bashu. It's good enough that we have a verbal agreement with Jiangdong and Shandong. They haven't had a major conflict with Bashu yet, and their strength is sufficient for self-defense. But I don't believe they have no ambition for dominance. Shandong and Jiangdong will inevitably enter the fray eventually. For now, it seems we can only rely on ourselves and Shiliang. Currently, two Bashu sub-alliances are stationed at Liqing and Shiliang, seemingly preparing to attack Ziliang's territory. Zongyi's diplomat has already consulted me about entering the pass. To disrupt Bashu's plans, we should launch an attack directly towards Bashu's Yangping Pass, when Shiliang is under assault, relieving the siege by attacking the source. Now, with Jingzhou Commandery's defenses weak, we should seize this opportunity to quickly lay roads into the heart of Guangzhou, setting up camps along the way, and strive to drive Bashu out of Guangzhou as soon as possible. Yi Jiangbuyue agreed. What about the Qingzhou Society and the Yuan family's glory? Zhuge Kongming arrange a teleport station for them later. Since they didn't contribute to taking the city, let them go directly to Jingzhou Commandery. It will inevitably become a battlefield. Simultaneously organize our elite players to relocate there as well. Expect the clash with Bashu within a day or two. Also speed up the integration of the sub-alliances. There are still many vacancies in the main alliance. Yi Jiangbuyue understood, he'll arrange it immediately. Silently observing his alliance leader's agreement to transfer forces into the main alliance, Yi Qingji's vice leader, Yi Wei Yin, felt conflicted. He hesitated, but said nothing. Yiguan Chongqing, by the way, after entering the pass, do not seize territory immediately. Focus on road building first. At the front line in Jingzhou Commandery, hold the valley mouth at XXXX. This position is strategically defensible and is the only route for Bashu to advance on Shangluo. Relocate a main city there, prioritize upgrading the 9 palaces and 8 trigram arrays. This way we can attack or defend as needed, preparing for a protracted war. The Three Kingdoms map consists of countless grid territories featuring realistic terrains, such as strategically vital passes, open plains, and towering mountain ranges. Troops can only march on land, mountains, and rivers block movement, requiring detours or crossing viaducts. Thus, narrow passages can be used to impede enemy advances, especially when there is a significant disparity in strength between the two sides. In a player's main city, there are 2 special buildings: the 9 Palaces diagram, which increases the blade and strategy damage of friendly troops within its range with each upgrade, and the 8 trigram array, which reduces damage taken by friendly troops. At maximum level, the 9 Palaces and 8 trigram array can respectively increase damage by 15 and reduce damage taken by 15. These 2 structures provide a significant advantage to defending troops. Additionally, a main city's durability can be increased to a maximum of 4,000 by upgrading or constructing city walls, further enhancing its survivability. Therefore, in later stages, battles between alliances often become more intense. A slight advantage can often determine victory or defeat. A single campaign failure can also impact morale, leading to a crushing defeat. Thus, one side's victory often signifies the complete collapse of the loser, which is especially evident in the first 2 seasons. To counter the threat from Bashu, Hebei accelerated its pace, but still lagged behind significantly. Many Bashu players had already relocated their cities into the pass, indicating a shift in Bashu's strategic focus. They were already on high alert at the border of Jingzhou Commandery, and once their forces were concentrated, an attack from Bashu was a foregone conclusion. Understanding the situation, the Hebei alliance leader changed the strategy from an all-out offensive to opportunistic maneuvering and temporary defense. After working through the night, the road-building members of Bashu had advanced to within less than 100 grids of Xiqing. They were expected to reach it in about half a day. Xiaowan was further away. If Shiliang had not decided to open the pass today, Bashu's road building would have been meaningful. Unfortunately, Ziliang's leadership saw through the plan and resolutely decided to open the pass at 2 p.m., denying Bashu the chance to block the gate. Bashu's strength stemmed from its numerous wealthy players, the concerted efforts of its management, and the strong sense of honor among its members who believed we are number one. However, as the saying goes, an arrogant army is doomed to fail. If Bashu suffers a setback, their morale will likely be affected. Management Group. The group has recently organized many major discussions indicating that Bashu's management is also quite tense. Understandably, they are likely facing a two-front war. While Bashu's combat effectiveness was evident in city assaults, their ability in field battles remains to be seen. Moreover, Hebei has numerous troops and capable generals, and Shiliang is unwilling to be confined. Bashu's leadership is unsure what kind of opponents they will face next. Only through battle can the disparity between the two sides be known. What the management can do is stabilize everyone's morale and organize the offensive as perfectly as possible so as not to squander the advantage of being the first to enter the pass. Brother Dashin, let me outline the next course of action. First, due to suspicious movements by Shiliang at Shaoguan, I believe they will open the pass tonight. Therefore, tonight, aside from organizing the remaining members of Zhengzhan Sifeng and Yidong Tianxia to relocate, Zai Sifeng and Xiongba Tianxia will launch an attack on Liqing at 8 p.m., breaking through the pass into Liang province. For Hebei, after Zhengzhan and Yitong capture Xiqing tomorrow, they will set up a camp group and launch probing attacks, first trying to wait until the Shiliang matter is resolved before dealing with Hebei. If Liqing is not taken or Shiliang cannot be quickly defeated, arrange for all accounts to relocate and block the pass. Xiongba and Zai Sifeng will then join the Hebei front, defeat Hebei first, and then deal with Shiliang. In a player's main city hall, there is a close city option. Once activated, there is a 2.5-hour preparation period followed by a 6-hour truce period during which the city cannot be attacked by any player. All troops outside will withdraw, and any marching operation will cancel the truce state. Thus, if a player's city blocks a strategic point and activates the truce, it cannot be attacked for 6 hours, a common strategy used in the Three Kingdoms game. Braveheart Alliance leader of Zai Sifeng, alright, it seems we will fire the first shot of the season, haha. Luffy Alliance leader of Xiongba Sifeng, Brave Heart, looking forward to a pleasant cooperation. Grin Braveheart, haha, we're brothers, why so formal? Let's go all out and crush them. Jiang Shui Rao Dong Lu Alliance leader of Yidong Tianxia, isn't Hebei undermanned? I see them frantically building roads. They should reach Jingzhou by tonight. Qing Qingfeng, Gua vice leader of Yidong Tianxiao, we have the first mover advantage. Camps are being set up in Jingzhou. Hebei will only be on the defensive. Besides, once our allies take Liqing, Shiliang will surely abandon their plan to enter the pass. After formulating their countermeasures, several Bashu managers sent in-game mails while others attended to other matters, completely oblivious to the developments at Shaoguan. Meanwhile, Ziliang's Zhongyi forces had already been mobilized to the camp cluster near Shaoguan, ready for their first major battle to make a name for themselves. The Liqing cavalry had also deployed their troops, vigilantly monitoring the movements of the two Bashu alliances on the other side of the pass. Meanwhile, Ziliang's Zhongyi forces had already been mobilized to the camp cluster near Shaoguan, ready for their first major battle to make a name for themselves. The Liqing cavalry had also deployed their troops, vigilantly monitoring the movements of the two Bashu alliances on the other side of the pass. Mailway Wudushio, all loyal brothers, those whose troops haven't arrived yet, please do so as soon as possible. 1 team of main force, 2 teams of siege equipment, and the rest are to arrange Spartans for road building. Brothers not in the road building group can also help. After entering Shaoguan, relocate to Fufeng Commandery as soon as possible. Yuanding Commandery is reserved for the Iron Cavalry brothers. I reiterate, do not attack high-level lands. Conserve your strength and prepare for battle against Bashu. Brothers, the name of our loyalty and righteousness shall rise from Shaoguan and resound across the land. Alliance Channel. Diplomat Tiance Sandy, did Brother Xiao take the wrong medicine? Tiance eerie nonsense. Brother Xiao is the son of destiny sent by heaven to save all living beings. Tiance Xiao now willing to go through fire and water for our Lord without any hesitation. Cheng Duodui, you guys are really overacting. Hanfeng, I am the great general who once followed Emperor Xiao in campaigns across the land, killing countless enemies. Let me go, I want take the medicine. Wei Wudu Xiao, what the hell, I finally try to stir some emotion, and look at you bunch of scoundrels, too dog-like. Not Xiao or Dalong, come take your medicine. Sincere expression. Tiance eerie, oh my god, I'm dying of laughter. Huh. Wei Wudu Xiao, damn it. Bachi Nanair, awkward, I wanted to post some emotional copy to tis, glad I didn't. Tiance Xiao, now brother Bachi, you're wrong there. If you posted it, it would be only natural and the brothers would definitely cooperate. Tiance Iri exactly. What's an alliance leader worth? Brother Bachi is the real deal. Not shower bowing to money Weiwu Dushio. Men take these traitors away and behead them. After some horseplay, everyone hadn't forgotten the real task. While teasing Brother Shio verbally, they still checked if their own troops were at Xiaoguan. The troops gathered at Xiaoguan at this moment were a magnificent sight. Nearly 300 teams from Zhongyi were densely packed like ants. On the small phone screen, all one could see were countless troops standing tall. If this were a real ancient battlefield, it would be an army of at least 6 or 7 million people. How grand, how imposing, truly spectacular. Male Commander Luojiguikai Brothers today is our great Ziliang's fortress-breaking battle. All brothers have worked hard. Those at work find an excuse to go to the bathroom and tap your troops. Brothers in class stop playing as studies are important. After breaking the fortress, the road-building group will advance to Fufing Commandery. Other brothers can relocate after the road is built. Anding Commandery is also available for relocation, but it's recommended everyone goes to Fufing for easier fighting. Finally, one more thing touched the city at 2 o'clock sharp. Official Tiance Iri Linjia Zioqiai and I are responsible for land supervision after entering the fortress. All brothers do not attack high-level lands for now. Conserve your troops, Bashu could attack at any time. Official Linjia Zioqiai violators will be expelled from the alliance directly. Everyone must comply. After reading the 3 mails, Lu Xiao subconsciously checked Qinghui's troops, instinctively wanting to compare with her. But with the sea of people, he couldn't find her. This time he had committed all his forces, hoping to cut down as many as possible. The players of Zhongyi were ready, just waiting for the time. At this moment, beneath the walls of Xiaoguan, the newbies felt a surge of excitement, while the veteran players, though appearing steady as a rock, were also somewhat nervous inside. The fortress-breaking battle marked the official beginning of Ziliang's struggle for hegemony. Facing the shadow of Bashu looming over all the states, whether Shiliang could overcome the stronger foe started here at Xiaoguan. And the most composed Lu Xiao was calculating how many kills this first strike would yield. This time, not only the 2 main forces, Taoyuan and Wei cavalry, but also the Dada-Du team, was brought by Lu Xiao. After barely awakening the 3 generals, Zhou Yu carried Duoan Xiepa, paired with Lulei Lu Sun, used Fengzhu Huoshi and Beima Yizong, and Lu Meng used Zhiyu Zongheng and Tianjiang Huiyu. The key was whether Lu Sun could ignite. If the fire blazed aside from Taoyuan Wei's shield and Zhuge Liang, there were few to fear. Even against those 3 teams, there was a chance to win. Don't forget, Lu Xiao still had a 10 win rate boost. Unfortunately, his tactic levels were too poor. Lu Xiao felt helpless, but had no solution. Even for a whale, insufficient tactic points were a real problem. In this game, besides tax revenue for bronze coins, the only way was to grind over time or occasionally check the government hall shop for bronze coins, which could be bought with resources or gold beads. In the game, drawing cards with bronze coins was the main way to obtain tactic points. Decomposing generals below 3 stars yielded a large number of tactic points. 3-star generals were the most efficient. Before the season ended, players had to prepare maxed out 3-star cards. Like Rate 2-3 War also reset many data at the end of the season, including tactic points, but not generals. In Season 1, the general warehouse had a cap of 200. Ordinary players might prepare over 150 3-star blue cards advanced 3 times, while whales would prepare 4-star purple cards for conversion into tactic points. When the next season began, directly converting all these material cards with gold beads would yield a massive amount of tactic points, enough to handle early development. As mentioned before, determining a team's strength boils down to a few points. First, the synergy between generals. I call it general linkage, which is similar to the second point, mainly referring to the effects of bonds between generals or the combination of their innate tactics. For example, Zhang Fei and Guan Ye's classic tactic linkage, or Zhou Yu and Lu Sun's tactic coordination. Second, tactics themselves. Many ranked tactics are not inferior to rank ones. The key is that the right tactic for the general is the best tactic. Third, the generals themselves. In 3 War, many generals are rather useless, only fit for being dismantled into tactics, while some are very powerful, like Zhao Yun, Zhuge Liang, and Lu Sun. Matching these are advancements, levels, equipment, etc., all of which can enhance a general's strength. But perhaps the most important is still tactics. Male Luojiguikai main forces prepare. Lu Xiao calculated the time and sent out Taoyuan and Wei cavalry in sequence. The Dada-Du could wait a bit. The Beima Yizong tactic provided a march speed boost, so he had to wait. The mighty troops charged at Xiaoguan one after another, only to be repelled by its solid defenses. Yet wave after wave of players' main forces pressed on resolutely. As time passed, the garrison of Xiaoguan dwindled until it was reduced to 0. In just a few minutes, Xiaoguan almost defenselessly opened its arms to the heroes of Zhongyi. Meili-Shu siege equipment advance. The slow siege equipment rolled forward. After several minutes of marching more siege troops, the main forces began to touch the city. Since siege equipment's march speed was 50 of normal troops, their movement was slow. This could later be improved through the advanced military building siege camp unlocked at level 10 main city. However, advanced military buildings consumed too many resources, so priority was usually given to upgrading buildings for the main forces troop type. Liu Xiao was currently focusing on upgrading the shield and archer camps, so he hadn't gotten around to it. When they finally started demolishing the city's durability, the Zhongyi brothers found that the garrison of this level 7 fortress wasn't as tough as imagined. Many people hadn't noticed their own growth. Basically, even the weakest players could at least draw against one garrison squad. This showed that Zhongyi's strength was no longer what it used to be. But they didn't know that 2 big shots had unleashed explosive damage, taking the slot in this siege. Liu Xiao checked the battle reports and felt it was passable. Taoyuan performed best, taking down 2.5 squads. Wei cavalry came next, taking 1.5. Only Du managed half a squad, accounting for 1/6 of all garrison squads. The assistant indicated kills of over 137,000. Calmly, he converted all into currency. Now money felt like just a number to him. He had grown indifferent. This time the garrison's level and strength were high, yet his team's kills were fewer than at the previous level 5 city. Liu Xiao felt that the kill value from city-first strikes was becoming increasingly limited. It seemed that the proportion of kills from future sieges would decrease further. Well, no need to worry. The upcoming battles with Bashu would be the main event. The mechanical units operated in perfect unison, with catapults methodically hurling stones at the city walls, a testament to the meticulous detail in the third battle. Meanwhile, as Zhongyi began dismantling the city's durability, Bashu found themselves caught off guard. Mail from Brother Dashin, the road-laying team at Shaowan Pass must accelerate. At coordinates XXXX, all members are to set up camp using Spartan formations. Be fully prepared. Mail from Brother Dashin on the Western Front, immediately establish camps once the road is laid. Await the opportune moment. After hastily sending out the notifications, Brother Dashin opened WeChat and reiterated the same instructions to everyone in the group. At this hour, many were still offline from the game. Only after finishing all this did he open the Bashu management group chat and tag the leaders of ambition in all directions and dominating the world. Brother Dashin Braveheart Luffy consider launching an attack on Liqing earlier today. Shiliang is currently breaching Shaowan Pass. I suspect Liqing has few troops left. Don't let Shiliang enter the pass so easily. They'll only increase our pressure. Braveheart. Has Shiliang broken through the pass? The fastest we can reach Liqing is 3 to 4 hours. Most of our brothers are still in Bashu, and moving the siege equipment is especially slow. I think the earliest we can start is around 7 o'clock. Luffy, we're in the same boat. Can we start at 7? Brother Dashin Braveheart. Damn. Brother Dashin muttered, knowing that demanding more would be unrealistic. He was well aware of the strength of these two alliances. Their activity and enthusiasm paled in comparison to the main alliance. In terms of sheer power among the 4 alliances, conquest of the 4 seas was the strongest, followed by unification of the realm, with ambition in all directions and dominating the world trailing behind. Moreover, this unexpected turn of events was a result of his own misjudgment. The Shiliang faction is determined to help Hebei. Fine. I planned to settle this a day later, but since you're so ungrateful, I'll make sure you have no fun in this game at all. Originally intending only to block Ziliang's entry into the pass, Brother Dashin now fumed with frustration. Brother Dashin, let's make it 7 then. We must take Liqing. As a personal token, I'll send 200 red packets to each alliance, just to celebrate. Braveheart thumbs up. Luffy, rest assured, boss. With nearly 200 members across our 2 alliances, taking Liqing will be no problem. Wulong, I've spotted them near Chinsong. The Conquest Alliance is setting up camp there. We need to take Chinsong first. Heading straight for Shaowan Pass is no longer viable. Zhan Wushuang capturing Chinsong will facilitate troop movements and allow us to push Shiliang back in one decisive wave. Wulong, exactly. After taking Liqing, Luffy and Brave coordinate with unification to defend Jingzhou Commandery. Now that Shiliang has won a brilliant victory at Shaowan Pass, if we scatter our forces to attack Ziliang's homeland, Hebei might seize the opportunity to strike us. Brother Dashin, then is taking Liqing still useful? Wulong, it is. It prevents Shiliang from using it to attack our territory. Once the time is right, we can still strike Shiliang again. For now, let's drive them out of Guangzhou. Brother Dashin, all right. Liqing remains the priority. Conquest will take Chinsong by 8 tomorrow morning. Those who haven't relocated their cities should hurry up. Brother Dashin thought to himself, surely there won't be any more surprises this time. After replying, the 2 alliance leaders immediately logged into the game and their group chats to issue notifications. Aware of the stakes, they emphasized in the mails that any inactive players would be expelled, a method that proved quite effective. Within about 10 minutes, red mobilization lines began appearing around Liqing. Iron Cavalry. Although the Shiliang Iron Cavalry had dispatched 10 elite members to Zhongyi under Pini's leadership, they quickly regained their strength. With the addition of active players from other Shiliang alliances, the alliance now boasted over 120 members, more than Zhongyi. However, their combat effectiveness remained to be tested. Despite losing some top-tier players, Alling, a nearly maxed-out veteran, remained. Thus, the Iron Cavalry still possessed formidable top-end power. Their weakness perhaps lay in the newly joined members whose development lagged. Most hovered around 700 to 800 in power. However, they were active likely due to being newcomers unfamiliar with the game, compounded by previous neglect from the alliance management. With 2 days of stable development and guidance from Pini and other leaders, most members had caught up. After Daxia and Guikai left, Pini selected several active members to share his burden. These newly appointed rookie leaders, untouched by the failure of the friendly match, were brimming with determination and worked alongside Pini to steer the alliance back on course. The mobilization of the two Bashu alliances was noticed by Hubijinsi, a member of the Iron Cavalry. As one of the newly appointed officials, his long online hours were the main reason for his promotion. Pini had entrusted him with monitoring leeching. Upon detecting the unusual activity in Bashu, Hubijinsi immediately tagged the alliance leader in the group chat. Pini responded a few minutes later. Pini Hubao sent a mail. Tell all Iron Cavalry brothers to have their main forces and siege equipment ready, especially the siege units. Prepare for action. They'll log on later. If I'm not around, let Fengzi command the battle. Feng Yuxiu. Official Hubijinsi got it, leader. Deputy leader Feng Yuxiu, am a bit busy too, but wait. Did we forget about our treasure of a commander? Commander Corgi. Pini almost forgot about this, brother, haha. Corgi was the deputy leader of a former minor Shiliang alliance and a veteran of rate of pay with extensive experience in successfully capturing passes with precise timing. Discovered by Feng Yuxiu for his exceptional ability to time city touches, Corgi finally got his chance to shine. Commander Corgi, no worries, leave it to me. If Basha dares to attack, and I fail to snatch the final strike, he'll offer my head. Pini, then wouldn't that mean taking your dog head? Dog head for safety, Feng Yuxiu, damn, you're right. Corgi. It's just a random name. I'm definitely changing it next season. Pini, haha, enough joking. Leeching is in your hands. Corgi, I pledge to serve the alliance with utmost dedication, even unto death. Aren't you going to show some appreciation? Though Corgi spoke flippantly, he was fully aware of the stakes. He knew Leeching's importance. If it fell into Bashu's hands, it would not only disrupt Ziliang's strategic plans, but also drag them into a prolonged war of attrition. But that was just his nature. Despite his inner tension, he never revealed it to others. To put it nicely, he remained unflappable even under immense pressure. To put it bluntly, he was carefree and perhaps too easygoing. Pini, everyone brothers, gather your main forces and siege equipment at Leeching. Prepare for the pass capture. Follow the dog-headed strategist's commands. Corgi. I feel like quitting. Pini, red packet, congratulations for getting rich, Corgi boss, you're the best. Pini, seeing through everything, congratulations to the alliance Zhongyadaxian for successfully capturing Xiaowan Pass, the checkpoint connecting Shiliang and Guangzhou. Mailway Wu Duxiu, don't brag on the world chat. Stay low-key. Road-laying teams move quickly. Other brothers, keep your siege equipment inside Xiaowan Pass for recruitment. Main forces return to replenish troops and develop. Tomorrow at 9, capture Jingyang XXX in Anding Commandery for easier troop movements. By tomorrow night, do your best to see if we can take Qian County in Fufeng Commandery. Mail back and enter the plan to relocate to Fufeng is temporarily cancelled. Head to Anding instead. Bashu is already approaching Chinsong. It's too late to go to Fufeng now. This will be a tough battle, but don't panic. Hebei will coordinate with us. Stay sharp. Also, the top 3 players message me privately for red packets. They'll send a few in the group to celebrate. Mailbu Shishioer road-laying brothers and sisters, follow me to pave the way. Target Qian County and the border between Anding and Fengling Commandery. Time trickled by until the sky darkened nearly 7 o'clock. At 5, perhaps spurred by Shiliang, Shandong and Jingchu also breached their barriers. Thus all provinces had mastered the passage into the pass, while the fertile Guangzhou, Jianghan and the imperial capital Sili had their mists dispelled, opening their arms to the players. Hence the alliance of the 6 great provinces shifted its focus, poised to vie for hegemony in the more resource-rich Guangzhou and Jianghan. Evidently, the first battle was about to erupt in Guangzhou. The outbreak of this campaign would plunge Zone 1500 into 2 months of unceasing warfare. Players would ravage the land of 3 wars, fulfilling their childhood military dreams and venting the repressed emotions of real life. In Leeching, Keiji and his comrades who had been vigilantly watching Bashu saw countless red lines converging on the city, and their hearts sank. Bashu's assault had begun. Keiji, who had thought Bashu's 2 sub-alliances unworthy of concern, immediately grew serious at the sight of so many red lines. His gaze fixed on the approaching main forces of Bashu, watching them draw near. Only when his eyes grew sore did he realize he had been staring unblinkingly for so long. He blinked rapidly to relieve the ache. Among all the members, none was more tense than the commander Keiji. Authorized by Pini to take full command of this operation from the moment, he accepted the fate of the Iron Cavalry rested entirely in his hands. Not just the Iron Cavalry. If Liqing fell, the entire Shiliang would be engulfed in flames of war. Should Ziliang's campaign fail, its players would have no choice but to join other provinces. It was conceivable that the destinies of hundreds of players rested solely on Keiji's shoulders. Maintaining an outward calm was already his limit. Silently calculating, Keiji felt his palms grow damp. He casually wiped the sweat on his pants, his eyes still fixed on the screen, waiting for Bashu to eliminate the city's defending forces. Seizing the pass, often called snatching the dragon, was a crucial element of 3 wars frequently reenacted across servers. Essentially, it involved grabbing the final blow to determine ownership of the pass or city. In 3 wars, each player's siege value varied slightly, and a difference of mere points could affect the entire plan's success. Later on, players who neglected to upgrade the high-level military construction, the siege camp, would also slow siege engine march speed further, increasing the uncertainty of seizing the pass. Moreover, with hundreds of players in 2 alliances, perfect synchronization was nearly impossible. Commanders could only coordinate their own members' arrival times as best they could, ensuring all siege engines struck the city at the designated moment. This alleviated pressure on the commander and made calculating siege values easier. For a levels even pass like Liqing with 200 durability, Bashu expected at least 400 siege engine teams, while Ziliang's Iron Cavalry would field about 200. With low margin for error, the commander had to time the assault precisely. After contact, there was a 5-minute siege window after which the siege value was tallied. Thus, both sides' values had to be accounted for. Bashu's first wave would likely deal at least 1300 to 1400 durability damage. That meant the Iron Cavalry had to launch before Bashu's first wave finished, and if they could inflict over 700 durability in one wave, they had a good chance of snatching the city. Therefore, when 2 sides attacked the same city, success depended not on the number of siege engines, but on who seized the opportunity for the final blow. Otherwise, they would only labor in vain for the enemy. Seizing the pass was fraught with drama. Many weak alliances thus gained a chance to regroup. Formerly evenly matched foes seized the initiative through a successful pass grab, suppressing the other side, or buying strategic time, injecting more unpredictability into war. The most crucial role in seizing the pass was undoubtedly the commander. Success made him the greatest hero of the siege, if failure made him the biggest scapegoat. Hence, the commander was often a vexing position. As the saying goes, a siege commander relies 7 parts on luck and 3 parts on skill. After calculating the timing, Keiji silently prayed for the favor of the goddess of fortune. Male Commander Keiji, all siege engines not yet at coordinates XXX hurry over. Additionally, all main forces take up forward defensive positions. If Liqing is lost by time for the siege engines to retreat. If Liqing is seized, main forces will directly charge the enemy Bashu camp cluster. Also, all siege engines follow orders and strike the city at the designated time. Abandon any occupied lands near the 2 core coordinates XXXX and XXXX. If Liqing is lost, arrange for a Lung and myself to relocate cities and block the path. On Bashu's attacking side, their ambition was boundless. This time, the 2 Bashu sub-alliances displayed unprecedented cohesion. Almost every member without exception had all their troops ready and waiting. To prevent Xiliang from snatching the dragon, both sides' management specially created a temporary command group. They divided their siege engines into 3 waves, not committing everything at once. Though they had enough main forces, the members' development was still lacking. It took about 4 minutes to eliminate the defenders. Both commanders sent mails almost simultaneously, and the first wave of siege engines set off. This wave consisted of nearly 200 teams set to strike the city at 7:05. Sensing something amiss with Bashu's formations, Keiji frowned, feeling a sense of foreboding. It seems the enemy commander is cautious too, sending waves to chip away at durability. Then he'll gamble with you. Keiji knew it was all down to luck now. Without hesitation, he sent the first siege mail. Mail Keiji, all siege engines from Main Force 1, 2, 3, A and 4 depart at 70950. Main Force 5 standby. Keiji's strategy was simple. With those 200 siege teams dealing over 700 siege value, the third wave would break Liqing's durability. He would have his forces strike in the third wave. Bashu's first wave would strike at around 5 minutes past. After the first tally, the second wave would begin at 10 minutes past. Ziliang's forces would arrive about 10 seconds later with the overall tally in the third wave. After the first tally, Liqing lost 730 durability. 10 seconds before the first wave's tally, the Iron Cavalry siege engines, strictly following Keiji's orders, were also about to strike. Bashu's side was no fool. They immediately saw Ziliang's intent and deployed, all remaining siege engines. The battlefield emptied as nearly 200 teams began marching. At this point, holding back was pointless. KG sent a mail ordering the standby 5th group to dispatch their siege engines as well. Now KG and both commanders knew all their chips were on the table. The rest was left to fate. KG felt his heartbeat quicken, his palms slick with sweat. He set his phone on the table, couldn't resist glancing at the game screen, then silently went to wash his hands. Staring blankly at the sky outside the window, after a few minutes, he thought the result must be out. He walked to the table, took a deep breath, and tremblingly picked up his phone again. As luck would have it, he saw the most critical moment. Both side siege engines entering the final tally phase, a window of merely 10 seconds. Damn it. KG's heart clenched once more. Congratulations to the Alliance Shiliang Iron Cavalry for successfully capturing the pass leeching connecting Shiliang and Bashu. A sudden system announcement cut through the once boisterous world channel. Its appearance was like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, seemingly insignificant, yet it stirred a ripple of attention. The players in the world channel fell silent for a few seconds, then messages scrolled at lightning speed. Jingchu Kibyukbyul, damn, am I seeing this right? Is Shiliang about to attack Bashu? Jingchu, I am your eyes, unbelievable, my jaw dropped. Bashu magic, dad, what's the big deal? Shiliang just stole the big dragon. I do that all the time in King of Glory. Jiangdong, pillar of heaven, don't mislead the newbies, dude. Stealing the big dragon in Three Kingdoms tactics is nothing like in King of Glory. Ziliang's capture shows their commander has real skill. Hebei Gu Alliance leader Iguan Chongqing, congratulations to our Shiliang brothers for breaking through 2 level 7 cities in a single day. Hebei Lu Xuanda, applause. Hebei, gentle whisper Zhang Fei, hey, aren't you going to praise my judgment? I told you Shiliang brothers were reliable, but you didn't believe me. Ilu Xuanda tisk tsk. Basha brother Dashin, ha, they only captured a level 7 pass. It's just luck. Even if they hold leeching, can they defend it when we attack? Bashu Feng Xiao smile. Bashu Xiongba Sifong Alliance leader Luffy, it was indeed a mistake, but I think it's not a big deal. Brother Dashin had mentally prepared himself for the loss of the pass. He had thought best case we take it, a worst case it slows Shiliang down. But the worst had come to pass, and it stung. Shiliang had unexpectedly taken Xiaoguan, and then snatched leeching. This was no mere luck. Brother Dashin had to admit he had underestimated this opponent. I thought Shiliang was the easiest state to bully, but I was clearly wrong, he sighed. His eyes held only regret, not a trace of discouragement. Indeed, even if Shiliang repeatedly disrupted Bashu's strategies, the gap in raw strength remained. With Bashu's numerical advantage, Shiliang was no match in a direct confrontation. This was the truth before absolute power. All schemes are futile. In Brother Dashin's view, Ziliang's surprises ended here. What followed would be a war of attrition, testing player activity and coordination, areas where Bashu excelled. They'll show you that no matter what tricks you have, this is where they end in the face of true strength. Brother Dashin resolved silently. Shiliang 8-foot man, oh look at that. Brother Dashin truly speaks like the leader of Bashu, one word, tough. Shiliang only I shine, hey, that's why he's so impressive. If I had Bashu's big shots, thick skin, I'd have led Shiliang to riches and glory long ago. I'm truly ashamed. You Bashu Alliance leader are the real show. 8-foot man, alright, stop messing with the Bashu folks. I'm going to send a few red packets in the group chat. Doing something real is better than just talking. Lu Xiao knew that relying on a single city like leeching to crush Bashu's morale was a pipe dream. It was better to stop wasting energy on taunting Bashu and seize the moment to expand their advantage. Bickering in the world chat was like diplomatic negotiations. You only got to call yourself a hero after truly defeating your enemy. The chaos of the world felt distant from Shiliang. At Xiaoguan, road building continued with fervor. They had to reach Fufeng Commandery as fast as possible and capture the city of Qianxian to defend against Bashu. Ziliang's leadership knew their alliance well. They wouldn't get cocky over a small advantage. Now that every state had seen Bashu's execution, they knew fighting them unknown was sheer madness. For Ziliang's players, stabilizing their advantage and avoiding being crushed by Bashu was the priority. Building a network of camps around the city for full defense was far better than charging into an attack. Hebei had already entered the pass, so Bashu's focus would naturally be on them. Even if Bashu was set on attacking Shiliang, they would have to consider Hebe's forces. Everyone understood the principle of when the lips are gone, the teeth feel the cold. Compared to the feverish activity at Xiaoguan, leeching had become a meat grinder. The main forces of the two Bashu sub-alliances, Jizai Sifong and Xiongba Tianxia, having been battered by the city's defending troops, were routed by the fully intact Shiliang Iron Cavalry. As their armies were nearly wiped out, some players from these alliances began to contemplate retreat. Seeing their allies' morale shattered and facing the ferocity of the enemy assault, the leadership was forced to order a temporary retreat. They instructed their troops to set up new camps a short distance away, preparing for the worst, that their original camp clusters would be cleared. 10 minutes earlier, the Shiliang Iron Cavalry had successfully taken Liqing. Male Corgi, all main forces charge. Prioritize attacking the enemy's undeployed siege weapons and camps. Spartans join the charge too. Siege weapons stand by. Male Feng Yuxiu Liqing is ours. Congratulations. The main alliance will send red packets in the group chat later. Show them what you've got. The main forces of Bashu's two sub-alliances are mostly crippled. Strike while the iron is hot. Build our advantage quickly and clear the camp clusters near XXXX. Alliance channel. Pini, I arrived just in time, brothers. Charge. Alung, haha, my second team is finally trained. Time to prove their strength. Laughter. Corgi battle report. Corgi, my lord Chao, is so tanky. I dragged the enemy to death. Pini, nice development. Almost level 40. Corgi, not quite. Still need a lot of XP. Officer Dawei Tianlong, poor me, am still using Sun Jian. Battle report. Feng Yuxiu, you still have Zhang Fei, right? Drop Guanping. Pair Sun Jian and Zhang Fei with a healer like Fa Zheng or Hua Tua. If you don't have them, Li Dian or Guohuai will do. Dawei Tianlong, but I saw that at higher levels there's a same faction bonus, right? This player was referring to the military buildings in the main city. There were 4 coordination, Shu Wu Wei and Kun. They provided extra bonuses to teams from the same faction, but required the entire team to be of that faction and consist of at least 3 generals. Feng Yuxiu, don't obsess over factions. As long as your team works in Season 1, it's fine. You can focus on building strong core teams later. Core generals are those who can carry an entire team, the MVPs. In Season 1 of Three Kingdoms Tactics, many generals qualify as core like Liu Bei, Cao Cao Sun, Quan Zhouyu Lu Sun, and Lu Bu. Some generals are excellent even in mixed teams like the 4-star purple generals Guohuai and Zhu Jun, who are comparable to 5-star units. Generals like Gan Ning Taisher Ci and Zhao Yun can also serve as cores. If you get them, they are worth prioritizing. Dawei Tianlong, oh okay, got it. Hu Bao Jinwei battle report. The enemy really doesn't have many troops. Not a bad team you've got there, sneered Pai and I. It's all right, replied the Tiger Leopard Guard. Only Cao Cao is worth mentioning. Cao Cao alone is good enough, Pai and I said. I reckon this team could go toe-a-toe with the Shu Spear formation in the first season, mused Kuji. Cao Cao and Gua Huai provide damage reduction and buffs, while Su Chu handles the offense. It's quite solid. The enemy's got a ragtag Bao unit, scoffed the Tiger Leopard Guard. Sun Jian as the commander with Sun Su and Yuan Shao. Sun Jian leading is bad enough, but he's also equipped with Qin as a hawk. Are they here to gift us victory? Pai and I chuckled. Too many newbies. Seems like Bashu isn't as strong as we thought. Those are just 2 sub-alliances, cautioned Feng Yuxiu. Their main force is mostly spent. Don't get too cocky. Spoke too soon, Pai and I said. I lost. Battle report. Feng Yuxiu was incredulous. No way. With your Liu Bei and Zhang Fei you could win even if you brought a dog along. Especially against a 4-star spear unit. Their lineup was solid, Dian Quang explained. Loaded with control effects, stun skill lock weakness. It's a real dark horse team. This game is so unfair, Pai and I complained. A full 4-star team can beat my Liu Bei and Zhang Fei. You just had bad luck, Dian Quang said. The devs wanted to humble you, probably to trick you into spending money. Huh. Too true, Pai and I agreed. Seems like 4-star purple generals can be viable, the Tiger Leopard Guard mused. It's all about how you build them. For free-to-play players in the first season, the game is quite forgiving. Non-paying players are limited by insufficient materials to awaken orange generals, and they don't have many orange generals to begin with. Chasing after an all-orange lineup is pointless. It's better to choose cost-effective purple generals. For example, the Little Wu Bao formation from Wu, Handang Jiangqin, and Su Sheng, Weiss Little Wei Shield, Guohuai Chao Zhang, and Wen Pin, and the Kun Spear unit Pai and I encountered. These are all 4-star teams that shine in the first season. Their purpose is clear: to inflict as much damage on the enemy as possible. If your army suffers 2-0-0 losses while the enemy's orange general team takes 1-5-0, even a loss is hardly a loss. It's practically a win. 4-star teams are easy to train and require fewer resources, making them ideal as a secondary main force. Of course, if used as a primary team, it's best to mix in 1 or 2 orange generals. For instance, the Tiger Leopard Guard's combination of Guohuai with Su Chu and Cao Cao. Purple generals have inferior base stats. Even at full promotion, only a few can compare to 5-star generals, and those are the weaker 5-stars. Later, when everyone has more orange generals and has even promoted them several times, these purple general lineups will become far less effective. The 4-star Kun Spear formation typically consists of Zhang Liang Hu Cheer and Zhang Xiu, focusing on decapitation strikes and control. Those unfamiliar with the Three Kingdoms might not know these names, but they are famous figures in the romance. Zhang Liang is Zhang Jiao's brother, while Hu Cheer has a less glorious claim to fame. He stole Jian Wei's twin halberds. Zhang Xiu is more well known. A disciple of Tong Yuan, he held the title Spear King of the North, and is said to be Zhao Yun's senior brother. For a decapitation-focused lineup, equipping Zhang Liang with Zhang Xiu's inherited skill Dark Tide allows him to deal massive damage to the enemy commander. Since Zhang Xiu also has this skill, natively having 2 Dark Tide users in one team is even more effective. Pair this with a rank physical damage skills like Strike the Weak and Close Quarters Combat, and the team is complete. Of course, this team's strength is average at best unless you have terrible luck. Among 4-star teams, the one that has stood the test of time is likely the Kun Bao formation featuring Zhu Jun. Alung shared a battle report. The Iron Cavalry's assault on the battlefield reached its peak. Led by the veteran player, Alung, the main force charged forward, recklessly clearing obstacles. Many Bashu siege units caught off guard were scattered and broken. Frustrated, the Bashu leadership sent a flurry of messages, desperately trying to reverse the tide. Male Luffy XXXX, all main forces garrison with type advantage. Siege units retreat. Male Luffy hold the first wave. Perseverance is victory. The Xiongnu Alliance's management reacted quickly. The leader constantly encouraged everyone to hold the line. Meanwhile, high-level players in the channel shared battle reports of their victories over Shiliang players, finally calming the ordinary members. Unfortunately, Bashu's main force was limited and had been largely depleted defending the city. Even with everyone fighting, they couldn't withstand Ziliang's fierce assault. Luffy's goal was merely to show the main alliance that he had tried his best to maintain the situation. Any further failure wouldn't be his fault. Compared to Xiongnu, the performance of the Ambition Alliance was bewildering. First, the leader Braveheart sent a mail calling for a countercharge. Then the vice leader Invincible Under Heaven sent another mail saying, "The situation is dire. Those who can hold. Damaged units should retreat first and await further orders." Braveheart's mail read, "Brothers, hold on a little longer. Don't retreat. Set up camps in the rear with Spartan units. We'll see about a counterattack after the first wave of Ziliang's assault." Although Invincible Under Heaven quickly sent a mail telling everyone to follow the leader's orders, some players had already retreated. In this game, retreating requires using gold ingots to instantly return, and it cannot be cancelled. Thus, some players with remaining combat strength were left powerless. The remaining players who tried to block the charge crashed head-on into Ziliang's main force. They were thoroughly defeated and slunk back to their main cities. Bashu sub-alliances had few high-level players, mostly casual farmers who disliked fighting. Facing such a desperate charge from the Iron Cavalry, these faint-hearted Bashu farmers were demoralized. They had suffered heavy losses without taking the city, and now they were getting beaten. Why should they endure this? Thus, on the battlefield, as some Bashu players fought back against Shiliang, they noticed comrades fleeing before the enemy even arrived. Enraged, they thought, "We're fighting tooth and nail on the front lines, and you're running away like nothing's wrong. How is that fair?" With that, Bashu's fighting spirit was completely shattered. Within an hour of the battle, they were reduced to being utterly dominated by the Iron Cavalry. The battlefield was littered with routed troops. Even some unwilling players could only watch their forces retreat in disgrace. Soon the Iron Cavalry's Spartan units moved in to dismantle the camps. At this rate, the collapse of Bashu's 2 sub-alliance defensive lines was only a matter of time. The management of both alliances looked grim. Failing to capture the pass was bad enough, but now over 200 of their men couldn't even hold a defensive line. They would be a laughingstock for the entire world. Their fears had already come true. The world chat was buzzing. Ever since Shiliang broke through leeching, many players had opened their maps to spectate, acting as bystanders. Seeing Bashu's numerous forces easily routed, the onlooking players, unaware that Bashu's main force was exhausted, were astonished by Ziliang's slaughter. Their remaining fear of Bashu dissipated like smoke. Beyond the spectators, in the management group, Dashingo was constantly pinging both leaders, urging them to hold the line. The 2 leaders were already bitter with laughter. Despite sending multiple mails, they couldn't stem the tide. The number of retreating troops kept growing, and a full-scale rout was imminent. The Ambition Alliance and Xiongnu Alliance had made a name for themselves in the world chat, but for all the wrong reasons. 2 of the top 10 alliances had been reduced to such a sorry state by a single Shiliang alliance. Despite many mitigating factors, the reality of their defeat was undeniable. This battle forced the world to see Shiliang in a new light. In the Bashu management group, Braveheart Luffy Dashingu said, "I won't say anything about how you fought. I just want you to hold the second line of defense. Don't let Shiliang break into Bashu. Thankfully, Ziliang's resources are limited. If you can weather this wave, you should be fine." Big Brother's prediction proved accurate. The Iron Cavalry's assault gradually slowed. After clearing the Bashu camp cluster, the main force merely erected barricades and watchtowers, showing no intention of advancing into the Bashu hinterlands. The alliance's ambitions in all directions and world domination, after being thoroughly criticized by Big Brother, reluctantly constructed a second camp cluster near Lee City. Once they recovered their strength, they might launch a counteroffensive. World domination. Male Luffy, after all members set up camps, move the main forces here once they are fully assembled, awaiting instructions from the main alliance. Having just suffered defeat, the channel was somewhat quiet, with only a few players occasionally venting complaints before falling silent again. Fortunately, Luffy was well-liked, and soon some brothers responded. Luffy offered a few words of encouragement, and morale began to recover. After all, it was just a game. Initially, everyone was unaccustomed to the rapid pace of the Iron Cavalry's assaults, but once they adapted, they realized it wasn't such a big deal. Only repeated failures, a second, third, or even more defeats without hope of victory would cause members to completely lose faith in the alliance. However, the Basho leadership quickly abandoned the idea of attacking Shiliang. This was not only due to the loss of Lee City, but also because Hebei had already reached the vicinity of Gaolu. Judging by the marching route of their troops, they clearly intended to take Gaolu and advance along the route into the heart of Jingzhou. The Guangzhou region comprised 5 commanderies from north to south and left to right. They were Anding Fengyi, Fufeng Hanzhong, and Jingzhou. Shiliang was currently in Anding Commandery and Hebei in Fengyi Commandery. Bashu had occupied all of Hanzhong Commandery, as well as parts of Fufeng and most of Jingzhou. The city of Gaolu, where the main Hebei forces were gathering, was located in an area that Hebei had not yet reached. If Hebei captured Gaolu, they could use it as a base to influence the entire Jingzhou Commandery. Moreover, with a large number of members already relocating to Fengyi Commandery, it would inevitably become as impregnable as an iron bucket under Hebius management. Jingzhou Commandery was likely to become the battlefield between Hebei and Bashu. For this reason, the Bashu leadership completely changed their strategy. The 2 Bashu branch alliances would be redeployed to Hanzhong and Fufeng Commanderies to engage Shiliang, while the main Bashu alliance, warring in all directions, and its best developed branch unifying the world, would intercept Hebei in Jingzhou Commandery. Assessing the urgency of the situation, Bashu decided to strike Hebei, first aiming to contain them within Fengyi Commandery and also to counter the areas Hebei had already infiltrated. Management Group. Big Brother Luffy Braveheart, you don't need to outwit the Shiliang Iron Cavalry anymore. Come directly to Guangzhou. Ziliang's focus is no longer on its own province. There won't be any more action near Lee City for now. Instead, for Fufeng Commandery, relocate to Hanzhong Commandery as soon as possible. Then establish camps at Chinsong and capture it to defend against Shiliang. Luffy embarrassed, okay, I won't be so careless this time. Braveheart, okay. Big Brother, I hope so. Don't screw it up again. Luffy, I want it was really an accident this time. Leader of unifying the world, river flows east, then should we head directly to Jingzhou Commandery? Big Brother, yes. Hebei should take Gaolu tonight. We'll set up camps at the Gaolu dock. After they capture it, we'll hold the dock and arrange for people to relocate and block it. We need to arrange both spots near Gaolu. Unifying the world's airfield is already set up. River continue arranging relocations while also having their main forces march there. Additionally, set up camps at Sparta. After that, Gaolu will become a long-term stalemate. River flows east, okay. The docks near Gaolu are crucial. They'll arrange it now. Jail's location was rather strategic. To reach Jingzhou Commandery from Fengyi Commandery, one had to pass through 2 docks, both of which were essential routes and very close to Gaolu. Thus, Jail's position was critical. Both Hebei and Bashu would undoubtedly want to control these 3 docks and Gaolu itself, a seemingly insignificant Tier 5 city, to better achieve their alliance's strategic objectives. However, neither side would be able to monopolize all these strategic locations. What Big Brother referred to as occupying 2 of the docks, one directly connecting Jingzhou and Fengyi Commanderies codenamed B, the other connecting Gaolu and Jingzhou Commandery codenamed A. Both were critical points. Whichever side controlled them would gain the initiative. The 3rd dock, C, was about to fall into Hebius' hands. There was little time left for Bashu to seize the opportunity. Fortunately, Bashu had long planned to confront Hebei here, so some advanced troops had already arrived. From this, it could be seen that the Bashu leadership reacted swiftly, and Big Brother was not just a master of rhetoric. Gaolu. The Bashu troops arriving in succession began to set up camps, leaving 11 plots of land directly facing the dock, clearly intended for relocation. Although Hebei was aware of Bashu's intentions, they were limited by the fact that their road-building teams had not yet paved the way, leaving them frustrated. The dock could only be crossed after being captured. If Bashu occupied it, Hebei would have to launch a fierce assault to get through. A large number of Hebius main forces and siege equipment were gathered at Dock C. According to Hebius road-building progress, they would not be able to pave the way and capture it until at least after midnight. Meanwhile, the main Bashu alliance, warring in all directions, already had troops on high alert, and reinforcements from unifying the world had begun marching in. 2 to 3 hours would likely be enough for Bashu to calmly arrange their defensive fortifications. Hebei had no good solution for this. Iguan Chongqing road-building teams paved the way as quickly as possible. Capture Gaolu by midnight tonight, and see if we can still seize the dock. Everyone work hard. this battle is crucial. Ilu Xuanda, it's too late, but there's no other choice. If we don't race against time and give Bashu more time, we might never enter Jingzhou Commandery. Gentle whisper Zhang Fei Shiliang plans to take Qian County similar to our plan. Now that Bashu's attention is drawn to us, Ziliang's entry will also be beneficial to us. Zhuge Koming Bashu will have a tough time entering if we just hold one dock. It depends on whether they can speed up their progress. But relying on others is not as good as relying on ourselves. Stay up tonight to capture Gaolu, and then quickly take the dock. There's still hope to thwart Bashu's plan. Yijiang Buyue, when will the Qingzhou Society and Yuan family glory join the battle? Wei Yin ID, rather they give us an airfield, so our brothers can go to Fengyi Commandery to support the front lines. Zhuge Koming, haven't we arranged the merger? How many people do you still have there? Yijiang Buyue, about 60 or 70 active players. I've already sent over 20 to the main alliance. Yiguan Chongqing, Yijiang Buyue, send the remaining people to Yuan family glory. Well, add their airfield later. Then Yuan Benshu will have his people come to Gaolu to set up camps and support us. Check the game, allied troops are already marching. We're just waiting for the airfield. Only by occupying land or having allied members land can one attack adjacent targets. The problem was that allies couldn't connect land, so they couldn't occupy territory, let alone coordinate attacks. The function of the airfield was as follows. First, a member of the Qingyi Pavilion would resign from the alliance, and then join Yuan family glory. This way, if that member had land there, Yuan family glory could connect the land and provide support. Yijiang Buyue, okay, I'll arrange for someone to add them. Wei Yin. Zhuge Koming Buyue, come directly to the main alliance. Wei Yin, continue leading the branch alliance, or come to the main alliance too. From now on, Yuan family glory will be as one with us. When the member cap increases, they will also come over. As for the Qingzhou Society, they will come to support us a day later. Yijiang Buyue, okay, I've been wanting to join the main alliance for a while now. I'm already transferring the leadership to a secondary account. Wei Yin will stay. Yijiang Buyue, alright, you lead the remaining brothers for now. You can come over later. They'll give you the alliance leadership directly. Wei Yin MM. Wei Yan's heart rejoiced. Although not many were left, it was still an alliance. Both Hebei and Bashu were amassing their forces toward Gaolu, though it was evident that Bashu was operating with greater efficiency. By 11 o'clock at night, Bashu had already gathered over 200 main forces and more than 100 siege units. Hebei, however, was not to be outdone, assembling a similarly formidable number of troops. Yet, given the late hour, the number of active players was limited. It was conservatively estimated that fewer than 200 players were present on either side. This underscored just how crucial it was for the alliance to have a dedicated night combat unit. Strategy games possess an addictive allure, drawing players into the battlefields of the three kingdoms. They campaign relentlessly for military merit and glory, feeling as though they were generals of history, charging across the plains on horseback, cutting down foes with their blades. On the Bashu side, the players assigned to relocate their cities had completed the preparatory work. In the next instant, a main city seemed to drop directly in front of the two docks, blocking the exit routes entirely. On either side of the main city, troops stood in orderly ranks. Soon after, several main forces emerged from the overlapping formations and began their assault on the docks. The dock's durability was only 1000, and it was defended by two garrison forces totaling 9000 troops. Each siege would inevitably be met by a fixed city defense force of 600 soldiers. To clarify, for NPC cities and docks, the defending forces are divided into two parts. The first is the garrison force, commonly referred to as the defenders. They are numerous but limited in number. For instance, a level 7 checkpoint has 32 groups of 4500 troops. Alliance members must defeat all these groups before they can begin dismantling the city's durability. The second is the city defense force. There is no limit to the number of these troops, and they engage in battle with every siege attempt. However, their numbers are smaller. For a level 7 checkpoint, the city defense force totals 600. This means that every player participating in the siege must fight these 600 soldiers each time. However, the city defense force is led only by the lowest-ranking officers, making them far less formidable. They lack the numerical advantage and the synergistic tactics of the garrison forces, which are led by generals and employ coordinated battle strategies. But as the city levels increase, the city defense force will also be strengthened accordingly. In other words, the dock would be captured by Bashu in 5 minutes. However, the two defending groups of 900 troops each were a trivial obstacle for the vast majority of players at this stage. On the other hand, Hebei remained conspicuously inactive. It was only after the dock fell to Bashu that the Hebei players realized something was amiss. Yiguan Chongqing, everyone, the main forces will make contact with the enemy at Gaolu in 5 minutes. Additionally, the 1st Main Force Regiment will march to coordinates XXXX and wait for the dock's truce period to end before attempting to seize it. After a dock is captured, it enters a half-hour truce period. Similarly, when a city is taken, it has a 1-hour truce. In the game, all structures have a truce period after being captured, and even a player's main city or subcity enjoys a lengthy truce after being seized. Bashu's tactic of using a main city to block the dock exploited this truce mechanism. Players can initiate a city lockdown from the city hall. The lockdown has a 2.5-hour preparation period, after which it enters a 6-hour truce. Once the truce is active, all troops automatically return to their original main city or subcity. If any troops are dispatched during the truce is immediately lifted. Thus, with the dock blocked by the main city and that city under truce, the opposing side had no way through. This was one of the standard tactics in the game. By this time, a considerable number of Hebei players were online, and they quickly responded. Hebei also divided its members into 4 regiments. The 1st Main Force Regiment was their most active unit, so within a short time, 20 to 30 groups of troops were stationed not far from the dock. However, this was still a paltry force compared to the enemies. At this point, Hebei made a critical error. Despite Bashu having already secured the dock, they still pressed their attack on Gaolu. This risked having Gaolu snatched away by Bashu, much like what had happened when the Iron Cavalry seized Licheng. Yet after taking the dock, Bashu seemed to pause inexplicably, as if giving Hebei time to gather its strength. Though they did not attack, the number of troops stationed at the dock continued to swell, quickly surpassing 50 groups. More and more players were marching in an endless stream. It appeared that Bashu was planning to crush Hebei in a single decisive blow. This was indeed Bashu's opportunity. Hebius forces had not yet fully converged. If Bashu launched a charge while Hebei was occupied with Gaolu, they could potentially annihilate Hebius' frontline forces, break directly into Fengling Commandery, and plunge Hebei into a completely passive position. The Hebei alliance leader also realized his command had been a mistake, but by then the garrison forces had already been eliminated, and they had entered the phase of dismantling durability. To abort the operation at this point would be to waste all their efforts. So he decided to gamble, betting that Bashu still had no intention of launching a full-scale assault. Alliance Iguan Chongqing, all brothers whose main forces are still near full strength, marched directly to the dock. He'll arrange for players to relocate their cities and block the path, following Bashu's example. Everyone buy us time. Don't let Bashu break through. Well, wait for reinforcements from Qingzhou and the Yuan family. Well, launch a general offensive in 1 hour. We must breach Bashu's defenses tonight. Male Commander Zhuge Kongming, all main forces assemble at the dock. Attack promptly at 12:15. Due to limited stamina, today's objective is to capture the enemy's main city before their truce expires to pave the way for our next move. Brothers who are too tired can set an alarm and join the battle later. Male Commander Wulong, everyone hold your positions briefly and wait for our brothers in the rear. Send Spartan troops forward to probe Bashu's main force lineup. Post the battle reports in the Alliance channel. No chatting in the Alliance channel except for battle reports. The 4 main regiments, Baiming, Dongfang, Ximen, and Nangong. Report your numbers in your respective channels to get a head count. The Imperial Guard, our elite group, will launch a wave at 12 o'clock to create an opening for the main force. Now we wait for the truce of our brothers at the dock to expire, then we attack Hebei and push through their defenses. Bashu was divided into 5 regiments. Among them, the Imperial Guard was the smallest with fewer than 30 members, but they were all top-tier players in the alliance, including several highly developed high-tier players. From the power rankings, Wulong inferred that Hebei probably didn't have many top-tier combatants. So he decided to let their own elite forces clear out a wave of the enemy's main forces, first potentially creating an advantage. With the mail sent out, a significant number of Spartan troops began charging fearlessly toward the Hebei positions. In an instant, the marching routes became a tangled web. Cavalry led the charge. Countless cavalry units converged into a river like a needle piercing the Hebei defenses. In that moment, the awe-inspiring spectacle of thousands of galloping horses unfolded before the players' eyes. The spear-wielding infantry formations and the shield-bearing soldiers were not far behind. Even the archers trotted briskly toward the opposite bank of the river. Occasionally, a majestic white horse would gallop past carrying a cavalryman, creating the illusion that the entire main force had been committed to the assault. Hebei was indeed taken aback, but their commander decisively ordered a defensive stance. Hebei was no pushover, or did they think they could be intimidated so easily? Soon players from the 1st Main Force Regiment took up defensive positions. To Zhuge Kongming's surprise, Bashu's troops seemed as fragile as paper crumbling upon contact with the defending players. Opening the Alliance battle reports, he saw that they were all Spartans. You scared me, Zhuge Kongming breathed a sigh of relief. It was just a probing attack from Bashu. Meanwhile, Gaolu was about to be taken. A continuous stream of main forces was marching toward the dock. It was estimated that within 10 minutes, once the Qingyi Pavilion's main forces were fully assembled, they would be on equal footing with Bashu. Now they just had to wait for the truce of their brothers at the dock to expire, then launch an assault on Hebei and shatter their defenses. After the Spartan forces from Bashu retreated, numerous battle reports were quickly posted in the channel. The members of the Imperial Guard entrusted with the first wave of assault silently clicked through each report, committing the details to memory. Not only they but nearly all members of Bashu were engrossed in reviewing the reports. Understanding one's opponent is essential for formulating a strategy. As the ancient adage goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be imperiled in 100 battles. One had to admire the Bashu management. At the start of the server, to provide proper guidance to newcomers, these seasoned veterans not only posted numerous tips in the Alliance decrees, but also patiently answered questions from the novices. Through this, they enhanced the Alliance's cohesion, enabling these recruits to grow rapidly and soon become outstanding players in the Three Kingdoms game. What ordinary players lacked in the early stages were 5-star generals, especially high-quality ones. Some of them might not have had impressive lineups, but by absorbing the wisdom of their predecessors they could avoid detours. This was the very reason for Bashu's remarkable unity. Time flew by swiftly. At the stroke of 12, over 30 players from Bashu's Imperial Guard dispatched their main forces almost simultaneously. At this moment, the players from Hebei who were relocating had yet to complete the necessary preparations, occupying 11 plots of land, so they couldn't relocate to block the path. This left Hebe's defense line riddled with uncertainty. With no fallback option, once their frontline forces were annihilated by Bashu, it would signify the beginning of a total collapse. A minute later, numerous troops from Bashu surged out of the dock, marching straight into the defensive line formed by the main forces of Qingyi Pavilion's players. Soon, dozens of units were repelled, while some Imperial Guard members found themselves locked in a stalemate. However, even more of them managed to defeat several squads of Qingyi Pavilion's main forces in succession. Some heavy hitters like Feng Xiaoxiao even tore open a gap directly. In an instant, the foremost troops of Hebei were utterly decimated. Male Zhuge Kongming, all brothers garrison with type advantage in mind. If the enemy counters your type, retreat 2 squares and let the brothers with the right counter engage. Don't panic, don't let Bashu break through our line. Alliance, Yiguan Chongqing High-Level brothers follow me to intercept the enemy. These are likely the main assault group from the conquest team. Try to counter their types and don't let them all hit our other brothers. Following Yiguan Changsheng's call, several high-tier players from Hebei also mobilized their troops, charging towards the Bashu forces. The most conspicuous IDs were renowned tycoons across the entire server, such as Shawakishui Kings, Hengxing Yuanzue, and others. However, their numbers were noticeably smaller compared to the conquest quartet. These big shots were positioned relatively forward, so they quickly joined the fray. Shawakishui Battle Report: Liu Bei Team vs. Zhuge Team. Zhuge Kongming Feng Xiaoxiao's team is almost fully maxed out, isn't it? Shawakishui indeed. How much must this guy have spent? The world's peak team. Luckily, I had good luck. Yi triggered Weijin Huaxia twice, barely managing a draw. Shawakishui's team was the Peach Garden Shield, and its rarity was also quite high. Liu Bei was equipped with Zambi Chiefing and Xianjin Camp to ensure the team's sustain and survival. Zhang Fei carried Xingqi Lindi and Juadi Fanji to guarantee the team's damage output floor. Guan Yu wielded Bai Mei and Sabe Qianjuan, synergizing with Zhang Fei to maximize damage. The Peach Garden was undoubtedly one of the T0 teams in the first season, but it was still at a disadvantage against the world's peak team. It all depended on whether the opposing Zhuge Liang would underperform and whether one's own Guan Yu would deliver. Fortunately, Shawakishui's Yi had a massive breakout, otherwise this team would likely have been taken down with minimal losses. The players of Hebei felt a chill in their hearts as they carefully examined the battle report. Although the battle ended in a draw, their own big shot was clearly at a disadvantage. The enemy's losses were just over 7,000, while Shawakishui's losses were 10,000. If the battle had continued for another round, Feng Xiaoxiao would undoubtedly have won. Yiguan Chongqing Feng Xiaoxiao is truly wealthy. His team is too red. Qiang's Hengxing, not just him. Battle report: Chao Chao Team vs. Zhuge Team. Qiang's Hengxing. If I hadn't brought Rot Tan armor and my Chao boss was tough enough, I'd be done for. Curious Hebei players clicked to view the report, and their hearts immediately sank. Qiang's Hengxing's team was second only to Shawakishui within the Qingyi Pavilion main alliance, yet it hadn't brought back good news of a decisive victory over the enemy. This big shot's main Chao Chao team also had 12 stars of rarity, 3 generals, with full red being 15 stars. Even so, it only managed to draw against the Bashu player with the ID Tiantian Balumi. The opponent had the same world's peak lineup, though with lower rarity and tactics, not as formidable as Feng Xiaoxiao's team. But even with the draw, the cost was enormous. Qiang's Hengxing's deputy generals Su Chu and Su Huang were killed in action, leaving only Chao Chao with just over 3,000 troops remaining. In contrast, all the enemy generals survived, albeit with less than 8,000 troops left. If not for Qiang's Hengxing's comprehensive damage reduction and healing tactics coupled with favorable RNG, he would have risked being completely wiped out. Subsequently, the high-level players from Hebei who participated in the interception also posted their battle reports in the channel. The more they read, the more alarmed they became. Bashu had deployed just over 30 units, yet they had taken down nearly all of Hebei's high-level players in addition to dozens of squads from regular players. In this wave, they had achieved a 30-to-80 exchange ratio, more than double the difference, casting a shadow of despair over the hearts of Hebei's players. In stark contrast to the somber atmosphere in Hebei, the players of Bashu were jubilant, their morale soaring. Facing the second-ranked alliance on the server, Bashu still felt some pressure. The power difference between the two alliances on the leaderboard was not significant, and their understanding of Hebei was still shallow. Thus, the Bashu management had been somewhat anxious about this campaign. However, they were surprised to find that Hebei was not as strong as they had imagined. Male Wulong, it seems the enemy is weaker than I thought. The Imperial Guard should retreat to the main city to replenish troops, then immediately reinforce the dock gatekeeper by Xingxua XXX. The Baiming and Dongfang regiments will advance towards Gaolu. The Nangong and Shimen regiments will focus on clearing the Hebei camp at the dock. Those who are crippled can return to the city to replenish and then log off directly. Today's goal is to demoralize Hebei. Everyone wrap up early and rest. The gatekeeper will enter a ceasefire at 230 and exit it at 830. Tomorrow, all players' main forces will continue to attack Hebei, here aiming to drive them all out of Jingzhou Commandery. Hebei's defense line had already been weakened by Bashu's first wave of assault. With morale at a peak, Commander Wulong issued the order for a general offensive. The main forces of the other 4 regiments who had been itching for action excitedly charged towards Hebei's main forces. Qingyi Pavilion had no choice but to brace themselves for battle. If they could hold out for just 10 more minutes, 2 players who were relocating could complete the process, providing a respite for their battered members to recover. Unfortunately, Bashu's fierce assault soon overwhelmed Hebei. Having been caught off guard and losing dozens of main force squads, Hebei was now being relentlessly hunted and harassed by Bashu, who were like ravenous wolves. Their main forces dwindled continuously while Bashu's attacks seemed endless, with troops constantly emerging from camps, crossing rivers and docks, brandishing weapons and charging towards Hebei's players. Although Bashu's assault was fierce as fire, Hebei's players fortunately recognized the urgency of the situation. With constant everyone notifications in the group, those who had been offline gradually began to take action. The troops that had been idling due to their owner's absence finally stirred. With this infusion of fresh blood, Hebei managed to barely hold the line. However, as time passed, it was clear that Bashu would eventually break through. Xiao Tian Battle Report. Hebei's players are really underwhelming. My 10th Sandstrong main force took out nearly 20,000 of their troops. Xiang Tianqi Battle Report. Hebei fought tenaciously. I saw some crippled teams with 7 or 8,000 troops didn't retreat, but they were indeed no match. Is there any chance of taking Gaolu today? Wulong, unlikely. Besides, it's too late now and fighting at this hour isn't cost-effective. It consumes too much stamina. In the Three Kingdoms game, there is a night mode. After 11 p.m., AU's stamina consumption doubles and occupation time extends from 5 to 10 minutes until 8 a.m. the next day. This shows that the game discourages staying up late to play. Yet even so, it couldn't dampen the players' enthusiasm. Night battles and strategy games are undoubtedly the most thrilling part, and many alliances have secured their advantages precisely through nocturnal operations. Thus, the Three Kingdoms game doesn't lack wealthy players. What it truly lacks are grinders. In the early stages, one can rely on spending to gain an edge, but later on, even monthly card players or free-to-play players can pull 1 or 2 T0 lineups, giving them the ability to go toe-a-toe with maxed-out big spenders. After 3 or 4 seasons, a single wealthy player might be able to handle at most 3 or 4 monthly card players. Unfortunately, many players don't last that long. In the first few seasons, they lose confidence from being crushed by the big spenders and quit. Alternatively, some players uninstall the game in disappointment after failing to pull their desired generals. This is why in the later stages the game suffers from a shortage of active players. Male Zhuge Kongming, all main forces take the front line and guard based on countering the enemy. Their numbers are dwindling, so by time for those relocating their cities. Hold the line for 2.5 hours, then return to replenish troops. Be back by 8:30 tomorrow morning. Under the night mode, stamina consumption doubled, allowing each player only 3 or 4 moves. Thus, the main forces soon exhausted their stamina. This bought time for Hebei to shore up their defenses. As Bashu's assault gradually waned with only sporadic troops appearing on the front lines, Hebei's command knew they had finally held their ground. Though the foremost rows of territory had turned red in a chaotic mess, at least they hadn't been completely lost. Bashu also lacked staying power, so tonight was weathered through. Conquering the 4 directions. Male Wulong, today's preparations were still insufficient, but Hebei is also severely weakened. We still hold the advantage. Tomorrow at 9, gather all brothers from uniting the world to launch an assault. Starting tomorrow, management will tally cumulative battle merits. Brothers with less than 2-0 battle merits this week must submit at least 5 main force engagement reports to Yu and Zhang Wushuang for attendance. Those who fail to submit and have insufficient battle merits will be directly expelled. The top 10 in battle merits will be rewarded with a level 9 copper mine. The 4 Bashu alliances agreed that only those with outstanding battle merits could occupy level 9 or higher copper mines, meaning unauthorized private occupation of copper mines on the main map was forbidden, unlike Zongia's direct currency rewards. Bashu planned to crush Hebei in one go tomorrow. Relying solely on the main Conquest Alliance might take more time, so they intended to summon the other 3 alliances for coordinated action. If Qingyi Pavilion received no reinforcements, their defeat was only a matter of time. Meanwhile, within Hebius, Qingyi Pavilion member group discussions began on how to counter Bashu's offensive. This discussion was originally unnecessary as the alliance had already sent numerous preparatory mails and strategic plans. Yet the group was filled with complaints and a downcast sentiment, with pessimistic words shrouding every member's heart like a dark cloud. Wallowing in failure like this could easily dampen morale. Having just suffered defeat, Qingyi Pavilion members were in a terrible state. Although Hebei had arranged for relocated players to block the ferry with their main cities, it was not a long-term solution. Since a player's main city had only a 6-hour truce, which required another 6 hours to reactivate, they could activate it at most twice a day. This left over 10 hours to face Bashu's attacks. How to handle this was the focus of the discussion. Iguan Chongqing, I've seen everyone's complaints. Indeed, we are weaker than Bashu, but don't lose heart. Today was just the first battle. Once the brothers from Yuan family and Qingzhou arrive tomorrow morning to support us, we have a good chance to push Bashu back. Yuan Sui, but conquering the 4 directions reinforcements will likely arrive tomorrow too. As we saw tonight, we were completely outmatched. If not for Bashu's insufficient preparations, we wouldn't have had a single chance today. Zhuge Kongming, don't be so pessimistic. This is just the beginning. Wensheng Shiyu Zhang Fei, yes, don't be so disheartened. I can only say that Shiliang will coordinate with us too. I won't go into details for fear of spies, haha. Seeing everyone so pessimistic, Wensheng Shiyu had to reveal some information to at least lift the spirits of rational brothers. Iguan Chongqing, don't overthink it. It's late and the truces are activated. Everyone get some sleep. Gather at the ferry at 9 tomorrow morning. Bashu will surely attack. The next day, Shiliang. Hebius conflict with Bashu bought time for Ziliang's advance. Early risers from Zhongyi paved their territory between Qian County and Qinsong, so capturing these 2 cities would allow them to mobilize and launch a campaign against Bashu players in Hanzhong Commandery. Male Logic Ghost, good morning, brothers. Today's battle plan: capture Qian County at noon, then set up camps at coordinates XXXX. The road paving team continues toward Qinsong, but be cautious. There are numerous Bashu camps near Qinsong. Well, attack Qinsong at 6 p.m. Also, the Shiliang Iron Cavalry brothers will fight alongside us. Hebei allies have bought us so much time, and they're at a disadvantage now. For the greater good, we need to quickly take Qinsong and head south into Hanzhong to coordinate with our allies and repel Bashu. Ding assistant reminder: a new main quest has been issued, and a new time-limited quest has refreshed. Ha, finally a quest. After days of silence, the little assistant finally released a new quest. Having risen early, Lu Xiao Red Ghost's Mail and marched his level 40 Peach Garden Trio and level 38 Wei Cavalry toward Qian County. He was interrupted by the assistant's sudden voice. What's the main quest? Lu Xiao asked, eagerly, unable to contain his excitement. Main quest: capture Chang'an. Reward 300 tactic points, 300 copper coins. A self-selected weapon card must carry a special attribute stats allocated by you. Map: War Fog temporarily disappears, 3 minutes. Whoa, I can directly choose an orange weapon with a built-in special attribute and stats I assign. Lu Xiao asked in astonishment. Yes, but the forging cost is on you. The assistant only provides 1 guaranteed orange weapon forging effect, the assistant replied mechanically. That's still great. By the way, what is Map or Fog? In the game, you can't see enemy troop numbers without vision. This module can reveal the entire map for 3 minutes, usable once daily, costing 300 copper coins each use. A very useful module, Lu Xiao mused, grasping its significance. Full map vision was like a god's eye view, putting every move of the enemy alliance under his control. The 3 modules the assistant had unlocked, cryptocurrency, exchange, victory probability boost, were all highly practical skills. What about the time-limited quest? Lu Xiao remembered and asked curiously. Time-limited quest: complete 3 frontal assaults within 10 days, triggering a major battle, and top the battle merit rankings at least once. Reward 100 currency and a tactic point gift pack, 100 usable next season. Top the rankings twice. Reward 200 currency tactic point gift pack, 200. Top 3 times additional 3 5-star self-selected cards. I knew the assistant never disappointed me. After dispatching 2 main forces, Liu Xiao thought for a moment and sent the governor as well. At around level 30 with decent synergy, it could handle countering. He also sent 2 siege units still led by Zhuge Liang with deputy generals Huang Zhong and Zhao Yun. Though Huang Zhong and Zhao Yun had only siege aptitude, they were the future 4th main force, so he used them. Zhuge Liang carried the tactics lure the enemy deep and cup snake ghost chariot as the main general, one for damage amplification and strategy, the other for healing and strategy. Lure the enemy deep boosted Huang Zhong and Zhao Yun's output, while cup snake ghost chariot enhanced the team's survivability. Huang Zhong carried the tactics 10,000 arrows volley and avoid the solid strike the weak. He could have used the attire tactic white brow, but it was given to Guan Yu. Although Huang the actor also needed this skill, there was only one white brow, so it had to go to the more needed Guan Yu to ensure output. Even if Huang Zhong's innate tactic 100 steps through Yang didn't trigger, 10,000 arrows volley alone provided considerable damage. Zhao Yun carried endurance through hardship and light and swift swallow. Endurance through hardship dealt damage to 2 enemy players with a chance to stun them, preventing action. Combined with Zhao Zilong's innate tactic fearless, which granted immunity to control, the stun chance reached 35. Coincidentally, though this tactic was steer, it was most suitable for Zhao Yun and Sun Quan. Its effect was mediocre on other generals. On these 2 generals, it was undoubtedly a divine skill. By 8 a.m., Liu Xiao knew that a massive battle would erupt again at Gaolu at 9. Last night's clash had already triggered a major battle, indicating the immense troop deployment and horrific casualties on both sides. Today being daytime, the intensity would likely be even greater. In the game, continuous large-scale conflicts between 2 different factions triggered a battle graded into 3 levels: small, medium, and major. Small battles were short-range skirmishes, medium battles could be considered full-scale wars, and major battles typically occurred only in state wars. Within a battle, there were rankings for the highest battle merits and the most enemy territory occupied, showing how much battle merit and land they had gained. Essentially the top ranking needed for the time-limited quest. Looks like Hebei and Bashu went all out last night. Liu Xiao muttered to himself, then turned his gaze to the Gaolu battlefield. He saw the confronting troops exuding killing intent with main forces from players constantly marching in. War was imminent. We need to hurry too. Liu Xiao felt the might of Bashu and knew the heavy burden on Xiliang. Against the strongest alliance in the server, Qingyi Pavilion was under immense pressure. He wondered if Hebei could survive today, if Zhongyi failed to capture Qian County and Qinsong in time to strike Bashu. Not only Liu Xiao doubted, but even Hebius management grew anxious. Gaolu. Within the city of Gaolu, the mobilized troops had already exceeded 200 squads. From the perspective of Hebei, the allied reinforcements from the Yuan family's glory and Qingzhou society also numbered a full 100 squads. They had set up camp behind the defensive line, demonstrating through action that they were all part of Hebei. Bashu, unwilling to be outdone, had their own forces from conquest of the 4 directions and unification of the realm densely packed, clogging the docks and riverbanks to an impassable degree. The 2 sides faced each other across the river. As time passed, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, with war on the verge of breaking out. Although yesterday's defeat had severely dampened the morale of Hebius' main alliance, the infusion of fresh troops and the relocation of some leaders to Gaolu, a move embodying the spirit of a king dies for his kingdom, a son guards his nation, breathed new life into their ranks. In the game, relocating a city requires 11 plots of land and costs 500 gold ingots. Moreover, relocation comes with a cooldown period of 48 hours, so it should not be undertaken unnecessarily. Typically, relocation is used to block paths or move to resource-rich areas, as the cost of 500 gold ingots is no small sum, equivalent to the benefits of 2 or 3 days' worth of monthly cards. Nevertheless, this move injected an adrenaline rush into the brothers of Qingyi Pavilion, igniting their fighting spirit. What did defeat matter? After all, they had held the line. Bashu had merely gained a minor advantage. In a rematch, they might not lose. Although this boosted morale, they failed to grasp the dire consequences if Bashu breached the defense and captured their command center, leaving no escape route. If the stalemate held, all was well. But once Hebius' position was overrun and their leaders captured, the blow to Hebei would be devastating. In the first season, everyone's mindset was still rigid. When management was captured, especially those with greater authority, the alliance suffered a correspondingly greater blow. In later seasons, it was easier. Players had developed stronger mental fortitude, knowing that even being captured was no great loss. Alliances that truly collapsed were usually broken from within. It was rare for external forces to cause dissolution. This might happen in the first season, but it became increasingly uncommon as seasons progressed. As the saying goes, a wise bird chooses its tree, a wise minister chooses his lord. If you can't beat them, join them. What's the big deal? This was also the mindset of many scattered alliance players later on. Alliances that had weathered numerous conquests and storms possessed strong cohesion, making them difficult to completely defeat. As the adage goes, you can knock me down, but you can't defeat me. Unlike Hebius' resurgence, Bash's confidence grew with their advantage. Coupled with the addition of unification of the realm, which offset the impact of Qingyi Pavilion's reinforcements, over 600 squads converged on the small dock near Gaolu. This battle would determine control of Guangzhou. Perhaps that description is not entirely accurate, for in Anding Commandery, a new force was quietly gathering strength. Shiliang. Unlike the tense standoff between Bashu and Hebei, loyalty first was still vigorously occupied with road building. They paved the way to Qian County and continued on to Qinsong, allowing the main force to capture cities in Fufeng Commandery while constructing defensive works along the route, preparing for both retreat and advance. This was the alliance's newly issued decree. With the addition of the Shiliang Iron Cavalry, Liu Xiao and the others felt a surge of confidence. Compared to Bashu and Hebius, massive legions of 300 to 400, Shiliang could barely muster around 200 main squads. At a numerical disadvantage, they had to rely more on heavenly timing and earthly advantage, making the capture of Qian County and Qinsong a crucial step. While the road-building teams were busy, other members were not idle. After moving their troops to Qian County, some Spartan scouts probed toward Qinsong. Bashu's dominance of the world and ambition in all directions had already set up camps in Qinsong, with a continuous stream of troops arriving. Fortunately, these two alliances were far weaker than conquest of the four directions and unification of the realm, so Shiliang faced significantly less pressure than Hebei. For this very reason, Shiliang should swiftly open the route to Hanzhong, Bashu's stronghold. An attack there would surely force Bashu to abandon Jingzhou Commandery and rush to its defense. This was the essence of the Liangbei alliance: mutual support, win-win cooperation. It also had another advantage. Although Bashu had more men, they would have to split their forces to deal with two provinces, giving Hebei and Shiliang a chance to prevail. Everyone was busy paving roads and watching the marching troops, and for a time the loyalty channel fell into an unusual silence. Until alliance only show unique, everyone busy paving roads. Why is no one talking? Laughter. Tian Sisandi were all busy, so no time to chat. Only show unique. What the hell you calling me a freeloader? Tian Su Air Yi Chief, you're pretty self-aware. Bachin and Air don't talk about Brother Shio like that. He's not very broad-minded. Watch out, or he might make things hard for you. Serious. Only show unique. Fine, I shouldn't have spoken. Tian Su Sandi, looks like Hebei fought hard yesterday, but they couldn't beat Bashu Hedon. Kind of disappointing. Tian Su Shou Neo, contempt, like you could do any better. Bashu has at least 400 people in total, while Hebei and us combined barely scrape 500. You think the phrase strength in numbers is made up? Tian Su Sandi boss relatives are visiting, so he's got a foul mouth. Bear with him, I'll go get the toilet brush to scrub him clean. Tian Su Shou Neo, third brother, you're getting cocky again. Wait up, I'm coming up to favor you. Tian Su Air Yi, count me in. Third brother's been a bit too much lately, you can't handle him alone. Han Feng, I suspect you guys are driving, and I have proof. Feng Li Yuli, screenshot taken, reporting. Not Xiao Air, the light of justice shines on the earth. Han Feng, lighting up every dark corner. Feng Li Yuli, brothers, did I do right? Applause. Tian Su Sandi, really? Tian Su Sandi, huh? Bachin and Air, you guys really know how to have fun. Cheng Duo, I envy you all. Youth is truly wonderful. Only show unique successfully eased the tension, livening everyone up. Seeing the alliance channel return to its usual lively state, he typed again. Don't be nervous, everyone. If the Iron Cavalry can suppress Bashu's two sub-alliances, adding our forces should make it even easier. Logic genius, don't take the chief's words too seriously. The Iron Cavalry's victory was partly due to luck, mainly because Bashu's main forces were exhausted by the garrison troops. Only show unique, hey, I need some face here. Don't expose me, okay? Brother Shio was momentarily furious. Why did they always have to undermine his attempts to boost morale? Bachin and Air, Brother Shio does have a point. There's really no need to fear Bashu. Though they outnumber us, they're fighting on two fronts, so they're under more pressure than we are. As long as we hold out, victory is ours. So brothers, just follow orders, and we'll be fine. Brother Shio felt a wave of relief. Finally, someone was playing along. As for the qualifiers, somewhat reasonable, he chose to overlook it. At 9 o'clock, the battle between Hebei and Bashu was set to commence once more. Both sides had prepared thoroughly, amassing most of their alliance's strength, each determined to secure victory. Male Iguan Changsheng, everyone give it your all. No elaborate plans. Target the Bashu player Yu and aim to take them down today. Main force charge. Male Zhuge Kongming, all members touch the city at exactly 9:00. Don't let the enemy time their garrison to exploit counter-advantages. Players can garrison their own lands, main cities, and structures. Garrisoning consumes 1 stamina point and triggers combat when enemy forces pass through adjacent tiles. A player's main city benefits from the 9 palaces diagram and 8 trigrams formation, enhancing combat capabilities. Garrisoning here grants additional bonuses, and countering enemy troops further amplifies damage. When hostile players attack a main city, they typically engage the last player to garrison. In the game, if the enemy sends archers deploying shield troops to garrison seconds before can counter them. This design respects history, making defense far easier than offense. Countless main force units surged toward the Bashu player U.S. main city. Bashu, seemingly caught off guard by Hebius' sudden aggression, stirred in disarray. After a brief flurry likely following a commander's mail, countless blue lines converged on U.S. city, signaling a garrison. U.S. main city had a durability of merely 3-0, fragile as paper against Hebius' hundreds of troops. Without support, its fall within 5 minutes was inevitable. Yet Bashu responded swiftly with numerous allies decisively, sending their main forces to garrison. Hebei Walong, they're charging at us. All units garrison. Forget about countering or not, they're timing us. Everyone garrison to gain the 9-8 bonus. Though many troops quickly reached the city walls and completed garrison operations, most were repelled within seconds. Hebei, seeking to redeem their honor, had clearly invested heavily, fielding a force equal to the entire alliance's main strength. Since Qingzhou society and Yuan family's glory lacked connected tiles, they couldn't attack Bashu's main city. Being relatively weaker, they were assigned by Qingyi Pavilion to garrison the dock and block the player when Sheng Xiu Zhangfei. Thus, even if the offensive faltered, Hebei could hold out until Zhangfei activated his truce. This was the awkwardness of both sides using main cities to block paths. Both could activate truces to stall for time, allowing their members to recover troops. Hence, this battle might drag on for a long while. Hebius' assault mirrored Bashu's from the previous day, as if venting all their pent-up frustration, catching Bashu somewhat off guard. Yet due to the disparity in strength and Bashu's additional main city bonuses after Hebius' most ferocious wave, Bashu could now calmly reorganize their defenses. Mail Walong brothers, it's time for our counterattack. In 10 minutes, all attack when Sheng Xiu Zhangfei. Let Hebei realize they're still the underdogs. Alliance Deshan Gu. Hebius' strength seems decent, but they still couldn't break our city defenses. Later, brothers, let's charge and see if we can take them down. Ping 2 Go battle report, not bad. I broke through 3 teams. Feng Xiao, I broke through over a dozen, but there wasn't much to fight. Yuyua, is the gap between people this huge? My main force is crippled. I should have stayed in my main city. I also garrisoned, but got schooled by the enemy. Yuyu battle report, Liu Bei team versus Zhuge team, Walong, bad luck. Qing Bin Jiaoring, Guan Yu didn't activate a single skill, normal. Yuyu helpless. Qing Bin Jiaoren, look at mine, second master was on fire. Battle report, Guan Yu team versus Xiaohou Dun team. Ping 2 Gu. The enemy Wei cavalry shouldn't have made Xiaohou Dun the commander. Xiaohou Yuan would have been better. Yi Mao second master dealt 8,000 damage in 1 slash. Peak performance. Snicker Walong, indeed. Jiaoren, you also benefited from the counter advantage. Qing Bin Jiaoren picking nose, anyway I won. Ping 2 Gu. Laughter foam, Xiao battle report, found someone worth fighting. Seems only the world-class spear can counter itself. Remember this guy named Shiwachi Shui? He's got some real skills. Tian Bo Luomi got it. He'll remember this man called Shiwachi Shui. Rare to see someone who can make the big shot. Feng Xiao struggle. Feng Xiao crying with laughter. Ping 2 Gu. It's a draw. I thought Xiao had lost. Deshan Gu. Shiliang is eyeing Qin County. Everyone hurry up. Can't delay Hebei any longer. Hebei and Bashu were locked in fierce combat, while Zhong Yi Dang Xian's road paving team clashed with the forces of Zhizai, Sifang, and Xiong Batian Xia. So tedious, Qin Axi muttered, watching the land being occupied and the relay of Spartan troops continuing to pave roads, feeling a bit bored. Just then Axiu spotted a red line charging toward her. Upon closer inspection, it was a cavalry unit, ferocious and menacing, about to collide with her Spartan troops currently occupying the land. Hey, where did this come from? Axiu considered retreating her troops, sensing the enemy was clearly a main force she couldn't defeat. But this land would be occupied in just another minute. Watching the hostile cavalry close in with over 30 seconds to spare, Axiu felt a surge of reluctance. At that moment, a white horse unit that had been idle suddenly charged toward the hostile cavalry. After a brief second of contact, the enemy cavalry retreated in defeat, their remnants limping back to their starting point. Axiu finally saw the ID of this helpful ally. It was the big shot Bachi. Silently thanking him in her heart, she continued paving the road, now more vigilant after this incident. Lu Xiao opened the battle report expecting a Spartan, only to find his commander had taken down a small Wei cavalry unit. Though the enemy had higher levels, their morale was barely over 80, allowing Lu Xiao's fully energized troops to gain the upper hand. Even if the enemy had full morale, victory would have been unlikely. Lu Xiao's commander had top-tier skills and high rarity. Small Wei cavalry wasn't particularly strong. Without Cao Cao, Wei cavalry lacked its soul. Cheng Yu would have helped, but the enemy clearly didn't have him. Lu Xiao had logged in today and immediately pulled cards, 200 consecutive draws. This not only elevated his team's rarity, but also unlocked a dedicated customer service, which though useless was a status symbol. Among his main teams, Zhou Yu Lu Bei and Cao Cao still lacked rarity, while Lu Sun, Lu Ming, Zhang Fei, Guan Yu Eugene, and Cheng Yu were all maxed out. The fourth team with Zhao Yun and Huang Zhong had also reached max rarity, but Zhuge Liang only had 2 red dots. Who knew when he'd get more? As for ordinary 5-star generals, they were nearly overflowing the warehouse, which was now full of 4-star and above generals with most tactics already extracted. No wonder so many people in this game love to spend money, Lu Xiao mused. The joy of spending was something his past self could never have imagined. Male Ba Qin and heir brothers and sisters of the road paving team were close to Qinsong now. Bashu has come to snipe us. Watch for roadblocks while paving. Also the spearhead team send main forces to escort the pavers. Everyone else follow the original plan to attack the city. Luo Ji Gui Kai, those who haven't reached Qian County yet, hurry up. The city assault is imminent and attendance will be recorded. After taking Qian County, well, attack the Bashu main force near Qinsong. On the map, only the sound of marching troops could be heard, and from every player's perspective, the main force of loyalty first began its advance toward Qian County. The tightly interwoven ranks of players stepped forward, pressing onward without pause. Qian County was merely a 5th-tier city, its defenses unchanged since the early days of the server, with the garrison forces remaining just as they were. Yet loyalty first was no longer what it once was. Initially the weakest in Shiliang, within just a few days, through friendly matches and consolidation, they had grown into a major alliance, not to be underestimated across the 6 provinces. The walls that once seemed insurmountable, the garrison troops that only a few top players could break through, now appeared fragile under loyalty first assault. The garrison was instantly wiped out, and the city defenses fell in a single wave. Lu Xiao silently watched everyone besieging the city, a thought crossing his mind. If he hadn't proposed the friendly match back, then what would Shiliang be like now? Perhaps Shiliang would have broken through the pass under the leadership of Shiliang cavalry and then fought against Bashu just as they were doing today. Or perhaps they would have failed to break through and remained trapped in their starting province. No one could say for sure. All Lu Xiao knew was that Shiliang now thrived with a flourishing spirit, growing stronger every day. Overcoming the strong with the weak, loyalty first had achieved a magnificent reversal, transforming from the weakest into a force that could rival Bashu. This success owed much to the alliance's excellent atmosphere. Perhaps the top players played a role, but more importantly, it was the unity of the entire alliance that brought them to this point. His thoughts were interrupted by the thunderous collapse of Qian County's walls. As usual, he moved his troops into the camp and the newly captured city, beginning to recruit soldiers. In the game, troops could be recruited in camps, fortresses, and cities, requiring extra coins and taking longer, but it was still a good way to replenish forces. Without the Tiger Camp bonus in the main city, there were only 2550 reserve troops, while later stage main forces could have 3000 troops. A single defeat could wipe out the entire army, making it impossible to replenish from the main city in time. With camps and other facilities available for recruitment and an abundance of copper coins in the later stages, troops could be trained there to relieve pressure on the main city's recruitment center. Additionally, Tiger camps could be built on level 8 plots, each max level camp, providing an extra 2500 reserve troop capacity for the main city, a highly useful military structure. This time Lu Xiao had only brought 1 unit, more than enough to take down a 5th-tier Peach Garden. His other units were still stationed near Qinsong, guarding against Bashu. After breaking through several formations, the Peach Garden's losses remained low. If Yi had been higher level, the losses might have been even smaller, but there was no helping it. Guan Yu had only been drawn later, so it was normal for him to lag behind a bit. Guan Yu was only level 38, while Zhang Fei and Liu Bei were already level 42. The second unit, Wei Cavalry, had just reached level 40, the third unit was only level 25, and for the fourth unit, Zhuge Liang's bowman, only Zhao Yun was above level 20. Lu Xiao had been sending Zhuge Liang's bowmen on intensive cleanup missions to level up. To support these 4 units, his resources were nearly depleted, and this was without frequent battles. Once fighting broke out, resources would be completely insufficient. So while there was still time, he focused on training the 4th unit. The battle between the governor and the opposing cavalry had also resulted in thousands of losses, so Lu Xiao simply withdrew his troops to the main city. Incidentally, his main city was not far from Qian County, chosen precisely for quick deployment to the battlefield. Male logic genius, the road-building team, continues advancing. Also, ambition everywhere and dominating the world have sent long-range forces specifically to intercept us. The tip of the spear team's big players, please arrange main forces for defense. Other brothers who haven't relocated their cities, hurry up. Guanzhong allows attacks on level 6 and below plots, but I hope everyone understands priorities. Attack Chinsong at 9 p.m. Build a camp cluster at coordinates XXXX. Also a few brothers relocate here. Be wary of Bashu. Male Wei Wu Du Xiu, don't attack this red plot at XXXX. Help provide an airstrip for Iron Cavalry later. The Iron Cavalry brothers will be in position by 5 p.m. We'll take Chinsong together. Alliance Tian Su Sandi, so excited the battle is finally starting. Tian Su Air Yi calm down and planning to relocate my city there. Tian Su Shou Neo, I was thinking the same. After all, Bashu's two sub-alliances aren't strong. Getting to the front line means more battle merits. Tian Su, Sandi damn, if you're both going you'll go too. Tian Su Air, you'd better not. Among the three of us you're the weakest, still only able to take level 6 plots. Tian Su Sandi. There are still plenty of people who can't even take level 5 plots. Besides, it's not like you guys are taking levels even plots. Tian Su Shou Neo Battle Report, Huang, Zhong's unit versus. Level 7 plot Garrison Battle Report, Huang, Zhong's unit versus. Level 7 plot Garrison, Sandi had just finished his complaint when he was slapped in the face. His good big brother directly posted 2 battle reports of taking levels even plots, leaving him stunned. Tian Su Sandi damn, what's going on? The boss took a levels even plot. Tian Su Air Yi Battle Report, I took 1 too, okay. Tian Su Air Yi, so any objections to me saying you're the weakest? Tian Su Sandi big brother is right. Come on, slap my face. Tian Su Shou Neo. Second brother, come with me. Tian Su Air Yi wiping sweat third year, just asking for trouble. Cheng Duo youth is wonderful. Tian Su Sandi Cheng Duo you keep saying youth is wonderful. How old are you anyway? Tian Su Air Yi asking like that is rude. Let me show you the proper way. Tian Su Air Yi old master Cheng, how old are you this year? Cheng Duo. Hanfeng, stop chatting. Battle report, the enemy is here to harass us. Wei Wu Du Xiu, anyone with main forces available, go protect the road building team. Lu Xiao saw the battle report Hanfeng posted and felt relieved that he had withdrawn the governor, but moved the Peach Garden to replace it. Seeing red lines heading toward the road builders, including a Xiu and others, he calmly marched the Peach Garden to their inevitable path. Now it was just a matter of waiting. Dominating the world. Alliance Commander Wu Huiqing Chun, my main force was beaten by this guy called Hanfeng. Too bad morale was low, otherwise I could have won. Battle report. Vice Leader Kong Long, yours isn't bad. Look at mine. The second unit I sent earlier was easily taken down by his governor with low losses. And it was only level 20-something, damn it. Leader Lu Fei damn maxed out. Vice Leader Kong Long, what's so surprising? According to the forums, this guy is loaded drawing cards up to the daily limit every day. Diplomacy Lu Wei Di Huang 1 limit. There's a limit to card draws. Kong Long, yes, seems like 1,000 draws. Lu Wei Di Huang 1 1,000 draws. How much is that? Qing Chao La Jiao, probably around 18000. Lu Wei Di Huang 1. In RMB. Qing Chao La Jiao, yeah. Kong Long, there are people from their alliance on the forums who posted screenshots saying this big shot sends red envelopes for battles and city sieges, thousands each time. I was skeptical at first, but now seeing his governor, I think it might be true. Lu Fei picking nose, so what if he's a big shot? We have numbers. Besides, the governor isn't invincible this season, and his level is low. Send a brother to take him out. Keep disrupting their road building to probe their strength. Also take Chinsong at 7 p.m. We can't let someone else snatch it this time. Kong Long, I saw his governor retreating, but there's still a shield unit. Officer Gua Run, is this the one? Maxed out Peach Garden. Battle report Lu Jin's unit versus Lu Bai's unit Lu Fei. Kong Long, damn, that's brutal. Kong Long, everyone be mindful of this formidable figure from now on, he's not to be trifled with. Guan, I sent out my main force only because I saw he was using a shield formation. The level difference was just 3 or 4. How could the gap be this vast? Lu Wei Di Huang 1, but his units are fully maxed out. Kong Long being fully maxed is just one aspect. The key lies in his exceptional tactics, which provide both offense and sustain. Besides, your Wei cavalry lacks both Cheng Yu and Cao Cao. Once Zhang Fei unleashes his prestige and intimidation, your Xiahou Yuan becomes useless. With only Eugene for damage, victory is impossible, and Guijia serves merely as a support tool. Guaran, so in short, there's no way to win. Kong Long, it's very difficult at the moment. The odds would improve if you swap Guijia for Cheng Yu and replace Xiahou Yuan with Cao Cao. Guaran, I do have Cheng Yu, but the Alliance said mages aren't viable for early game development, so I never trained him. I only placed Guijia to buff Eugene. Kong Long, then you could replace Xiahou Yuan instead. Equip Cheng Yu with white eyebrows and ambush from all sides. Guaran, alright, but will that guarantee a win against him? Lu Wei Di Huang 1, him still doubtful. Cavalry doesn't seem very dominant this season. Guaran, fine, he'll consider switching to a Wei shield formation. How about Su Huang, Su Chu, and Eugene? Konglong, that's workable, but you'd be better off replacing Eugene with Guohuai. Give Guohuai a Rot-Tan armor for damage reduction, so you won't need healing. Su Huang needs the Desperate Ride skill to maximize his potential, though that skill also inflicts a healing ban. So there's no need for healing. Goran understood, thank you, senior. Konglongmo. Luffy, forget it. If loyalty discovers our Spartan raids while aboard, everyone stands by at Chinsong. Even if they advance, we can defend from the city. Konglong, indeed, his Peach Garden formation is too highly configured. Konglong, old Lu, why is Four Corners so quiet? Luffy, I'm not sure about Four Corners either. Their members are still here, just not engaging loyalty's forces. Konglong, huh? Luffy, rest assured they'll cooperate when we attack the city. Also, just so you know, this level's even city is up for grabs. First come, first served. Domineering the world. Mail Commander Hachu Wajiji, all main forces must engage the city at 7 p.m. sharp. Everyone mobilize and stand by before 5 p.m. Stop intercepting Ziliang's troops, conserve strength for the siege. Male Diplomat Qiushan Chishan, everyone stay sharp this time. The enemy is less than 3 hours from Chinsong. We must take the city swiftly at 7 p.m. They won't have many troops initially. Recruit troops in camps far from the main city and replenish directly if close. Bring plenty of Spartans. As orders from Domineering and Four Corners were relayed, a flood of player troops began moving. The front lines at Chinsong were surrounded and impenetrable, with territories being seized and barricades erected one after another. The dense fortifications and overwhelming number of troops presented an intimidating sight, projecting an image of an impregnable iron fortress. On the other side, the Shiliang road-building team, unhindered by enemy harassment, quickened their pace. Some players followed to establish structures, and soon camps began rising along the path, protected by the main forces of many comrades. A massive wave of reinforcements then advanced along the newly built roads, soon arriving less than 20 tiles from Chinsong. Perhaps it was the imminent war that stirred excitement among many. In their eagerness, some brothers dispatched their troops before the main army had fully assembled, engaging in skirmishes with players from the Domineering and Four Corners alliances. As the vanguard clashes erupted, and escalated, routed troops fled from both sides, some from loyalty, others from Bashu. Yet as if by unspoken agreement, the fighting halted once the number of engaged units exceeded a dozen. Both sides exercised restraint, each harboring their own concerns. Bashu aimed to seize Chinsong before loyalty's main forces arrived, conserving their strength to clear the city's defenders. Meanwhile, loyalty awaited the completion of their road network, unable to launch an offensive without a connected path. Thus the battles remained measured, with both sides biding their time. But restraint could not stem the growing hatred born from mounting casualties. After hours of combat, the skirmishes escalated further, drawing in more and more players. The Bashu forces, particularly Domineering, became especially aggressive, sending wave after wave of troops from their positions near Chinsong toward loyalty's vanguard. By 6 p.m., a full-scale world battle had erupted. Both sides grew increasingly heated, but loyalty was clearly at a disadvantage, as most of their main forces had yet to arrive, allowing Bashu to gain the upper hand. Alliance Weiwu Dusho, damn, their firepower is insane. Battle report. Chung Dwudwa battle report, I took out 2 squads, but my third was repelled. Hanfing, you're lucky, I only managed 1. Battle report, accidentally ran into a counter. What a shame. Ty and Sandy, then it's time. Someone bring out our alliance's Italian cannons. Tyance Iri Bachi Nanair, Ching Wu Yunfiang. Bachi Nanair. You can't someone in the game. Tyance Iri, huh, but I just did. Bachi, go crush them all. Tyance Sandy, why use the word crush? That's oddly suggestive. Bachi Nanair scratches nose. Bachi Nanair, you guys charge too fast. Time for me to step in. Calm. Bachi Nanair, battle report, battle report, battle report. Bachi Nanair, they're nothing special. Tyance Shonao, huh? Tyance Sandy, the gap is real. Even taking out 3 squads is a breeze for a pro. Tyance Iri, sell your useless organs and spend some cash. You'll be strong too. Tyance Sandy. Hanfeng Bachi is awesome. Applause. Bushi Shower, we're almost there. Who told you to charge ahead? Our main forces are still en route. Glancing at the chat, Lu Xiao's heart tightened with worry. Not only did the march consume time, but morale had plummeted drastically, hovering around 80 points. Under identical formations, loyalty's brothers were at a severe disadvantage. Lu Xiao thought to pause after this wave to let morale recover before pressing on. Though this notion was somewhat unrealistic, Bashu would never let such an opportunity slip. Lu Xiao's Peach Garden formation had previously clashed with a Wei cavalry unit, losing over 1,000 troops, a negligible loss, so he had redeployed them here. Unexpectedly, the battle erupted suddenly, and his alliance seemed to be losing momentum. That wouldn't do, so he directed his Peach Garden formation toward the densest cluster of enemy red lines. His goal to clear their main forces and buy time. Along the way, he encountered 3 squads. Checking the battle reports, he identified a miscellaneous shield led by Sun Jian, a peeling bow formation of Yuan Shao, and Zhu Jun, and a Wu Bao squad. Sun Jian's squad didn't even deplete 1,000 troops from the Peach Garden. As expected, Yuan Shao's squad with Zhu Jun's defense-ignoring ability inflicted 3,000 casualties. Yet the Peach Garden still had around 1700 troops remaining, maintaining its strength. The final Wu Bao squad only caused about 2,000 losses, far from forcing a retreat. Lu Xiao understood his role to plunge like a sharp blade into Bashu's heart, disrupt their plans, and buy time for the main army. Thus a bizarre sight unfolded on the battlefield. A single shield formation rampaged recklessly, and every Bashu squad it encountered was forced into a humiliating retreat. But even the mightiest can fall to numbers. After cutting through 7 or 8 squads, Lu Xiao's Peach Garden ended in a draw with the 10th. Yet he remained unperturbed. Watching the approaching main force on the screen, he smiled. Loyalty's reinforcements had arrived. Male Commander Logical Genius, everyone's at the front line. First, stabilize the positions XXXXXXXX along this line, restore morale, and wait for them to attack. Tiance's third brother, I don't think we can stabilize the enemy, seems to be coming to attack. Commander Logical Genius wipes sweat. It's because you all charged too far forward, practically riding on their heads to provoke them. But don't worry, Bachi hasn't even unleashed his full power yet, and our main force has arrived. Suddenly being singled out again, Lu Xiao felt quite helpless. Indeed, the second squad's Wei cavalry had already reached the battlefield, but they hadn't gone out to fight yet. Their morale was only at 80, and he was waiting for a bit longer. However, having been called out, it seemed there was no choice but to engage. He silently marched the Wei cavalry to the very front line, where several teams from Xiongba Tianxiao were diligently dismantling defensive barriers. Lin Muzin had joined Bashu's Xiongba Tianxiao since the server opened. Although a newcomer, he quickly familiarized himself with the game, and his territory value soared. Seizing the moment of enthusiasm, he spent a considerable amount of money to enrich his lineup. As luck would have it, he drew Liu Bei and Guan Yu, which combined with the Zhang Fei he had obtained at half price earlier formed the Peach Garden Oath trio. Though limited by tactics, Lin Muzin was still quite content. With a good team, he grew even fonder of the game, his activity level rising significantly, and he always promptly responded to the Alliance's directives. This time was no exception. His Peach Garden team was dismantling a loyalty camp when he suddenly spotted a cavalry unit marching toward him. He initially wanted to retreat, but then thought about how he was at the very front line, where every move would be closely watched. A direct retreat seemed somewhat awkward. Moreover, he felt that even if the enemy had the type advantage, his Peach Garden team was strong enough to defeat most cavalry. Besides, there were so many allies dismantling alongside him, and he had numerous comrades fighting shoulder to shoulder. Lin Muzin thus ignored the cavalry unit. It was only when the team halted before him that he realized his mistake. As the cavalry garrisoned, the Bashu players' forces scattered in all directions the next moment. Defeat is inevitable. Accompanied by the voice of a defeated general in the game, Lin Muzin stared in shock at his troops now in retreat. After a few seconds, he snapped back to reality and quickly opened the battle report. Damn, I forgot to check the ID. Talk about a whale with deep pockets. Lin Muzin saw that the opponent's fully upgraded Cheng Yu had used the skill ambush from all sides 3 times, dealing a staggering 1500 damage, crippling his Peach Garden team. A wave of disappointment washed over him. Seeing the game ID 8-foot-man, he felt somewhat better. This big spender was notorious for handing out red envelopes in their guild chat, and Lin Muzin was no stranger to it. He had often envied how Loyalty had such a manager, never imagining he'd have such an intimate encounter with this big shot in a different form. Not just Lin Muzin, but 4 or 5 other players were also routed by Lu Xiao. With the Wei cavalry's brilliant display, Bashu's offensive was temporarily checked. Before they could recover, 2 more teams swept through the nearby Bashu defenders with unstoppable momentum, their IDs bearing the now famous name, Light Dance Floating Clouds. Lu Xiao breathed a sigh of relief seeing this big shot arrive. Light Dance's teams were not much weaker than his own. With his main forces depleted, Bashu would soon organize a counterattack, and having a high-tier player to cover him would help hold the line. From his team's defeat, Lu Xiao realized how insignificant individual strength was in large-scale battles. Even a fully upgraded big shot could barely withstand the might of a united alliance. Thus, improving overall strength was more critical, and distributing welfare was one key method. But there should be more ways to boost everyone's execution and combat effectiveness. Seeing Loyalty gaining the upper hand in the clash with Xiongba, Lu Xiao relaxed. The main quest required being at the top of the large-scale battle rankings. Now the Qinsong battle marker had turned gold, indicating a major engagement between the 2 sides. All that remained was to secure victory and claim the top spot in battle merits. The in-map battle merit stats weren't updated in real time, so Lu Xiao checked the alliance members' merits directly. He was currently first with 700 merits, and second was undoubtedly Light Dance Floating Clouds with nearly 600. A close gap, so he had to keep striving. With the two big shots leading the charge, Loyalty's main force gradually joined the fray. After half an hour, Bashu's Xiongba Tianxia began to waver. Meanwhile, Jizai Sifang, which had been silent in Qinsong, also stirred. With their entry, Loyalty's hard-won advantage was pushed back. The numerical disadvantage made it untenable for Loyalty, even with their slightly superior average strength, as more and more Bashu players entered the battle. Yet Loyalty lacked staying power. Once defeated, their troops would retreat with a 9-minute injury recovery period during which main forces couldn't fight. Most players' camp clusters were still near Qian County, so battles were essentially decided in one wave. If they lost, it would take 1 to 2 hours to redeploy. More and more Loyalty players were surrounded and eliminated their forces, reluctantly leaving the field. The battlefield was gradually overtaken by Bashu players, and the scales of victory seemed to tip in Bashu's favor. Mail Luffy, the 7 p.m. city attack plan is temporarily cancelled. Push directly to Qian County, clear red territories, and construction works along the way and advance together. Tonight's goal is to completely drive the Shiliang forces out of the Qinsong area. Lin Muzinhua, am dead. Battle report. Konglong, damn, is this guy all maxed out? Wuhui Qingchuan seems like it, but no big deal as both his main teams have been sent back. Luwei Dihuang won, the cost is too high. Das by long battle report, this one's maxed out too. Luffy, damn, Loyalty has so many big shots. Feels almost like the main alliance. Konglong, that ID looks familiar. Does he have a 5 Tiger Spear team? Das by long, yeah, I think he has Zhuge Liang, but no idea why he didn't use him. Luwei Dihuang, one probably still leveling up. At that upgrade level, the 5 Tigers are pretty much invincible. Shihui Wan Gu has Zhuge Liang's here. Battle report, this team is so strong. Luffy, Shu Wisdom, huh? Shihui Wan Gu, what's Shu Wisdom? Curious. Luffy, it's a faction synergy effect for the Shu Kingdom referring to Zhuge Liang, Fa Zheng Su Shu, and Pang Tong. Any 3 of them can form it, but Pang Tong isn't out yet. He'll be in Season 2. Shihui Wan Gu looks really powerful. The type advantage wiped out my shields. Luffy, the gap in tactics is too big. Wuhui Qingchuan and the enemy's level is so much lower than yours. Shihui Wan Gu, Sai, my generals are too weak. Luffy, stop playing Sun Jian and Sun Tzu. The devs gave them out just to get you through the beginner phase. You'd be better off with a small Wei Shield team, Huai Wen Pin and Chao Zhang, which is stronger than this. Shihui Wan Gu, all 4-star. I have them. Can this team really work? Luffy, would I trick you? Grin. Shihui Wan Gu, alright, thanks, leader. Konglong, hey, don't just talk. Send a few people to push them back. Battle report, I'm already crippled. All the hard-won advantage we built is being reversed. Luffy, our big shots are all spent. I've told Jizai Sifang, let's see if they can take out these 2 teams. Jizai Sifang. Jizai Sifang wasn't as active as Xiongba, but they had some high-tier players. They also noticed the anomaly on the battlefield, and soon several teams encircled Light Dance Floating Cloud's 2 main forces. Though these big shots teams weren't fully upgraded, their tactics were mostly complete. With a numerical advantage, they sent Light Dance's 2 main teams back to camp after losing just a few squads. Even the strongest player couldn't withstand such a concentrated assault alone. But Lu Xiao and his ally managed to trade off 2 to 3 dozen enemy players' main forces, buying some time. The battle dragged on for over an hour from 6 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. until both sides' main forces were nearly wiped out. Loyalty's forward positions were almost completely flattened. Though defeated in this battle, they lost with honor. Bashu suffered heavy losses and entered a recovery phase. Both victors and vanquished withdrew to their main cities to replenish troops. Thus, the Qinsong battle, prepared for nearly a day and lasting an hour and a half, entered a halftime break. Loyalty's failed first offensive forced them to reconsider their next steps. Fortunately, it would take at most 2 hours for everyone to replenish. Moreover, Tiki's players were gradually relocating their cities nearby, and camps were being built right next to Loyalty's, ensuring their next attack would not be so easy for Bashu. At 9 o'clock, the Iron Cavalry troops set out from their camp built in Qian County, marching in succession to the remaining Loyalist position 30 grids away from Qinsong, where some replenished Loyalist members were preparing for a counterattack. Some Spartans began occupying territory. Bashu did not seize this opportunity to attack, but instead continuously gathered forces on the front lines, seemingly intent on sweeping away the remaining Shiliang positions in one fell swoop. To guard against Bashu, the main forces of the Shiliang brothers stood ready to charge at any moment. Meanwhile, Bashu's Xiongba and Jizai Sifang jointly constructed numerous horse barriers on the front line, with dozens of squads stationed atop them. Behind, hundreds of tents stood densely packed, within which troops were also poised for action. The tents and horse barriers were arranged in neat order, presenting a posture reminiscent of ancient battle formations. Both sides were at daggers drawn, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The morale of the Iron Cavalry troops was not full, and their tents were still under construction at a slightly distant location, taking another 3 hours to complete. Thus, morale could only recover naturally. Bashu seemed aware of this and could not resist launching an attack. Kong Long brothers, whose main forces are defeated but still have 10,000 troops in heavy injury, continue after recovery. Those with less than 10,000 return to the main city to replenish before coming back. Do not begrudge losses. Once we drive out Shiliang, there will be plenty of time for everyone to develop. Gu Rin, a moment of vindication. I won this time. Lu Wei Di Huang won. Damn, really? Lu Wei Di Huang won. I thought you were up against that 8-foot man. Gu Rin, just being able to win is enough for me. Lu Wei Di Huang won. Kong Long, I pierced through 2 squads. Praise me. Lu Fei, the 8-foot squad, was also there. Accidentally ran into them. Kong Long brothers commit all main forces. They cannot replenish as fast as we can. As long as we push through in one wave, the initiative will fall into our hands. Lu Fei, the top 3 in battle merits, will each receive a level 9 copper mine to be mined at any time. Wu Hui Ching Chun, am already down. Qing Chao La Jiao, I pierced through 3 squads. Lu Fei Wu Hui Ching Chun Sai, I wish I had a shoe spear too. Qing Chao La Jiao. Shiliang Iron Cavalry. Since the Li City campaign, the Iron Cavalry could finally hold their heads high, sweeping away the dejection from the previous friendly match defeat. The alliance's cohesion had greatly increased. Due to adjustments in Bashu's battle plan, Li City no longer needed to be garrisoned, and the battlefield shifted to Guangzhou. To fight alongside the Loyalists and unite all Shiliang forces, the Iron Cavalry quickly relocated their alliance to Anding Commandery in Guangzhou, using the airfield provided by the Loyalists, setting up camp in Qian County. When the Loyalists and the 2 Bashu sub-alliances clashed, the Iron Cavalry had already completed their deployment, with main forces arriving at Qian County. Thus, even if Bashu pressed their advantage, Shiliang would have a backup plan. The Loyalists' initial defeat did not affect the overall situation. The Shiliang Iron Cavalry Alliance now had over 140 members. Since the consolidation, each of the top 10 alliances had around 150 members. However, merely looking at superficial numbers to compare strength was inappropriate. The key was active players, those who actively participated in alliance activities. Generally, an alliance with 50 activity was considered average. That meant only 75 out of 150 people would respond to mails in time, especially during battles. Many players treated the game as a farming simulation and disliked fighting, watching their allies shed blood and sacrifice for the alliance's overall interests while they peacefully tended their own small plots. This was rather boring, especially for those with time. Alliances like Bashu's main alliance, where the majority of members were active, or the Loyalists, invigorated by a wealthy patron, also had high activity levels. Only such alliances could be combat effective, securing their interests in later season server merges and even vying for the hegemony throne. The Iron Cavalry had proven their strength in Li City, inspiring some farming players who craved victory. Thus, when the call came to support the Loyalists at Chinsong, the Iron Cavalry players in high spirits responded en masse. With their addition, Ziliang's chances of winning grew. Kuji Bashu is here, brothers. Check the counters and garrison the front line. Defend the position well. Do not engage without a counter advantage. Our supplies are hard to come by. Use your forces wisely. If we win, we'll have a foothold. Pai and I, let's go, everyone charge. Kuji, charge what? Morale is already low. If we advance, ITLL drop to 70. Just garrison where you are. Pai and I am. Actually, that's what I meant. Kuji, sure. I don't believe you. Alung He, when are we founding a kingdom? I want to be Grand General. Pai and I almost forgot. Founding a kingdom. Let's see. The 8 prefectural capitals have special kingdom names with higher prestige, but given the current situation, we can't spare time to take a level 8 city. Let's wait until we capture Anding Commandery to found the kingdom. Along Anding. Feng Yuxiu, yeah, the Loyalists should found their kingdom after taking Tianshui. We can take Anding. Do Wei Tian Long, what does founding a kingdom mean? Is it becoming emperor? Pai and I, it's not really useful. Just that the official titles change, and when you speak, your ID gets prefixed with the kingdom name and color. Do Wei Tian Long sounds nice. Pai and I, founding a kingdom is one of the game's mechanics. When an alliance reaches level 30 max level 50 and captures a commandery city, it can found a kingdom. Each commandery city has a different kingdom name. However, the 8 prefectural capitals, Yi Tianshui, Chengdu, Jianya, Changsha, Xuchang, Chang'an, Xiangyang, can use historical kingdom names. For example, Chang'an can use Qin, Xiangyang can use Chu, and so on. Ordinary commandery cities that are not prefectural capitals use more common names like Tian or Wei. The imperial capital Luoyang is the most special, allowing the use of Han. Founding a kingdom requires a 24-hour waiting period. Afterwards, the alliance becomes a kingdom and new official titles replace the old ones, such as Grand General, Grand Herald General of the Northern Expedition, and so on. Among these, Grand General and Prime Minister are the highest ranks, though they are merely different titles. Additionally, after the kingdom captures cities, it can appoint governors. Governors have the authority to form legions and also possess certain rights and a voice. Pai and I, let's talk about founding the kingdom later. First we need to drive away Bashu. Otherwise, even if we found a kingdom, it would be destroyed. Could G right, brothers? The enemy's offensive has slowed. Take 10 minutes to recover morale, then we'll see about launching a counterattack. Corgi, our loyal brothers, have bought us precious time to restore morale. Now all forces advance on the Shonba formation. Coordinate with our loyal allies to capture Chinsong. Pini, send your battle reports to your respective groups. Anyone who hasn't reported and hasn't asked for leave will be removed from the team. The arrival of the Iron Cavalry troops eased the pressure on the loyalists. The Bashu players entangled for so long were struck by fresh forces from Shilyang. Some crippled units were eliminated, and the tide of battle began to turn. In the Shilyang main chat, 8-foot man Pini, brother, take your elite squad and charge with us to tear open the enemy's defensive line. Coordinates 380874, we just need to break through about 10 more grids. At 388875 there's a canyon that's easy to defend and hard to attack. They've relocated their main cities here, and while the flanks are passable, there are too many watchtowers and arrow towers there. Let's see if we can force a frontal assault before the truce ends. Pini striving got it. They'll arrange it right away. We'll push them out with all our might. 8-foot man handshake Wei Wu, Dushio handshake Shilyang, Iron Cavalry Commander Corgi for the left and right flanks. Each alliance will handle one side with a feint to distract their attention. The elite group charges the front. All other brothers press forward within 5 minutes. One wave will bring them to their knees. Shilyang, Iron Cavalry Deputy Leader Feng Yushio, yes, the Spartans can dismantle the flanks. Every second counts. Loyalty first, Commander Logic Genius, then let's schedule the full press for 935. They'll send a mail notice later. I'm just worried about spies. Snacking 8-foot man shrug Pini, 8-foot man Wei Wu Dushio, after we beat Bashu, can you let us have Anding? I want to establish a kingdom. Casual Wei Wu Dushio, sure. We won't be merging for a while anyway. You take it and establish your kingdom first. Pini, alright, I'll put in an advance request, sly grin. You can take it back after we merge. For now, let's focus on Bashu. Barring surprises, we can take Chinsong in a day. How's the situation in Hebei? Loyalty first, diplomat Tian Su San Di, doesn't look good. Screenshot when Sheng, Shiyu Zhang Fei, hey brother, when can you capture Chinsong? Tian Su San Di, hard to say, but we'll do our best. What's up? When Sheng, Shiyu Zhang Fei were under a lot of pressure here. The main Bashu alliance launched a second wave today, and we barely held it off. The durability at the dock almost ran out. Bashu's strength is really insane, so I'm asking how soon you can come reinforce us. Tian Su San Di, damn really. You guys have similar numbers, right? How are you this bad off? When Sheng Shiyu, the gap in top-tier combat power is too big. That guy Feng Xiao on the other side and a few other highly ranked elites are really tough to deal with. It often takes several of our guys to take down one of their squads. Especially Feng Xiao. 3 of his main squads take on 14 or 15 of ours too easily. The key is they're better prepared. Now across from the dock a bunch of Bashu players have relocated. Tian Su San Di, alright, I'll pass your message to the management group. We'll finish off Shonba and Jizai as soon as possible and then come support you. Wen Shiyu, thanks. It's really been a helpless fight. If it weren't for the truce, we wouldn't have held on. Hope you can hurry. Handshake Tian Su San Di, handshake. 8-foot man. Is the main Bashu alliance that strong? I always thought they weren't that far off from Hebei. Shin Fu group leader Fu Yu, more than half of the top 50 on the leaderboard are from Bashu. That says it all. Pini, hey, isn't that Fu Yu? You haven't spoken in a while. Fu Yu just been slacking off and drawing cards. This fight has really sparked my fighting spirit. Logic Genius, Hebei is stronger than us, but they're asking for help, which shows they're in dire straits. But as for as soon as possible, we definitely can't take down these 2 Bashu sub-alliances quickly. Tian Su San Di. I already promised them. Brother Genius, I believe your command can easily defeat Bashu. Pitiful Logic Genius. Do you think I'm a game designer? No matter how I command, the power gap isn't huge and the enemy isn't a pushover. A total rout is impossible. If we hadn't taken Qian County to make troop movements easier, the situation would be uncertain. Corgi, the enemy isn't as strong as they seem. If we break through Hedon, they probably won't show their faces again for a while. 8-foot man, true. Let's aim to take down these 2 Bashu sub-alliances in 2 days, then build defenses in Chinsong. Leave the Iron Cavalry to hold at half Hebei, provide an airport, and send 2 loyalist groups to assist. We're Hebius allies, but we don't have to go all out. Keep pressure on these 2 sub-alliances, but don't push too hard. Wei Wu Dushio, yeah, I get your point. A protracted war between Hebei and Bashu benefits us the most. Excited Tian Su San Di, I feel like you guys are so cunning. Pini picking nose, same here. Fu, you can't say that. Bachi and Dushio make a good point. Besides, just sending support is generous. Shonba and Jizai aren't pushovers either. If we split too many forces, we might get rolled over. Logic Genius, let's take Chinsong first. Management just sent the mail. Everyone follow the elite group when we go. Pini, yeah, we'll talk after the fight. Mail Logic Genius at 935, everyone attack the main city of the Bashu player Baozi. The path has been cleared. After less than 20 minutes of bloody battle, Bashu's troops dwindled. With this shift, Shiliang once again gained the upper hand on the front line. Even the Spartan units paving roads near Bashu players' main cities faced no resistance. The Mail redirected many players' march routes, all converging on Baozi. The Iron Cavalry troops did the same, though they hadn't paved their way to Baozi's city yet. There was a slight deviation from the plan, but nothing critical. On the battlefield, the Loyalists still had about 30 squads and Bashu had at most the same number. Even without the Iron Cavalry, the two sides were evenly matched. This didn't even account for Ziliang's top fighters Lu Xiao and Qing Wu Yun Fei Yang. Of course, Bashu's main cities had the advantage of Bagua and Zhougong formations, making them harder to attack. But once the Iron Cavalry arrived, it would be easier. As the Loyalist forward units were about to occupy the land, Bashu's forces finally stopped hiding. Several players marched out from the city. Lu Xiao, who had been watching Baozi's main city, quickly ordered a garrison. After resupplying Tao Yuan and Du Du along with the Wei cavalry, though the latter had suffered heavy losses in the previous battle and was forced to retreat, joined the fray. Several other top-tier alliance members also garrisoned, like Qing Wu Yun Fei Yangs by Ma Du and Zhu Shu Ji, who waited for the enemy to attack. The moment they clashed, several of Bashu's units were annihilated instantly. Ignorant of the situation, the Bashu players rushed in, recklessly unaware that these Shiliang units were composed of elites and were formidable. Having wasted another chunk of their effective strength, Bashu's power in Chinsong had plummeted to its lowest point. Minutes later, both Iron Cavalry and Loyalty gathered beneath Baozi's main city. At 9:35, all troops present launched a coordinated assault on the Xiongba member Baozi. Earlier, as the Shiliang players strove to converge on Baozi, Luffy and his comrades had discerned their intent. Qian County lay just over 30 tiles from Chinsong, and this canyon was the only direct route. Though flanking paths existed, they were far longer. Though they had anticipated Ziliang's next offensive, Luffy and Braveheart could not suppress a growing unease. Baozi's main city held barely a dozen garrisons, no match for the Shiliang forces that outnumbered them several times over. The management of the Bashu alliance watched with growing anxiety, yet the two branch alliances were far less active than the main, and their development lagged behind Ziliang's. Bashu boasted 4 major alliances with nearly 500 players, but despite its abundant resources, it could not satisfy everyone's growth needs. Not to mention the smaller Bashu alliances, nominally subservient to the 4 main ones, yet limited in numbers and not fully integrated. These two numbered over 100 players. Thus, players with limited time or weaker rosters lagged far behind the dedicated and the wealthy. Most of these players belonged to Xiongba and Jizai, which explained why these two alliances were significantly weaker than the main ones, Yidong and Jingzhan. The main alliance and Yidong had crushed Hebei at the front, while at Chinsong, Xiongba and Jizai Sifang's performance was pitiful. Both alliance leaders knew this, but could only grit their teeth, shouting in alliance chat and group messages, boosting morale with endless mails. Now doubts about their capability had arisen within Bashu's main group. Another failure might lead Jingzhan to abandon these branch alliances. Thus, Luffy and his comrades were in such a rush, being deemed incompetent and dethroned would be a laughingstock. Many were willing but unable. The city's recruitment station was still low level, and once a main force suffered a major defeat, replenishing troops was difficult. Hence the importance of high-tier players early on. Despite the management's constant urging, only a few scattered squads marched toward Baozi. But it was too late. Led by Ziliang's elite, Baozi's dozen garrisons had been slaughtered, and over 30 Shiliang coalition forces began dismantling the city's durability. Those few main forces barely lasted seconds before being routed. Baozi's city had only 2,400 durability. 30 squads could bring it down in one wave, leaving Bashu with precious little time. Alliance Xiongba, Tianxiao Baozi, damn, I'm about to fall. Brothers, save me. Luffy brothers with troops go support. Once Baozi falls, the rear camp cluster will be exposed to Shiliang. Kong Long never thought they'd hit this hard. Battle report Fei Yunji, Xiao really out of troops, all eaten by their big shots. Battle report Lu Wei Di Huang, 1 I've got 7s of his 0 troops left, I'll hold as long as I can. Baozi, thanks big bro. Lu Wei Di Huang, 1 no need, we're all brothers. Brothers with troops come support too. Don't let Shiliang look down on us. Compared to Xiongba, Jizai Sifang seemed to be watching from the sidelines. Male Braveheart, all troops set up camps at the dock east of Chinsong, prepare the second line of defense. Those with troops can support Baozi's city, though others come to the dock. We also need someone to relocate their city to block the path. DM me to sign up. Hang in there a few more days. A temporary loss means nothing. Once the main alliance finishes, Hebei victory will still be ours. Seeing the tide turn, Braveheart decisively ordered a retreat to preserve strength with no intention of informing Xiongba. He figured they wouldn't dare complain, and with that thought sent the mail. Alliance Commander Hichu Wu Ji send battle reports to Akina, God of Speed, for attendance tracking. All brothers follow the Alliance leader's mail. Baozi will fall soon, a retreat to the dock. Qinsong is temporarily abandoned, but we'll take it back. Unlike Xiongba's tenacious defense and fiery passion, Zhizai Sifang's leadership was more composed. After hours of stalemate, the two alliances' weaknesses were laid bare. Wasting more strength at the canyon was pointless. A direct retreat to the dock would buy time to replenish. If Shiliang pressed on without regrouping, there was still hope to strike back. Thus, as Xiongba's remnants fought desperately, they noticed Zhizai Sifang's troops oddly withdrawing. Several players privately messaged Luffy, who puzzled contacted Braveheart. Luffy, Brave, what's up with your people? Braveheart, what do you mean? Luffy, why are they all retreating? Braveheart, that's not retreat. Since we can't hold the canyon, I told the brothers to set up camps at the dock. Luffy, so you didn't come to Baozi? Luffy sensed something amiss. Recalling carefully, he realized Zhizai Sifang hadn't appeared at the front since Shiliang attacked Baozi. Braveheart, why go there? Obviously we can't hold it. Come to the dock before you're wiped out. Just abandon Qinsong. Luffy, damn bro, ITLL, take them time to push from the canyon to Qinsong. We've set up so many barricades to buy time for repositioning. Why retreat without firing a shot? Luffy's anger flared as he demanded. Braveheart, listen Luffy, what are you thinking? After all this fighting, which city has reserve troops left? Recruitment takes time, doesn't it? Besides, how do you plan to stop Ziliang's main force from dismantling the barricades? Those fortifications will be gone in half an hour. Instead of futile resistance, it's better to go home, replenish troops, and hold the dock. Luffy, what am I thinking? I should ask you. From the start, when we ambushed Loyalty's camps, you didn't help. Now that things look bad, you're the first to retreat. Looks like you're just saving your strength for something else, huh? Braveheart, what the hell, Luffy, you implying I want to defect? Luffy knew that retreating to preserve strength was indeed wise now, but he couldn't stomach Zhizai Sifang's solo escape. His words dripped with sarcasm. Feeling he might have been too harsh, he was about to add something when Braveheart swore outright, reigniting Luffy's barely suppressed fury. Luffy, you think you can talk to me like that? He'll report your unauthorized change of plans to the management group. Silently pulling out of the front, leaving us to fight alone. How much damage have you done to the overall battle? If you're such a coward, go back to farming. Braveheart, how you're too kind. Was I obligated to inform you? Can't you see what to do yourself? You're too stupid to be saved, and you won't let others retreat. Though he knew it was dishonorable not to notify his ally, the Zhizai leader now, enraged, retorted without restraint. Braveheart had completely cast aside any regard for his ally's feelings, launching into a tirade of scathing criticism. Luffy, provoked into genuine anger, impulsively posted all the chat screenshots to the management group. Braveheart felt his phone vibrate. Opening the group chat, he sensed trouble immediately. It was a mention from Brother Dashin accompanied by a chat screenshot, a damning record of his insults toward Luffy. And he was asked what was going on. Seeing the inquiries from several influential figures in the group, Braveheart felt a pang of regret. Originally, this wasn't a big deal, but since he had been the first to resort to profanity, there was no way to explain it clearly now. At this point, he couldn't pretend to be deaf and mute. He had no choice but to type a reply. Braveheart, sorry, I had some family issues and was in a bad mood. I spoke too harshly. My apologies, brother. Luffy, it's fine. The front lines are what matter most now. Let's just forget this minor unpleasantness. However, I hope that from now on the Ambition Alliance can cooperate with us to hold the dock. Despite lingering resentment, Luffy could still distinguish priorities. Settling scores after the battle would not be too late. Though he said nothing on the surface, being cursed, that was not something easily forgotten. Luffy knew that falling out with the Ambition Alliance now would do more harm than good. Moreover, the main alliance would not be too harsh on Braveheart. Instead of dwelling on it, it was better to seize the opportunity to gain the upper hand in discourse. Since the Ambition Alliance had already retreated to the opposite bank of the dock, the remaining Xiongfeng Alliance was no match for Shiliang. The only option was to fall back to the second line of defense. Braveheart understood that this was a move by the other side to seize command of the allied forces. Originally, the Xiongfeng and Ambition alliances were on equal footing, but having just been caught at fault, he had no choice but to reluctantly agree for now. Besides, it wasn't as if he hadn't paid lip service before. So after some thought, he resigned himself to it. Braveheart, all right, from now on, we'll fully cooperate with you in the Shiliang campaign. Luffy, then I thank you, brother. Although being scolded was unpleasant, gaining command was an unexpected boon. Now the Ambition Alliance could no longer shirk their responsibilities. Brother Dashin felt relieved that the conflict between the two sides had been temporarily resolved. For him, the Hebei front was far more critical. As the crucial moment approached, Hebius' effective strength was being steadily consumed by Bashu, and the dock position was likely to fall. At this juncture, a rift between the two branch alliances would severely impact the overall campaign, potentially allowing Shiliang to attack Hanzhong Commandery and forcing the main alliance to redeploy. Now that the two alliances had reached a truce, even a superficial one, it was enough to set Brother Dashin's mind at ease. Brother Dashin, everyone, we are all brothers here. The main alliance and branch alliances are equal. We are all striving for hegemony. So let us cooperate sincerely and avoid any unpleasantness that would give other provinces cause for mockery. The next day, Hebei, after a night of overtime fighting, the brothers who had relocated their cities to the dock barely managed to avoid being overrun. The members of Hebei were exhausted. Some brothers were still holding the line. The city truce period would end at 9 in the morning. It was now 7 o'clock, leaving only 2 hours for Hebei to muster its forces. By now, both Bashu and West Hebei had suffered heavy casualties. However, thanks to the advantage of having many top-tier players, Bashu still had a considerable number of main forces. In contrast, Hebia's forces were, without exception, all depleted. Moreover, the multiple battles that had erupted since yesterday had exhausted Hebia's allied resources. The well-developed Qingyi alliance was in slightly better shape, but the Qingzhou Society and Yuan's Glory were basically out of supplies with very few troops remaining. As the war raged on, the fall of the dock position was a foregone conclusion. Hebei had to find another way out. In fact, the group chat was already discussing this issue. Although the situation was unfavorable, it was somewhat anticipated. After all, Bashu's strength was overwhelming, and the brothers from the three alliances could not be blamed for not trying. Every one of them was fighting desperately to hold the line, but the gap in top-tier combat power was simply insurmountable. Leader of Qingyi Alliance, Yiguan Changxing, the dock here will be hard to hold past 9 o'clock. Now our only hope is that Shiliang can break through the Xiongfeng and Ambition alliances. All we can do is hold our ground and contest every inch of territory. Moreover, the Shandong Jiangdong alliance is almost ready to join the fray. Given Bashu's temperament, conflict with them is inevitable sooner or later. So our current disadvantage is only temporary. Let's think about where we should defend next. This time we must prepare more thoroughly and not repeat the same mistakes. Wensheng Shiyuzhang Fei Bashu is currently focusing on the dock at Galu direction, aiming to take Galu and drive us completely out of Jingzhou Commandery. So I have a proposal: we attack Bashu's camp cluster through the dock 475653, connecting Fengling Commandery directly to Jingzhou. Meanwhile, we station some players at Galu to primarily target their siege equipment, buying time for the main forces' attack. Deputy Leader of Qingyi Alliance Lu Xuanda. It's somewhat risky, but worth a try. In the worst case, we lose Gaolu and fall back to the dock 462673. Currently, the main dock where Bashu and Hebei are clashing is 481672. Dock 462673 is temporarily under Hebia's absolute control, while 475653 was taken by Bashu. However, Hebei promptly relocated cities to block the path, so Bashu hasn't launched an attack from there yet. Thus, Hebei has set its sights on this location. Compared to Gaolu, Dock 475653 is more critical for Hebei. Even if Gaolu is lost, they can still hold the line at Dock 462673. But the fate of 475653 is far more consequential. Hebei can directly use it to attack Jingzhou Commandery, and conversely Bashu can use it to invade Fengling Commandery. Whoever gains absolute control over this dock will hold the initiative to strike into the enemy's heartland. Wensheng Shi's idea is to seize the dock before Bashu turns its attention here. If successful, even if Bashu takes the dock at Gaolu 481672, it would only bring both sides back to square one, forcing a new stalemate. Leader of Yuan's Glory Yuan Bench. I think it's feasible. If executed well, it could turn the tide and even lead to victory. Leader of Qingzhou Society, Yiqi Dangqian. I have a question. What if Bashu deliberately left this place unattended as bait to lure us into an attack? I noticed they haven't even moved their main cities here. Opposite the dock is directly their camp cluster, which looks like a trap. Yiguan Changxing, that's a valid point. But even if they have an ambush, it's fine. Before we attack, we can have the brothers at the dock activate the truce. Just before the truce ends, we launch our assault. Even if the attack fails, we'll have at least 6 hours of buffer time. Yuan Bench, excellent. With this plan, our army is sure to triumph. Wensheng Shiyuzhang Fei. Yiguan Changxing, so no one has any objections. Then let's set it for 9 in the morning. Bashu will be launching their attack too, and we'll change our direction to strike them. Yuan Bench, alright, I'll send out the mail. Yiqi Dangqian, Old Guan has already thought of a foolproof plan, so I've nothing to worry about. He'll inform the brothers too. At 9 o'clock sharp, the Bashu forces launched their attack on the main city at the dock coordinates 481672 in the Gaolu direction, as originally planned. The Bashu players encountered almost no significant resistance and easily captured this Hebei player's main city within 10 minutes. Alliance Brother Dashin, why are there so few Hebei people today? Zhan Wushuang, they're attacking here, 475653. What should we do? Continue pushing toward Gaolu or turn back to reinforce? Wulong, it's not ideal to let them dismantle everything. Let's go defend while Yitong continues dismantling. Wulong had anticipated this. Earlier, when Bashu first arrived at the dock, he suggested to Brother Dashin that they relocate their cities to the docks. Brother Dashin only adopted the suggestion for the dock in the Galu direction, paying little attention to 475653. In fact, Wulong initially proposed a defensive strategy in the Galu direction, planning to attack the Hebei heartland directly through the 475653 dock. However, Brother Dashin wanted to forcefully capture Galu to demoralize Hebei. Additionally, Bashu urgently needed a major victory to prove their strength to all provinces and erase the recent impact of the Shiliang cavalry's fort capture. Thus, Brother Dashin never intended to abandon the offensive from Galu. Even after Hebei relocated cities, they built extensive fortifications and erected numerous camps. This confident Bashu alliance leader still had no plans to deploy defenses there. In Brother Dashin's own words, as long as we keep attacking and leave Hebei unable to fight back, they won't be able to handle anything else, and we'll have to follow our lead. This reasoning was indeed sound. In the game, once one side gains an overwhelming advantage, they can freely open new battlefields, while the disadvantaged side can only defend everywhere without the strength to counterattack. However, this assumption was based on Hebei having no resistance left. Clearly, they hadn't reached that point yet. They still had some morale, and their members hadn't lost their fighting spirit. Although Wulong was dissatisfied with the alliance leader's occasional carelessness, he couldn't say much, as Brother Dashin was the leader after all. It was useless to dwell on it now. Fortunately, Hebe's active forces were severely depleted, and they couldn't completely abandon Galu. Capturing Galu would threaten their only remaining dock, so they would surely send reinforcements. Brother Dashin, Wulong, do you think we can take Galu today if we go all out? Seeing the alliance leader's inquiry, Wulong knew that this stubborn leader had another idea of his own. It was clear that Brother Dashin planned to abandon the 475653 dock and focus all efforts on Galio, essentially racing Hebei to see who could dismantle the opposing camp clusters first and break into enemy territory. Wulong inwardly disapproved of this gamble-like approach. First, if the camp cluster was destroyed, it would threaten Jingzhou Commandery, giving Hebei a second option and not forcing them to defend Fengling Commandery. Second, for Bashu to suppress and threaten Hebei at Galio, they would need to capture both Gaolu and the heavily fortified 462673 dock, which was undoubtedly a major challenge. It was like comfortably playing on easy mode, but deliberately switching to hell mode for no reason, just to seek excitement. Compared to this plan, Wulong still preferred to first retake the dock, relocate cities to block the path, and then continue the attack on Galio, which was a safer approach. Unfortunately, their alliance leader probably didn't see it that way, but Wulong still wanted to try to persuade him. Wulong, this plan is too uncertain. If Hebei gives up on reinforcing and directly attacks Jingzhou Commandery, our strategy will be compromised, and the Hebei battlefield will become a quagmire. Boss, let's retake the dock first before continuing the offensive. Brother Dashin hesitated. In his mind, a direct assault could solve all problems. But Wulong's opinion as an experienced player couldn't be ignored. For a moment, he was torn. Pingtu Gu and Brother Dashin were close friends with similar personalities, but Pingtu Gu was even more impulsive than Brother Dashin. Pingtu Gu, I think a direct attack is fine. Even if Hebei destroys our camp cluster over there, once we push to Galio, they'll have to come reinforce. Seeing his brother's unwavering support, Brother Dashin felt a warmth in his heart, and his resolve strengthened. Brother Dashin, all right, continue the attack. Have the Baiming group defend that dock. The rest of the brothers, along with Yitong's brothers, keep pushing and try to take Gaolu as soon as possible. Wulong felt a pang of disappointment seeing Brother Dashin's firm decision, but said nothing more. Their alliance leader was generally competent as a leader, but his occasional stubbornness was hard to bear. Wulong didn't bother to argue further. Once Brother Dashin made up his mind, it was hard to change unless proven wrong. Hebei and Bashu fell into a strange tacit understanding, both avoiding each other's main forces and focusing on their own objectives. Bashu's troops were about to dismantle the camp cluster near the Gaolu dock, inching closer to Gaolu. Hebei also made significant progress on the verge of dismantling Bashu's camp cluster, clearly preparing to enter Jingzhou Commandery. By now, Brother Dashin had come to his senses and regretted his decision, but his pride forced him to stubbornly see it through. He constantly sent in-game mails urging everyone to speed up. Finally, around 1030, the Bashu forces arrived at the gates of Gaolu. Meanwhile, Hebei had dismantled most of the camp cluster near the dock. At this point, Hebei had clearly turned the tide, while Bashu, due to poor leadership decisions, had lost a golden opportunity to defeat Hebei. At Qinsong, after capturing the main city of Xiongba, Tianxia player Bao Zizhongyi Dangxian and the Shiliang cavalry, led by their big shots, quickly cleared the nearby camps and advanced toward Qinsong. Meanwhile, Luffy and Braveheart, after resolving their conflict, reached a consensus. They organized resistance while directing their alliance members to retreat to the dock and wait at ease. Compared to the dramatic reversal at the Gaolu battlefield, Xiongba and Jizai Biaoxian performed admirably. Despite lacking top-tier combat power, they held off the fierce Shiliang forces for a considerable time, achieving their goal of delaying. This bought some recovery time for both the Xiongba and Jizai alliances. Alliance Wei Wu Du Xiu, I feel like Bashu's resistance suddenly got stronger. Luo Ji Gui Kai Ye Jizai Sifong, who was just coasting, suddenly put in a lot more effort. Earlier we mainly fought Xiongba. With an extra alliance it's naturally different. Ba Qin and Air, I wonder what made these two alliances suddenly so united. I remember when we first advanced only Xiongba was fully blocking us. Jizai's forces were minimal, at most 1 or 2 regiments. Wei Wu Du Xiu whatever. The situation on the Hebei front has turned. We can breathe a little, but we still need to finish them off quickly and support Hebei in taking down Bashu's main alliance. Ba Qin and area. Tian Susandi, indeed Hebei is still under a lot of pressure. Even though they took a dock and established a forward position in Jingzhou, it's hard to say what happens once Bashu recovers. Tian Su Er Yiha, since when did third brother gain such insight? Tian Su Shou Neo, it seems our guidance has helped him grow. This big brother is truly gratified. Tian Su Sandi. In the Hebei management group chat. Wensheng Shiyu Zhang Fei, does everyone remember our discussions with Jiangdong about cooperation? Yiguan Changxing. They'll help us pin down our ally Bashu's ally Jingqiu. What's up? Wensheng Shiyu Zhang Fei smirk, go check the game. There's a surprise. Lu Xuanda rolling eyes, stop being cryptic. Yiguan Changxing, a Jiangdong is attacking Jingqiu. Wensheng Shiyu Zhang Fei, wow boss, how'd you guess so fast? Yiguan Changxing, you spelled it out so plainly, even a fool would get it. Deadpan. Lu Xuanda, something's off with you. Yiguan Changxing, am I bad? No offense to your intelligence. Shiwa Qi Shui, Jiangdong attacking Jingqiu doesn't affect us much, does it? Shiwa Qi Shui hit the nail on the head. Li, it matters a bit. At least it shows Jiangdong is less likely to attack us. Yuan Binshu, where are they attacking Jingqiu from? Jianghan, or their home province? It had been a day or two since the 6 major provinces broke through the passes, and Jingqiu was no exception. At this point, some players hadn't yet migrated to the resource provinces, so Jiangdong could attack from any direction. Shiwa Qi Shui, honestly am curious why Jiangdong is in such a rush to start a war. If I were the leader of Buololi, I'd wait for the other two to weaken each other, then take Shanglao to enter Guangzhou, or go through Xiqing to Jingzhou. Even if Jingqiu is Bashu's ally, their current performance shows the alliance isn't solid. Attacking a harmless Jingqiu seems pointless for Jiangdong, doesn't it? Shiwa Qi Shu's doubts were reasonable. Jiangdong had little to gain by intervening now. Jingqiu hadn't had direct conflicts with Shandong and Jiangdong, who had also entered Jianghan. Minor skirmishes went unnoticed, and the World Channel showed no friction among the three. Apart from the war between Hebei, Shiliang, and Bashu, the other 3 provinces remained calm. Wensheng Shiyu Zhang Fei. You're right, but rumors say the Jingqiu leader had a spat with the Jiangdong leader. Something about the Jingqiu leader flirting with a female member of Buololi after a siege. Haha, rumors aren't always reliable, but Jiangdong attacking Jingqiu is certain. Likely coordinated with Shandong attacking from 2 sides, Shandong and Jiangdong directly hitting their home province. Yiguan Changxing. If that rumor's true, that girl must feel quite honored. Melon emoji. Yuan Binshu laugh. The spark that ignites a province war between Jingqiu and Jiangdong. Ha. Ichi Dang Qian. What a strange reason to start a war. Zhuge Kongming, the more chaos the better. If those 3 keep farming peacefully, they'd be a bigger threat. I hope Jingqiu holds out, but it'll be tough. Shandong and Jiangdong together could rival Bashu. Alone Jingqiu, the weakest of the 6 provinces, won't last more than a few days. Yiguan Changxing. Anyway, Jiangdong attacking Jingqiu is all benefit for us. Cutting off one of Bashu's arms is good. Shiwa Qi Shui. Then we can focus all our efforts on Bashu for now. Li, not quite. Don't forget Shandong isn't exactly friendly with us. Li's words brought a moment of silence to the chat. Shandong was a problem Hebei could never avoid. Diplomatically, Hebei had a nominal alliance with Jiangdong and Shandong, but Shandong's attitude was ambiguous, preaching friendship on the World Channel while building tent camps at passes like Beima. This forced Hebei to pretend to be close allies while staying vigilant lest they be stabbed in the back while fighting on the front lines. Zhuge Kongming, true. We should have our sub-alliance keep an eye on Shandong. Our home province is still our foundation, especially Yi City, which is close to the pass. If Shandong betrays us, the provincial capital would be under their guns. The consequences would be dire. Yiguan Changxing, what a headache. For now, let's deal with Bashu and set Shandong aside. We're still nominal allies, so well maintain a defensive stance. Zhuge Kongming, alright. By the way, Wensheng, when does Jiangdong start? Wensheng Shiyu Zhang Fei, the fight in Jianghan has already begun. Jiangdong should break through the pass into Jingqiu tonight. Zhuge Kongming. I see it's at Yangla. Lots of Jiangdong tents there. Wensheng Shiyu Zhang Fei. Yeah, that's the spot. in Jiangdong's Bowu-Luoli alliance. After a few days of stable development, Jiangdong's overall growth was noticeably stronger than Hebius, and even Bashu couldn't match their average. As the leading force of the Jiangdong-Shandong alliance, Jiangdong had a shot at competing for supremacy against the Hebei-Shuyang-Bashu coalition. To claim hegemony, they had to subdue the other provinces. Shandong and Jiangdong rose and fell together. Hebei and Bashu were too strong, Shiliang was too far, and Jingchu, a latent threat, was the perfect target. Moreover, attacking Guangzhou directly wasn't timely. Not only were Shangluo and Xiqing heavily fortified by Bashu's tent camps, but the level 8 cities there would make capturing them a costly endeavor. Even if they broke into Guangzhou, it would likely draw Bashu's full attention. From Jiangdong's perspective, it was better to wait until the war in Guangzhou reached a bloody stalemate before joining. For now, taking down Jingchu, which was sitting on the sidelines, would secure the entire Zhanghan region under Jiangdong-Shandong control. If Jingchu hadn't allied with Bashu, it might have been tolerable, but their early alignment made them a thorn in Jiangdong's side. As for the rumors, they were just jokes. In this game, hegemony mattered far more than any girl. Laugh. Male leader Gaishi Jiangdong. All members of the Eastern and Western armies moved to the Yangla Pass by 6 p.m. Coordinate with Magic Girl to take Yangla at 7 p.m. and enter Jingchu. The Southern, Northern, and Tianxiu regiments moved to coordinates 1014-895 assemble by midnight, capture Jingchu, player Wu Ming at 99882, push to Huarong, and prepare for the next phase. Male Commander Sunshir Inglia, Zhanghan front, follow my orders at noon. The Jingchu front is under Eastern Group leader Gu Kuan. Yangla goes to Magic. After the battle, retreat to Zhanghan and coordinate with the main force. Alliance Longquan Quan, finally in action. Bored to death farming for a week. Kinda excited. Taodai Quanyan same. My army's at level 40 from clearing wilderness. Time to shine. Smirk team share. Gaishi Jiangdong, everyone's eager for battle. Laugh. Gaishi Jiangdong, taking Jingchu brings us one step closer to hegemony. They can't escape this time. Hongqian will attack from Nanyang Commandery and will rendezvous at Gong'an Port, cutting off their connection between their home province and Zhanghan. You'll have plenty of fighting. Grin. The atmosphere in Jiangdong was tense as everyone rubbed their hands together, eager to strike against the idle farmers of Jingchu. Troops were hastily dispatched to the battlefields of Yangla and Zhanghan, while the main alliance of Jingchu, Taoyuan-Jie, remained blissfully unaware of Jiangdong's movements. Ever since Taoyuan-Jie pledged allegiance to Bashu, they had lost all sense of direction. Believing that Bashu's dominance would easily secure victory, they thought they could simply cheer from the sidelines. Unexpectedly, after Bashu attacked Liqing and Shiliang, they were gradually dragged into a quagmire of war. Jingchu, still unaware of the crisis, remained indifferent, content to farm in peace. The best 4 words to describe the current management of Jingki's main alliance were lacking ambition. Among the 6 major alliances across the server, Taoyuan-Jie was likely the only one that never aspired to seize hegemony. The dense red lines at Yangla Pass persisted for a while before Jingchu noticed, triggering a flurry of panic and chaos in the group chat. Alliance Night Raid old so damn, come check this out 1269108. There are so many enemy movements at Yangla. Alliance youthful pig-headed boy, not just Yangla, but also Zhanghan here 1014-895. A bunch of players from Hongqian, Yiming, and Bowu-Luoli are gathering at Wuming's doorstep. Night Raid old so. They're not planning to attack us, are they? Handsome below. What do you think? Are they here for a sightseeing tour? Night Raid old so what do we do? Handsome below, what else? Fight. It's just a game. Am I supposed to be scared? Youthful pig-headed boy thumbs up. Diplomat Sasuke, everyone prepare yourselves. The Jiangdong alliance leader has blocked me. It's highly likely we're going to war. Officer Shanji war. Handsome below, first, let's find the alliance leader in the group. Anyway, I don't think there's any need to fear them. Don't be cowardly just because we're behind screens. Youthful pig-headed boy. Crude but true, but I have a feeling we're doomed. Jingchu general chat. Handsome below, long robe Zhao Zilong Gaoshan Liu Shui Yua Tongbao, big shots Shandong and Jiangdong are about to attack us. What do we do? Screenshot leader long robe Zhao Zilong. Really? Let me log in and see. Deputy leader Gaoshan Liu Shui, I have a bad feeling. Commander Yua Tongbao, just as I thought. Jiangdong and Shandong are coming. As the only one among the 3 core managers who saw the situation clearly, Yua Tongbao had long deduced that if Jiangdong wanted to seize hegemony, attacking Jingchu at this moment was the most opportune time. Bashu was bogged down in Guangzhou, unable to extricate themselves or support Jingchu. Once attacked, Jingchu would essentially be doomed. Though he had anticipated it, facing the reality, Yua Tongbao could only regret not having proposed defensive measures earlier. By now, the main alliance at Yangla had only about 20 tents. The defense around Wuming's main city in Zhanghan was tighter, given its frequent contact with Jiangdong and Shandong. Taoyuan-Jie still had some basic vigilance. But the home province would likely be unable to withstand Jiangdong's invasion. Once Yangla fell with no one to stop Jiangdong, the entire Jingchu would fall into their hands. Currently, most of the forces of Taoyuan's main alliance and its branches had relocated to Zhonghan, but they still held vast territories in the home province, making it their foundation. If the home province was lost, Zhonghan would also be affected. Moreover, the Jingchu players in Zhonghan could hardly withstand the joint assault from Jiangdong and Shandong. After logging in Long Robe, Zhao Zilong saw enemies on all sides, and a single phrase came to mind: besieged on all sides. He took a deep breath, but could not suppress the bitterness in his heart. After a moment of thought, he decided to discuss with the alliance how to resist the Jiangshan coalition's attack. Long Robe, Zhao Zilong, everyone brothers Jiangdong and Shandong harbor treacherous intentions towards our Jingchu. Now the Jiangdong magical girls at Yangla are leading an invasion into our province, while Buwu Lali and Hongshan Yiming in Zhonghan aim to destroy our brother Wuming, who is blocking their path, and annihilate us all. Those who have time join the discussion on our next countermeasures. Brothers, in this moment of life and death, I hope we can unite and resist the foreign enemies together. Night Raid old, so what can we do? There are too many of them. 3 alliances, almost 500 people. And we don't even have tents at Yangla. Commander Yua Tongbao. Night Raid old, so don't panic. Solutions can be found. Panicking won't help. Yua Tongbao, their attack on Yangla won't come until the afternoon. Brothers nearby, or those with tents at Yangla, send siege engines to try and snatch the fort. All main forces go to Wuming's location for defense. Wuming, activate the exemption tonight. Wuming officer Wuming, they're coming for me. Alright, I moved here just in case, but I didn't expect it to happen so soon. Long Robe, Zhao Zilong, Tongbao is right. Everyone stay calm. Panic only breeds chaos. Everyone, those near Yangla, send siege engines immediately. The rest, send your main forces to Wuming. If you don't have tents, set them up now. During this special period, no one is allowed to farm high-level tiles. First, resist the Jiangdong and Shandong attack. Deputy Leader Gaoshan Liushui, what if we fail to secure Yangla? Shouldn't we send main forces to support? Yua Tongbao, it's too late, and we can't hold it. We're outnumbered. We have to sacrifice the home province. If we can hold Wuming and Zhonghan, Jiangdong won't be able to break through for a while. They'll go block the dock at 955-856 later. Brothers, set up tents behind me. Shandong might also attack from here. Long Robe, Zhao Zilong, yes, our main goal is to stall for time. They'll contact Bashu to see if they can send reinforcements. Diplomat Sasuke, unlikely. Bashu is still busy fighting Shiliang and Hebei. We have to rely on ourselves. Long Robe, Zhao Zilong sigh, they chose the perfect time. After a brief moment of panic, the management of Taoyuan was forced to devise a defense plan. Fortunately, they still held some easily defensible docks and canyons. By using main cities to block paths with exemptions, they could buy some time. But it was only a matter of time before their defenses were breached. The management knew this well. Whether Jingchu could survive depended on external help. Alliance system notification: our alliance will establish a kingdom in Xiangnan in one day with the kingdom name Tang. Alliance youthful pig-headed boy, we're establishing a kingdom at a time like this. Bitterly amused Night Raid old, so it's to boost morale. Yua Tongbao, yes. The proposal to establish the kingdom came from the leader, and the management had no objections. Perhaps it could ease everyone's tension. Besides, if Taoyuan was shattered, they would never have the chance to establish a kingdom. Taoyuan Jie, this was their final frenzy. By the time Jingchu realized something was amiss, it was already past 10 o'clock. The main forces of Jiangdong's Bualali had gradually converged near the nameless city gate of Jingchu players in Zhonghan Gorge. The Jiangdong troops stood silently, making no further moves, yet their presence filled the members of Taoyuan Jie with anxiety, especially as the troops swelled, gathering from all directions in Zhonghan and Jiangxia commanderies. Buwu Loli members who arrived one after another set up camps not far behind, while the main forces marching from afar positioned themselves slightly to the rear, denying the enemy any easy advantage. Some high-spirited members swaggered right up to the nameless gate, wearing expressions that seemed to say, "What can you do to me?" This infuriated the Jingchu players. Yet the sheer size of the opposing army still intimidated them. Both sides fell into a brief stalemate, much like the situation in Hebei. Speaking of Hebei, since 9 o'clock Hebei had captured the dock and advanced, while Hebius rival responded tit for tat by marching on Gaolu. Both sides displayed a courage that seemed ready to stake everything, but their impulsive actions only further muddled the battlefield. Bashu, which should have steadily consolidated its advantage with a cautious approach, saw its chance slip away due to the alliance leader's arrogance, allowing Hebei to seize an opportunity to counterattack. Now both sides were blindly pushing forward, but Hebei, constrained by its strength, could not yet penetrate the heart of Jingzhou, while Bashu found it equally difficult to capture Gaolu and the dock behind it. At this point, both sides were essentially back to square one. By around 10, both sides simultaneously ceased their somewhat futile actions. Bashu began constructing fortifications near Galu while Hebei stopped paving roads and redeployed some troops into Galu city to guard against Bashu. More troops were sent to build barricades and arrow towers at the dock, as if Hebei had long sensed Bashu's next direction of attack. In the Bashu management group chat, Brother Dashin, everyone sorry brothers, my strategy was flawed. From now on Wulong will take command. I'm out. Zhan Wushuang, hey, that won't do. A simple apology isn't enough. Hundreds of people followed your orders. Jiang Shui Reo Dongli, and not attacking Galu anymore. Brother Dashin, if the enemy sends their main force, even if we take Galu, the losses would be too heavy. Now's not the time. Brother Dashin Zhan Wushuang, Brother Dashin red packet, shut up. I've said a number. Zhan Wushuang has received Brother Dashin's red packet. Zhan Wushuang, everyone makes mistakes, especially our alliance leader, who's overwhelmed with countless matters. It's normal to err. I, on the other hand, failed in my duty to advise. As a subordinate, I deserve punishment. I'll slap myself. Wulong, Brother Dashin. Pingtu Gadam, you've really redefined shamelessness. Yonggan de Xian, oh my god, is this how the main alliance's big shots operate? This newbie is trembling. Pingtu, stop embarrassing yourself, Wushuang. You're a spender of a few thousand, and you get this excited over a red packet. Pingtu has received Brother Dashin's red packet. Zhan Wushuang screenshot. Some people put on a sanctimonious act, but secretly snatch red packets. Pingtu damn Wulong wipes sweat. Alright, let me lay out the next plan. Brother Dashin, everyone behaving. Wulong, am really not used to the alliance leader like this. Wulong, next we first retake the dock and relocate the city to block the path. Then, given the current situation, we'll launch a strong assault on Galu. After that, we'll temporarily develop preparing to take Shanglua and Xiqing to cut off any possible Hebei reinforcements. Brother Dashin, I'll follow the strategist's lead. Wulong, now that Jiangdong is attacking Jingchu, taking Xiqing and Shanglua will also divert some attention. But we cannot support them. Zhan Wushuang, indeed, we're already stretched thin. Shiliang has the upper hand too, and right now Jihe and Xionghe are just buying time. Wulong, exactly. So we'll consider sending 1 or 2 regiments to the Shiliang front to boost their morale. Yamao, the strategist, is still the most reliable. Brother Dashin, I feel like I'm being abandoned by all. Wulong, ha. Bashu promptly adjusted its strategy, and Hebei quickly formulated a countermeasure. However, under Wulong's command, Bashu gradually regained the advantage, pushing Hebei back into a disadvantageous position. But that is a story for later. Unlike Bashu, which was wealthy and could afford minor strategic missteps, Jingchu treaded cautiously, weighing every decision with deep deliberation. Their fortunes could not withstand a single failure. Yet even with careful planning, the gap in hard power left them exposed on all sides. As Tonghua Tongpao had said, the fall of their province was inevitable. At this moment, Tonghua Tongpao's face was grim as he gazed at the sea of enemy troops in Jianghan and the neatly arrayed magical girls beneath Yanghua Pass. Bitterness filled his heart. He knew clearly that his plan could only delay the inevitable. Defeating the 2 powerful foes Jiangdong and Shandong was a pipe dream unless internal strife broke out among them or Bashu sent reinforcements. But such possibilities were slim. Even so, Tonghua Tongpao would do his utmost to resist. In gaming, a smooth sail could never compare to the thrill of ups and downs and crises at every turn. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was nearly midnight. In Jianghan, 100 elite divisions of Jiangdong's finest had assembled and began marching in an orderly fashion, their lines of advance all converging on the nameless city. The vast army strode forward with great steps, holding high their banners and brandishing sharp weapons. Under the control of countless players, they hurled themselves against the city walls, which seemed fragile in comparison. Jingchu quickly responded. Despite being outnumbered, they fought back valiantly. Dozens of squads soon slipped into the nameless main city, then emerged atop the walls like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, quietly awaiting the arrival of Jiangdong's main force. As the absolute focal point of the battlefield, the Nameless One smoked a cigarette, his heart filled with melancholy. So many were waging war on his land, and he had no means to resist. Gazing at his own fallen main force, the Nameless One silently prayed that his brothers would hold strong. If he were captured, he might not even have a chance to save himself. Once a main city is captured by a hostile alliance, the player must either be rescued by his own brothers, provided they have a connected tile near the fallen city, since after capture the player's land turns red and blue, preventing allies from connecting, while the capturing alliance can use it to expand. Or save himself by paying a large amount of resources. But if the area remains under enemy control, he will eventually be captured again, so he still needs allies. Alternatively, he can pay a ransom to the occupying alliance and directly relocate his city to a pre-deployed tile to flee. Or as a last resort, start anew. Of course, starting anew is the absolute last option, a desperate measure when all else fails. As the saying goes, where there is life, there is hope. 2 minutes ago, recalling the alliance leader's instructions before the battle, Wuming comforted himself that even if captured, everyone would not forget to rescue him. Little did he know once defeated, Jingqiu would likely suffer a series of retreats until the alliance crumbled. As the forces of Jiangdong grew increasingly numerous, his unease deepened. When he saw a dark tide of troops charging toward them, he knew Jiangdong had launched its assault. Do not use siege engines, rely on main forces to demolish directly. As long as we break through their defense, we can capture it in 5 minutes. Amid the flood of alliance chat messages, Jiangdong Buolulis main forces suddenly attacked Wuming. Within a minute, the vanguard clashed with Jingqiu players' garrison troops. The brutal siege began. Unlike NPC cities, battles between players were protracted affairs of wit and courage fought for the glory of their alliances. Every second saw troops routing, some from Jingqiu, others from Jiangdong. The battle reached its peak in an instant. In the fierce clash, both sides' main forces were constantly depleted. Within just 2 minutes, nearly 100 allied troops had fallen. But Jiangdong was determined to take Wuming's main city. Leveraging their numerical advantage, they relentlessly assaulted the city. The Peach Garden Oath players fought with all their might to defend their ally. Their main forces, not far behind in strength, continuously reinforced the garrison, displaying tenacious resistance. Unfortunately, despite the defensive bonuses, Jingqiu could not withstand Jiangdong's superior numbers and resources. Soon most of their main forces were annihilated and Jiangdong's troops began demolishing the city's durability. This is the end of Jingqiu. Such was the thought in Jiangdong players' minds. Excitedly swiping their screens, they watched their main forces rampage over the enemy's city, savoring the thrill of conquering the realm. Yet though Jingqiu's main forces were crippled, the crisis ignited a desperate courage. Reinforcements streamed into Wuming's city, gradually turning the tide. Though still at a disadvantage, they were no longer completely suppressed and could still resist. Though usually laid back, the Peach Garden Oath of Jingqiu displayed resilience beyond Jiangdong's expectations in this crisis. After all, they were one of the top 10 alliances and the main force of Jingqiu, gathering the elite players of the entire province. Even if they couldn't defeat Jiangdong, they wouldn't be easily broken. By now, Yue Tongpao was already prepared to surrender. After all, Jiangdong and Shandong were far stronger than Jingqiu, and Bashu couldn't send timely reinforcements. With Jingqiu standing alone, this decision could hardly be called betrayal. Surrender wasn't shameful. When outmatched and facing annihilation, it was the only option. During World War II, Italy had betrayed Germany and surrendered to the Allies, but Italy's unique values were different from Jingqiu's desperate resistance. All Yue Tongpao could do now was to give his best and leave the rest to fate. Having expended a massive amount of main forces without capturing the target, Gaishi Jiangdong was somewhat displeased. Yet he knew that Buolili, with its strength divided, would find it difficult to easily defeat Jingqiu players who had defensive bonuses. Fortunately, Shandong was about to advance from the Xiangyang County dock to Huarong, cutting off Jingqiu's retreat. By then, the Peach Garden Oath would have no escape. Gaishi Jiangdong was already planning how to quickly integrate the Jingqiu players of Jianghan after winning this battle, then advance to Shanghua and Xiqing to seize those two crucial passes and secure the initiative. No matter which side, Bashu or Hebei, won the battle for Guangzhou, Jiangdong would remain invincible. The thick walls of a level 8 pass would be enough to annihilate any who dared to attack. The tense nerves of Buolili members finally relaxed. They returned to their cities to replenish troops. Some immediately came back, others calmly developed a few plots of land, and a few eagerly headed to Huarong to observe Shandong's attack. Seeing Jiangdong's retreat, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but then even worse news arrived. Lu Xiao continued to ravage the front lines as usual. On the battlefield, players from Bashu now recoiled at the mere mention of his ID, scattering in all directions, causing the number of troops he eliminated to dwindle. A dozen minutes earlier, Zhongyi and Shiliang had jointly captured Chinsong, forcing Bashu to retreat and take up positions across the dock. In their exhausted state, breaking through the dock in a short time seemed a daunting task for the Shiliang forces. After securing Chinsong, the two Shiliang alliances merely erected barriers before the city. At the dock, they arranged for Tiance's leader to relocate his city, there guarding against a counteroffensive. For the first time since the war began, both sides reached an unspoken agreement to rest and recuperate. The day-long Battle of Chinsong thus concluded, escalating into a large-scale campaign. In this battle, Lu Xiao earned 70,000 merit points, topping the kill list. He had already completed half of the time-limited mission. Only 2 more campaigns were needed to finish it entirely. The monetary reward from the time-limited mission was of little consequence to Lu Xiao. The Battle of Chinsong alone had netted him 700,000 to 800,000. A mere 200,000 was truly insignificant. What he truly needed were the skill points and the 5-star self-selection card. Especially the 5-star self-selection card. Lu Xiao's main force still lacked a bit in rarity. Daily draws yielded nothing he desired. He planned to wait a few more days. If he still couldn't pull what he wanted, he would use the card he had been saving to fully max out his team's rarity, fitting the persona of a whale. When the front lines fell silent, and he saw the enemy's main city become immune, Lu Xiao guessed they planned to develop during the day and return to garrison at night. By now Shiliang was nearly out of supplies. It was still early for Bashu to enter the resource province. Having entered late, the two Shiliang alliances had immediately engaged in successive battles at Liqing and Qinsong, depleting their stockpiled resources. Many had even halted construction. Thus some time for development was essential. Male Waiwaduxiu ceasefire at Qinsong for now. Everyone set up camps, then return home to develop. After the enemy's immunity ends this afternoon, regroup for another assault. Seeing the alliance leaders mail, the Shiliang brothers promptly withdrew their troops and began cultivating wildlands. Alliance Tiance Showdown, leave me a spot near the dock. I need to develop too. Tiance Erie, oops, I accidentally took a level 6 plot. Tiance Showdown, a level 6. I'm about to take a levels even. Want it, little bro? They'll gift it to you. Tiance Erie. Tiance Sandy, haha. Wait boss, you're taking a levels even. Tiance Erie, duh, if not for the fighting ID I've taken it long ago. 20,000 troops is more than enough for a levels even. Tiance Sandy, damn true. It's only been a day since the start, and I forgot I could take a levels even too. Awkward. Bacanainer battle report, Liu Bei squad versus level 8 garrison taking a levels even. Taking a level 8 is the norm, alright. Tiance Showdown level 45. What potion did you chug? Tiance Sandy, damn, what day is it since the server opened, and you're almost max level. Bacanainer, keep it low-key. Battle report, Chow Chow squad versus level 7 garrison. Battle report, Zhou Yu squad versus level 7 garrison. Suddenly realized my second and third squads can take level 7s too. Bacanainer, too bad the skills aren't maxed, the losses are high. Chengduaduo, such high rarity. Even the second squad is at level 40. The big shot is too fierce. Bacanainer, so everyone keep up the good work. Smug, King Weunfiang, Zhuge Liang squad versus level 8 garrison. Waiwaduxiu, all big shots here. How can I, an alliance leader still on level 6, face you all? Hanfeng alliance leader, you're holding us back. Waiwaduxi. Fengli Yuli, everyone focus on developing now. We'll give Bashu a good thrashing tonight. LOL Loaji Guaitsai sarcastic, don't get too complacent. Bashu's two sub-alliances were at odds before, but now they've united. Don't underestimate them, or we might flip. Fuyo true. Their resistance at Qinsong was fierce. We barely pushed them out. Issue him only at 7,000 influence. Way too low. Gotta farm more land. Lu Xiao occasionally glanced at the alliance channel, but his hands never stopped continuously farming land. He gradually abandoned level 5 plots in his home province, replacing them with levels even and level 8 ones. The resource province truly lived up to its name, teeming with high-level land. His first squad Taoyuan was now basically battle-ready. His second squad Wei Cavalry and third squad Dudu still needed skill points and levels. His fourth squad Shu Archers had also begun training. Even his fifth squad was on the agenda. For the fifth squad, Lu Xiao planned to train Gan Ning as the general with Taisher Ci and Cheng Pu as deputies, a Wu Archer squad. As the squad's main damage dealer, Gan Ning carried the skills 10,000 arrows volley and avoid the weak and strike the vulnerable, dealing over 10,000 damage per turn under normal conditions with a very high ceiling. Taisher Ci carried the skill fold and repel the insolent, which after a normal attack reduces a single enemy's intelligence and leadership, while granting the allied general a shield immunity to 1 instance of damage. It also synergized with Gan Ning's skills for greater damage. His second skill was Overcome the Enemy, which worked in tandem with Cheng Pu's without fear of flying troops for a linked effect. Cheng Pu also carried Tongue of War to further enhance control and boost damage output. The core of this archer squad was Fold and Repel the Insolent. Without it, the squad lost its soul. With good luck, it even had a chance of defeating the Heavenly Spear squad, given the type advantage and the instability of Zhuge Liang in the Heavenly Spear squad, which paled in comparison to the consistent damage of the Wu Archer squad. Strictly speaking, this fifth squad ranked among the top 3 in Lu Xiao's roster behind only Taoyuan and Dudu. The Gan Ning Archer squad's strength lay in its consistency, unlike the Wei Cavalry with its unreliable Cheng Yu, or the Zhuge Liang Archer squad, where aside from Zhao Yun the other two were notorious performers. This unconventional Shu Archer squad was mainly Lu Xiao's attempt to hone his squad building skills, driven by curiosity about how these 3 would synergize. For now, its performance in land development was acceptable, but he had no idea how it would fare in PvP. Lu Xiao didn't harbor high expectations. Friend Bushixuer battle report, Lu Bu squad versus level 8 garrison 8. I can easily take level 8s now. Smug Lu Xiao sighed. This was exactly why he wanted to change his ID. Bacanainer. Bacanainer, the losses are acceptable. For this squad, you need to ensure Lu Bu's survival, or maybe Yuan Shao, as the main general, would be more stable. Bushixuer Lu Bu is 2 are independent. Zhu Jun is more reliable, dealing a stable 7 to 8,000 damage per match. Bushixuer battle report, Lu Bu squad versus Xiahou Dun squad crushed them completely. Lu Xiao muttered to himself, your Zhu Jun is using the dismantled skill 3 days of separation from Lu Meng. No wonder the damage is high. It's also a stable command skill perfect for a slow commander like Zhu Jun. But what a waste to dismantle Lu Meng. Just as he was about to reply, another private message arrived. Why would Duxie, be back in Aner, I'll hand the alliance leadership to you. LOL. Lu Xiao paused for a moment ready to decline, but this time, he didn't refuse as bluntly as before. After several battles, Lu Xiao's mindset had shifted. The opening of timed and main quests in particular had changed his perspective. If he did not become the alliance leader, his ideas would be difficult to realize. Dissatisfied with the current progress, he yearned to crush Bashu and unify Guanzhong, thereby advancing the main quests and earning greater rewards. Previously, he had declined Xiao offer to step down because he hadn't realized the necessity and was too lazy to manage, especially when the tasks were less demanding. Now, with the timed quests growing more challenging, Lu Xiao understood that only as an alliance leader could he command all forces effectively. After all, they were all brothers, and whoever took the lead was the same. 8-foot man, all right. Only I am unique, haha, you finally agreed. Only I am unique, being the alliance leader is too tiring. I have to cook for my wife after work. I really can't manage it all. Only I am unique, don't worry, I won't make it too hard for you. We'll still discuss things together. Handshake. 8-foot man, Shogu, it seems you've revealed something. Only I am unique. What did I reveal? Only I am unique, oh, it's not that I'm afraid of my wife. She works hard taking care of the kids, so it's only natural for me to do some housework. That's why I sometimes can't keep up in the game. Meaningful look. Only I'm unique, so when you get a girlfriend 8-foot, you'll understand. Smile. 8-foot man, damn, how do you know I don't have a girlfriend? Only I'm unique with you online 247 gaming, even if you had a girlfriend, she'd have left you. Contempt. Only I am unique, games are fun, but don't let them affect your life. I forgot you're a big spender. Chin resting on hand. Given how generously 8-foot spent, only in unique knew he was a valuable ally. To firmly bind this asset to the loyalty alliance, ceding the leadership to him was undoubtedly the most effective strategy. And 8-foot becoming the leader would only improve the alliance. 8-foot man. 8-foot man. How can women compare to saving the people from misery? Gaming brings money. Only I am unique. Enough, I'm off to cook. 8-foot man. Okay. Alliance announcement, only I am unique has abdicated the leadership to 8-foot man. Lu Xiao had just replied when he saw the system mail. Shogu had acted first and sought approval later, already anticipating his agreement. Becoming the leader, he felt the weight of responsibility. Lu Xiao realized this was not just for his own quests, but for all the brothers in the alliance. He had to lead loyalty well. Lead Shiliang to claim hegemony. Alliance Tian Sisho Neo has the big spender finally usurped the throne. Applause. Tian Su heir, ye, a change of dynasty. Wicked grin. These guys were all too eager. Lu Xiao looked helpless, wasn't Shogu still online? Tian Su Sandi, finally we've sent Shogu off. As the alliance's lively trio, the Tian Su brothers, often online, began to chime in enthusiastically. Their words grew increasingly audacious, showing no regard for the former leader's feelings. Only am unique. You three, are you getting too cocky, or can I not reach for my blade? Silence. Chung Duo ahem, congratulations to Shogu for shedding the burden of leadership, now free again. Tian Sisandi, right, being the leader isn't a good job, it's tiring and annoying. Leader 8-foot man. Tian Su Sandi. Hanfeng, big spender, what's our next move? 8-foot man, keep farming and developing. They'll notify you in advance if there's an operation tonight. Seeing the lax defense of Bashu at Chinsong, Lu Xiao had an idea. Even during a truce, leaving no troops behind showed utter disregard for Shiliang. If he could gather elite forces to seize the dock before they reinforced, and as the truce was about to end, it would give him an overwhelming advantage over the Jiba and Xiongba alliances. Lu Xiao thought to prevent leaks, he should carefully select personnel and strike before the enemy could react. The window was at most 10 minutes, enough time to capture 2 enemy main cities blocking the path. The elite strike team would participate fully with the rest chosen from the main first and second groups. If they gathered enough numbers, it was worth a try. Failure would mean little loss, except that a surprise attack on the dock would become much harder afterward. Group male brothers assemble at Chunsong before 7 p.m., march to the dock area, all main force. After sending the group, male Lu Xiao contacted some active and reliable brothers based on memory, secured their commitments, and then continued developing. His first squad could now handle level 8 tiles, the second squad level 7, and the third squad steadily took level 6. He seized this time to farm more land. Despite decent early development, the upcoming battle had drained his resources. Lu Xiao predicted that to barely sustain combat and upgrade buildings, his power value needed to reach at least 2500, with resource production of at least 8000 per hour. For ordinary players, it was even harder. With weaker squads, the chances of losing in battle were higher, consuming even more resources. Of course, every alliance had its land slaves. players with high power value, but little battle merit rarely participating in collective activities. Such players were intolerable. Lacking collective consciousness, they were tumors that eroded the alliance's cohesion. After all, Three Kingdoms War is a strategy game. Many players treat it as a nurturing game focusing on card draws and building upgrades, which misses the point. They might as well play single-player games like Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Now the top power value was no longer held by Bashu's Feng Xiaoxiao, but by Hongqin Gongzi of the Shandong Main Alliance Dream of Red Dust with a value of 2.0 nearing 3.0. Second was De Qiao of the Jiangdong Vice Alliance with 2.6.0, and third was Di Luo Fengchun of the Jiangdong Magical Girl faction, also close to 2.5.000. Behind these three power values generally hovered around 2.000 with little difference. Lu Xiao himself was at 19.000 ranking 25th. Thus he hadn't fallen far behind. Shiliang, Hebei, and Bashu had suffered the most from early conflicts with their power values growing slowly. Only Jiangdong and Shandong had enjoyed peaceful farming developing to their heart's content. At 5 p.m., the stamina of his three squads was nearly depleted. Lu Xiao had raised his power value to 2.300, having taken over a dozen level 8 tiles. His resource production was now sufficient. He moved his forces to Qinsong, then marched to the dock. He saw that many brothers had already arrived, all eager to quickly deal with Bashu's two sub-alliances. Once Bashu's forces were completely driven out of Fufeng, Commandery Lu Xiao planned to let Shiliang enter a full development phase. Apart from supporting Hebei when needed, the critical factor was the next move of the Jiangdong-Shandong coalition. The current Jingchu main alliance wouldn't hold out much longer, and Bashu would surely capture Shanghua and Xiqing before Jink's fall, cutting off the Jiangdong-Shandong coalition's access to Guangzhou. That would be the opportunity for Hebei and Shiliang. Meanwhile, the Xiongba and Jiba alliances were still reveling in the joy of farming relentlessly developing. Despite repeated orders from management to reinforce the Qinsong dock, few responded. Everyone was too busy farming, thinking someone else will go anyway. This exposed Bashu's weakness completely. Luffy, seeing few responding to his mail for reinforcements, watched Qinsong with anxiety. Due to limited visibility, he couldn't see many troops, but he had a foreboding feeling. Soon that foreboding became reality. Shiliang had attacked. The vanguard squad and some active players had already gathered near the dock ahead of the main force, with the number of teams even exceeding Lu Xiao's plan, reaching over 60. As the appointed time drew near, the participating players grew increasingly excited. Most of the Shiliang players were still in the dark, having received their emails only at 7:30 to mobilize troops for a 9 o'clock assault. This was also part of Lu Xiao's plan. Once the vanguard captured the main city of Bashu and cleared some camps, they would create conditions for the main force to attack. This would ensure a seamless transition, allowing the Shiliang brothers to maintain continuous pressure, leaving Xiongba Tianxia and Jizai Sifang no chance to catch their breath. By then, the two Bashu sub-alliances had only begun to mobilize their troops under management's urging, but it was too late. Male leader 8-foot-man go. With the command issued, the long-waiting Shiliang elite players eagerly began marching toward the opposite dock. Alliance wind and rain, not many enemies on the other side, brothers. Promotion and riches await. Charge. Chung Duodwa, I feel we've got this. Tian's third brother battle report, I've fallen. Tian's chief useless. How did our Tian's family produce such a waste? A disgrace to the family, a disgrace. Tian's second master, take it easy, big brother. Tian's third brother, damn it, you bastards, post your own battle reports, and let's see. Tian's chief scorn battle report, take a look at your big brothers, and you'll know the gap in strength between us. Middle finger, Tian's third brother. Tian's second master, side big brother, third brother is still a kid, it's normal for him to be weaker. Battle report. Mayfly, you three clowns. Mayfly, I think I saw the leader wearing through 7 or 8 teams. 8-foot-man, yeah, their teams are too mixed. Their levels are also lower. Tian's third brother, nothing is more deadly than a subtle flex. Tian's chief, the deadliest, is the subtle flex. Wind and rain, stop the chatter, battle report, they have no main force left. Go, go, go. Male logic genius brothers all in. To prevent leaks, Zhongyi Danxian, who had arranged elite forces for the surprise attack, now fully seized the initiative on the battlefield. Caught off guard, Bashu lost their forward stronghold, leaving their rear camp clusters exposed to the Shiliang army. Without the city's boost, their defense line would become as fragile as paper, easily torn apart and shattered by Ziliang's sharp spears. Xiongba, Tianxiao, Male Kong Long, all those still on the front line, rushed to the front to defend. At this moment of life and death, anyone still farming land will be kicked from the alliance, never to return. For those who can't make it in time, the main force must immediately establish the final defensive line at the dock 50 blocks behind 457838. I will personally relocate my city here. Everyone note that this is the last dividing point between Fufeng and Hanzhong commanderies. If this falls, we risk being driven back to Bashu. Decree Luffy, in this time of alliance crisis, everyone is forbidden from farming land. Anyone caught will be immediately expelled. The entire alliance will abandon the defense, fall them, and flip all their resource tiles. Follow the vice leader's mail immediately to set up camps and barricades at the dock. First row, all barricades. Second row, all arrow towers. And so on with the fifth row for camps. Alliance Luffy, everyone move now. The troops on the front line buy us some time. Others prepare the second defensive line. Don't let them break through again. Time is urgent, so please take this seriously. Officer Regretless Youth, damn it, I told you they'd attack. But everyone was so short-sighted just farming land. No wonder we can't hold the line, huh? Luffy and the other managers fell silent at his words. Some members felt ashamed knowing the collapse of the defense was a result of everyone's actions. But not everyone thought that way. Under the clouds, what do you mean by short-sighted? You're cracking me up. You with 19000 power laughing at us with 13000 or 14000. Regretless Youth, what nonsense are you spouting? My power came from earlier farming, it hasn't moved in ages. You have 13000 or 14000. Is there something wrong with your eyes, or are we not playing the same game? I'm talking about you. You haven't shown up since the battle started, have you? Regretless Youth, battle report, open your dog eyes and see. While you were sneaking around farming land, I was up front holding the line for you land slaves. Under the clouds, can you watch your mouth? And you call yourself a manager with that attitude? Leader Luffy, enough, stop arguing. We're all brothers, it don't hurt the harmony. Regretless Youth, I've been holding this in, but it's always the same people fighting. Some members never join battles, and you, leader, don't do anything about it. Even now, so many are still farming and staying silent. I'm really fed up. Under the clouds, don't act so noble. Who do you think you are? Regretless Youth, hot trash. Regretless Youth, when I was contributing to the Alliance waste like you hadn't even opened level 5 yet. Goodbye, land slave. Regretless Youth has left the Alliance. Officer Stir-Fried Chili Regretless left. Officer 6th place, Bolus, yeah, Regretless made it clear today. It's true. Some brothers are fighting bloody battles on the front while others are safely farming in the back. I want names. Everyone knows who they are. Those whose battle merit hasn't increased at all from start to now, but their power grows fast. If this is how we play, even relying on the main alliance won't help. 6th place, Bolus has left the alliance. Stir-Fried Chili. Luffy, damn, why did everyone leave just like that? Luffy's heart sank. Losing 2 high-level players in quick succession only made things worse for Bashu. He was well aware of the alliance's situation but had been unable to address it due to various reasons. The main issue was the large number of slackers. As they say, the law cannot punish the many. He had planned to make examples of a few after this war and gradually improve things. But now it seemed too late. Kong Long, everyone calm down. Under the clouds, go apologize to Regretless and bring him back. Under the clouds, what? It's his problem, what does it have to do with me? Stir-Fried Chili, what's wrong with apologizing? And I checked, Regretless was right. Brother, with your few hundred battle merits, are you kidding me? Under the clouds, my teams are weaker, so it's normal to have less battle merit, right? Under the clouds felt a bit guilty and quickly came up with an excuse. Stir-Fried Chili, and with nearly 200 power. I won't say more. You guys have fun. Stir-Fried Chili has left the alliance, Luffy, so everyone's leaving, huh? No mercy at all. Kong Long. It's falling apart. Go find Brother Dashin and the others. Under the clouds, they're just too thin-skinned, and blame me, TSK. After he left, Under the clouds felt awkward but remained stubborn. Kong Long, Luffy, check this wave at the dock. Kick out everyone with low battle merit and high power. Next, we'll merge with Brave and the others. Luffy, merge. Kong Long, yeah, check the group. Brother Dashin is furious. The chaotic Shonba Tianxia had no choice but to seek help from the main alliance, while Jizai Sifong was no better off, perhaps even worse. However, at least there were no high-level players leaving the alliance, and everyone's morale remained relatively stable. After receiving a private message from Luffy, Braveheart quickly sent out an email to boost the members' spirits and instructed everyone to set up camp at the dock. With this battle, the members of the 2 sub-alliances finally felt a sense of crisis. Countless marching routes converged on the battlefield, but it was too little too late. Faced with Ziliang's fierce assault, Shinsong Dock was destined to fall completely within the mobilization time. Then the leaders of the 2 alliances had to brace themselves for the wrath of the main alliance. Meanwhile, in Jingzhou, the Hebei coalition and the main Bashu alliance Zhengzhan Sifong and Itong Tianxiao were at a stalemate. Seizing the opportunity, the Hebei Kinjiage captured Yecheng, the provincial capital of their own province, and began preparations for founding a nation. Although Bashu wished to attack, they were blocked by the dock and the main city's truce, leaving them gnashing their teeth in frustration, but unable to do anything. They could only watch as Hebei took Yecheng, becoming the first alliance in the server to capture a level 8 city. After capturing Yecheng, Iguan Chongqing immediately initiated the founding of a nation, choosing the dynastic title Wei. This alliance will establish a nation in Yecheng in one day. Dynastic title Wei. The news was announced through both the alliance system announcement and the world announcement. It was far more shocking than Genghis' impending nation founding given the greater significance of the provincial capital and its status as the first level 8 city. World Jingchu Peach Garden Oath Alliance leader Longshirt, Zhao Zilong impressive the first provincial capital. Jiangdong Bowu Loli Katian Kashin, wow Hebei brothers are so impressive. You quietly took a provincial capital. Bashu Jingzhan Sifang Dashin, Gu Tsk Tisk Hebei folks, don't just keep your city gates closed. Our brothers here are itching for a fight. Won't you come out and greet us? Jingzhan Sifang Zhan Wu Shuang alas, nothing we can do. Hebei knows how to play, they sneak attack cities the moment the truce ends. Jiangdong Katian Kashian front row seat for the drama. Jiangdong Magical Girl Alliance leader Jiao Chan about to start fighting again. Hebei Qinjiaj Yiguan Chongqing, so this is the so-called number 1 alliance. Where's your decency? If you can't stand our truce, then move the city blocking the dock away. Anyway, we Hebei are cowards who dare not fight you ha. Basha Dashin Gu, I thought brother Chongqing wouldn't dare show his face ha. What's this complaining like a resentful wife because you couldn't hold Gaolu? Hebei Qinjiaj Ilu Xuanda, don't bother with them. They always start the trouble. Bashu is the troublemaker of server 1500, utterly annoying. Qinjiaj Shuo Chishue, look at the Basho leader so proud. Weren't you the one getting beaten on the battlefield? Qinjiaj Yuanzue, I remember our leader can solo him, and he still has the nerve to boast here. If it were me, I wouldn't have the face ha. Bashu Jingzhan Sifang Feng Xiao Xiao, while my defeated opponent is here. Jingzhan Sifang Foben Sherdao old, she why are you speaking so sarcastically? Getting cocky. Shiliang Zhongyi Dangxian Alliance leader Bachi Nanair, I was wondering why there was no one on the front line. Turns out you're all here cursing in the world chat. Brother Dashin, your 2 sub-alliances aren't doing so well. In a few days I'll bring my brothers to visit you. Jingzhan Sifang Dashin, Gu He Shiliang, don't be too smug. Well see. Brothers, let's leave the world chat. No point arguing with them. Qinjiaj Yiguan Chongqing haha, well see too. Hebei brothers, let's leave the world chat and head to the front line to play with our Bashu buddies. Zhongyi Dangxian Bachi Nanair, do you all have to leave just because I showed up? Ilu Xuanda Bashu Jingzhan Sifang Feng Xiao Xiao Bachi, let's spar sometime. Zhongyi Dangxian Bachi Nanair, sure brother Feng. I've heard of your reputation. See you on the battlefield. Lu Xiao pondered Feng Xiaoxiao's words thoughtfully. It wasn't out of fear, with only a set number of teams per season, and both being big spenders their lineups were comparable. He figured there must be a reason for the challenge. Perhaps Jingzhan Sifang was coming to Fufeng to assist their sub-alliance in battle. Currently Xiongba and Jiqing were clearly no match for Ziliang's offensive. The main Bashu alliance would either send reinforcements or completely abandon Fufeng, letting the sub-alliances retreat to Hanzhong. In his view, the latter meant losing the initiative, which was detrimental to the war effort, a worst-case scenario. Given the Bashu leader's usual style, he wouldn't choose that. So it had to be sending a portion of their forces to support the sub-alliance. They would likely select members from the main alliance. Yitong Tianxia was still somewhat weaker. Splitting off too many people would impact the Jingzhou battlefield, potentially giving back the hard-won advantage. Too few would be useless. The best plan would be to transfer some top-tier players to buy time. So if I were the Bashu leader, what would I do? Lu Xiao fell silent for a moment, then smiled meaningfully. Bashu main group Dashin Go Luffy Braveheart, I won't scold you too. Go build a second line of defense immediately. Delay them as long as you can. They'll send reinforcements. Also consider merging. Make Jiqing Sheng the main alliance and Xiongba Tianxia the secondary. Move all active members to Jiqing Sheng and rename it Gujin Jintang. I hope you understand the meaning of the name. It'll cover the name change fee. Xiongba will henceforth be a farming alliance, losing entry rights to the pass. They must return to Bashu to farm. Only those with a weekly battle contribution of over 300 can be allowed into Gujin Jintang. Gujin Jintang will be allocated one separatist slot. The merge doesn't represent the final member count. Those with weekly contributions under 300 will be kicked back to Xiongba to farm, barred from entering the pass and from mining level 8 copper mines or above. Anyone dissatisfied can leave the alliance. Our few hundred brothers are fighting for Bashu's interests and for everyone's better gaming experience, not to serve the selfish interests of a few players. Everyone is equal. Effort must be rewarded, and that's only fair to the vast majority of players. The above complete the merge within 2 days. Leave the alliance in batches to switch over. Speed is essential. Dashin Gufeng Xiao Xiao Han Dao Xia Huangbao, 3 esteemed players, please temporarily leave the alliance for Gujin Jintang. Also transfer 15 brothers from the elite team, making 18 in total, to Gujin Jintang for now. Your spots in the main alliance are always reserved. Go stabilize the situation and wait for a chance to counterattack. Xia Huangbao will be in command. Also integrate personnel from other alliances within Bashu province. They will join Yidong and the main alliance separately. Expect about 30 people. After this integration, the other Bashu alliances will have no active members left. Tomorrow at noon, the Jingzhou docks truce ends. Xingzhan and Yitong will capture Chengdu and Zitong respectively. Once Gujin Jintang stabilizes the dock, they will also capture Yinping and prepare to found a nation. Luffy okay, I'll arrange it immediately. Braveheart got it, I'll send the email and start the gradual departures. Feng Xiao good, I'll go help them fight back. Xiao Huangbao okay. Handao good. Dashing good. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Dashing also, we will have an insider supporting us from Xiliang province. Use the opportunity to counterattack, ideally retaking Chinsong. Luffy an insider. Dashing I'll explain the details later. Keep it a secret for now. The insider Big Brother Sean spoke of was none other than Sword Pointing to the World. The alliance leader of Sword Pointing to the World, Dugu Junyan, had reached an agreement with Big Brother Sean back then. However, due to various reasons, Big Brother Sean did not order them to rebel when Xiliang breached the pass. Unfortunately, he had not anticipated that the two sub-alliances would first lose the dragon and forfeit Licheng, while Xiliang unexpectedly took Shao Pass and swiftly entered the pass. By the time he tried to command Sword Pointing to the World to deliver a fatal blow to loyalty, the optimal moment had already slipped away. Of course, it was not too late even now. He had already conceived a new plan. After Xiliang entered the pass, Sword Pointing to the World gradually relocated to Anding Commandery through subsequent arrangements. Though their numbers were small with just over 50 people, they still constituted a considerable force. Especially during the critical battle between Xiliang and Bashu, this force could undoubtedly become a pivotal chess piece. Dugu Junyan had almost forgotten his true identity, peacefully farming alongside his brothers in Anding Commandery. He had even brushed off loyalty's demands for participation in the war. However, stalling like this could not go on forever, so he had agreed to lead Sword Pointing to the World to the front lines the day after tomorrow. Logging in daily to draw cards, farm resources, and upgrade buildings was a leisurely affair. Private chat Big Brother Sean there. Dugu Junyan's heart suddenly raced as he took a deep breath. What must come will come, impossible to avoid. No matter how he tried to ignore it subconsciously, he could not change his identity. Bashu held substantial evidence of his treason and intelligence leaks, an unchangeable fact. He had no choice but to obey their orders. Dugu Junyan am here. Typing those two words, he felt his idyllic farming life had come to an abrupt end. Big Brother Sean, to be blunt, 391875, arrange your men to lift the friendly alliance in advance, dismantle the camp tents, and coordinate with Fortress for a counterattack. Dugu Junyan hesitated. A peaceful life for too long made one reluctant to take risks. Yet he dared not betray Bashu. Big Brother Sean 1648, tentatively set for tomorrow night at 9. Dugu Junyan's resolve hardened instantly. Dugu Junyan, no problem, I'll arrange it right away. Big Brother Sean, don't let the news leak. Dugu Junyan, rest assured. Putting down his phone and rubbing his brow, Big Brother Sean still felt uneasy. Zai Ji and Xiongba had promised the same, and look what happened. But Dugu Junyan had given his assurance, oh, what more could he say? If this move played out well, it could turn the tide on the Fufeng battlefield. Big Brother Sean muttered to himself. With Big Brother Sean's guarantee, Dugu Junyan hurriedly sent out a mail. Mail Dugu Junyan, all brothers head to position 391875 for a secret mission. I'll ask loyalty for an airport, and well fight. Alliance love and hate hard to decide fighting. I've been idle lately. Hoo indeed, I'll send my troops over. Dawn breaks against Bashu. Ling Kuku, are we finally going to fight? Dugu Junyan, yes, everyone get into position as soon as possible. All main forces must be in place by tomorrow night at 9 and set up camp tents. Dugu Junyan discovered that as long as the money was right, he could speak against his conscience. 1648, 3 days' wages. It's just a game anyway, I'll screw them over and quit. Having already decided to betray his teammates, Dugu Junyan's heart turned cold. Once the friendly alliance was dissolved, it would become a combat-ready state. With a bit of deception, he could make the sword-pointing members turn their swords against their former allies. He still needed to carefully craft his words. Dugu Junyan pondered for a while. After that, let the floodwaters rage. Having made up his mind, he murmured to himself. The world has never lacked shameless people. Dugu Junyan was neither the first nor the last. Meanwhile, unaware of the impending trouble in their backyard, the Loyalty and Xiliang Iron Cavalry alliances continued their fierce assault along the dock line, now close to completely clearing Bashu's camp tents. On the final docks on both sides of the river, Bashu relocated their main cities to trigger a truce, buying time to switch alliances. After Xiongba Tianxia renamed itself Fortress, members gradually left the alliance, quietly waiting for the alliance switching cooldown. The players blocking the dock prepared to seal their cities in sequence enough to last 12 hours. With Ziliang's advance taking another hour or two, it was sufficient for Fortress. Bashu had nearly 600 members when they left the pass, including many casual farmers. After this clash with Xiliang and Hubei, Bashu's leadership saw the useless players hidden in their bloated ranks. Big Brother Sean had planned to reorganize gradually, but Xiongba and Zai Ji were too disappointing. Even in this critical moment, their participation rate was less than half, a chilling number. By the 10th day of the game, Bash's main alliance had nearly 180 members, even without capturing cities, to raise the cap. Hebei, Bowu, Loli, and Magical Girl followed closely with similar numbers. Loyalty ranked 5th with only 150 members, but their per capita combat power was among the top 10. Many factors contributed, but the key was their swift integration and screening through friendly matches, making their combat prowess unmatched, slightly inferior only to Bashu. Xiongba and Zaiji each had over 120 members, but with a participation rate below half, the two alliances combined barely matched loyalty, not counting their elite fighters. Forced by circumstances, Big Brother Shan had to adopt the desperate strategy of swapping generals before battle to transform Bash's sub-alliances and concentrate strength. The black sheep were directly removed, though they were given face by being sent to the so-called sub-alliance aspirations in all directions. It was worth noting that unification of the world, though low in rank, had gradually caught up to the main alliance due to its excellent combat performance and status as Bash's second alliance, now more than just a sub-alliance. Alliance 8-foot man, those Basha folks are willing to sacrifice. Now that Xiongba has renamed itself Fortress, everyone knows what that implies. We need to break through the dock quickly and enter Hanzhong Commandery to relieve our allies and pressure Bash's main alliance. Deputy Leader Unique Solo, I see they've moved their main cities here. Conservatively, ITLL take us at least an hour to attack. By then they might already be in truce mode, so capturing them won't be easy. After Xiaogu stepped down, Liu Xiao smoothly gave him the deputy leader position, as Xiaogu couldn't fully leave management. Commander Logical Genius Hebei has established a kingdom, and Bashu has many camp tents near Chengdu, so they might have similar plans. 8-foot man, we can't establish a kingdom, yet we have too few people. Everyone understood 8-foot's meaning. To establish a kingdom, they would naturally need to capture Ziliang's first city, Tianshui, but with their current numbers, it would be disadvantageous. Logical Genius, my point is, since both of Bashu's sub-alliances have merged, we should prepare to merge as well. We always need airports to fight, which is inconvenient. With time, we should capture some cities to prepare for the merger. Logical Genius Pi and I. Shiliang Iron Cavalry Pi and I. Yes, our numbers are nearly maxed out. Together we might reach just over 300. The merger needs to speed up. At this point, Pi and I understood that Ziliang's limitation was its small numbers, so he naturally wanted to consolidate everyone. He had long lost the resentment and disappointment from being defeated by loyalty. Instead, Ziliang's future mattered most, so he was fully committed. Under the leadership of 8-foot and others, loyalty not only broke out of Guangzhou, but also performed well on the front lines. Thus, a merger was an inevitable trend. 8-foot man, it's still early for a merger, but we should put it on the agenda. Since we can't break through the dock, let's temporarily retreat and capture the cities in Anding Commandery. After taking the dock, we'll also capture some cities in Xiliang to raise the alliance's member cap. Ishu, yes, everyone is already like one alliance now. Merging sooner will be more convenient. Unique Solo Pi and I, by the way, where's Fuyu? Did he quit? Fuyu, just because I didn't speak you think I quit? Pi and I. Pini remarked, awkward. It's been too long since I last saw you. Fuyu retorted, oh please, I've surfaced more times than you. Pini made a disdainful gesture. The atmosphere between them was no longer tense as before, but rather filled with a sense of camaraderie and teasing. Fuyu said, since we're preparing to form an alliance, let's quickly drive the Bashu stronghold out of Fufeng Commandery. Then we can organize elite forces to relocate to Fufeng and use it as a springboard to prepare for the attack on Hanzhou. Bachi Nanair gave a thumbs up. Logic Genius added, that's the way. Our top priority now is to take down the stronghold. But since they have a 12-hour truce, we shouldn't just sit idle. Let's attack some cities. Bachi Nanair said, then let's split up. The loyalty limit is under 200 now, so we need to expand quickly. He continued, let the main first group and the spearhead squad take Anding, a level 7 city. The second and third main groups will take Qi County, a level 6 city. The fourth main group and the road building team will take Yinmi, a level 4 city. Since the expansion, the loyalty group had been further divided. The original first and second main groups were split into 4 main groups plus an elite group and a road building team. The 4 main groups were nearly equal each with over 30 members. The elite group had over 20 and the road building team less than 10. Logic Genius questioned, isn't the number a bit low? 50 people to take Anding. Bachi Nanair replied, with 3 sets of siege equipment per person, it's manageable. Fuyu suggested, how about this? The Shiliang Iron Cavalry can assist by providing siege equipment. The city will go to loyalty. Let them know in advance that we're about to merge, so they won't worry about attacking cities. Pini agreed, alright, I'll talk to them. That's a great idea. Fuyu, why have you been so clever lately? Fuyu responded with a sarcastic laugh. Actually, Ishu told me earlier, Fuyu admitted sheepishly. Bachi Nanair clicked his tongue in amusement. Pini said, no wonder. Fuyu looked helpless. Ishu smirked. Bachi Nanair concluded, then let's proceed with this plan. Ishu and Guikai will handle the details. Logic Genius said alright, I'll take charge of Anding Ishu will handle Qi County and Yinmi can be done freely. Bachi Nanayer nodded in agreement. Ishu replied okay. After the Shiliang side finalized their next steps, they began mobilizing their troops. Meanwhile, Bashu was racing against time to integrate active members. Some territorial players were reluctant to leave the alliance, but Brother Dashin, having anticipated this, arranged for elite support to quickly teach them a lesson. It was clear that Brother Dashin had reached his limit with the numerous territorial players in Xiongba and Jizai. On another front, the long-ignored Jianji Tianxia of Shiliang had begun moving quietly. They were constructing camps in the canyon behind Chinsong with advanced troops already arriving. Yet Dugu Junyan still hadn't released the next plan. Confident in his control, he remained unaware that his bizarre orders had sown doubt in the heart of his deputy, Ai Hen Liang Nanju. Dugu Junyan continued to scheme while Ai Hen Liang Nanju, filled with confusion, sought out the leader of Loyalty. In a private chat, he asked Brother Bachi, "Are you there?" After Loyalty finished taking the city, it was getting late. The stronghold was nearly integrated. Lu Xiao arranged for everyone to return to Chinsong, preparing for the next wave of attack. As Lu Xiao was about to deploy troops, he received an unfamiliar private message. Jian Ji Tianxia. I'd almost forgotten about them since they've been lying low. Lu Xiao muttered to himself. Bachi Nanayer replied him here. What's the matter? Ai Hen Liang Nanju asked. I wanted to ask how the campaign against Bashu is going. Bachi Nanayer said, I suppose it's a full-scale offensive. Ai Hen Liang Nanju responded, let me add you on QQ. They'll send you screenshots from the alliance. He considered explaining in text, but felt it lacked persuasiveness, so he decided to just show the images. Just then Dugu Junyan sent out several emails in quick succession. Lu Xiao paused and replied, sure. Ai Hen Liang Nanju sent screenshots. The first showed an email from Dugu Junyan, everyone set up camps behind Chinsong. We have a secret operation. Another email read, everyone follow my orders tonight. Be online before 9. Make sure to act according to the decrees. A system message displayed countdown to the dissolution of friendly relations between this alliance Loyalty First and Shiliang Iron Cavalry 247. Lu Xiao's expression grew increasingly serious. Damn it, I feel like Dugu Junyan has some agenda, he thought. Given the sensitive timing, Jianji Tianxia's actions couldn't be coincidental. Lu Xiao said, thanks, brother. He'll discuss this with everyone. Ai Hen Liang Nanju replied, alright, I'll wait for your news. I don't want to betray my state. Ai Hen Liang Nanju gave his assurance. Lu Xiao sent a handshake emoji. In the Shiliang management group chat, Lu Xiao tagged everyone and shared the screenshots. Pini exclaimed, what the hell? Is he planning a rebellion? Logic Genius was stunned. Wei Wudushio said, I know about this. Dugu Junyan asked me for a location to fly over, saying he wanted to help us fight. What's going on? Logic Genius pointed out, Brother Shio, look at the last screenshot. They're about to break friendly relations with us. Pini added, that means we can engage in combat. Wei Wudushio realized, so I've been tricked. Bachi Nanayer asked, now it's clear. How should we respond? Ishu suggested Dugu Junyan has likely defected to Bashu. Their move to Chinsong is clearly to ambush our rear. I propose we expose Dugu Junyan's betrayal on the World Channel, making it hard for him to stay. Also let Ai Hen Liang Nanju, who's on our side, expose his actions within the alliance and lead the other brothers to resign, leaving Dugu Junyan without troops. Logic Genius added, right, I'll add that we need to deploy the elite group and some members to guard the rear. Also, once the friendly relations end, we strike first. Have a few brothers attack from their rear while the elite group attacks Hedon to end the battle quickly. Ishu cautioned that would cause too much commotion and make it hard to integrate the members of Jianji Tianxia. As a last resort, we want fire the first shot. Bachi Nanayer agreed, alright, let's be courteous first. They'll contact Ai Hen and have him bring reliable brothers to resign. Ishu then said, actually Gakai's point is valid. Hey, race a plan, have the elite group directly take down Dugu Junyan. Capture the king to win the war. Inform the other members of the truth and persuade them to join us. Logic Genius approved, great idea. Shall we proceed? Bachi Nanayer confirmed, let's do it. He gave a thumbs up and added, Ishu will handle foreign affairs from now on. Third brother stepped down to a regular officer. Impressed by Ishu's sharp analysis, Bachi Nanayer remarked that he seemed more suited for diplomacy. Ishu expressed his gratitude. He indeed preferred being a diplomat compared to the intricate details of command. Broad strategic diplomacy suited him better. Tiance Sendi cheered, great. Finally, no one will bother me, haha. Fuyo wiped his brow in exasperation. Pini said, well, take down Dugu Junyan. His base is close to Along's main city. Bachi Nanayer laughed, haha, good. Looks like he's out of luck. After we pacify the realm with the sword pointing to the World Alliance, we can also start preparing for the prefectural affairs, said 8-foot man. The sword-pointing leader has a good plan. If we break the friendly ties in 2.5 hours, that'll be 9 o'clock, just when the impregnable fortress finishes its consolidation, said Logic Genius. The impregnable fortress now has 160 members. Probably won't get many more. Their cap is 165, said Pai and I. After consolidation, we'll have to test the impregnable fortress combat power. But I reckon it won't be weak, and since they're newly formed, they'll want a decisive victory. So their target, like sword pointing, should be Chinsong to reclaim the lost defensive line, said Ishu. Logic Genius grinned slyly. It won't be that easy. I've already told our brothers at the dock to prepare for a truce, just to be safe. Ishu smirked. 8-foot man said, then let's each do our part. A mail arrived. Pai and I, the sword pointing to the World Alliance, has rebelled against the province. To quell the rebellion quickly, everyone must occupy the coordinates 315769 of the sword pointing leader Dugu Junyan. Prepare now. All online members move near Dugu Junyan. Once the friendly status ends, attack immediately. Wait for morale to recover, ordered Deputy Leader Feng Yuxiu in the Alliance chat. I can handle him alone. This guy's battle losses in 7 battles aren't low, yet he dares to rebel while so close to me. He's really lost his touch, said Along. Feng Yuxiu laughed heartily. Pai and I chuckled. Haha, let's take him down quickly. Brothers who can't make it in time gather at Qinkang's dock. The enemy impregnable fortress is about to lift its truce, so this is our prime chance to attack. A mail from 8-foot man. Elite squad march to the main city at 391875. Each person brings 2 main armies. Watch the sword-pointing alliance's movements. Logic Genius said, first main army redeploy from the front line to Chinsong. Await orders. Bring siege equipment. Full troops. In the alliance chat, Cheng Duo asked. What happened to the sword-pointing alliance? Asked Cheng Duo. Wei Wu Duxiu replied with a complicated expression. They're planning to side with Bashu, so they want to intercept us from behind Chinsong. Cheng Duo was stunned. Han Feng said, that's awkward. But how do we find out in advance? Wei Wu Duxiu sighed. 8-foot man said, everyone calm down. They only have about 30 tents. If they make a move, they'll be cleared quickly. Besides, it might not even come to a fight. What are those sword-pointing guys thinking? We the Shiliang have the upper hand, and they still want to stab us in the back, asked Tian Su Shonao. Tian Su Yi added. And we even gave them the ending commandery separately. What an ungrateful bunch. 8-foot man said with a crying laughing emoji, there won't be a fight now. Everyone continue moving to the front line. Logic Genius asked. 30 minutes earlier, AI Hen Liang Nanju, after informing Lu Xiao of the news, couldn't help but confront Dugu Junyan in the alliance chat. Deputy Leader AI Hen Liang Nanju asked, I want to know why you broke the friendly alliance with Zhongyi and Tietchi and set up tents behind Zongyi's territory. Are we on opposite sides now? Commander Hu exclaimed, what? Broke the friendly alliance? AI Hen Liang Nanju replied, yes, check the alliance diplomacy. Hu cursed, damn, it's true. Then why set up tents? Where's the leader? Come out and explain. Hey Pai Pu Tao typed. What does this mean? Asked Jioshidu Dijio. Could the leader be planning to rebel? At that moment, Dugu Junyan was sweating profusely, realizing things had slipped out of his control. His fingers trembled as he clicked randomly on his main city. Suddenly, he noticed over a dozen armies marching to within 5 tiles of his city. Seeing they were all from the Shiliang Tietchi, led by Lung and Pai Ni, Dugu Junyan's heart sank. Damn, this is bad, he muttered, watching Pai Ni's spear troops advancing in an occupying formation. Then more blue lines pointed toward his city as several armies leisurely marched over, gradually encircling him with the earlier forces. A flicker of fear crossed Dugu Junyan's eyes. It seemed his plan had been discovered. What worried him more was the attitude of the other alliance members, who clearly sided with Zhongyi. This proved he was a failed manager. He didn't stop to think, if he hadn't opposed Shiliang, why would these sword-pointing members be in this situation? With such a favorable situation, greed had blinded him into betraying his own brothers. Dugu Junyan's mind churned. His remaining rationality told him it was too late to change course. The friendly ties weren't completely severed yet. But the temptation of that 648 yuan was too alluring. Determined to try once more, he thought, maybe I can still sway a few to fight Zhongyi. In the alliance chat, Dugu Junyan said, look, since the friendly match ended, we haven't gained any real benefits. We entered the resource province, but can't even capture cities. The Tietchi and Zhongyi never treated us as family. But Bashu has promised us a separatist alliance and will help us take cities. So consider whether you'll join me against Zhongyi and Tietchi. Silence filled the channel, but someone finally saw through his lies. AI Hen Liang Nanju said, is that so? Aren't you just deceiving us for whatever Bashu's leader promised you? Brothers, I've posted screenshots in the group. Take a look. Dugu Junyan panicked and blurted out, how did you know? He quickly switched to the group chat, but found no pictures. After a few seconds of shock, cold sweat poured down his face. This is bad, really bad. Flustered, he returned to the game. AI Hen Liang Nanju sneered. How I didn't expect you to admit it just from a bluff. I won't dig into what Bashu promised you, but having someone like you among the Shiliang alliances chills the brothers' hearts. I despise those who betray the collective for personal gain. Everyone knows what to do right. I've posted screenshots of my chat with 8-Foot Man, the leader of Zhongyi Dongxian, in the group. Check them out. After that, decide for yourselves. 8-Foot Man had said, yes, tell everyone that rebelling against the province brings no real benefits. Bashu can barely save itself, so there's no need to take risks. AI Hen Liang, Ninju replied, true boss. So how should we proceed from here? 8-Foot Man answered, merge directly into the main alliance. There should be enough slots. Well, set up a separate regiment, and it'll give you an officer position to manage your own brothers. We're all family now. Dugu Jiayunian's personal actions don't affect us. With a mischievous emoji, 8-Foot Man added, in Zhongyi tradition, good news calls for red envelopes. So when you join, I'll send 648 yuan red envelopes in the group as a celebration. From now on, we're all brothers. For the sake of domination and a better gaming experience, let's unite and let bygones be bygones. AI Hen Liang Ninju exclaimed, whoa, no need, boss. That's too generous. 8-Foot Man replied with a chin touch emoji, what's so generous about it? I never mind spending on my own brothers. Once a year and make sure everyone develops well and stays active. That'll put my mind at ease. AI Hen Liang Ninju said, thank you, boss, for giving us a chance. He'll tell the brothers. 8-Foot Man responded with a handshake emoji. In the sword pointing to the world group chat, AI Hen Liang Ninju Duga Junyan, this is true magnanimity. Then he addressed the group, brothers, you all know what to do right. AI Hen Liang Ninju said, I'll leave the alliance first and withdraw my troops to avoid causing trouble for the Zhongyi and Tietchi brothers. Hu chimed in, damn, their leader is so courteous and generous. We were the ones in the wrong. Not only does he not hold a grudge, but he's also sending such big red envelopes. I'm not going to rebel. I'm leaving the alliance too. See you all in Zhongyi. Hey Pai Pu Tao added, I'm leaving too. And one more thing, Dugu Junyan, please, just be a decent person. Dugu Junyan gazed at the unceasing accusations and indignation directed at him within the group, then left in a huff, the number of members dwindling. When he came to his senses, only a dozen people remained in the chat. His mood was foul not only because his plan had been exposed, but perhaps more so from his reflection on the matter. Now Dugu Junyan felt a pang of regret, recalling the past fighting side by side with his allies. Alas, blinded by greed and a single impulsive 648 top-up, he had not only lost the trust of his members, but also failed the task assigned by Brother Dashin, pleasing no one. Dugu Junyan silently logged into the game, gazing at every blade of grass and tree in the land around him that was once blue, but now red, feeling a profound desolation. It's over. Dugu Junyan sighed, his heart clenched as if tightly gripped, aching with bitterness. At this moment, Brother Dashin placed great importance on tonight's counterattack, for it concerned the safety of Hanzhong Commandery and whether the campaign against Liang could turn the tide. Another failure would impact the battlefield of Jingzhou Commandery. By then it would be exceedingly difficult for Bashu to achieve hegemony. Private chat, Dugu Junyan, I failed, sorry. No need to reply. I've already uninstalled. Brother Dashin was exhilarated, but a private message doused his spirits. His mouth twitched half open, and after a long pause he forced out a single word, damn. Rubbing his forehead, Brother Dashin felt helpless. Why were all his teammates so inept? Since the spy in Shiliang was done for, he'd have to contact someone inside Hebei. Without the aid of sword pointing to the world, it was uncertain whether impregnable fortress alone could withstand Shiliang, let alone turn the situation and launch a counterattack. Brother Dashin sighed. Heaven, earth, and men. Since the clash began, the advantages Bashu had built were being eroded bit by bit. If they couldn't quickly eliminate either Shiliang or Hebei, Bashu might follow in Jinki's footsteps. After holding out for just over a day, nearly all members of Jinki's Jianghan territory had fallen. The surviving players had retreated to Jinki's home province. Alas, Jinki's home province was also under siege by Magical Girl, while Buwu Luo Li pressed the advantage, nearing Peach Garden Oath's last hope, Gong'an Port. Once Gong'an Port fell, Peach Garden Oath would be close to surrender. Now that repelling Shiliang seemed hopeless, the only option was to deal with Hebei. Fortunately, Hebei wasn't unified internally, and the leader of their sub-alliance commanded far more loyalty than Dugu Junyan of sword pointing to the world. He didn't relay the bad news to the group chat. Since Impregnable Fortress had just been established and consisted of members from both Xiongba and Jizai who had endured repeated defeats, it was better not to burden them. Keeping them in the dark might be wiser. Shiliang main group. Sword pointing to the world's leaders Ihan Liang Ninju and Hu were brought in early as administrators to complete the final integration. Bachi Nanair, Ihan Liang Ninju, Hu welcome to the Shiliang family. Pini welcome. Fuya welcome. Tai and Sandy welcome to the big shots. Ihan Liang Ninju haha, we're not big shots. Thanks for the warm welcome. Who found the organization. Bachi Nanair, the 31 brothers from Sword pointing to the world, will join us tomorrow. We have just enough spots. Let me announce ahead will form a new main force, the 6th Regiment. The regiment leader will be chosen internally. They can join the group early and develop well in the wilderness, but be careful not to bump into our own brother's troops. Ihan Liang Nanju got it. This was all agreed upon earlier, so no objections. Bachi Nanair, everyone at 9 o'clock Impregnable Fortress will lift their immunity. Per the plan, will attack at 9:05. If they attack, will hold position to avoid the 9 Palaces 8 trigrams effect. If they hold their ground, we won't all go in. The assault squad goes first. Main force 4th Regiment will fully garrison Brother Shio's main city to avoid surprises. Other groups stand by. Everyone follow the commands of Ishu and Gue Kai. Ishu Roger. Luaji Guaitsai OK. Tians show Neo determination. Inside Impregnable Fortress. At this moment, Jizai Xiongba had completed integration. The alliance now numbered 163 members, mostly active players. Decree Alliance leader Luffy Brothers, we've faced many defeats, yet we still stand here against formidable foes. First, thank you all for your efforts. But Shiliang will still attack us. We have no retreat. Behind us lies the vulnerable Hanzhong Commandery. If our defense fails, we will be the sinners of Bashu. I hope everyone follows orders this time. The main alliance's high-tier members are here to support us. We must win this battle. Male Commander, He Yi Sheng Xiao Mo, all groups report in and tally your main forces. No talking except for reporting. Send battle reports to your squad leaders. Absences will result in immediate dismissal. No exceptions. Male Commander, He Yi Sheng Xiao Mo, brothers from both Xiongba and Jizai, I hope you follow my commands once battle begins. Since our average strength is lower, the first wave will be defensive. Everyone garrison the vice leader's main city and wait for Ziliang's attack. Garrison according to troop counters. Don't rush in blindly. If your troops are below 15000 and the travel time is over half an hour, return to camp to recruit. Don't retreat to the main city. If troops are below 100, instantly recall to the main city, replenish, and return. Male He Isheng Xiao Mo, the enemy will likely attack around 9. So get out of your camps quickly. It's less than 10 minutes to 9. Brothers, to defend our resources, we fight to the death. The Alliance channel was dead silent save for the flood of 1S in the group chats. The atmosphere grew heavy with each cold, ticking number. 9 o'clock sharp. The vigilant members of Impregnable Fortress noticed Shiliang hadn't attacked yet. Suppressing their confusion, they kept their eyes glued to the screen. Male He Isheng Xiao Mo, the 4 main force regiments are forbidden from attacking. The External Reinforcement Regiment will strike the enemy vice leader's main city at 9:03. Both sides coincidentally had their vice leaders blocking the docks, highlighting the importance both alliances placed on this battle. Unlike Impregnable Fortress, seamless coverage of the dock, Brother Shio's main city was 1 tile away from the dock to provide a connection point for Iron Cavalry TFO. To ensure the dock was blocked, another player, who Bao Jinwei from Iron Cavalry, had his city adjacent. The External Reinforcement Regiment consisted of high-ear fighters sent by Zhengzhan Si Feng, led by the renowned whales Feng Xiaoxiao and Xia Huangbao. Though few, they were all elites. At 9:02, the neatly arrayed external reinforcement troops began marching toward Wei Wu, Du Xio's main city. Shiliang. Male Luaji Guaitsai assault squad, attention. The original attack plan is cancelled. Head to Brother Shio's main city and garrison according to troop counters. The enemy has external big shots. Alliance Bachi Nane are rubbing hands. Isn't that Feng Xiaoxiao up front? Let me handle him. Tiance, Sandy Bachi, you'll win for sure. Tiance, show Neo General versus. General, no problem. Thumbs up World Peony. Wow, everyone watch our alliance leader chop down Feng Xiaoxiao. Alliance Bachi Nanair, damn you idiot, why did you post that in the world channel? Lu Xiao stared at Peeny's message dumbfounded. Holy crap, don't draw that kind of aggro. Alliance Peeny, damn my bad. Bachi Nanair. Like hell I believe you. Seeing the enemy's spearmen approaching, he thought for a moment and deployed the Peach Garden formation. But the garrison order was Wei Cavalry Strategist Peach Garden. About to encounter member Feng Xiaoxiao of Impregnable Fortress Zhuge Liang Liu Bei Zhaoyin squad. Victory probability 48 increased to 58 due to 9 palaces, 8 trigrams bonus. Swish. As the sound of a stalemate rang out, Lu Xiao quickly opened the battle report to see what had happened. Feng Xiaoxiao was rumored to be a top spender, having invested at least over 100,000 yuan in the game. Even Lu Xiao, who had the enemy kill exchange feature, had only spent around 90,000 yuan so far. Of course, with the luck buff, his army was mostly maxed out in rarity. In the first season, there weren't that many commanders, so spending 100,000 was still a significant amount. Since the war began, his total kills had exceeded 8,000, bringing Lu Xiao abundant rewards. His bank account had now surpassed the million mark, giving Lu Xiao the confidence to generously distribute red packets in the group chat. A few thousand yuan in gifts could be earned back from a single battle. If Lu Xiao's lavishness was thanks to his assistant, then the player named Feng Xiaoxiao was genuinely wealthy. As far as was known, Feng Xiaoxiao's main team was the World Spear formation, Zhuge Liang, Liu Bei, and Zhao Yun, the top-tier lineup of Season 1 unrivaled by any other. Whether it was the Black Tech Zhu Jun team, the Wei Shield team, the top Shu formations like the Five Tigers or Peach Garden, or the top Wu formations like the Wu Bao or the Governor's Army, all fell short of the World Spear. Of course, nothing was absolute, and luck played a part in battles. Generally speaking, except for the so-called life-or-death Five Tigers and the spear-countering Wu Bao or Governor's Army, which could achieve a 5,050 or 4,060 split, no other team could defeat the World Spear under equal conditions. Liu Xiao's Peach Garden team could at best manage a 4,060 split. Fortunately, with the win rate enhancement module, his odds had risen to 58, also factoring in the damage boost and reduction from the 9 Palace and 8 Trigram formation. Upon opening the battle report, the two sides were evenly matched. The opponent predictably fielded a full red lineup. Both sides had around 2,300 troops at engagement, with Liu Xiao losing about 1,300 and the enemy about 1,000. However, Liu Xiao's losses included more wounded soldiers, making it a roughly even fight. After some thought, Liu Xiao withdrew his troops, and Feng Xiaoxiao's remnants collided with the next garrison. Thanks to the schemer's warning, only Liu Xiao's troops were garrisoned at the Wei Wu Du Xiu main city, while others remained on standby. As expected, Feng Xiaoxiao's World Spear fell into a retreat state, while Liu Xiao's second garrison, the Governor's Army, secured a near-zeroless victory. Opening the battle report revealed that the opponent's Zhuge Liang was off his game, with his innate strategy, divine calculations failing to trigger. Thus, he couldn't resist the endless flames from Lu Sun and Zhou Yu, leading to a total wipeout. Although Liu Xiao's Governor's Army was slightly underleveled at around 38, combined with a troop advantage and the opponent's Zhuge Liang underperforming, his losses were just over 2,000 troops, a decisive victory. Next, Feng Xiaoxiao's second main team arrived late. Liu Xiao squinted, smirked mischievously, and withdrew his Governor's Army from garrison. The foolish shield team then crashed headlong into the Wei cavalry mounted on their towering horses. Feng Xiaoxiao's second main team also slunk into a retreat state. Opening the battle report again, the results were somewhat surprising. I thought his team would be Wei Shield, but it turned out to be Shu Shield. Huang Zhong, Fa Zheng, and Zhang Fei. While their damage output is decent, if Huang Zhong underperforms, it's all over. After a moment's thought, Liu Xiao realized that although the opponent's second team wasn't top tier and was countered by his Wei cavalry, it still dealt considerable damage, dragging down nearly 7,000 of the Wei cavalry's troops. This round was only a small gain, but the opponent's shield team was indeed interesting. Huang Zhong, equipped with violence without benevolence and invincible charge, Fa Zheng, with unpredictable troop tactics and enemy barrier, and Zhang Fei, with overbearing spirit and breaching fortifications. This combination of healing and control was effective against average teams. With the Wei cavalry still at around 1,300 troops, Liu Xiao withdrew them, instantly returned to the camp and regarrisoned. At that moment, Feng Xiaoxiao's third team arrived on white horses, likely the Governor's Army. The Wei cavalry's advantage against the Governor's Army was minimal, so the third clash was left to his own Governor's Army. About to encounter Feng Xiaoxiao, a player from the Gu Ruo Jintang Alliance, and his main team. Win rate boosted to 61. Overwhelming victory. With the victory sound effect, Feng Xiaoxiao's last team collapsed into defeat. Liu Xiao withdrew his Governor's Army now, with only 6,000 troops remaining. This round was a costly victory, but his overall losses were far lower than Feng Xiaoxiao's, so recovery would be quicker. With nearly 1,700 troops in the Wei cavalry, he could still reap another wave. After Feng Xiaoxiao came the Ba Shu foreign aid team of high-level players, and Liu Xiao couldn't handle them alone. The Ba Shu foreign aid team engaged the vanguard group, and instantly many troops from both Ba Shu and Xiliang retreated. Even with the 9 Palace and 8 Trigram boost, the vanguard group was at a disadvantage. The Xiliang high-level players mostly had 1 or 2 developed teams, but their rarity was generally low, unlike Ba Shu, which was full of wealthy players. Liu Xiao noticed from the Alliance battle reports that many teams were half-red. After dozens of main teams clashed for several minutes, Ba Shu's assault withdrew, but loyalty was also struggling. The vanguard group suffered heavy losses. Although the defense succeeded, Ba Shu had clearly achieved its goal. Mail from Logic Genius: the enemy high-level players aimed to deplete our active forces, but our high-level players fought them back. Now both sides' high-level teams are exhausted, so we must rely on everyone's strength. Main force 1st and 2nd regiments attack. Other regiments stand by. Vanguard group leaders return to replenish and come back. Alliance chat: light dance cloud flying, sorry I'm late. 8-foot man, you're just in time. Go, they have no high-level players left. Light dance cloud flying, alright I'm going in. Heavenly strategy third brother, oh ho, we still have 1 megarich player. Heavenly strategy leader sister, take us to victory. Cold wind, damn, I'll follow this big shot and pick up scraps. Brothers go for it. Mail from Commander He Yisheng Xiao Mo. Attention. An enemy big shot is charging in. Those above level 40, counter him with the right type. Alliance chat Crab Yellow Burger. I'm on it. I still have a Bow Team perfect counter. Crab Yellow Burger damn gone. Crab Yellow Burger damn a full Red World Spear just like our foam. Foam Xiao Xiao. I'm out of troops. That 8-foot guy is too sneaky. He Yisheng Xiao Mo. I told you not to go in so early. Stick with the group next time. Foam Xiao Xiao. Crab Yellow Burger no choice, we'll have to swarm him. Luffy got him down to 3000 troops. Big Devil killed 200 of his troops. I don't want to play anymore. Luffy damn bro, my condolences. Crab Yellow Burger calm down bro. His team is maxed out and your level is still low. Guarin my level isn't low. Foam Xiao Xiao damn it. If that bastard 8-foot hadn't tricked me how could I be bullied like this? Crab Yellow Burger alright his team has been driven back. He Yisheng Xiao Mo. Watch out another Bow Team is coming. Foam Xiao Xiao damn it. Braveheart it should be the governor's army. Use a shield team to counter him. Underworld no thief, that's brutal. Although the main force of Qingwu Yunfiang shone brilliantly on the battlefield, they were ultimately overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of Garujintang. Over 200 main force units clashed at Braveheart's main city. As the vanguard reached the city, routed troops fled at every moment, revealing the intensity of the war. In the stalemate, the stronger overall forces of Zhongyi and Tietchi gradually seized the advantage. Yet bolstered by the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams formation, Garujintang's players fought tenaciously. Male Logic Genius, all remaining combat groups press forward. This is a war of attrition now. Our resources are scarce, but theirs are even scarcer. It's a test of willpower. Once the Dagger team replenishes their troops, Brother Shio will garrison the main city. After Brother Shio activates the truce, everyone withdraws to the main city to prepare for the siege. The Dagger team main force 1st, 2nd, O, and 5th regiments head to Linwei level 7 city to set up camps. Siege equipment can be sent ahead. Main force 4th regiment take Zhongtao level 4 city. Main force 3rd regiment take Pingxiang level 4 city. Logic Genius noticed that while the battle was tipping in their favor, it wasn't yet an overwhelming advantage. So he decided to take a few cities after the truce to boost resource production. After integrating the members of Jianzhixiangxia, the alliance was immediately full. A level 7 city only adds 6 member slots. Although Zhongyi now had over 170 members, they still couldn't integrate Tietchi. Both alliances were highly active, but Zhongyi appeared stronger due to having more high-spending players. The alliance cap was 300 members. In the meantime, the powerful Bashu and Hebei factions were capturing cities above level 5 during lulls in battle to accommodate more members. In truth, Logic Genius felt that reaching the border of Hanzhong on the front lines was already beyond expectations. Any further attack would face fierce resistance from Bashu. Moreover, the integrated Garujintang was formidable, reinforced by high-level players from the main alliance. Capturing them quickly was a pipe dream. Rather than wasting resources on meaningless skirmishes, it was better to take more cities and bolster their strength. At midnight, the exhausted Shiliang players launched a few final scattered attacks before reluctantly retreating. The battlefield was a mess. After a desperate defense, Garujintang's members finally repelled the Shiliang assault. Though they paid a heavy price, Braveheart's main city durability was reduced by a third. They had successfully held the line for the first time since the war began. Male He Yisheng Xiao Mo. Well done, brothers. Once the vice leader's truce is over, everyone return home to develop. Move your troops here before 9 a.m. tomorrow. The next battle is expected around 10 a.m. It's late, so get some rest, everyone. Alliance, Xia Huangbao not bad. It's impressive they couldn't take us despite their numerical advantage. Feng Xiao Xiao, the key is the upcoming war of attrition. Many of our brothers can't afford to recruit troops anymore. Their average combat power is indeed decent. I estimate our loss ratio is around 1-1. 5. Xia Huangbao, let's see if we can negotiate a ceasefire. Luffy, a ceasefire would be best. After 2 or 3 days of fighting, our stamina and resources are both running low. Braveheart, I've stopped all construction. I can't even upgrade my internal affairs buildings. Lin Muzin, listless Luffy looked at the war weariness spreading through the alliance, and for some reason thought of the high-level players who had left the alliance yesterday. After a moment's thought, he sighed and decided not to seek them out. Private chat, Wu Huiqing Chun, brother Bachi, are you there? Lu Xiao glanced at the ID and felt a flicker of recognition. Isn't this a high-level player from Bashu? Why are they wandering in the wild, he wondered. Bachi Nanea. Wu Huiqing Chun scratching head, any room. Me and 2 brothers want to join. Lu Xiao thought for a moment. The chance of them being spies was slim. 8 Bashu wouldn't do something so blatant. Bachi Nane, or how about this, send me your IDs. After we take the city tomorrow, I'll let you in. Deal. Wu Huiqing Chun, sure. Besides me, there's Luwei Dihuang Wan and Qingxiao Lajiao. Bachi Nane are okay. All former high-level players from Bashu. Looks like they had a falling out, Lu Xiao chuckled. This was perfect. With 3 more semi-red high-level players, Zhongyi's strength would grow. The next day, Shiliang didn't plan a large-scale attack. The Shiliang Iron Cavalry held the front line wary of a counterattack from Gurujintang. Meanwhile, Zhongyi Dangxian focused on taking cities 2 level 7s, 2 level SIXS, and 2 level 4s. This would increase the alliance's member cap by 20, closing in on the main Bashu alliance Zhengzhan Sifang's cap of 210. After sweeping and leveling his troops, Liu Xiao moved his main forces to Linwei and Xixian level 6 city. In addition to several main force regiments and the dagger team, some siege units from Tiechi provided support. The targeted cities were all close to Guanzhong, allowing for a quick redeployment in case of emergencies. Such a large-scale troop movement couldn't escape the vigilant Gurujintang. Yet despite detecting Ziliang's intentions, they didn't launch an attack, a clear sign they were on their last legs. Thus, while Hebei Qinjiaj Qingzhou Shi and Yuanjia Rongyao were locked in a stalemate with Bashu Xingzhan Sifang and Idong Tianxia, the Fufeng battlefield fell into an eerie peace. After moving his troops to the camps, Liu Xiao found himself with nothing to do and logged off. If anything came up, someone would him. He might as well watch a movie and laze around. By the way, let me check how many kills I have now. Even though there was a built-in assistant app on his phone, he habitually called out to his assistant. Your current kill count is 1007568, redeemable for an equivalent amount of currency, the assistant replied. So a little over 1 million. Liu Xiao was silent for a moment. Then he shot up from his seat. Does that mean I'm a millionaire? He muttered, trying to act nonchalant as he sank back into the sofa. Withdraw it all. Withdrawal complete. Also a reminder, the time-limited mission has been completed, the assistant prompted. Let me see. Liu Xiao opened the assistant and claimed the time-limited mission reward. Time-limited mission, 3 campaigns completed, reward, pending completion status. 3 major campaigns have occurred: the Qianxian campaign, the first Qinsong campaign, and the second Qinsong campaign. You topped the merit list twice. Reward 0 RMB and a tactics point card packed to 0 points, usable next season. Rating excellent. Claimed. Received 2 currency and 2 tactics points and used. With this additional 2 Liu Xiao's bank balance had surpassed the 1.5 million mark. What should he do with all this money? He stroked his chin thoughtfully. As your cumulative kill count exceeds 1 million, the shop is now unlocked. The assistant's cold mechanical voice interrupted his thoughts. Shop, eh? Liu Xiao repeated curiously. Yes. Allow me to display it for you. As the assistant spoke, a virtual screen materialized before Liu Xiao. The interface was simple, reminiscent of a browser game's top-up screen, but with surprisingly few packages available. Liu Xiao browsed with interest. What does hire NPC for assisted combat mean? He pointed to a novel feature. You can hire an intelligent system to play the game similar to power leveling, but more advanced. It calculates all the most efficient development paths based on data, including opening new territories and combat. The cost is 1100 kill points per hour. So it's basically a super power leveler. Liu Xiao exclaimed in realization. And what about virtual players? He pointed to another option. By spending a certain amount of kill points, you can hire virtual players to fight for you. The strength of their teams depends on the kill points invested. There are 3 tiers. The first tier provides 3 top-tier teams T1 or above for 300 kill points per person per day. The second tier provides 1 top-tier team T0, 5, and 2 T1 or above teams for 500 kill points per person per day. The third tier provides 1 top-tier team T0, 1 T0, 5 team, and 1 T1 team for 100 kill points per person per day. Each tier has a maximum of 10 people. Please note this service can only be activated at the start of a season. Once the number of hires is set, it cannot be increased, only decreased. Holy crap, isn't this just a gaming studio? Liu Xiao was stunned. Strictly speaking, no. These virtual players are advanced intelligences implanted in the assistant. They possess their own thoughts and emotions, but exist only in the digital realm. At the start of the season, the assistant will guide these virtual players to join your faction. They cannot betray you. I feel like you're trying to trick me, Liu Xiao said suspiciously. Based on my analysis of you, I believe you suspect I am after your wallet. I hereby declare that all transactions are open, transparent, and voluntary. Your spending does not generate any profit for me. Nonsense. Do I look like someone who only cares about money? Liu Xiao retorted, a little embarrassed. Based on my analysis of you. Stop right there. What's this discounted mount purchase thing? Liu Xiao waved his hand. It allows you to purchase high-value mounts at a discounted price, the assistant replied. Whoa, I want to buy a Lamborghini. Liu Xiao eagerly tapped on it, only to be instantly disappointed. A Fergana horse. 500 kill points. Red hair, 500 kill points. Imperial Chariot 6-horse team, 300 kill points. What the hell is all this? Liu Xiao was dumbfounded. You selected mounts. There's also a vehicles section, the assistant reminded him. Oh, that makes more sense. I guess I really should buy a car. but riding a horse would be pretty cool too. Drip, 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 lala. Who's calling me? Lu Xiao, hesitating over which car to buy, glanced at his phone instinctively. Mom, what's up? Lu Xiao asked. Are you busy lately? His mother inquired from the other end. Not really, why? A warmth spread through Lu Xiao's heart. I've arranged a blind date for you. Lu Xiao was taken aback. Isn't it too early, Mom? I'm only 20. Don't worry, she might not even be interested in you. Just treat it like a meal with a friend. I've sent you her WeChat. Meet her at the amusement park tomorrow before 9. The amusement park? Wait, what do you mean she might not be interested? I might not be interested in her either. Lu Xiao grumbled in displeasure. The matchmaker said her family has tens of millions in assets. Who knows how the matchmaker talked her into agreeing to meet a poor, ambitionless kid like you? Lu Xiao's mother sighed helplessly. Fine, I'll meet her. Gotta go, Lu Xiao said curtly. Don't forget to add her on WeChat. Gotta, don't worry about it, Grandma. But, sigh, this is messing with my gaming time. Lu Xiao showed no interest, opened WeChat, and sent a friend request. The profile picture is really pretty, looks almost fake. It was just a silhouette of a woman with flowing hair sitting sideways on a windowsill, radiating an ethereal charm. Dismissing other thoughts, he logged into the game. Another day passed. Last night, he had quickly added her on WeChat, but they exchanged only a few polite words. Cloud dance. Let's meet here, location at 9. See you tomorrow. Smile. Lu Xiao, alright. Hands together. Glancing at the late hour, he routinely cleared his stamina, then moved his troops to the front lines. Though no major conflict had erupted yesterday, the unbreachable fortress remained a thorn in the heart of the loyal Iron Cavalry. It had to be removed as soon as possible. A new limited-time mission has been activated. The assistant's voice rang out. Let me see. This limited-time mission refreshed surprisingly quickly. Limited-time mission. Breach the fortress defenses within 24 hours. The mission is considered complete once the main city of Braveheart is captured. Mission rewards. RMB 300 Premium General Purchase Card Purchase 3 Specified Generals for 100 Title White Common Swift Gale Equip to increase all troop speed by 5 and non-stackable. Stunning rewards. Lu Xiao's face remained impassive, but a storm raged within him. This time the assistant had also introduced a new rewarded title. Even a white title was impressive. What about higher tier ones? The mere thought was thrilling. But the difficulty was equally daunting. First, the fortress had consolidated its forces, greatly increasing its strength. Braveheart's main city was still under a truce. After the fortress truce ended, Shiliang would only have one chance to attack. A sneak attack was utterly impossible. Once Braveheart's truce ended, at least 100 elite squads would be stationed there. With the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams formation, reinforcements from the main Bashu alliance, and the defenders' ability to counter incoming enemies, launching a blitzkrieg like before was nearly impossible. The fortress held the advantages of both timing and terrain, while loyalty and Iron Cavalry only had numbers, an advantage diminished by the enemy's elite fighters. The effectiveness of their own elites was also greatly weakened by the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams formation. Both sides' resources were nearly depleted. Only an external stimulus might enable a decisive victory. No matter what, I must claim this reward. If strategy fails, well, launch a full frontal assault and take it in one fell swoop. Lu Xiao's gaze hardened. It was 5 minutes past 8. A mail enough to shock and frenzy every member was sent by Lu Xiao. Mail leader 8-foot man, I've noticed your recent activity isn't great, so I'm laying down a heavy dose. Attention, all brothers. Mobilize to the front lines by noon. We must capture Braveheart today. All participants will receive a big monthly card 30 as a reward. Those with a cumulative battle contribution of 100 will receive a 128 reward. The one who lands the final blow on the city will receive a 648 reward. Top 3 in battle contribution get 648, 4th to 10th get 328, and 11th to 30th get 198. Capture Braveheart, and he'll send 10 648 red packets in the group. This event includes all members of Loyalty and Iron Cavalry. Non-participants will be expelled, including from Iron Cavalry. Outstanding contributors from Iron Cavalry will be promoted to the main alliance. This mail was sent simultaneously to the Loyalty Alliance Mail, Shiliang Management Group, and Shiliang Main Group. Instantly, like a boulder crashing into a river, it stirred up a massive wave. Group chat: Heaven's third brother. Damn, the boss has gone mad. Cold Wind: holy crap, does he think money is nothing? Wind and Rain: my god, how rich is 8-foot? This is a 3000400 investment. Orange: plenty, I'm on my knees. Heaven's leader: my dorm supervisor asked why I'm kneeling while gaming. Heaven's second master: don't even, I just dropped my phone from shock. Look down on all, damn, I must have been brain dead to have a friendly match with someone like 8-foot. Ishu, this gets my blood boiling. A lung, damn, 8-foot, are you insane? Well, since your Loyalty big shots are giving out perks, it'll chip in 10 648s for red packets too. Light dance cloud flying 8 foot in a hurry. Some too. Send 10,648 red packets in the group once we capture Braveheart. Smile. Green pepper stir-fry damn, I regret not joining sooner. Regretless youth stunned. 8-foot man, I never touch money. 8-foot man, am not interested in money. 8-foot man, can you kids make me go bankrupt? 8-foot man, get moving now. Lu Xiao thought that even spending 1,000 was a huge profit considering the limited time mission rewarded 3,000. Besides, he earned more than 3,000 from a single battle. This expense was just a drop in the bucket. Only I stand alone, damn too arrogant. Let's do it, brothers. Everyone 8-foot is throwing money. Everyone join me and drain him dry. World Loyalty, First Heaven's third brothers of Bashu, on behalf of all Shiliang players, thank you. Loyalty, First Heaven's second master brothers of Bashu, on behalf of all Shiliang players, thank you. Shiliang Iron Cavalry leader, look down on all brothers of Bashu, on behalf of all Shiliang players, thank you. Bashu, conquer the world, Big Brother Mountain, what's going on? Confused. Fortress leader Luffy, no idea what's happening. Loyalty, First Wind and Rain, we want return until this city falls. Brothers of Shiliang, charge. Cold Wind, we want return until this city falls. Brothers of Shiliang, charge. Big Brother Mountain. Luffy. Braveheart. Players from other states were utterly baffled, unaware of what had come over Shiliang. Only when war erupted did Bashu players discover the Shiliang players were like madmen, even charging with units of mere 4,000 troops, completely overwhelming them. It wasn't until later seasons, when some Bashu players joined Loyalty, that they learned why the Shiliang players had been so frenzied back then. But that's a story for another time. Alliance leader Luffy, brothers, Shiliang has gone mad. Everyone mobilized the front line immediately. Deputy Alliance leader Braveheart, I think I saw people from Zhongyi showing off on the forum. Commander He Yixing Xiao Mo showing off what? Braveheart, I shared it in the group. Take a look. I feel like selling myself. Luffy, confused face. He Yixing Xiao Mo, damn, is he insane? Spending so much money on anything else would be better. Luffy, these people have more money than sense. Their words reeked of bitter envy. Tian Xiao Wuze, damn, is this the world of the rich? He Chu Wujiji, and I thought money wasn't important. How wealthy must a man be to throw away tens of thousands like that? Luffy, everyone perk up. They think we're pushovers. Let's show them what we're made of and prove that money can't buy everything. Braveheart, dejected, it's only been half an hour and so many have come. I think we're done for today. Sorry, but money really can buy everything. Lu Xiao sneered as he looked at the nearly 300 troops gathered at the main city of Weiwuduxiu. This was his power of influence. In just 40 minutes, so many troops had assembled. My great Shiliang truly was formidable. Lost in fantasies of capturing the impregnable main city, Lu Xiao glanced at the time. 8:52. Feels like I forgot something. Lu Xiao broke out in a cold sweat for no reason. Wasn't I supposed to go on a blind date? Holy crap. I'm going to be late. Lu Xiao hurriedly put on his shoes, tidied his clothes, and rushed out the door in his shorts. He ran into his landlady, Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang usually had little to do, mostly playing mahjong, occasionally golf, as Lu Xiao had seen. Sometimes she carried a bag with AV logo to buy groceries, exuding an approachable air of wealth. She was a good person, never minding if his rent was delayed by 10 or 20 days. Where are you off to in such a rush? She patted the dust off her designer bag. Lu Xiao caught a glimpse of green leaves peeking out from the bulging bag. Just back from grocery shopping, Sister Zhang, he said, his mouth twitching. I'm going on a blind date. Sister Zhang was stunned, looking him up and down. I thought you were off to haul bricks at a construction site. White t-shirt, floral shorts, those awkward sneakers. All you need is a hard hat. And you didn't even shave? Though I must say you do look more mature. Well, if you weren't dressed so casually. I suggest you go home and freshen up. Dressed like that, the girl might throw hot water on you. She paused with an just looking out for you expression. There's no time. We agreed on 9 o'clock. Lu Xiao said awkwardly, subconsciously touching his floral shorts with one hand and scratching his head with the other. Well, young people have no sense of punctuality. Tell you what, take my car. It's that one downstairs with the horse emblem. While you're at it, get it serviced at the 4S shop. Send me the bill on WeChat, and I'll transfer the money. Aunt Zhang thought for a moment, then said. Lu Xiao took the keys she offered without hesitation. Okay, thanks, sis. No problem. Hurry up. Being a few minutes late shouldn't matter. She put the other keys away. When she looked back, she could only hear the sound of hurried footsteps descending the stairs. Lu Xiao was already gone. He's a decent young man, just a bit restless. The landlady shook her head with a smile and headed back to her own building, bag in hand. Let me think, I think there's still one building I haven't rented out. She muttered as she walked away. This car. Is it a Ferrari? Lu Xiao's mouth twitched as he looked at the fiery red streamlined sports car. He sighed. He opened the door, fastened his seatbelt, and floored the accelerator. Sister Zhang really treats money like dirt. Her level of enlightenment is far beyond mine. The Nanxing amusement park, though called a park, didn't have many facilities. Because of this, it wasn't crowded and tickets were cheap. It had been around for 20 or 30 years, and it was said to have originally been a large theater. Later, due to poor business, it was converted into an amusement park. Though not very popular, it was enough to sustain itself and held a childhood memory for many residents of J-City. At the entrance, a young woman in a white t-shirt and jeans seemed to be waiting for someone. With her sunglasses and sun hat, her face was hidden, but her figure alone suggested she was a great beauty. She glanced at her phone occasionally, sometimes holding it horizontally, as if playing a game. Ring, ring. The woman paused, then bit her red lips and answered the call. Sorry I'm late, miss. Where are you? Lu Xiao's apologetic voice came through the phone. I'm wearing a white t-shirt and a black sun hat. I'm waiting for you at the amusement park in trance. Her voice was melodious and crisp with a hint of laziness. Great, I'll be right there. Lu Xiao parked the car and jogged over. Damn, dressed so casually, this is going to be awkward. He ran, torn with indecision. Her voice is nice, but she sounds a bit cold. I wonder if she's like that in person. Lu Xiao thought to himself. After a few steps, he saw a graceful young woman standing under the sign of the Nanxing amusement park in the distance. Lu Xiao gritted his teeth, mustered his courage, and walked over. Though his pace slowed, he eventually approached until he stood beside the girl who was sizing him up. Hello. Unable to find a suitable form of address, Lu Xiao could only utter these two words. Hearing this, the girl curled her lips and took off her sunglasses, smiling brightly at him. Revealing her true face, she looked somewhat cold and beautiful, not like someone in her early 20s. Her eyes were lively yet deep. Her delicate features seemed to have stepped out of a two-dimensional world, her skin fairer than snow. Though her hair was short, it added to her aura, giving her an exceptionally heroic appearance. In contrast, Lu Xiao was utterly unremarkable. His Adidas sneakers and unbranded white t-shirt were relatively normal, but paired with the deep-printed floral shorts featuring a strange manga girl, he looked incongruous. Hello there, Alliance leader of the 8-Foot Alliance. The girl's cool voice carried a teasing tone as she broke into a wide smile, shattering her previous coldness, as happy as a little girl who had just gotten a toy. Huh. Lu Xiao was taken aback. Damn, had he run into an Alliance member? He thought about the girls in the Alliance. Could it be her? An idea finally solidified in Lu Xiao's mind. A Qing Wu Yun Fei Yong, he asked hesitantly. The girl couldn't help but laugh. Her blooming smile held a hint of charm and allure in her big eyes. Her small mouth curved upward, and her slightly parted cherry lips revealed a glimpse of white teeth. She was clearly delighted. The inadvertent charm she exuded left Lu Xiao mesmerized. Yes, I didn't expect you to guess it. Meanwhile, within the game, nearly 300 players from Loyalty First and the Shiliang Iron Cavalry had mobilized their main forces and were gradually advancing to the front line. Gathering at the main city of Weiwu Duxiu under the banner of loyalty, the troops marched here to restore their morale. The members of Gu Rua Jin Tang, gritting their teeth, stationed themselves on the main city of Braveheart. In contrast to the nearly 200 squads that had already arrived from Loyalty and the Iron Cavalry, Braveheart's main city had only a few dozen main forces, a vast disparity in strength. Fortunately, there were still nearly 3 hours for redeployment. However, even with ample time, Gu Rua Jin Tang's squads would not reach 200, placing them at a severe disadvantage in the battle. The tense and poised Shiliang main forces within the game remained unaware that their alliance leader was joyfully playing at the amusement park. How are you? You don't look so good. Yin Qingwu turned her head, observing the young man who seemed terrified, his legs even trembling slightly. It's nothing. I'm just not used to such thrills. Lu Xiao paused to catch his breath. On the roller coaster moments ago, he felt as if his soul was about to leave his body, only now had his racing heartbeat begun to calm. He instinctively glanced at the coaster, which like a bullet soared high to its peak before plunging down like a diver, followed by the unrestrained screams of young men and women, some panicked, some excited, and even some foolish shouts. Recalling how he had trembled on that very ride minutes ago, Lu Xiao admitted he loathed situations beyond his control, which left him feeling utterly insecure. Humph. He thought he heard a light scoff from the girl. Turning his head, he saw her staring intently into the void. Was it his imagination? Lu Xiao was puzzled. Let's go try that one, Yin Qingwu said softly, pointing. Following her gesture, he saw a glass bridge not far away. It was said this bridge had only recently been built. The amusement park's management certainly seemed keen on keeping up with the times. Rumors had it that the park was raising funds to upgrade existing rides and construct new ones, though they were still short of capital. Lu Xiao pondered a new idea forming in his mind. But that was for later. For now, he would simply risk his life to accompany the beauty. Let's go. Pretending to be at ease, Lu Xiao adopted a carefree demeanor and strode toward the glass bridge. Yun Qingwu blinked, her expression one of disbelief. In the end, she followed him subconsciously, a slight curve forming on her lips. 2 hours later. The two sat on a bench, enjoying a rare moment of tranquility. Looking at the quiet girl beside him demurely sipping her milk tea, Lu Xiao could hardly believe that this seemingly gentle soul had startled him on the glass bridge, only to laugh like an innocent little girl afterward. "Why are you staring at me?" Yun Qingwu took a sip, tilted her head toward Lu Xiao, and asked in confusion. "Because you're beautiful," he replied without thinking. The girl said nothing, but her mood seemed to brighten. After a while she stood up, and a gentle breeze carried an indescribably pleasant scent to Lu Xiao. It was akin to a floral fragrance refreshing the heart. "Let's go. Thank you for accompanying me on these rides. Let's find a place to eat, my treat." Yun Qingwu finished the milk tea Lu Xiao had bought for her. Though she rarely drank outside beverages, she found herself unable to refuse when he offered it. She hadn't been this happy in years. She glanced at the boy beside her. Though younger than herself, he was unexpectedly considerate of others' feelings. "Sure." Lu Xiao stood up instinctively. After dinner it was already midnight. Looking at the girl in the passenger seat, he asked, "Want to go to a coffee shop?" The girl ignored him, instead examining Aunt Jean's Ferrari. "Is this your car?" she asked. Without hesitation, Lu Xiao replied, "No, my landlady lent it to me, probably to help me save face." "You're quite honest," Yun Qingwu said with a smile, complimenting him. "How could you tell?" Lu Xiao asked casually, preparing to pull over. "Because you dress too casually. Honestly, I was really upset at first. I felt slighted." The girl recalled the glaring shorts Lu Xiao wore when they met, and the more she thought about it, the angrier she grew. Combined with the feminine trinkets in the car, the assorted perfumes, and even supermarket coupons she spotted, it didn't seem like a guy's car. She thought about how she had put on light makeup for this meeting. Though her outfit seemed simple, she had aimed for a youthful look. After all, she was a mature 25-year-old woman, and from the group chat she had gathered that Lu Xiao was likely young. So she had put some thought into her appearance without really examining why she had gone against her usual habits. The whole affair was a mix of coincidence and mishap. Yun Qingwu was originally supposed to meet a wealthy young man for a blind date, but the negligent matchmaker had set up the wrong pairing. By the time the mistake was discovered, Yun Qingwu, having added Bachi on WeChat, had already changed her mind. No one expected someone to show up for a blind date in floral shorts. "Sorry, I lost track of time while gaming and didn't have a chance to change into something formal." Lu Xiao apologized, somewhat embarrassed. "It's nothing." Seeing his flustered state, the girl's heart softened, and she turned away. "Let's skip the coffee shop. Let's go to the botanical garden instead. The scenery is nice there." Her cool voice reached Lu Xiao's ears. "Sure." Lu Xiao abandoned the idea of pulling over, gently accelerated, and drove toward the botanical garden based on memory. A similar experience unfolded. The two sat on a park bench, exchanged a few words, then, as if by mutual agreement, opened Three Kingdoms and entered the game. It was now 1210. 10 minutes earlier. Male Logic Ghost, our leader, is on a blind date, so we'll be commanding and tallying battle merits this time. Rewards will be distributed after the battle. All main forces with full morale attack Braveheart. Contact the city at 120130. Repeat. Contact the city at 120130. Don't give them a chance to garrison and counter our formation. Alliance Tyant's third brother for the generous rewards for promotion, and Glory Brothers charge. Tyant's second master. That line sounds familiar. Tyant's chief sounds like the voice lines of Yen Liang and Wen Shou from the board game Three Kingdoms Kill. Not sure. A bag of rice has how many floors? A bag of rice to carry the second floor. A bag of rice has many categories. A bag of rice has many burdens. Mud in the mouth. Who gave you a bag of rice? Spicy Tian's son. Cold wind. Tyant's third brother. Feel the pain, contemplate the pain. Accept the pain. Understand the pain. Now let the world know pain. Almighty push. Cold wind. Tyant's second master. I, Tyant's second master, am willing to go through fire and water for Lord Bachi for generations. Tyant's chief. I, Tyant's chief, am willing to smoke, drink, and get a perm for Lord Bachi. Wei Wu Dushio Balala energy. Wu Hu La He dark magic transformation. Chengduodwa. Tyant's third brother. Take the old alliance leader out and execute him. Not Xiao Heya. Battle report phone. Liu Li gone mad. All of you have gone mad. Tyant's third brother. Let me go. I don't want to take medicine. Brothers follow me. Yingzheng Kill Ah. Wei Wu Dushio Wa. United brothers sharp as a blade. Ollie give. Cold wind battle report. Be careful. It's the world spear. Tyant's chief. Mere scoundrels, killing you is as easy as turning my hand. Tyant's chief battle report. Brothers, sorry, I messed up. Tyant's third brother. Hitue. Bachi Nanaer. Yo, brothers are working hard. Bachi Nanaer battle report. Qin Wu Yun Feiyong battle report. The Shiliang forces driven to madness, charged with their elite troops. Within just 5 minutes from 12 o'clock, nearly 100 impregnable main forces were routed, leaving over 70 squads to enter the phase of dismantling durability. As the 5-minute mark approached, Braveheart was on the verge of falling. Yet Impregnable was powerless to mount a rescue. Once the main city fell, the rear camps would be exposed to the gaze of Shiliang players. Thus, the collapse of the defensive line was merely a matter of time. However, the two sub-alliances of Bashu had fought to this extent, achieving their goal of delay. They had been locked in a stalemate at Fufeng Commandery for nearly 4 days, not forgetting that their average combat power was low and their numbers were few. Unable to withstand the first wave, Braveheart fell into a state of subjugation. With the game concluded, Liu Xiao and Yun Qingwu exchanged contact information and departed early. Reflecting on the day's events, it was indeed a coincidence. Rather than a blind date, it felt more like a morning outing. Jingchu, the last hope of the Oath of the Peach Garden Gong'an Port. After repeated fierce attacks from Jiangdong and Shandong, Jingchu players retreated step by step. Finally, the few dozen players who had not yet been subjugated withdrew to the vicinity of Gong'an Port. Gong'an Port was the most crucial pass connecting Jingchu to Nan Commandery in Jianghan. Should it be lost, Jingchu would lose any possibility of counterattacking into the resource prefectures. From the start of the war, an alliance of 140 to 150 members had seen many subjugated and not a few defectors. Now the alliance had only half its former strength. Those still capable of fighting were even fewer, barely 40 to 50. As the chief culprits who had reduced the Oath of the Peach Garden to such a pitiful state, Shandong's Hongchen Yiming and Jiangdong's Buolili, seeing their opponents reduced to mere survival, began to split their forces. Shandong's Hongchen Yiming and its sub-alliance rushed to Shanglua, preparing to seize the pass. Between the two major resource prefectures of Guangzhou and Jianghan, there were two passes. One was Shanglua, connecting Jingzhou Commandery, the most important commandery in Guangzhou, with Xiangyang Commandery in Jianghan. It was deemed the most important because Jingzhou Commandery housed one of the two level 9 cities, Chang'an, while Xiangyang Commandery also boasted the level 9 city of Shenyang. Capturing Shanglua would allow the Jiangdong-Shandong coalition to either advance and take Chang'an or retreat and hold the line using the durability of the level 8 city of Shanglua. Thus, its strategic significance was extraordinary. The second pass was Xiqing, connecting Hanzhong Commandery in Guangzhou, with Shangyong Commandery in Jianghan serving as a secondary option for attacking Guangzhou and Jianghan. Capturing Shanglua could be considered a lead, and taking Xiqing as well would essentially secure an invincible position. Thus, the Jiangdong-Shandong coalition aimed for exactly this. These two prefectures had quite the appetite. Shandong went to Shanglua while Jiangdong headed for Xiqing. Once these two passes were taken, the coalition could prepare to enter the capital prefecture of Sili. To completely eliminate future troubles, Jiangdong planned to attack Gong'an Port and the capital of Jingchu simultaneously from both Jianghan and Jingchu, aiming to swiftly subdue the Oath of the Peach Garden. After discussion, the Oath of the Peach Garden concentrated its limited forces at Gong'an Port. Compared to the capital, Gong'an Port was far more important. At 2 in the afternoon, the main force of Jiangdong's Buolili gathered at Gong'an Port launched their assault. To maximize the use of the city's defending garrison, the troops of the Oath of the Peach Garden merely stood atop the city walls. Thus, Buolili's main force first engaged the NPC defenders. A squad of 4500 defenders wore down several dozen of Jiangdong's main forces. Subsequently, Buolili's commander sent an email directing the main force to cover the siege engines. They completely disregarded the remaining main force of the Oath of the Peach Garden, only to suffer a great loss. Male Commander Yua Tongpao, brothers, we have all fought to the point of exhaustion. Now the Jiangdong bandits leave us no path to survival. Only by fighting to the death can we defend the dignity of us Jingchu players. We must make Gong'an Port a nightmare for Jiangdong. Everyone follow my mail instructions. Male Commander Sun Shi Inglia, the enemy has about 50 main squads stationed atop the city walls. Therefore, the first wave of main force will touch the city at 203. Note the time of touching the city. The first wave of siege engines from the Sun Jian and Zhouyu regiments will touch the city at 203 and 5 seconds. Main forces, time yourselves well. Ensure the siege engines are covered. With a rustle, Jiangdong's Buolili launched their first assault. Most of the main force excellently accomplished the task of covering the siege engines, successfully timing their arrival to delay the engines and provide protection. Male Yua Tongpao, brothers, it's time to test your hand speed. At 3 minutes and 3 seconds, choose to return to the city. Return to Gong'an Port. Do not click to garrison. 5 seconds after returning, immediately exit again. Do not garrison. We will first strike their siege engines. Alliance Yua Tongpao, Oath of the Peach Garden through life and death. Leader Changshan, Zhao Zilong, Oath of the Peach Garden through life and death. Deputy Leader Gaoshan, Liu Shui, Oath of the Peach Garden through life and death. Sasuke, Oath of the Peach Garden through life and death. Damn it. Sun Shi Ingli's face darkened. Careless. Watching his own siege engines return in defeat, Sun Shi Ingli's expression soured. In this first contest of command, he had been completely outmatched. Male Sun Shi Inglia, main force withdraw. Temporarily halt at the first row. Main force of Sun Ces Regiment, and De Chao's regiment will touch the city at 5 minutes. Ensure precise timing with a margin of error within 1.5 seconds up or down. Sun Quan's regiment's siege engines will touch the city at 5 minutes and 2 seconds. Watch the mail carefully. Sun Ces regiment and De Chao's regiment siege engines will touch the city at 5 minutes and 20 seconds. Sun Jian's regiment and Zhou Yes regiment main force will touch the city at 5 minutes and 19 seconds. Protect your teammates' siege engines. The remaining units stand by. Due to prearranged positions, both siege engines and main force departed from the same location, making the timing of city contact relatively easy to manage. Let's see how you take advantage this time. Sun Shi Inglai slammed the table fiercely, his eyes fixed on the phone screen. Mail Yue Tongpao, the enemy's main force and siege engines are tightly timed. The first group of main force will return to the city at 10 minutes and 1 second. Let them strike the first wave. The second, third, fourth, and fifth groups will garrison at 10 minutes. Subsequently, those heavily injured should watch carefully. Once recovered, deploy again. Those not heavily injured, but with over half casualties, go to the camp and use coins to recruit troops for 10 minutes. Those still combat capable remain stationed atop the city walls. Mail Yue Tongpao, everyone give it your all. In the second assault, Jiangdong gained the upper hand with their numerical advantage. The few remaining main forces of the Peach Garden suffered further heavy losses. Mail Sun Shi Inglai, that's enough. The remaining main force will touch the city at 20 minutes and 5 seconds, siege engines at 20 minutes and 7 seconds. Take it down as soon as possible. At 232, despite the fierce resistance of Jingchu players, the disparity in strength was too great, and Gong'an Port regrettably fell. At 7:40 p.m., Magical Girl captured the capital of Jingchu, and Jingchu was annihilated. At 8:00 p.m. sharp, Mail Changshan Zhao Zilong, all brothers still in the alliance, should leave the alliance. You may choose to go to Jiangdong or Shandong. During the period of leaving, the enemy will not actively subjugate you. Brothers, avoid accidentally engaging the enemy's troops to prevent unnecessary trouble. Brothers who still wish to resist should also leave the alliance for now. They will focus their attention on stubborn elements, so it is better to remain independent for the time being and plan for the future. Now a captive, the leader of the Oath of the Peach Garden, helplessly sent out his final mail. The next day, the Shiliang Iron Cavalry completely cleared the fortress' impregnable defense line. For the time being, Bashu was powerless to resist Ziliang's invasion of Hanzhong Commandery. Meanwhile, in Jingchu, the Peach Garden Oath was formally dissolved. Except for a dozen or so diehard loyalists who continued to curse incessantly in the world chat, the majority joined Jiangdong and Shandong. Hebei and Bashu also ceased hostilities on the front lines. At the two major passes of Shanglua and Xiqing, coalition forces from Shandong and Jiangdong were amassing, and Bashu sensed trouble brewing. As representatives of Hebei, the management of the Qingyi Pavilion initially gloated, but then discovered that Hongqin Yimeng was deploying troops at Beima, signaling a major offensive against Hebei's home province. Their expressions immediately soured. Although Hebei and Bashu had suffered severe losses, and their members' development had been stunted after days of fierce combat, they were still the first and second alliances. The actions of Jiangdong and Shandong forced both sides to tacitly cease fire and turn their attention to the Zhanghan region. At this point, Jiangdong and Shandong had grown significantly in strength. Jiangdong's membership surged to 200, ranking third on the alliance leaderboard. Aside from the top two, which remained unchanged, Yitong Tianxia, which had not captured a city in a long time, had fallen to 7th place. The fourth was Zhongyi Dongxian 5th, Hongchun Yimeng 6th, Magical Girl 7th, Fortress Impregnable 8th, Shiliang Iron Cavalry, and 10th Hebei Qingzhou Society. It was not difficult to see that despite Ziliang's rapid development, it still could not shake the positions of Hebei and Bashu. The situation now resembled a tripartite stalemate. The coalition of Shandong and Jiangdong was undoubtedly first, followed by Bashu, and then Hebei. The gap between Hebei and Bashu was minimal. Outside this triad stood Shiliang. Although relatively the weakest, Ziliang's position was favorable in the short term. Hebei was its ally, and Bashu had been driven back to Hanzhong Commandery. Thus, before the battles at Shanglua and Xiqing erupted, Shiliang still had precious time for development. All members develop. Capture Huili at 9 p.m. Each person brings 2 siege engines and 1 main force. Red envelopes are being distributed in the group chat. I will also create a secondary account to add brothers who meet the battle merit requirements and send private rewards. Please be patient, it takes time. Assistant, are the statistics ready? Lu Xiao asked. If he had to distribute the red envelopes himself, it would be exhausting, so he had already arranged for the assistant to handle the statistics and distribution. In this battle, 325 members of the Shiliang Alliance participated, accounting for 95 of the total. Payment required 9750 RMB. A total of 75 members accumulated over 100 battle merits, requiring 9600 RMB. The player Bushio secured the final blow on the city, requiring 648 renminbi. The top 3 in battle merits are Bakananer. Exclude me and Qingwu from the top 3, Lu Xiao quickly interrupted. The revised top 3 are Buxiaxia Wuzishuoi and Fengli Yuli. Ranks 4 to 10 are Hanfeng Chengduoduo Shuihengxi Tian Xingwakai, Xiaobawang Tians Shonao, and Bushio. Ranks 11 to 30. Total payment required 8856 RMB. Red envelopes in the group require 6480 RMB. Total payment required 25584 RMB. These are the statistics from Zhongyi. Shiliang Iron Cavalry needs to pay 17956 RMB. Confirm payment. The assistant confirmed mechanically. Yes. Lu Xiao calculated. It was only a little over 40,000. He had earned 13000 to 14000 kill points from this battle alone. A small sum. Payment successful. An additional handling fee of 500 kill points has been deducted. Virtual account rewards are now being distributed to members' accounts. Wait, why is there a handling fee? You Blackheart merchant. In the Shiliang main group, an ID with the nickname Bakananer Big Butler quietly appeared in the chat and was appointed as a manager. Bakananer Big Butler requests to add you as a friend. Remark rewards for final blow on city participation in siege reaching 1-0 battle merits and ranking 10th in the siege leaderboard. Chen Axiu rubbed her hands together, her face flushed with excitement. After successfully adding the friend before she could react, the Big Butler had already transferred the rewards to her account. QQ's transfer function required no confirmation from the recipient. Once confirmed, the money would be directly deposited into the other party's account. The Big Butler transferred 1134 yuan to you. Bushio, I kneel before the big boss. The other party has blocked you. Bushio. Chun Axiu stared blankly at the message, which had turned into a red exclamation mark. She instinctively checked her wallet balance and found it was 1134. 1 yuan, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Who transferred you that money? Chen Axiu turned her head mechanically. Her dear mother stood with a stern face, hands on her hips, questioning. Mom, let me explain. Don't think just because you're older I won't hit you. Tell me, have you done something to compromise your integrity? Walk. Not only Bushio but other members also received rewards. Watching their wallet balances grow, everyone felt as if they were dreaming. This is the first time I've made money from playing a game. Wei Wudushio was curious. Just how wealthy was this person, spending tens of thousands without batting an eye? And this mysterious Big Butler, who had activated all QQ privileges, even had a 5-digit QQ number. Truly enigmatic. I say, assistant, what's this? On the other side, Lu Xiao also noticed the new Big Butler in the group, which was naturally the assistant's alternate account. The dazzling annual VIP and rows of various membership badges left him utterly bewildered. This is to match your lofty and grand image, the assistant said, for once speaking against its conscience. Indeed, it does make sense, the shameless man mused, finding the logic sound. Rewards have been distributed to 83 of recipients. The remaining portion will be sent after adding friends before 9 p.m. tonight. Now I will begin distributing the group red envelopes. The administrator has enabled full group mute. Group chat, Bakananer Big Butler, congratulations on getting rich. Before they could recover, everyone eagerly joined in the delightful red envelope grabbing. The two alliances sent out a total of 20 red envelopes. On average, each person received at least 50 yuan. Some with good luck even got 100 or 200, lifting their spirits as if it were New Year. This was not the end. After Lu Xiao distributed his, another 10 red envelopes of 648 yuan each were sent by Qingwu Yunfiang, another fully upgraded big spender in the alliance. Almost simultaneously, A Lung also sent 10 of 648 yuan. Some excited players screenshotted this and posted it on the forums to show off, though they considerately blurred the IDs covering the big spenders' names with the word luxury. Despite the blurring, other alliances in the 1,500 server still guessed where these 3 big spenders came from, as Lu Xiao's earlier mail had not been censored. Players from other states and servers were all envious, and the comments below the forum post were dripping with sourness. The administrator has disabled full group mute. Alright, there will be many more such events in the future. Everyone should actively participate. Also, feel free to top up the card packs to improve yourselves. A strong team can achieve twice the results with half the effort. The reason Lu Xiao was willing to spend money was to boost the strength of the alliance members, especially active players who were held back by a lack of investment. His goal was to shorten the time it took for their teams to mature. Of course, it was all their freedom. Lu Xiao did not care where these red envelope rewards were used. For him, it was a trivial sum. After all, those with weak teams who only wanted to freeload on red envelopes would eventually be eliminated. Whether they aimed for long-term benefits or short-term gains depended entirely on their foresight. After distributing the rewards, ignoring the chorus of thank you big shots in the group chat, Lu Xiao logged into the game, intending to capture some high-level territories to stockpile resources for the day. At present, most players had already advanced to opening level 6 territories, with many frequently on level 7. Of course, only a minority could capture level 8 territories with minimal losses. This time, Lu Xiao planned to capture several level 9 and level 10 territories. Among the many top-tier teams, the Peach Garden team was actually quite suitable for pioneering. Now at level 48, the Peach Garden team was nearly maxed out enough to solo level 9 territories. To verify his hypothesis, Lu Xiao scouted a level 9 territory near his main city and immediately sent the Peach Garden team to attack it. Then he proceeded to scout a level 10 territory. Although the second team, the Wei Cavalry with FA tactics, had slightly weaker combat power with Chengyu, a powerhouse who occasionally delivered explosive damage, it often brought unexpected surprises. Additionally, with Eugene's 100 active skill activation rate, ensuring stable output, the Wei Cavalry's offensive capabilities were exceptionally outstanding. The third team was the popular Governor's Army. Honestly, in the first season, the Governor's Army's strength was only around T2, and it wasn't until the second season that it truly began to shine. The core of the Governor's Army was Lu Sun. Lu Ming and Zhou Yu were both there to serve the activation of his tactics. Zhou Yu, equipped with Soul Snatching, could not only trigger his own active skill Divine Fire plot with high probability, but also reduce the enemy's attributes, providing a better output environment for Lu Sun. He also carried Thunderclap to supplement the damage. Lu Sun, equipped with Wind, Aiding Fire, and Strategic Crossings, had one purpose: to burn. Lu Ming, serving as support, carried White Horse Volunteers and Heavenly Fire and Rain to assist in dealing damage. Under such boosts, Lu Sun's output often reached over 15000. The third team's tactics were already maxed out, and the fourth team, which had long been planned, was also placed on Lu Xiao's agenda. A peculiar Shu Spear force led by Zhao Yun as the commander. Originally, he intended to make them archers, but upon reflection, that overlapped with the Governor's Army. Moreover, he lacked a spear team to serve as a flagship, since the Peach Garden team was specifically a shield force, so he opted for spears. Maxing out the spear camp would also grant an armor-piercing effect. Consequently, the tactics had to be adjusted. Originally, Zhuge Liang, equipped with Soul Snatching, would have been excellent, but since it was allocated to Zhou Yu, he had to make do. Thus, in the end, Zhuge Liang carried Cup and Snake, Ghost Chariot, and Eloquence of the Scholars. Zhao Yun carried Sleeping on Brushwood and Tasting Gall and Unstoppable, and Huang Zhong carried Violent and Unbenevolent and 8 Gates Golden Lock Formation. Whether this bizarre lineup would bring Lu Xiao surprise or shock would soon be tested. Zhao Yun, due to early pioneering, was at a higher level of 40, while Zhuge Liang and Huang Zhong lagged behind at only level 35. During this rare period of respite, aside from pioneering to boost resource production, the most crucial task was to sweep and level up the teams. A great victory. The Peach Garden team easily captured a level 9 grain field with 500 casualties entering the occupation phase. A loss of 500 troops was acceptable to Lu Xiao, whose reserve troops had already reached 300. Opening the battle report, the first enemy team was as scouted, so his forces had the advantage. However, the second team turned out to be cavalry, and the casualties were mainly incurred there. The Wei Cavalry with FA tactics is also at level 44. One more level 9 capture, and ITLL hit 45. Why not give it a try? Thinking it, he acted. Lu Xiao directly deployed Cao Cao's team to attack a second level 9 territory, an iron mine. There was a limit of 10 high-level buildings outside the city. Lu Xiao had already built 4 mints and 4 tiger tents. The tiger tents provided a total of 500 additional reserve troop capacity for the main city. Once maxed out, they could supply 100 troops to the main city. Lu Xiao planned to use the remaining 2 building slots for tiger tents as well. In this way, with 6 maxed out tiger tents, the main city's reserve troop capacity would increase by 15000. Combined with the main city's base of 25000, it would reach a staggering 4000. Lu Xiao also considered that in the mid to late game, branch cities would start fielding main forces. Since the best tactics were already allocated to the main cities teams, the branch city teams needed to prioritize cost-effectiveness. Their purpose was to harass. If they could chip away 300 enemy troops, that meant 300 in revenue. Therefore, Lu Xiao estimated that in the mid to late game, he could rake in hundreds of thousands of resources from a single large battle. For the branch city teams, he planned to primarily use 4-star practical units: the minor Wu archers Han Dang, Su Shangjiang Qin, the minor Wei Shield Gua Huai, Chao Zhongwen Pin, and the Kun archers Yuan, Xiao, Zhu Jungong Sun Zan. As well as the strongest branch city team, the Kun cavalry Lu Bu Lu Lingqi Hua Tua. Lu Bu, equipped with the tactics 1 versus 1,000 and 100-man raid, was the main damage dealer. Lu Lingqi was responsible for control and supplementary damage, equipped with Ravage and Swift Swallow. Hua Tua with enemy shield and hold the fort served as support. Although this team wasn't exceptionally strong, it was fully decked out in red gear and could handle miscellaneous teams. For the main city's 5th team, he considered the Wu Archer force. After some thought, only the Wu Archers seemed viable for the main stage. That is the Gan Tai Chung combination. A great victory. The Wei cavalry with FA tactics under Liu Xiao's watch also accomplished the feat of soloing a level 9 territory with casualties even lower than the Peach Garden teams at just over 4,000. Luck is really on my side today. Opening the battle report, seeing that Cheng Yu had dealt nearly 2,000 damage, Liu Xiao sighed with emotion. This meant he could try for a level 10 territory. After scouting the nearest level 10 timberland, he recalled the Peach Garden team. After some thought, he attacked a nearby level 9 quarry. Then he sent the governor's army and Zhao Yun's team to continue sweeping and leveling up. Once the Peach Garden team once again successfully completed its occupation, Liu Xiao prepared to open a level 10 territory. Unlike level 9 territories, which had 2 teams of 3,600 defending troops, the defensive configuration of level 10 territories was quite luxurious. Not only did the main force number 45000, but there were also 3 teams, and the general lineups and tactics were significantly improved. The first team was cavalry. Liu Xiao thought for a moment, switched the Peach Garden team to spearmen, and then sent them into battle. Clang! After the sound of clashing blades, the Peach Garden team fought the defenders to a draw. 2 battle reports, meaning they only made it to the second team. Liu Xiao clicked to open them. The first cavalry team inflicted over 5,000 casualties. The second team was worse with 8,000 casualties in a draw, and the enemy still had over 2,000 troops remaining. It was a spear team. Fortunately, it wasn't a counter to his forces, or the Peach Garden team might have been wiped out. So he sent in the governor's army. He had initially hoped the governor's army could just take out the second team. Unexpectedly, after the White Horse volunteers marched to the destination, the occupation phase began in the next moment. They took out the third team too. Liu Xiao opened the battle report. After the governor's army defeated the remnants of the second team, with only 1,000 casualties, they actually won against the third shield team with casualties of just 7,000. Acceptable. The casualties for a level 10 territory are still too high. They'll focus on level 9 for now. Liu Xiao calculated that capturing a level 10 territory cost over 2,000 casualties, which was too much of a loss. Level 9 was better. 8-Foot Man has successfully occupied a level 10 territory. He shared the battle reports for capturing level 9 and level 10 territories in the Alliance channel so the others could have a reference. Liu Xiao's kindness greatly stirred everyone's hearts. Tiansu, Sandi Dam, you're already opening level 10. Tiansu Sandi, am still mainly opening level 7. Bachin and Air, the casualties are too high, it's not worth it. Tiansu Air, ye still impressive. If I tried ID, probably be wiped out completely. Bu Shio Air, brother 8-Foot, can my team handle a level 9? Bu Shio Air team share Lu Bu 100-man raid, hidden scheme Yuan Shao civil and military prowess, heavenly fire, and rain Huato, hold the fort, dodge the sharp edge. Bachin and Air, wow, not bad. This Kun Archer team is at least T2, but the levels are a bit low. If you're lucky, you might pull it off. Put Yuan Shao as the commander when you attack. Lu Bu might get one-shotted. Bu Shio Air, I also have a cleanup team, duh. Team share Liu Bei, enemy shield, keen judgment Zhang Fei, overawing foes breakthrough, and smash Wang Zhong, white eyebrows, unstoppable Ba Qi Nen, Air, thumbs up, that's enough. 2 teams should be no problem. Tiansu Sandi Dam, Liu Bei, and Zhang Fei. Sister Shioer, you're too amazing, right? Bu Shio Air, smile. I got Liu Bei for free, and Zhang Fei and Huang Zhong were kindly sponsored by Big Brother 8-Foot. Then I topped up 648. Cheng Duo, thumbs up, generous. Bu Shio Air, I feel like I can't keep up without topping up. Crying Ba Qi Nan, Air, pat on the head, Qing Wu Yun Fei Yang. If 8-Foot can sponsor you, so can I. Tiansu Air, Yi 666 Pi Ni 666 Fu Yu, Big Brother Qingwu, can you sponsor me? Shy. Qing Wu Yun Fei Yang, ugly refusal. Fu Yu, life is meaningless. Bu Shio Air, confused, no need. Brother 8-Foot even spent money to buy me a 6-pack earlier. Feng Liuli, what does that mean? After they understood, there was another round of wailing and howling. At this moment, Liu Xiao was calculating the Alliance's member cap. Now that a ceasefire was in effect, he could accelerate the pace of integration. If the active players of the Iron Cavalry joined the Alliance, the strength of loyalty and righteousness would undergo a qualitative leap. There were still about 30 vacant spots in the Alliance which had just become available. Players who had not participated in the previous battle and had not requested leave were mercilessly expelled by him. Coupled with the city bonuses, there were quite a few vacancies. This allowed him to organize the second batch of Iron Cavalry players to join the Alliance. Pi and I, 8-Foot Man, I've posted the list of new members in the group, 31 in total, all the most active ones. 8-Foot Man, good. Pi and I, loyalty and righteousness, having fewer than 200 members is indeed a bit sparse. Logic genius, why not organize more city attacks? 8-foot man arrange it as you see fit. Attacking level 5 or 6 cities is fine, but divide into groups. Keep the main force on the front lines. Logic genius, alright, I'll make the arrangements. After finalizing the plans for the Western Liang side, they began to expand the alliance's member cap, unaware that their ally was already crumbling from within. In Hebei, the stalemate with Bashu had lasted for days. Both sides were contesting 2 docks near Gaolu which changed hands several times, but neither could completely drive the other from the battlefield. To counter Bashu, Hebei had mobilized the main alliance Friendship Pavilion, its sub-alliances the Friendly Alliance Qingzhou Society, and the Yuan Clan Glory players, yet they had failed to achieve any significant results. As time passed, tensions among the alliances became apparent. Members of the Friendship Pavilion resented the Qingzhou Society for slacking off, while the Yuan Clan Glory expressed dissatisfaction with the Friendship Pavilion's aggressive occupation of copper mines on the battlefield. Every day the management was preoccupied with handling various trivial disputes, and even the frequency of active offensives on the front lines gradually diminished. Until today, a shocking incident erupted across Hebei, and even the entire server. The cause was simple, even somewhat ridiculous. A member of the Friendship Pavilion illegally mined a level 8 copper vein on the battlefield. Because this player was a high spender, no punishment was imposed for the time being. However, the Qingzhou Society member who reported him Baiming Youyu was furious. Previously, when a Qingzhou Society member was reported by Yuan Clan Glory for illegally mining copper, the alliance immediately expelled that member and dealt with the matter sternly. Thus, Baiming Youyu confronted the high-level player from the Friendship Pavilion who had illegally mined the level 8 copper, but was met with vile insults. Things like "you're nothing but a dog," provocative and degrading words. This caused all the pent-up grievances of the Qingzhou Society to explode. The management directly ordered all members to withdraw from the front lines. By the time the Friendship Pavilion's management noticed and tried to make amends, the Qingzhou Society members had already pulled out. Worse still, the offending high-level player from the Friendship Pavilion openly taunted on the World Channel, ultimately leading the Qingzhou Society to dissolve the Friendly Alliance, and with relations severed begin besieging Hebei cities and players' subsidies within the province. 3 hours after the dissolution of the Friendly Alliance, just as Western Liang was beginning its integration, in the Hebei Friendship Pavilion Management Group, Yiguan Chongqing, the situation has escalated to a point very disadvantageous for us. It's a matter of life and death. Bashu is gathering strength, and once our brothers on the front lines finish their truce, the consequences will be dire. Wensheng, Shiyu Zhangfei, I feel like this is a setup. Has that person been expelled? Yilu Xianda, he was expelled long ago. I said back then that everything must be treated fairly, or it would easily cause discontent among other alliances. It's useless to say anything now. Even if he was a spy, it's over. The Qingzhou Society is convinced we were too overbearing. It will be very difficult to cooperate with them again. Shiwachi Shui, what's the big deal? Their combat power is limited. They weren't much help on the front lines anyway. Yiguan Chongqing, that's not right to say. The Qingzhou Society had a considerable number of active players on the front lines, especially for night battles. They were mostly their people. And now that Bashu sees the Qingzhou Society is hostile to us, they'll inevitably have some devious ideas. Shiwachi Shui, huh? Wensheng, Shiyu Zhangfei, you called it. Screenshot on the World Channel. The Bashu main alliance leader said they've already allied with the Qingzhou Society. Yiguan Chongqing. This is bad. Zhangfei, try to contact the Qingzhou Society leader and salvage the situation. Forget it'll go. Wensheng, Shiyu Zhangfei, too late. Look at the Qingzhou Society's diplomacy and vice leaders. Their IDs all start with Zhan. I suspect that after the conflict last night, Qingzhou planned to defect to Bashu. Yiguan Chongqing, it's my fault for mishandling it. Yilu Xianda, it's not just your problem. The atmosphere in the alliance has been abnormal lately. Besides this incident, there have been land disputes with the Yuan Clan Glory sub-alliance. It's time for a thorough rectification. Yiguan Chongqing, first hold the Hebei cities. Zhang Buiyue, have the sub-alliance brothers return to Hebei to assist in defense. Zhuge Kongming, Bashu is attacking. Let's get through this wave first. Zhuge Kongming felt uncertain. With nearly 100 main forces missing, could the Friendship Pavilion and Yuan Clan Glory alone withstand the well-prepared Bashu? In Bashu, Male Commander Wolong, a golden opportunity, brothers. Touch the city at 1215, all main forces press forward. Aim to break through in one wave. World Jingzhan Sifang de Shangu, how vast the world, how broad the realm. Within the 9 provinces, I alone reign supreme. Ping Tu Gu, how cringeworthy. Jingzhan Sifang Ping Tu Gu, how vast the world, how broad the realm. Within the 9 provinces, I alone reign supreme. Alliance Tian Susan D, what's wrong with Bashu? Lost their minds. So Chinibu. Not Shoair, they're attacking again, but there are so many people this time. Feng Liuli, I feel like Hebei has fewer people. Male leader Ba Qi, in an unexpected situation. All brothers, the city attack time is moved up to 7 o'clock. After taking the city, mobilized to Huili before 9 o'clock. From now on, start paving the road from Huili toward coordinates 496874. The Vanguard team siege units will participate in the city attack, while the main forces cooperate with the Spartan units in paving the road. Starting now, head to the dock at 496874. Conquer all Bashu players along the way. Set up camps after reaching the dock and prepare to attack Jingzhou Commandery. Male officer, Ishu, start moving now. The city attack may begin even earlier. Time is tight. This activity will be included in the performance review. Male Bachi Nanair, as a side note, welcome the newly joined Iron Cavalry brothers. From now on, we're all one family. Those who can't make it to the front lines in time, please report to your group leader. Thanks. The rest of the brothers follow orders. The Vanguard team takes commands from Logic Genius. The siege groups follow Ishu's arrangements. After taking the city, instantly return to your main city, replenish troops, and head to the front lines. They'll send red packets later to reimburse you. 10 minutes earlier. Iguan Chongqing, realizing it was difficult to resist Bashu, urgently sought help from Baqin and Air. Lu Xiao saw that the Bashu frontline main cities were on the verge of falling with just one final push. He knew that without external support, the Bashu front lines would be unsustainable. He had a flash of inspiration. Taking Huili would allow them to attack Jingzhou Commandery via the dock at 496874, providing indirect support to their Hebei allies. In other words, it was a strategy of besieging the enemy to strike at their reinforcements. Iguan Chongqing also knew that Western Liang opening a new battlefield was far better than directly reinforcing them. Moreover, Hebei could hold out a bit longer, so he readily agreed. In his view, securing Western Liang's support was already a great outcome. Even the Qingzhou society, which had fought alongside them, could so easily abandon their friendly relations. For an alliance built on mutual benefit and exploitation, achieving such a result was already satisfactory to him. Little did he know that Lu Xiao also had his own agenda. Strangely enough, although the Qingyi pavilion was thrown into disarray by the Qingzhou society, the Bashu forces, having assembled at the front line, did not seize the opportunity to attack. Instead, they mysteriously dispersed. Hebei, relieved by this turn of events, focused on handling the internal strife within the Qingzhou society. Bashu found itself in a predicament. Shandong's Hongqian Yiming, with 200 elite squads, stared menacingly at Shangluo, where hundreds of siege engines began to gather. Not only Shangluo, but the formidable forces of Jiangdong also assembled at Xiqing. In an instant, Bashu was besieged on all sides. To the west, Shiliang pressed forward rapidly, nearing the heart of Jingzhou Commandery. To the north, Hebei, though preoccupied with the Qingzhou society's internal conflict, remained fundamentally intact. Once the Qingyi pavilion recovered, it would pose yet another threat. To the northeast, Hongqian Yiming harbored ill intentions. To the southeast, Buwu Luo Li and Magic Girl sharpened their blades. For various reasons, all four major provinces now sought Bashu's downfall. Despite its formidable strength, Bashu was deeply troubled by the encirclement from all sides. Fortunately, Bashu still had a chance. If they could land the final blow while the Jiangshan alliance attacked the pass, they could rely on the pass for defense, preventing Jianghan from entering Guangzhou for a time. Then during the ceasefire, they could capture Tong past the 9th level gateway to Sili, gradually abandon their territories in Guangzhou and relocate to Sili. Of course, this hinged on their ability to take Tong Pass. But the other provinces were not fools. Hebei was busy dealing with the Qingzhou society and temporarily unable to act. Shiliang was urgently paving roads toward the dock. The Jiangshan alliance had already planned the timing of their assault. Hongqian Yiming. The number of Shandong players slightly exceeded that of Shiliang, roughly on par with Jingqiu. Since the server's launch, Hongqian Yiming had dominated, leading to solid overall development. Though they lacked maxed-out red generals, many players possessed top-tier teams, making their strength not to be underestimated. However, Hongqian Yiming had a low profile in the world chat. Given their clear inferiority to Jiangdong, other provinces generally regarded them as a vassal alliance of Jiangdong. The alliance leader Meng Juedai was a spender who had invested tens of thousands and was the top combatant in the alliance. He was also a veteran player from older servers. From the start, Meng Juedai foresaw that Bashu would eventually dominate, leaving other provinces unable to compete. Thus, he had early on established a cooperative relationship with Jiangdong. Their joint goal was not only to counter Bashu, but also to eliminate the other four provinces. With only 300 hegemony slots, even two major provinces could not satisfy all. Their plan was to defeat Bashu and Hebei, then establish two separatist regimes. Shiliang would be split and merged into Bashu and Hebei. This way, the two separatist alliances would have 600 slots, and the hegemony alliance 300, absorbing the most active players across the server. This was indeed their strategy, and they had already forced out the weakest province, Jingqiu. However, disagreements arose in their next steps. After witnessing Hebei and Xiliang's impressive combat capabilities, the leader of Bu Wuluo, Li, proposed changing from 2 separatist regimes to 3, given the strength of the other provinces. This would minimize player attrition in the end. But Meng Juedai disagreed. Yielding a provincial capital meant losing significant gold ingots for the hegemony alliance, making it a loss in his eyes. After much contention, they finally agreed to defeat Bashu first. Thus the 2 alliances launched their attacks on Shanglua and Xiqing. Scheduling the assault for 2:00 p.m. Meng Juedai sent a mail. Meng Juedai main forces engaged the city at 2:00. After clearing the defenders, the wounded returned to camp to recover. The remaining main forces hold position. Siege engines marched to designated points awaiting further orders. Meanwhile in Jiangdong, Bu Wuluo, Li, and Magic Girl. Jiangdong, second only to Bashu and Hebei in strength, might even surpass Hebei after its internal conflict. With around 400 members in the 2 alliances, the pressure on Bashu at Xiqing was even greater. Group chat Jiangdong All Brothers main forces engaged the city at 2:00. For this assault, Bu Wuluo Li's brothers will clear the defenders. Then all Magic Girl main forces will press forward for 2 demolition waves. Main forces halt at 2:10 and siege engines engage at 2:11. Bu Wuluo Li's main forces instantly return to the main city, replenish troops, and redeploy. Organize further attacks based on the situation. Wounded main forces return to replenish. Our siege engines should suffice. Compared to Hongshin Yiming, Bu Wuluo Li and Magic Girl had more members, so they employed a slightly different tactic. Bashu. Yitong Tianxia was responsible for Shanglua, while Gu Ruo Jintang handled Xiqing. Since they aimed to seize the passes, their alliances had mostly siege engines with main forces stationed at the front as a precaution. Bashu's main alliance moved to the dock area near Jingzhou and Fufeng commanderies, standing ready for Xiliang's arrival. Siege engines were split into 2 groups heading to Gu Ruo Jintang and Xiqing to support Yitong Tianxia and Gu Ruo Jintang. At exactly 2:00 p.m., Jiangdong and Shandong advanced toward their targets from 2 directions. After a fierce battle, the defenders of Shanglua and Xiqing were eliminated. The critical moment had arrived. Following orders, the siege engines of the 2 alliances huddled behind the main forces and began their assault. Meanwhile, Bashu's alliances endured a torturous wait. The overall commander Wulong was also anxious, silently calculating the city's durability. Seizing a pass relied 70 on luck and 30 on calculation. Wulong's task was to calculate the durability Jiangdong and Shandong could remove in the first wave and their troop numbers, so he could arrange his own siege engines for the final blow. Time ticked by. Since the passes were neutral, the main forces and siege engines of opposing sides could not engage directly. It all came down to the final strike. At 2:25 p.m., with less than 2:00 durability remaining, Wulong wiped the sweat from his brow and ordered most of the siege engines at Xiqing to advance. At Shanglua, he sent only a small group of siege engines. The commanders of Jiangdong and Shandong showed no reaction. At 2:30 p.m., Wulong gritted his teeth and ordered all siege engines forward. By then, Xiqing's durability was under 7:00, while Shanglua had a bit more. At 2:37 p.m., to the relieved eyes of Bashu players, Xiqing collapsed, its ownership claimed by Zhengzhan Sifang. Wulong breathed a sigh of relief. His command had relied heavily on luck. He secretly hoped they could also take Shanglua. Xiqing's strategic value was slightly less than Shanglua's, but seizing a pass was mostly luck. By then, all siege engines at Shanglua had already advanced, and there was nothing more he could do. Alas, things rarely go as planned. Just 3 minutes later, Bashu members' joy turned to sorrow, their emotions swinging wildly. Alliance brother Dashin Gu Ruo Jintang and Yitong Tianxia's main forces should support Shanglua. Shanglua's gatekeepers will enter a 1-hour ceasefire. Wulong's eyes dimmed. Failing to secure Shanglua meant the Jiangdong-Shandong alliance could breach Guanzhong at any time, effectively ending Bashu's path to hegemony. The Jiangshan coalition had anticipated capturing both Shanglua and Xiqing, the 2 crucial passes, thereby launching a pincer attack on Bashu. Unexpectedly, they failed to take Xiqing and only secured Shanglua. Nevertheless, seizing a pass leading into the heart of Guanzhong was an achievement. In terms of strategic importance alone, Shanglua far outweighed Xiqing. With Shanglua in hand, the Jiangshan coalition could not only advance into Guanzhong, directly threatening the regional capital of Chang'an, but also connect Jianghan and Sili unimpeded, passing through the 2 ninth-tier passes of Wuguan and Qixian to enter Sili. Of course, the prerequisite was clearing the Bashu encampments near Xiqing and Shanglua. Meanwhile, after Jianghan captured Shanglua, Bashu was preparing to negotiate a ceasefire with Hebei and Xiliang. But would the 2 dominant alliances truly agree to a truce? At this moment, Hebei had already seized 3 cities of the Qingzhou Society within just a few hours. The Qingzhou Society players were essentially powerless to resist Hebe's onslaught, and their fate was all but sealed. They would be absorbed. By absorbing the Qingzhou Society's members, the strength of Hebius' main alliance, Qingyi Pavilion, would undoubtedly surge. Moreover, having learned from this rebellion, they would purge undesirable players and rectify the alliance's atmosphere. The Qingyi Pavilion leadership was now reconsidering their stance toward the Yuan family glory and their own sub-alliances. Hebius' minor internal turmoil was swiftly quelled. Meanwhile, under Liu Xiao's command, the Shiliang army rapidly advanced to the pier in Hanzhong Commandery. After seizing it, they would head south, passing through strategic points held by Bashu to reach Jingzhou Commandery. Though easier said than done, taking the pier posed little challenge. Bashu's seemingly impregnable defense fielded no more than 50 units. The critical obstacle was the southern canyon, winding narrow and blocked by two of Bashu players' main cities. Additionally, numerous arrow towers and defensive fortifications had been constructed. At the canyon's end lay a dense cluster of hundreds of camps belonging to Gu Ruojin Tang and Zheng Zhansi Fang. The defenses were formidable, heavily guarded. Despite the enemy's strength, Liu Xiao had not abandoned his plan to attack Jingzhou Commandery. His primary goals were to complete the main quest and utterly crush Bashu. Chang'an was located in Jingzhou after all. These objectives were not conflicting. A secondary aim was to enter Sili ahead of the Jiangshan coalition. Similar to Jianghan, Guanzhong could access Sili through two ninth-tier passes, Fenglingdu in Fengling Commandery and Tong Pass in Bashu's Jingzhou Commandery. Fenglingdu was out of reach unless Shiliang was willing to become Hebius' vassal. Hebei would never allow Shiliang to use it. Thus, the only option was to take Tong Pass. By the same logic, capturing Tong Pass meant defeating Bashu and wresting it from their grasp. With Bashu now pinned down by the Shanglua front, this was Ziliang's golden opportunity. Liu Xiao moved three main forces to the pier, waiting for morale to recover. Gu Ruojin Tang's players were also gathering. The pier was still in their hands, and Bashu players with camp supplies had high morale, making an immediate battle unfavorable for Liu Xiao. Nevertheless, Liu Xiao stationed his nearly zero morale troops there. His aim was to leverage superior formations, tactics, and troop rarity to withstand multiple attacks from Gu Ruojin Tang. This was why he had sent the vanguard first. Though costly, it was a necessary gamble to breach the pier quickly. Fortunately, most of Gu Ruojin Tang's main forces were still at Shanglua. They were scrambling to concentrate their troops, which took time. For Liu Xiao, the longer they delayed, the more advantageous it became. Apart from the vanguard, other regiments were setting up camps near the pier. Once construction was complete, Shiliang would launch their general offensive. In Jiangdong Bowu Luali, male leader Gaishi Jiangdong, all troops moved to the Shanglua camp. Attack at 400. All units in position by 350. Report in at 355. Magic Girl, male leader Jiaochan brothers and sisters, move your troops to Shanglua ASAP. Gatekeepers at Xiqing, prepare to close the city. After this, the defense of Xiqing is ours. The main alliance heads to Shanglua. Tonight, let's coordinate and see if we can take down the gatekeeper. The so-called gatekeepers were players whose main cities blocked the pass walls. Typically, two were needed, protecting the rear camp and buying time for the alliance to deploy troops. Thus, gatekeepers were crucial and trusted only to reliable alliance members. It would be disastrous if a gatekeeper turned out to be an enemy spy, opening the gates for the foe and causing the alliance's swift collapse. Seeing Bashu players closing their cities, the remaining 30 to 40 main forces from Shandong launched a fierce charge. Alliance leader Mengzhu Dai, don't hesitate. Hesitation leads to defeat. Brothers, anyone with over 200 main troops, charge now. Other depleted units, return to your main city to replenish immediately and come back. If we capture just one Bashu main city, it'll send a big red envelope in the group. Vice leader Meng Wushuang, how big? Bigger than what an 8-foot-tall man would send. Leader Mengzhu Dai. Alright, I'm now looking for a brother willing to be vice leader. PM me. Meng Wushuang, sneer Mengzhu Dai, righteously. Hongqian Gongzi battle report. They have 98 9 palaces, 8 trigrams, defense advantage, quite unfavorable. Meng Wushuang, you call 300 losses unfavorable. By Piao Chu Qingdam. Battle report, then what's this total loss? Gaishi Wang, Laohu battle report, not bad. Duanmu Yin, no troops left, will go home and come back. Mengzhu Dai, everyone step back, make room for the big boss. Battle report, battle report, battle report. Meng Wushuang Hetui. Duanmu Yin Hetui. Gaishi Wang, Laohu, I've never seen such a shameless person. Bai Piao Chu Cheng, I Bai Piao have met the old king of cringe. Mengzhu Dai, mere mortals, how can you comprehend the feelings of a god? Meng Wushuang, stop fooling around, or I'll post your ugly photos in the group. Mengzhu Dai, Bai Piao Chu Cheng, when will our Jiangdong brothers arrive? Mengzhu Dai, don't always rely on others, okay? Everyone replenish your troops quickly and come over. They'll close the city in about an hour. If we can't take it by then, we'll be in an awkward spot. Gaishi Wang, Laohu, confused, our main force is so small. Look, they have over 180 units stationed there, and that's even with their forces tied up by Hebei and Shiliang. Meng Juadai, embarrassed I misread earlier, thought there were only 20-something. Meng Wushuang, well, our few dozen units will just make a bit of noise. Duamu Yanha. Bashu. Zhengzhan Sifang. Alliance leader Dashin, good thing their main force is small. Brothers, replenish your siege units and move them here. Tonight, we'll take Shanghua. Vice leader Pingtu, good, take Shanghua. Commander Wulong, yes. While Shandong's main force is weakened, we can try to take Shanghua tonight. Wulong closed the city at 400. The truce ends at 1000. They might not have many people by then. Best case, we take it. Even if we fail, we'll gauge their strength. As a guild that dominated the server from its launch, Bashu faced this predicament without fear, seeing through the true strength of the Jiangshan alliance at a glance. Although Hongshan Yiming had successfully taken Shanghua, it did not mean Bashu had no chance to turn the tables. Currently, Shandong had only a few dozen active main forces, while Bashu's garrison alone numbered nearly 200 squads. Excluding siege and fodder units, their main force still exceeded 100 squads. What did 100 squads mean? In this game, each squad, considering barracks upgrades and levels, could carry up to 30,000 troops. With few max-level squads and an average of 25,000 troops per squad, that totaled a staggering 2.5 million. If Shanghua were not still in its truce period, and if Bashu were not uncertain about taking down Hongshan Yiming's main city after clearing the defenders, they would have acted sooner. Thus, to ensure absolute success, Bashu had to wait for their unified and impregnable forces to assemble. Once fully gathered, Bashu alone could field 400 main squads. Most of these were from Yitong, Tianxia, and Jingzhan, while Gujin Jintang's forces were largely still at Xiqing. Consequently, in the game's map, battles often involved millions or even tens of millions of troops. These large-scale conflicts affected hundreds of players, often depleting not only their main forces, but also all their resources. Having just taken Shanghua, each participating player in Hongshan Yiming had lost at least 30,000 troops. Not every player had sufficient reserves in their main city, so the likelihood of Hongshan Yiming launching another large-scale offensive soon was low. These few dozen attacking squads were the limit of what Hongshan Yiming could mobilize within 3 hours. Wulong explained the situation thoroughly, and the Bashu members suddenly understood they only needed to guard against the Jiangdong direction. Wulong, the troops already at Xiqing, stay put and attack Jianghan, directly putting up a desperate fight to at least pin down most of Jiangdong's main force. For Shanghua, all Zhengzhan Sifang members stay, while Yitong and Gujin Jintang head to Xiqing for support. We're truced until 10, but we might attack early depending on the situation, so stay connected, don't disconnect, and check the group messages promptly. Dash and Gu, just follow Wulong's plan, everyone. Don't be too disheartened. Wulong brothers, still defending the dock against Shiliang, stop standing there idle and attack the opposite shore directly. Even if they're all top players, with such a morale gap, their options are limited. Push them back before their morale recovers. Ignore Hebei for now, they won't arrive until tomorrow at the earliest. Wulong, everyone please work hard. If we can't take Shanghua today, there's no chance to turn things around tomorrow. We can't withstand the attacks from 4 major provinces. Wulong, start with a feint at Xiqing. We'll decide whether to escalate based on the battle situation. If Xiqing falls easily, we might even coordinate to hit Shanghua. It all depends on the Jiangshan Alliance's combat strength. Pingtuga, headache, we're being ganged up on. You sarcastic, what's the headache? They're just relying on numbers. As long as we hold Shanghua, the Jiangshan Alliance won't cause much trouble. Qingbin Jiaran, that said, don't forget Shiliang is still charging into Jingzhou like hungry wolves. I feel even 2 groups can't stop them. Wulong, even if we can't stop them, we have to. The priority now is to close the main gate first, then deal with internal matters. Wulong, we should have taken Shanghua and Xiqing long ago, if not for the pressure from Shiliang and Hebei. Dash and Gu, grinning brothers, don't put too much psychological pressure on yourselves. Even if we lose, it's a glorious defeat. You've all borne great pressure standing against attacks from 4 provinces. Bashu is truly formidable. I hope everyone can stay united around Jingzhan, even if we lose. We still have a chance to bounce back next season. Dash and Go, win or lose, there will be endless red packets in the group as thanks for everyone's efforts. Dash and Go, so everyone must be at Shanghua tonight. Except for the 2 groups defending Shiliang, all brothers gather at Shanghua at the fastest speed. A single achievement costs 10,000 lives. Bashu's pride has never been lost. Pingtu, good, don't be timid in a game. One word, fight. Wulong, a single achievement costs 10,000 lives. Bashu's pride has never been lost. Yimao, a single achievement costs 10,000 lives. Bashu's pride has never been lost. Feng Xiaoxiao, I'm back. Green group message has content, you follow Feng Xiaoxiao, congratulations on getting rich. Dashin, Gu, haha, boss Feng is awesome. Vice leader Pingtu, Gu, shrug, they'll go notify the other brothers to coordinate defense and attack. Shandong. Alliance Mengjuadai, helpless, forget it, everyone quickly withdraw to replenish troops. We'll reorganize after coming back. Meng Wushuang, what a pity, but there's no helping it. Attacking cities consumes too much. Hongchen Gongzi, there's still a chance. Once Jiangdong arrives, and we advance together, they won't hold out either. Mengjuedai still feels like such a waste. Jiangdong. Magic Girl. Jiaochan, everyone watch the front row and guard with type advantage. Troops already mobilized to Shanglua can return to Xiqing within 5 minutes. The rest continue to mobilize. Seeing the enemy's massive assault, Jiaochan remained calm. The gatekeeper had half an hour before entering truce. No matter how fierce bashes attacked, the members of Mon were not pushovers, they could hold for half an hour. Vice Leader Dilua function battle report mostly fodder. Sihai Weijia, there aren't many of them at Xiqing for now. Just withstand a few waves. As expected, after the first wave of Bashu players' attack, only 2 or 3 squads trickled out of the pass, clearly lacking stamina. Relying on max-level fortifications, the well-prepared Mon, though with most of their main force moved to Shanglua, still had enough defenders to thwart Bashu's assault. Zhengzhan Sifang Wulong Xiqing is on guard. Proceed with the plan as usual. The goal is no longer to take Mon's main city, but to pin them down as much as possible, creating an opportunity for a counterattack at Shanglua. After the first wave at Shiliang mobilized to Shanglua before 5 o'clock and launch a full counterattack. Wulong planned to make one last attempt to save Bashu. If they couldn't take Shanglua, Bashu's situation would become even more dire. Even the backup plan at Xiqing was manageable, as Mon members could hold for a while, not to mention Luoli's ready support. Bashu's troop movements could not be hidden from other provinces. Seeing the massive concentration of forces heading to Shanglua, the Jianshan alliance responded swiftly. Except for Mon, who remained at Xiqing for now, Luoli's forces rushed to support. Thus a crucial battle for Shanglua began. The members of Hongshan, Yiming, battered and bruised, retreated shamefully to the main city to replenish their forces, while Bashu, having suffered minimal losses, quietly amassed its strength. The main force of players converging from all corners of Guangzhou marched to the city walls of the gatekeeper city, as per the alliance's orders, awaiting the command to attack. Meanwhile, the leadership of Luoli, recognizing Bashu's formidable power, prompted players from the various commanderies of Jianhan to dispatch reinforcements to Shanglua. As the Western Front was jointly assaulted by Luoli, in the which their losses were not severe. Consequently, the contingent from Jiangdong was actually larger than that from Hongshan. Mengjuedai, brothers, hurry back with your troops. Bashu has already amassed over 200 squads here, clearly intending to launch a fierce assault on Shanglua. Return to the front lines quickly to hold the position. Yubao Ihan, why haven't we relocated our cities to block the path? Meng Leader Mengjuedai, awkward, never mind, that just come to Shanglua and defend for now. Deputy Leader Meng Wushuang, I bet the leader forgot to arrange it, haha. Hongchen Gongzi, no harm done, as long as we hold Shanglua. By Piao Chu Chung, my squads are battered, and the reserve troops at home are running low. Mengjuedai, that's good enough. If you're short by a few thousand, just mobilize to Shanglua and recruit there. By Piao Chu Chung, that's an option. Mengjuedai, confused, you only just found out. You can recruit troops there. It just costs a bit more, maybe 10 to 20,000 copper coins if the deficit is a few thousand. By Piao Chu Chung, I thought only camps allowed recruitment. Innocent. Meng Wushuang scratches nose. Mengjuedai, all right then. Speechless. Hongchen Gongzi, in that case Shanglua is in danger. Based on our performance, if Bashu uses 100 squads to take out the garrison, they'll still have over 100 squads in reserve. Right now we can barely scrape together 10 squads on the front line. We can only hope for reinforcements from Jiangdong. Mengjuedai stunned. At this moment, Jiangdong also took the situation seriously, sending out several mails in succession. Mail Meng Leader Gaishi Jiangdong, speed up troop movements to Shanglua. March to the city walls and await their attack. If you don't have time in the afternoon, just leave your squad stationed in the city. I estimate Bashu has at least 300 squads. If I find anyone not coming, don't blame me for kicking them out. Mail Meng Leader Gaishi Jiangdong, get into position as quickly as possible. Once we withstand this wave, Bashu won't find it so easy to attack again. Alliance Daopi Yingyingwai, why are there so few people from Shandong? Deputy Leader De Qiao, they only have a little over 200 members. It's already good enough that they took Shanglua, what more can we expect? Daopi Yingyingwai, huh? Yingying. Longquan Quan Ying, your head. Daopi Yingyingwai, why are you being so mean to me? Deputy Leader De Qiao, Longquan Quan. Yingyingwai is a girl, mind your manners. Longquan Quan, so what if she's a girl? Does that give her the right to talk like that? Longquan Quan, let me tell you. Longquan Quan, miss, I was wrong. I'm kowtowing to you. Bang bang bang. Gaishi Jiangdong. Daopi Yingyingwai, dumbfounded. De Qiao, thumbs up, alright, a simp for sure. Longquan Quan, what do you know? I like girls who are delicate and not pretentious. Officer Sunshir Inglia, impressive, a role model for us all. Longquan Quan, you flatter me. Gaishi Jiangdong, enough with the jokes, get your troops moved over. Mail Meng Leader Dashing Gu, brothers who have arrived report in the group channel. Group leaders tally the numbers. To boost morale, Dashing Gu and several other big shots sent out a few red envelopes in the group. The effect was remarkable. Within just an hour and a half of sending the mail, nearly 350 main squads had gathered on the Shanghua front line, totaling over 8 million soldiers. In ancient times, this could have been called a force of 10 million. During the Battle of Guandu at the end of the Han Dynasty, Yuan Shao attacking Chao boasted of 700,000 troops, but in reality, he had only 100,000 infantry and 10,000 cavalry, a mere 110,000 in total. Later, Cao also learned the trick. At the Battle of Red Cliffs, he claimed 1 million troops, though he actually had only a few 100,000. Of course, compared to Yuan Benshu of the 4 generations of 3 dukes, he was still more modest. On the Jiangdong side, nearly 160 main squads had arrived at Shanghua, and the main combat force of Hongshan Yiming had finally mustered just under 100 squads back to the battlefield. At this moment, both sides were locked in a standoff, one determined to breach the city at all costs, the other holding fast to the belief of the city stands as long as we do. One side was destined to fail. At 4:50 p.m., after the Bashu groups had tallied their numbers, the leadership resolutely issued the order to attack. Nearly 100 main squads set out and quickly made contact with the city. The first wave of Bashu's forces aimed to eliminate the city's garrison. According to the mechanics, when attacking a city, the first encounter is with the garrison, followed by the player troops stationed within the city. However, there is an exception. If player troops are stationed on the city walls, no battle occurs. Alternatively, if player troops are garrisoning the city, the enemy, upon making contact, will engage with the defending players in order of the siege sequence. Regardless, the attacking side is at a disadvantage. The reason is that even if they manage to defeat the garrison and a large portion of the enemy's main forces through sheer numerical advantage, they still need siege engines to take the city. However, siege engines are countered by all other unit types and have only half their combat power. If a few enemy main squads time their attack to avoid the main siege force and engage the siege engines instead, taking the city becomes extremely difficult. 3 main squads are only worth 1 siege engine in terms of siege value, so the importance of siege engines is self-evident. The outcome now hinges on the strategic maneuvering of the commanders on both sides. As expected, the main forces of Jiangdong and Shandong remained on the city walls, waiting for the Shanghua garrison to wear down a wave of Bashu's troops. Within 3 minutes, the Shanghua garrison was wiped out. Countless main squads from Zhengzhan Sifang and Yitong Tianxia then charged towards the city gates. The equally eager players from Jiangdong and Shandong also directed their forces to counterattack. In an instant, countless defeated troops retreated from both sides back to their main cities and camps, while even more main squads entered the fray. The battle quickly intensified. This was the largest battle since the server's launch, involving 3 provinces, 4 alliances, and nearly 1,000 players. Over 10 million soldiers participated, and the duration of this battle was also a server record. Zhengzhan Sifang Wulong, don't stop the main squads. Recruit troops on the spot for 8 minutes if heavily wounded. Wait for my next order before advancing. The enemy's main force Feng Xiaoxiao, let's all stay sharp. Dashing good damn, the combat power of Jiangdong and Shandong is quite impressive, especially Jiangdong. I've seen many half-red high-tier players, but not many full-red ones yet. Ping Tu, how many full-red players can there be? And the so-called full-red doesn't include those 2 from Shiliang and brother Feng Xiaoxiao. The full-red we talk about is having a full-red main lineup. Those 3 big shots have all their orange generals at full-red. The gap, haha. Feng Xiaoxiao, haha, even full-red can't break through an entire alliance. I used to play a game from Penguin. In the first few days I spent over 100,000, but still couldn't dominate the whole server. But that's what makes it fun. If you're too invincible, fighting isn't enjoyable. Dashing go, by the way, Xiaoxiao, didn't you cross swords with Bachi Nanayer and Giro Jintang? Feng Xiaoxiao, don't mention it. Our squads are pretty even, but why do I feel like I lose more than I win? Helpless. Dashing go, looks like your bad luck is here to stay. Feng Xiaoxiao, tell me about it. It's the same with card draws. I have to pull many times to get what I want. Feng Xiaoxiao, but beating these so-called big shots from Jiangdong and Shandong is still relatively easy. Battle report shared. Sunshur Inglia, damn, I ran into Feng Xiaoxiao. Am done for, damn it. Battle report, he's too much of a beast. Full red is just unfair. Wu Monarch, Overlord Jiangdong Feng Xiaoxiao's troops are all fully upgraded. You dare to attack without countering him. Wu Grand General Sunshur Inglia, I didn't expect this guy to be such a beast. Oh, what a huge loss. Wu Chancellor De Qiao, covering mouth and laughing. Battle report shared, the ones I encountered were all weak. De Qiao, sorry for disturbing. Battle report, Su Chu team versus Zhuge team Feng Xiaoxiao. Overlord Jiangdong, wiping sweat, serves you right for gloating. Conquering the 4 Directions Alliance leader Big Brother Shan, the enemy's resistance is tenacious. Battle report, everyone step up your efforts. Wulong, indeed, they are not to be underestimated. Shanghua won't be easy to take. Since they can fight so hard, let's send another group in. Ping Tu Gu, thumbs up with the influx of fresh forces from Bashu, Jiangdong and Shandong. found themselves increasingly strained, yet both alliances held fast on the walls of Shanghua. But if this continued, the defenders of Shanghua would inevitably be consumed by Bashu. Xiao Monarch Meng Juedai, this won't do. All main forces that can still move click to attack the enemy's camps now, then stop immediately. Keep the troops on the city walls. All main forces are forbidden from garrisoning. Those severely injured and unable to move wait until the recovery cooldown is over before acting. Don't clash Heaton with the enemy. Wait for my command. Grand General Hongshin Gongzi, they will definitely bring in siege equipment. When they do, we can just feast on their siege units. Grand Herald Bai Piao Chu Cheng pretending to understand Meng Juedai, damn it. It means avoid the enemy's main force, you idiot. Bai Piao Chu Cheng, oh I get it now. Naikai is happy. Hongshin Gongzi, he's so angry that Bai Piao even made a typo, haha. Meng Juedai Sai Eyes of Care Bai Piao Chu Cheng, you what kind of expression is that? Bai Piao Chu Cheng, is that useful? Bai Piao Chu Cheng, can your expression salvage my feelings? General who conquers the south, Gaishi Wang Lahuha. Why does this sound somewhat familiar? General who conquers the north, Juejia Fenyiguan, what kind of look is that? What use are tears? Can tears save this planet? Member Duanmu Yun, affirmative Gaishi Wang Lahua, so that's it. No wonder it felt so familiar. Meng Juedai confused, what are you all talking about? Juejia Fenyiguan, I bet the alliance leader is either very old or not very old. Meng Juedai, that sounds strange. Forget it, I'm not curious anymore. Now everyone follow my orders. Bai Piao Chu Cheng, are you teaching me how to do things? Meng Juedai, that I understand. Bai Piao, do you want to go breathe some fresh air in the wild? Bai Piao Chu Cheng. Juejia Fenyiguan, the alliance leader, means if you don't behave, you'll be kicked out of the alliance. Bai Piao Chu Cheng, long live the great Juedai. Long live Shandong. Long live the people of the entire server. Juejia Fenyiguan, I am the alliance leader's bootlicker, I am the alliance's bootlicker, I am the game's bootlicker. Gaishi Wang Laohu, damn, that translation is spot on. Chancellor Meng Wushuang Ha. Wu Monarch, Overlord Jiangdong, keep the main forces on the city walls. Let them bring in siege equipment. Listen to my command to garrison and eat their siege units. Watch out for their main forces and try to avoid direct combat. Bashu Wulong, the enemy's resistance has weakened. They're probably waiting for us to bring in siege equipment. Now I'll stop. In 3 minutes, the high-level group will hit the city. Main forces cover the siege units. Get as close as possible, ideally with siege units hitting the city about 1 second after the main forces. All other main force and siege groups stand by. 3 minutes. Alliance Officer Feng Xiao high-level group, follow me. Let's stake everything on this single battle. Conquering the 4 directions with us, there is no enemy. Feng Xiao rarely made such a domineering declaration. The sheer scale of this battle stirred the blood of this wealthy player who charged ahead towards Shanghua. Following closely were the big shots of the high-level group, mostly players with over half their upgrades maxed out and high spenders. Names like Zhang Wushuang, Yi Mao Yu, I Qing Bin Jiren, and Xia Huangbao, who had previously assisted Feng Xiao in reinforcing Gubao Jintang. There were a full 20 or 30 of them. Such a luxurious group of big players could not be seen in any other alliance. Only in the server's top alliance conquering the 4 directions could such a spectacle be witnessed. These players' IDs had become renowned across the server through their earlier engagements with Shiliang and Hebei, so for a moment there was some chaos among the Jiangdong and Shandong camp. This also gave the Bashu main forces an opening, and many siege units had already touched the city walls under their protection. Of course, some quick-witted players from Jiangdong Wu and Shandong Xia also managed to garrison at the right moment and devour a fair number of Bashu's siege units. Although the Bashu high-level group's main forces also engaged with some garrisoning players, a considerable number of players calmly devoured the Bashu siege units and then ceased garrisoning, remaining on the city walls, perfectly timing their moves. Male Wulong, each subgroup will hit the city in 1, 2, and 3 minutes respectively. Siege units follow closely behind the main forces. The high-level main forces that are already in siege mode immediately stop, then hit the city again. Losing some siege units is normal. The key is to cover the remaining brothers. Don't all stop siege at the same time, and do it in groups of 3 or 5. Alliance Big Brother Sean, what a tactic, ha! That way we might get a chance to eat a lot of their main forces. Wulong, it's still down to luck. We can't match their numbers fighting 2 provinces. Tell Yitung to go all in 5 minutes from now. The rest is up to fate. Big Brother Sean, do our best. Zhang Wushuang, they're just stabbing us in the back while we're tangled with Hebei and Shiliang. If those 2 hadn't been grinding us down for so long, there'd be no place for Shandong and Jiangdong. Pingtugu picking nose were too much of a threat. There were 4 big alliances at the start. If I were managing another province, I'd be panicking too. Qingbin Jiren, there's still a chance to turn things around. While Hebei is still busy with their civil war, our opportunity is still pretty good. Big Brother Sean, Ahebius, almost done. At the latest tomorrow, at the earliest tonight, their front lines will probably attack. Feng Xiaoxiao, that sly old fox Bachi, has already led his men to charge the dock. The Gubao Jintang guys are almost beaten senseless by him. Look at how few people are at the dock. They'd rather go fight Monvet West City than fight Shiliang anymore. Big Brother Shan can't worry about that anymore. If we take back Shanglua, everything is still possible. If they hold Shanglua, we're truly finished. Wulong, as I always say, don't give up until the last moment. Each group act according to the plan. Cover the siege units. As long as we take Shanglua, Jiangdong and Shandong won't be able to cause any big trouble. Time ticked by. At 4:30 p.m. the siege had been going on for over 40 minutes. Shanglua's durability had already dropped by 70%. At this point, Bashu had a high probability of taking the city. Hongqin Yimeng and Buwu Luoli were already fighting with bloodshot eyes. By now, many main forces had replenished from their main cities and returned to the front line. At West City, Mon fought, with extraordinary skill, repelling Bashu's fainting forces one by one. She even managed to spare some troops to reinforce Shanglua, adding another variable to the situation. Male Commander Wulong continued advancing with the heavily damaged main force covering the siege engines. Each main force unit must protect its own siege engines. Let as many teams as possible touch the city walls. We must give it our all. We're almost there. Alliance Yimao, I really gave it my all. I only have 8,000 troops left. I'm a bit better, 10,000. Dash and Ge, let's charge one more time. Taking Shanglua means we've turned the tide. Feng Xiaoxiao, finally I understand what it means when ants kill an elephant. We got crushed, Hedon. Battle report, you dare to go in with only 4,000 troops. Feng Xiaoxiao, that's not the point. You should be asking how I killed over 10,000 of his troops with just 4,000. What's there to ask? It's just the power of a maxed out player. Feng Xiaoxiao. Qingbin Jiren, indeed Xiaoxiao killed 10,000 with 4,000, but I only killed 10,000 with 7,000. Battle report, too bad it was a counter. Otherwise I think I could have broken through him. Dash and Guess face was grim. The Alliance's top players had already suffered heavy losses, let alone the regular members. The advantage of Shanglua's city defenses was immense. The level 8 city's garrison alone rivaled 100 main force units, turning a once evenly matched battle into a narrow gap. He had already prepared for the worst. Another 10 minutes passed. Each time a siege touched the city, the garrison entered a 1-hour recovery countdown. After that hour, the garrison would be fully restored. Thus, the attackers had to eliminate all garrison troops in the shortest time and destroy all durability before the garrison recovered. Normally, Bashu could easily clear the garrison of a level 8 city and the durability posed no threat. But with the addition of Jiangdong's 2 alliances and Shandong, capturing the level 8 city became extremely difficult. The battle situation was now clear. Fewer than 100 Bashu teams remained in the siege with an unknown mix of siege engines and main forces. Meanwhile, the teams from Bululi and Hongqin Yimeng still numbered over 50, with another 20 or 30 from the main force of Mon. Shanglua's durability was under 100, but the garrison recovery time was only about 7 minutes. That meant Bashu had only 2 chances to settle the siege. Normally, 100 teams could take down nearly 3800 durability. 2 waves would yield over 700, still short of 1000. Moreover, many of the 100 teams were remnants of the main force. Bashu had no chance of taking Shanglua. To put it bluntly, even if Jiangdong and Shandong stopped defending, the 100 durability would block Bashu's path to breaking through. The outcome was obvious to anyone with eyes, and Wulong understood it well. He silently sent a mail. With a heavy heart, unwillingness, and a hint of regret. Mail Wulong, I'm sorry, this siege has failed. All teams still attacking should withdraw, replenish their troops, and return to the front line to hold positions waiting for the gatekeeper to close the city. Alliance Feng Xiaoxiao, what a shame we were so close. Wulong, sorry, my command was flawed. Officer Zaiwang Bayo, it's just fate. We didn't take it, so we didn't. Now I'm concerned about our next move. Feng Xiaoxiao, Wulong, it's not your fault. You commanded well, but our strength fell short. Too few siege engines. Dash and Ge, let's speak openly now. Let's discuss our next step together. First, let me be clear, everyone is free to stay or leave. Those who stay are still brothers, oh well, keep fighting. Those who leave should feel no guilt. In gaming, the experience matters most. Vice Leader Pingtu, good Dashin, you're too disheartening. We haven't reached the point where the Overlord takes his own life. Feng Xiaoxiao, damn Dashin, what do you take us for? Do we scatter when disaster strikes? Nonsense. None of us are that kind of person. Wulong, haha, yes. Bashu's brothers can accept defeat, but not betrayal. Phobin Sherdao, thumbs up Phobin Sherdao, let me say this too. Our alliance has weathered many storms since its founding. Logically, we should keep fighting. But now it's not just the Jiangshan coalition. Don't forget Xiliang is pushing into our heartland from the west, and Hebei is almost ready to move south. The question isn't whether to fight, it's whether we can hold out. Wulong, yes. We must now cease hostilities with one side, give up the ambition for hegemony, and secure our province's foothold. That will give us time to recover, especially since it's only the first season. Feng Xiaoxiao. Give up hegemony. How? Dash and Gu stop competing for Luoyang. Just hold Chang'an and Qingdu. The rewards for holding territory aren't bad. If hegemony is out of reach, territory is a good consolation. Zaiwangbao Qingdu is no problem, but Chang'an is doubtful. Ziliang's goal is clear: take Chang'an, then march to Tongguan and enter Sili. Jianghan also has designs on Chang'an, so don't get your hopes up about holding it. Feng Xiaoxiao, I see. So you think Shiliang is our biggest threat now? Not Shandong. Wulong Shandong won't break through easily. Our gatekeeper at Shanghua is holding well. We've lost the initiative, but defense is more than adequate. Shiliang, on the other hand, is about to break through Jingzhou. Their threat is far greater. After some discussion, a member suddenly interrupted the conversation. Bai Xingxue, we need to decide now. Who do we make peace with? Let me say this: Shiliang has already taken the dock. Gujin Jintang couldn't hold them. It's only a matter of time before the defense line is cleared. The Bashu members fell silent. Finally, Dash and Gu made the decision. Dash and Gu then will make peace with Shiliang. Our bottom line is to hold Qingdu. We'll fight for Chang'an if we can. He'll negotiate. Wulong, let me go. Holding Qingdu is no problem. Our combat strength hasn't suffered much. After the ceasefire, we can recover properly. Feng Xiaoxiao, can we turn hostile again after the ceasefire? Dash and Gu laughing, forget it. There's no need to fight to the death in one season. But we will fight to the end against Jiangdong and Shandong, who took advantage of the chaos. It was too despicable stabbing us in the back. Pingtu Gu, indeed, Shiliang and Hebei were always competing for territory with us. But Shandong and Jiangdong are shameless. The Bashu members finally found an excuse to vent their frustration over the ceasefire. Wulong, since it's decided, he'll go talk to Bachi. Dash and Gu shrugs, fine. Zhongyi Dangxian successfully captured Ziliang's large city Tianshui. Zhongyi Dangxian will establish a kingdom in Tianshui one day later with the kingdom named Liang. World Kinjiage Yiguan Changxing applause, Ilu Xuando applause when Sheng, Shiyu Zhang, fake congratulations to Shiliang for preparing to establish a kingdom. Ilu Xuanda Hebei sends congratulations. Bachi Nane, thanks everyone, ha. Tiance Sandy finally establishing the kingdom, hoo. Zhongyi Dangxian male leader Bachi Nanair, first thanks to all main forces for their cooperation in taking Tianshui. Don't relax. Return troops to Huili and set up camps at the dock. Also, each group should arrange to take cities tomorrow. The elite group will provide support. Tomorrow night, we will integrate with Shiliang Tiechi. Lu Xiao stretched. Since buying a computer, he had been logging into 3 Kingdoms Tactics on it, but using his phone to send group messages was more convenient. He ordered takeout, casually opened the in-game shop, gritted his teeth, and spent 500 kill points to exchange for a vehicle. Before he could celebrate, someone sent him a message in the game. Are you there? Asked Wulong, the commander of the Conquest of All Directions Alliance. Speak your mind, replied the 8-foot man. Wulong continued, we've been fighting for 5 or 6 days now. Prolonging this war serves no purpose. There's no need for you to completely crush us, nor do I see any point in continuing this battle. It's time for a ceasefire. Our bottom line for Bashu is this: we concede Chang'an, but we must retain Jingzhou Commandery, including Hanzhong Commandery and the Bashu province itself. You can have Chang'an and Tong Pass in exchange for peace. What say you, 8-foot chieftain? Lu Xiao scratched his ear and replied nonchalantly. 8-foot man responded, not great. I have no interest in Bashu itself, but regarding the Guangzhou region, you can only keep half of Jingzhou and Hanzhong. We're allied with Hebei. You'll have to cede at least half your territory to show your sincerity. You're only offering to give up Chang'an and Tong Pass, which are already under my control. That hardly shows good faith. Now that Jianghan is attacking you from both front and rear, I believe there's room for renegotiation. Furthermore, it is you who are requesting a ceasefire. My brothers can still continue to fight. Wulong countered, half is too much. We still have at least 600 men. That territory is far too cramped. At most, we can abandon the area along the Chang'an line to avoid unnecessary conflict. Although your Shiliang forces are strong, you only have 300 men. Anding and Fufing commanderies are enough for your entire alliance. Don't forget, you can also advance into Sili. We have many people here, yet we only ask for 2 commanderies in Guangzhou. I hope you'll reconsider. We are sincere. 8-foot man replied. So you're saying you only want to keep a single fief? That's acceptable, but these terms apply only to us in Shiliang. As for Jingzhou, it doesn't matter whether you cede it or not. Chang'an and Tong Pass must belong to us. You must also secure Hebius agreement. If Guan Changxing refuses, then there's nothing to discuss. Wulong said, then he'll go talk to Hebei. If we reach an agreement, I hope our 2 alliances can establish friendly relations and neither side will break the ceasefire agreement. 8-foot man agreed. Fine, go negotiate with Hebei. Surprisingly, the seemingly difficult Shiliang was unexpectedly cooperative. Wulong immediately contacted Hebei, whose demands were similar to Ziliang's. Nothing particularly hard to accept. They merely asked for a small amount of territory to serve as a buffer zone. By this point, Hebei was also weary of fighting, especially after experiencing internal strife within the Qingzhou society. Their priority now was to stabilize the situation and focus on taking cities. A ceasefire with Bashu would free up their hands to enter Sili without worry, a move with nothing but benefits. In the end, a truce was reached among the three parties, costing Bashu nearly half of Jingzhou commandery. However, this allowed them to concentrate their forces against the Jiangshan coalition. Perhaps if Shandong and Jiangdong had known that their offensive would drive Bashu to seek a ceasefire with Shiliang and Hebei, whom they had been fiercely battling, they would have regretted their actions. Wulong quickly relayed the news to the management group. Although they had lost their chance at hegemony, the members of Bashu were still filled with excitement. After all, this was far better than being gradually forced into disbanding the alliance. Male brother Dashan, those without camps in Chengdu, build them now. Well, open Chengdu at noon the day after tomorrow, ready to establish the kingdom. Male Wulong, a ceasefire is now in effect with Shiliang and Hebei. For the upper part of Jingzhou commandery, screenshot sent in the group, brothers, there should relocate to the lower part of Jingzhou or Hanzhong commandery. I or the alliance leader will reimburse the cost, 500 gold beads. This area will serve as a buffer zone. You don't need to abandon land you've already occupied, but you cannot take new land there. Instead, develop in the lower part of Jingzhou, screenshot sent, or Hanzhong commandery. From now on, our focus will be on taking cities and attacking Zhanghan. We aim to capture Shanghua. Alliance chat Feng Xiaoxiao, damn, we still have to cede territory and pay reparations. Ping 2 Gupft. Brother Dashan, dazed, it's not reparations. Shiliang is going to attack Chang'an and Tong Pass. We're not on friendly terms yet, so to avoid conflict, just don't go there. Feng Xiaoxiao, it still feels so wrong. We haven't even lost. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. We're giving up Chang'an, and now Tong Pass and Jingzhou too. Wulong explained, without this Shiliang and Hebei wouldn't feel secure. Besides, giving up part of Jingzhou is no great loss. Trust me, once we're free from their pressure, we'll retake Shanghua soon enough. Wulong didn't mention that this small portion of Jingzhou was being ceded to both Shiliang and Hebei. They would surely have to divide it among themselves, and that might spark conflict. Even if Bashu didn't break the agreement, it could still strain their alliance, which would provide some consolation. Bai Yi Sheng Shui said, indeed, where there's life, there's hope. If we kept fighting all four of them, we'd probably end up like Jingqiu. Qiu Tian added, a ceasefire is good. Running all over the place was too tiring. Focusing on Jianghan will be easier. Wulong agreed, right. Xiaohuang Bao said, this turned out better than I expected. I thought we'd have to give up the entire Jingzhou. Wulong laughed, haha, that's impossible. Our strength hasn't suffered much. They wouldn't dare make such excessive demands. Though Wulong said this, he knew that Shiliang had indeed considered it. However, as he had pointed out, Bashu hadn't been severely weakened. If it came to a real fight, they would fight tooth and nail, and the other side wasn't willing to take that risk. It was better to take advantage of Bashu's war with the Jiangshan coalition and enter Sili to seize the initiative. Feng Xiaoxiao relented. All right, since you all say so, I'm fine with it. So what now? Attack Jianghan. Brother Dashan replied, exactly. After everyone recovers, we'll move our troops directly to Shanghua. If we can't take it in one go, we'll take it in two. Qing Bin Jiaoren said. Right, let's keep hitting them. Once we take Shanghua, we'll seize all of Jianghan. Xiaohuang Bao, sweating, taking the whole Jianghan is no small feat. Clearing out the camps at Shanglua and Xiqing is more realistic. Xiang Tianqi asked, what time do we attack? Wulong said, tentatively at 9:30. We'll see if we need to delay. Wulong calculated that 3 hours would be enough to restore their troops. Shanglua was just a step away, the second assault would be much easier. Brother Dashan added, it's not just Shanglua. We'll hit Xiqing simultaneously. The Unite the World and Impregnable teams go. The Conquest team handles Shanglua. Its durability is low. If we take it and can break through their gatekeepers, we go for it. If not, support Xiqing. Today we must tear open the gap. Ping Tu Gu agreed, right. In a real fight, they can't beat us. Unbeknownst to Hong Chun Yi Ming and Buwu Luo Li Hebei and Shiliang had already reached a ceasefire with Bashu. However, their next move left no opening for Bashu. The management sent a mail ordering everyone to return to camp, replenish their troops, and prepare for a counteroffensive. Both sides tacitly chose to strike again. The Jiangshan coalition fought for their strategic goals, while Bashu fought for vengeance. After the ceasefire between Bashu Hebei and Shiliang, the only remaining war across the entire server was at Shanghua. Without Bashu's resistance, Ziliang's advance on Chang'an was swift, and by the morning of the second day, they had already laid roads to the vicinity of Chang'an. Once Shiliang captured Chang'an, only the three major provincial capitals of Chengdu, Xianyang, and Changsha remained unoccupied. The other captured provincial capitals were Tianshui, Yijianya, and Xuchang, with Chang'an soon to join the list. Yi City in Hebei was occupied by Qingyi Pavilion with the state title of Wei. Jianya in Jiangdong was occupied by Buwu Luoli with the state title of Wu. Xuchang and Shandong was occupied by Hongqin Yiming with the state title of Xia. Tinshui and Shiliang was occupied by Zhongyi Dongxian with the state title of Liang. It had been only 20 days since the server launched, yet the game's progress was unprecedentedly fast, mainly because server 1500 had many veteran players and a far higher player count than ordinary servers. Whether in Rate the Land or Three Kingdoms Tactics, servers with round numbers or special significance often had many more players. Examples included server 1500, server 1300, as well as server 1314, server 888, and so on. With the war concluded, Lu Xiao suddenly remembered he had bought a car in the Assistant Mall. "Assistant, where is the car now?" Lu Xiao asked. "You can pick it up at the nearest 4S store. All formalities have been completed and it's ready to drive. But there's no place to keep it even if I bring it back. Should I get a house?" Lu Xiao silently checked his kill count. Though it was considerable, acquiring a property in a good location still seemed challenging. Then I'll wait a bit longer. Lu Xiao had resolved to save up more. In the mall, the only real-world items were cars and mounts. Unfortunately, there were no houses, or buying from the mall would have been very cost-effective. Converting 500 kill points to buy a Bentley Bentayga saved several times the price. But with the ceasefire, where can I earn more kill points? Lu Xiao was still calculating what size house to buy when he realized the ceasefire with Bashu was already in effect. A wave of regret washed over him. He should have delayed the ceasefire. Now, apart from the daily mission's 500 points, he could only rely on main quests. He arranged for his troops to set up camps in Chang'an, then sent his 4 main forces to continue leveling up. As for the 5th Wu Archer Squad, they still lacked too many skill points, so he put them on hold. There was no need for land reclamation. He had already conquered all resource tiles. Level 9 tiles posed no threat to Lu Xiao, while level 10 tiles still incurred too much attrition to be worthwhile. A power score of around 3000 was sufficient, with the maximum resource output capped at 150000. Lu Xiao was already close to that, so he couldn't understand why the top players on the power leaderboard kept farming tiles relentlessly. Resource production was limited anyway, and reaching 400 or 500 power was just for show, wasting troops in the process. Truly a case of saving face at the cost of comfort. Private chat, not shower. Brother Bachi, could you do me a favor? Bachi Nanayer, confused face, not shower. Can you help me take down a level 10 tile? Shy. Bachi Nanayer, okay, send me the coordinates. Not shower, wow, thank you so much. Here. XXXX. Bachi Nanayer, alright, I'll march over. Well, attack in 3 hours. By the way, shower, hasn't your school started yet? Not shower. Almost 3 more days. Then I won't be able to play. Bachi Nanayer, haha, which university? Not shower, SD University. Sai Bachi Nanayer. Not shower, what's up? Bachi Nanayer, nothing, just a coincidence. Not shower, could it be that Brother Bachi is also a senior from SD? Bachi Nanayer, scratching nose, not really. I live in J City. When you come for school, I'll treat you to a meal, okay? Not shower, really. Will you treat me for a whole season? Lu Xiao made a casual, polite remark, never expecting shower to reply like that. Bachi Nanayer, come on, not just 1 season, even 4 academic years are fine. Not shower, just kidding, hee. My wallet's been full lately, and I can't thank you enough. How could I trouble you further? Scratching head. Bachi Nanayer. After finishing the chat with Not Shower, he received another private message. Private chat, Qing Wu Yun Feiyang Bachi, have you unlocked level 10 yet? Bachi Nanayer, yes, haven't you? Qing Wu Yun Feiyang, right. Since you have sent me the battle report so I can take a look. Smiley face. Bachi Nanayer, sure. Bachi Nanayer, battle report. A few minutes later. Qing Wu Yun Feiyang, so that's all it takes. Thanks. Do you have time on the 3rd? Bachi Nanayer, September 3rd. Yes, I do. Qing Wu Yun Feiyang, it's my birthday. Bachi Nanayer, oh, happy birthday then. Qing Wu Yun Feiyang. Bachi Nanayer, my bad. What time and where? Qing Wu Yun Feiyang, resting chin on hand tentatively at Jinghai Hotel around 6. Don't worry, it won't be crowded. Bachi Nanayer, Roger. Bachi Nanayer, 6 in the morning. Qing Wu Yun Feiyang, rolling eyes. Qing Wu Yun Feiyang, of course, in the evening. Qing Wu Yun Feiyang, oh. And don't wear shorts. Bachi Nanayer, dazed, alright, I'll dress formally. Qing Wu Yun Feiyang, meaningfully, no need to be too formal, it's not like meeting the parents. A thunderbolt struck. Bachi Nanayer, Qing Wu Yun Feiyang, can't take a joke, huh? Ha. Bachi Nanayer, actually meeting them wouldn't be a bad idea. Turning the tables. He didn't wait for a reply and didn't mind, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help curling into a smile. System Male Bachi Nanayer appointed Qing Wu Yun Feiyang as Grand General. Wei Wu Duxiu was appointed as Chancellor. A Lung was appointed as Guard General. Pai and I was appointed as General who conquers the West. Fuyo was appointed as General who conquers the East. Laji Guikai was appointed as General who conquers the North. Ishu was appointed as Grand Herald. Not Shower was appointed as Secretariat Head. Keiji was appointed as Palace Secretary. Feng Yuxiu was appointed as Grand Coachman. It took some time to assign the national official positions to the various managers. Though they were mostly honorary titles, going through this routine made it feel like a real feudal lord setup. Male Luoji Guizai Chang'an is tentatively set for 8 p.m. That's 8 p.m., got it. After capturing Chang'an, the road-building team will continue paving toward Tong Pass. Rewards for capturing Chang'an will be distributed by adding Bachi's steward in the group. Be sure to set up camps in Chang'an. Have at least 3 siege units and at least 1 main force. We've been integrated, but things aren't set in stone. Anyone who repeatedly misses group activities without notice will be sent to Iron Cavalry for retirement. Zhongyi has limited slots, so everyone should log in when they can. There are red packets to collect, so don't try to slack off. The steward in the group has sharp eyes. After the final large-scale integration, Shiliang had begun to show the same style as Bashu once did. The alliance was united and active, the management was diligent, and there were big spenders paving the way with money. They had clearly become the strongest contender for the Season 1 hegemony. Alliance Tiance's third brother, it feels so fast. It's only been a few days, and we're already attacking a level 9 city. Tiance leader entering the capital region in 20 days is quite fast progress. My main force isn't even max level yet. 8-foot man team share Guan Yu Zhang, Fei Lu Bei level 50. Tiance leader. 8-foot man team share Chao Chao Lu Jin, Cheng Yu level 49. 8-foot man team share Zhou Yu Lu Sun Lu Ming level 47. Tiance leader. Tiance's second master sweating emoji. Light dance cloud flying in max level 2. Smile emoji. Wind and rain leaders been slacking off, huh? Most of us have at least 1 team at level 50 now. Tiance leader, that can't be right. We've been fighting non-stop recently. When was there time to level up? Wind and rain, you rotate your first and second teams for leveling. Just send 1 team to fight. If both teams lack troops, of course you can't keep up. Except for the alliance leader and grand general, their teams are strong, so they take fewer losses. Not Shoei starting on level 10. Battle report share. Wind and rain, holy shit. Cold Wind Shoei's been keeping a low profile. Opened a level 10 territory without a word. Not Shoei proud emoji. 8-foot man, everyone cooperate to take a level 10 territory to clear the main quest. A normal team can handle 1 garrison at a level 10 territory. 2 people working together makes it stable. Tiance's second master thumbs up emoji, win-win cooperation. Male logic ghost, we attack Chang'an at 8 p.m. Time is tight, so everyone move your main forces and siege engines there early. Make sure morale is full. Male sleeping dragon, all main forces go in for a direct assault. Siege engines follow. Get it done in 1 wave. Bashu gathered its forces once more, a vast army surging toward the walls of Shanglo once again. In an instant, the battlefield was strewn with corpses and blood stained the sky. City durability takes time to recover. In their first assault, Bashu had reduced the city's durability to under 100,000. Now only a few hours later, it had only recovered a small portion. With no more pressure from Shiliang and Hebei, their attack was fierce, and their momentum like fire. In contrast, the Jiangshan Alliance, having far fewer high-tier players, suffered from a lack of elite combat power. On average, 2 of their main teams were barely a match for a single team from Bashu. If it weren't for the Shanglua garrison depleting Bashu's forces, the defense of Jianghan would have been a complete failure. Even as it was, their resistance was incredibly difficult. In less than 5 minutes, the fierce battle gradually subsided. Jianghan's main forces stopped showing themselves, and Shanglua fell to Bashu. The moment the city's ownership changed, Bashu players eagerly surged toward the opposing encampment of Hongqian Yiming. After a brief period of obvious chaos, Hongqian Yiming displayed the demeanor of a dominant alliance from Shandong. Their remaining main forces immediately marched to garrison the gate post that Bashu was heavily focusing on. Meanwhile, reinforcement from Jiangdong rushed over to assist in the defense. Alliance Big Brother Mountain Battle Report. Their teams are far weaker than those from Hebei. Wind whispering, yeah, my main team can tear through 6 or 7 of theirs. It's like fighting level 8 wild garrisons, too easy. Sleeping Dragon, even though their levels are higher, some players are still using Sun Jian and Sun Tzu for battles. Unbelievable. Sun Jian is a first recharge gift and Sun Tzu is a cumulative 128 yuan recharge reward. These 2 are suitable for new players to open up new territories. Juninga aren't Sun Jian and Sun Tzu pretty good for opening new territories. Sleeping Dragon, they're fine for opening territories, but they're really not good for battles. Sun Jian can at least serve as a tank, but Sun Tzu is truly useless. Sleeping Dragon Sun Quan is pretty good on his own, but if you team him up with his father and brother, it's a complete waste. The 3 Suns are one of the worst orange general synergies. Juning, I see. Good thing I didn't use them. Pingchong Juning is a big spender too, right? What's your lineup? I'm curious. Juning, oh, nothing special. Just the Peach Garden Bond. Team share. Pingchong, nice flex. Sleeping Dragon, that team is way better for opening territories than the Sun family duo. Big Brother Mountain, no wonder your war merit is so high. Ping 2 Ge, yeah, if I hadn't joined the alliance early, I definitely wouldn't be as good as Juning. The lineups of a few managers within the Bashu alliance were decent, but their overall strength was around tier 2. Big Brother Mountain, I have 23000 war merit. How about you? Ping 2 Ge, holy shit, I only have 14000. How did you get so much? Zhan Wu Shuang, just exploit the counter system. Isn't that easy? Wind Whispering, I have 47000. Big Brother Mountain sweating emoji. Ping 2 Ge, there's an achievement for 1 million war merit. Xiao Xiao, you're already halfway there. Wind Whispering grinning emoji, if we roll over them this time, my war merit should hit 1 million. Big Brother Mountain Tisk TSK. I envy you. Male Sleeping Dragon, the enemy's truce is almost over. No need to attack anymore. Go home and replenish your troops. Move over before you sleep. Well, organize another wave tomorrow at 9 a.m. Grind them down slowly and wear them out. Those who are behind in development can catch up. Those with full troops can also farm war merit in Xiqing. After enjoying a delicious late-night snack, Lu Xiao patted his slightly pudgy belly. Thinking that staying cooped up at home all day wasn't good, he decided to go to the gym and get a membership card. He didn't aim to get extremely muscular, just hiring a personal trainer to supervise his weight loss would be enough. Returning home just in time for 9 p.m., he logged into the game and saw that everyone had already begun their assault. Lu Xiao quickly sent his Peach Gardenway Cavalry and Commander-in-Chief teams into the fray. Afterwards, seeing that a considerable number of garrison troops remained, he simply sent his Zhuge Liang team in as well. The recent update had buffed both Huang Zhong and the skill Unstoppable. Although Huang Zhong's active skill was still unstable, its damage further increased when facing controlled enemy generals. This finally earned him a legitimate spot among the 5 Tiger generals. Before, he had just been a utility tool in the team. After sending his 4th team to hit the city, Lu Xiao was pleasantly surprised. Besides the reliable Zhao Yun providing consistent damage, the usually lackadaisical Huang Zhong also pulled off an upset. 2 uses of 100 steps piercing Yang dealt a staggering 2,000 damage. This made Lu Xiao increasingly eager to see his performance in player-versus-player battles. Zhuge Liang's performance was solid and dependable, but one must not forget that his signature skill Miraculous Calculations not only has a chance to cause enemy generals' active skills to fail, but also deals damage based on the intelligence difference. If he performed well, he could deal tons of damage, making him a significant counter to teams that rely on active skills like the Commander-in-Chief lineup. Of course, Shu has never lacked actors with great performance skills, so whether he would do well was still a matter of luck. In less than 3 minutes, the Chang'an garrison was broken. Lu Xiao had a feeling that he would be first in kills this time. He had secretly noticed that Light Dance's main forces had only sent 2 teams. The first attack on a level 9 city counted towards the city kill score. Based on the size of the Chang'an garrison, which was 750 troops, Lu Xiao's 4 main teams had barely managed to take out 10 teams, amounting to nearly 750 kill points. Male Logic Ghost, all siege engines move in. Main forces dismantle the city for 2 more waves before retreating. The activity level of loyalty first was very high. An alliance of fewer than 300 people had 900 siege engine teams attacking the city, a scale that could even take a shot at Luoyang. Aside from the good atmosphere within the alliance, this was also due to Lu Xiao's monetary rewards. However, the most important factors were the responsible management's organization and the alliance's inherent cohesion. The rewards were built upon this foundation, otherwise buying loyalty with money would be meaningless. There would be no shortage of big spenders and later server merges, so retaining members through emotional bonds was key. Of course, sending out some red packets to celebrate important events was still very necessary. Male 8-foot man, as per usual after the battle, the top 3 in kills and the top 3 in siege damage will each get a small 198 yuan red packet. He'll drop a few 648 red packets in the group chat to cover everyone's travel expenses. After the massive assault, Chang'an, the new capital of the Han Dynasty, fell. The entire alliance erupted in cheers, celebrating the capture of the first level 9 city on the server. Meanwhile, the ambition within the imperial dominance process had also been fulfilled, unlocking a new card pack. Lu Xiao rapidly tapped for a 5 draw, and his Jade tokens plummeted at a visible rate, while his collection of 5-star characters grew richer. With the addition of a touch of luck, he had a certain advantage in card draws. Unfortunately, it would be ideal if this luck buff could be upgraded further. Detected that your kill count has reached 2 million. Partial product purchase permissions are now unlocked. For a detailed product list, please check the assistant software. Lu Xiao subconsciously opened the assistant on his phone. He discovered a new list in the mall real estate. He grew excited immediately and hurriedly scrutinized it. After browsing for over 10 minutes, Lu Xiao found that only properties under 2 million were listed in the real estate section. In City J, 2 million could indeed secure a location closer to the city center, but the square footage would certainly be limited. However, Lu Xiao wasn't too concerned. With the car being slightly off-center was no big deal. After all, he was a hardcore gamer who earned money while lying at home. System can currency be exchanged for kill points? Seeing that houses required kill points for purchase, Liu Xiao felt a bit worried. Yes, but the exchange cannot exceed the highest kill count of the current season. Your current exchange limit is 2210070, and a 1 handling fee will be charged. Liu Xiao gazed up at the ceiling, doing mental calculations. So if I buy a house worth 2 million kill points, I need to spend an extra 200 kill points. Liu Xiao suddenly realized that in the face of 2,200,000 didn't seem so significant. From now on, he wouldn't exchange when he had enough money, had only convert kill points into RMB when he ran out. Liu Xiao found it similar to cashing out. Withdrawing to a bank card incurred a fee, but transferring to a digital wallet didn't. After making his decision, he carefully reviewed several preferred properties and finally chose the Tung Yuan community on Jianxi Road. Strictly speaking, this community was a cluster of small villas, but its location was relatively remote, 10 kilometers from the bustling tea district, with few commercial streets or convenient amenities nearby. Using the assistant's AR house viewing, Liu Xiao gained a thorough understanding of everything in the vicinity. However, it was just a bit remote. The house, including a small yard, was over 180 square meters, plus a garage. Its market price was 1 million, but the assistant mall price was only 2 million kill points. After clicking to purchase, his phone rang immediately. It was a staff member from the sales office informing him that all purchase-related documents would be delivered by a special courier in the afternoon. This level of service was truly unmatched. However, the house still needed renovation and various furniture needed to be purchased, so he could continue living in his current place for the time being. Assistant tip: there are renovation packages on flash sale in the mall. Seize the opportunity. Liu Xiao was silent for a moment, but couldn't resist clicking to take a look. Let me see, this one is suitable. Full set of appliances, sofas, beds. Everything included, only 188 kill points. What a deal. He clicked to purchase immediately, and the item displayed a sold-out label along with under renovation, 60 hours remaining. Liu Xiao paid no further attention. His kill points had now dropped to tens of thousands, but fortunately the siege rewards were sufficient. Main quest completed. Do you wish to claim the rewards? Yes. Rewards credited: 300 copper coins, 300 tactic points, God's Eye module, and 1 weapon selection card. New main quest unlocked. Please check. Use the weapon selection card to designate the Green Dragon Crescent Blade. Required attributes: full might, special skill, martial saint. Your weapon selection card has been successfully generated. Please click Forge to claim it. Liu Xiao excitedly opened the top-tier weapon forging interface, and after the clang 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 of hammering metal, a flash of golden light burst forth. Green Dragon Crescent Blade, Might 15, Special Skill Martial Saint. When equipped by Guan Yu, increases the probability of active tactics by 5, from 35 to 40. Nice. Liu Xiao immediately equipped it on Lord Guan, feeling a surge of refreshing energy. In the 3 kingdoms, war weapons were divided into 4 tiers: white, green, purple, and orange. Each tier had significant attribute differences. Purple and orange weapons had a chance to gain special skills upon forging, greatly enhancing their capabilities. When attacking high-level wild monsters or conducting visits, there was a chance to obtain top-tier blueprints. Forging with these would guarantee an orange weapon, but the special skill was still random. The attributes of forged weapons were largely a matter of luck. It was possible to spend a huge amount of resources forging a weapon only to end up with an orange sky-splitting halberd that boosted charm or intelligence, which would then have to be used by an intelligence-based general. If it came with a unique special skill for Lu Bus exclusive use, it might be passable. So the best outcome was a weapon that complemented the general. Imagining a sky-splitting halberd with 10 intelligence being wielded by Zhuge Liang was indeed mind-boggling. The Green Dragon Crescent Blade, forged with the assistant's help this time, not only had perfect attributes, but also the Martial Saint special skill, making it a true divine weapon. Seizing the moment, Liu Xiao opened the new main quest to check, neglecting even the newly unlocked War Fog module. Main quest: World Domination. Rewards: basic rewards, 500 kill points, a luxury car coupon, 1 million off, 500. Special rewards: the Siege kill points module advances to the City Salary module, replacing Siege kill points upon occupying a level 5 city or higher. You can claim a fixed amount of kill points daily. Level 5 city 100, level 6 city 2000. Salary cap 50000. Little luck advances to Lucky Star, slightly increases card draw probability, slightly increases battle win rate, slightly increases pioneering success rate. Note: requires capturing Luoyang and at least one of Chang'an or Xiangyang and at least 3 level 8 provincial capitals. For each additional provincial capital captured, the basic reward increases by 20. Capturing all provincial capitals grants an additional supreme reward, 10 million kill points. Assistant tip: after the server-wide Imperial dominance process is completed, the mission mode for the next season will also change. Lu Xiao realized that this main quest was likely the final mission of the first season. The basic rewards were not particularly surprising, but what caught his attention were the special rewards. Not only could Little Luck be upgraded, but the optimization of Siege Kill Point Exchange ensured a stable daily income of 5 even without war in the later stages. It was truly a generous welfare package. However, the mission difficulty was still very high. Not to mention Bashu Jiangdong and Shandong. The current alliance between Hebei and Shiliang seemed solid, but whether they could stay together until the end was uncertain. The two sides might decide the ownership of the hegemony alliance through a friendly match, so whether Shiliang could secure the hegemony remained uncertain. On the other hand, although Bashu had currently ceased hostilities, their strength wasn't severely damaged, and they might stir up trouble again. Meanwhile, Shandong and Jiangdong weren't likely to collapse easily, so vigilance and diligent development were still necessary. Although there were over 900 siege units, capturing Chang'an still took considerable effort, mainly because the siege equipment was not strong enough. Everyone try to train your siege units. It's best to have full purple general lineups with siege traits at A or above. Learn second war skills, be around level 30, and each person should have at least 2 teams. Take a look at my siege team. You've already awakened. That's impressive. I used Zhang Bao during the early development phase, so I awakened him. I was wrong, I won't show off anymore. Using Shrank war skills for transportation, the alliance leader is truly formidable. So arrogant, look at mine. Using blue generals too. At least there's a bond. That He Jin is utterly useless, all his stats are terrible. Brothers in the road paving group, please work hard to pave the way to Tong Pass. As usual, rewards will be given after completion. After a few days here, I finally understand why Zhongyi is so strong. The red packets are overwhelming, the benefits are just too good. Does it make you feel the warmth of home? No, it's the unparalleled personal charm of Brother Bachi. After joking around in the alliance for a while, Lu Xiao began to consider the matter of regrouping. Previously, they were grouped based on which alliance they merged from. While this made unified coordination easier, it also fostered cliques, which was detrimental to the alliance's long-term development. After thinking for a moment, Lu Xiao started to make changes. You have been removed from the group by the administrator Bachi Nanair. You have been assigned to the Ghost God Corps. You have been assigned to the Polar Night Corps. You have been assigned to the Swift Wind and Thunder Group. You have been assigned to the Prairie Fire Group. You have been assigned to the Iron Cavalry Sweep Group. You have been assigned to the 10,000 Swords Return to One Group. You have been assigned to the Border Defense Army Group. I've been assigned to a new group. It does have more style than the previous ones, numbered 12,345. I'm in the Prairie Fire Group. What's the point of this grouping? What point could there be? The Ghost God Corps remains the elite strike force. The Polar Night Corps is the road paving group. No other changes. For the Border Defense Army, I plan to have these brothers relocate their cities to block roads after we enter Silly. Of course, for each person who relocates to the designated spot, there will be a 48-hour small and large monthly card subsidy. Damn, I want to join the Border Defense Army too. The brothers in the Border Defense Army were chosen after careful consideration. They all have at least one solid main team, so they can handle the important task of blocking roads. What do you mean? The alliance leader is looking down on you, doubting you, and belittling you. No, I don't mean to belittle you at all. If that's hilarious, Lu Xiao then appointed leaders for each group. He had to choose people with a certain level of management skill, and at the very least good character, otherwise it would be hard to command respect. He would continue to lead the Ghost God Corps himself. For the Polar Night Corps, he appointed Bushi Xiu'er as the leader. For the Border Defense Army, he appointed Wei Wu Duxiu as the leader. For the other 4 main battle groups, he appointed Luoji Guizai Pini Fuyo and Fengli Yuli as leaders. With that, it was done. Lu Xiao let out a soft breath. He decided to watch a movie, but it would still be a while before they could pave the way to Tong Pass. As expected, due to the disparity in hard power, Shanghua fell back into Bashu's hands. Then a massive counteroffensive began. The Jiangdong and Shandong coalition responded calmly, relying on their main cities with 9 palaces and 8 trigrams buffs to defend against Bashu's fierce assault. All main forces attack. Those with depleted troops return to replenish and come back. The rest of you don't stop, just push forward. The enemy also has many depleted units. Seize the opportunity. Attack together. Also dispatch Spartan troops from subsidies and main cities to prepare for dismantling their camps later. The enemy's Huang Zhong failed to perform. Huang Zhong rarely has a good game. Damn, it's a draw. They counter you. If they couldn't even force a draw, they'd lose face. Focus on this one first. After capturing coordinates XXXX, send Spartan units directly to dismantle their camps to draw fire. Meanwhile, other full-strength main forces attack the one next to it. Depleted main forces return home to replenish or recruit troops at the camps. Damn, why are the enemies so fierce now? They weren't this strong the first time we fought them. Don't forget last time Shiliang and Hebei were also putting pressure on them. Now that they've both ceased hostilities, all their forces are concentrated here. Are Shiliang and Hebei out of their minds? Why would they stop fighting? Bashu was about to be defeated. A pincer attack would have been perfect. They probably saw that we were about to enter Sili and didn't want to waste any more time in Guangzhou. Then we're really in an awkward position. It's fine. The worst-case scenario is losing the Shanglua front. If Bashu has any brains, they won't push any further in. What Bai Piaochu Orange didn't expect was the deep-seated hatred Bashu held for them. It wasn't until a few days later when Bashu advanced to the vicinity of Xiangyang that Shandong and Jiangdong were dumbfounded. Anyone with troops left go reinforce. Those without return to replenish. The enemy is almost out of troops too. The enemy has gone mad sending in depleted units too. Damn it, that depleted team still managed to kill so many of my troops. What a huge loss. Those without troops replenish quickly and get back. Don't let the defensive line collapse. It's all about who can hold out until the very end now. Bashu's combat strength is indeed too strong. No wonder Shiliang and Hebei achieved so little after fighting them for so many days. They are strong, but not to the point of overwhelming us. They just have more high-level and active players. I'm going to start checking war merits now. Anyone who doesn't have at least 10,000 war merits by the end of this weekend will be kicked out. Neither Jiangdong nor Shandong will take them back. You can attack at least twice a day. Not getting 10,000 in a week is truly unacceptable. Exactly, those who don't want to come are definitely land slaves. It's about time we did this. There are so many land slaves in the alliance. Look at Bashu 3 alliances with over 600 people total, which is about the same as our 3 alliances combined. But the difference in the number of troops is enormous. I'm wiped out going home. Ihan is right. There are still plenty of people with 0 war merits. Players from the Wu and Xia factions incessantly complained, yet they could not halt the advance of Bashu's iron cavalry. Under the leadership of Feng Xiaoxiao and other prominent figures, several hundred players, with an unstoppable momentum and lightning speed, directly breached the Jiangshan coalition's defensive line. This left the rear camp cluster completely exposed. Faced with such a threat, the Jiangshan coalition, though eager to turn the tide, found their resistance increasingly futile. They had to concede that their strength still lagged far behind Bashu's. The 2 provinces of Shandong and Jiangdong also had over 600 players, but due to a lack of PvP experience early on, their members were ill-adapted to the rhythm of war. Moreover, a considerable number of farming players still refrained from participating, leading to their disadvantage against a numerically equivalent Bashu force. The advantage of height-ear players was undoubtedly significant, yet Hongqian Yiming also held the geographic advantage of the 9 palaces and 8 gates. There must be other reasons for their swift defeat. Be that as it may, the complete collapse of their defenses within just a few hours truly set a new record. Male Wulong, after clearing the camps along the Shanglua line, have the Expedition Brothers move troops to the Chengdu camp. Capture it by 1030 p.m. Male Wulong, after leveling the camps, build palisades on the cleared ground. Then dispatch Spartans to continue advancing towards Xiangyang and Wuguan. Yitong Tianxia. Male Jianshui Rao Donglio, everyone after clearing the camps continue advancing toward Wuguan. Establish a camp cluster at 727804. Then await further orders to push forward with the main alliance and Gutia Jintang brothers. Alliance Qingqingfengwa Dam, are we entering Sili too? Jianshui Rao Donglio, yes, that's the plan. Nichi Qingha will Hebei and Shiliang agree to us entering Sili. Jianshui Rao Donglio, we've only agreed to a truce with them. We've ceded Chang'an and Tong Pass, but we still have autonomy over other matters. Nichi Qingha fell silent. After so many days into the game, no one was a clueless rookie anymore. Every season was about achieving hegemony. It would be inexcusable not to compete. As for disputes with other alliances, that was management's concern. Gutia Jintang soon relayed orders to cooperate with Yidong and Zhengzhan in advancing toward Wuguan. Lu Shao continued sweeping and leveling up, curious about the newly rewarded Warfog function. 30,000 copper coins are affordable now. He muttered to himself, then silently activated it. Opening the map, he was astonished to see all players' main cities and troop movements as clearly as if they were his own alliances. Green represented his own alliance, light blue were allies, Bashu was yellow, and Shandong and Jiangdong were red. Warfog alert large forces from Bashu alliances Zhengzhan, Sifang, Yitong Tianxia, and Gutia Jintang are moving towards 717783. The probability of their target being Wuguan is 89. Forces from Shandong and Jiangdong alliances Hongchuan, Yiming Boali, and Mofa Shean are mobilizing en masse toward Wuguan. Based on troop deployment estimates, the probability of these forces breaching the pass before 10 p.m. tonight is 21, after 10 p.m. is 41, and throughout tomorrow is 90. This function is truly. He stared blankly at the map until the usage time expired, snapping back to reality. Lu Xiao realized this module was like a strategist, not only revealing the overall situation, but also automatically simulating outcomes, truly overpowered. Shandong and Jiangdong seem intent on going all and abandoning half of Jianghan to force their way through the pass. Indeed, once inside Sili, they could relocate their cities there in less than half a day, making Jianghan irrelevant, except for Xiangyang. Lu Xiao pondered. As for Bashu, they were equally persistent, using the pretext of attacking Jianghan, while their true aim was also to breach the pass. Without the war fog, he would never have considered this possibility. Jiangdong and Shandong planned to seize Wuguan to cut off Bashu's entry into the pass. There were more passes into Sili, but Wuguan was closest to Bashu. Tong Pass was already under Ziliang's scrutiny, and the other passes were under the Jiangshan coalition's control. By the time Bashu fought their way there, it would be too late. Thus, Wuguan was Bashu's only chance to enter Sili. Or rather, it was the path Bashu had chosen for themselves. After capturing Shangluo, they could have turned on Shiliang and Jingzhou Commandery, but for some reason, they opted to attack Jianghan instead. Perhaps they saw the Jiangshan coalition in Jianghan as paper tigers far weaker than Ziliang's forces. As for Shiliang, they would naturally be too preoccupied with Bashu to interfere, focusing instead on rushing through Tong Pass. According to Lu Xiao's intel, Hebei also planned to breach the pass tonight. Mail Yiguan Chongqing attack Fenglingdu at 8 p.m. After capturing it, quickly pave the way to take Mingjin. Then pave roads toward Luoyang and Hunanese cities. Our main defensive target is Qixian. Relocate cities mainly to Hunan as far south as possible. Alliance Zhuge Kongming, we still need to advance on Qixian as soon as possible. Shandong and Jiangdong have many camps there. Would better capture Qixian before they do. Shuo Qishui is Shiliang taking Hongnon Commandery. Yiguan Chongqing, yes, they're primarily defending Wuguan. Shuo Qishui, then we're getting a good deal. Shandong and Jiangdong are already mobilizing at Wuguan. They might attack tonight. Zhuge Kongming, that's uncertain. They were battered by Bashu all afternoon. They might not have the strength. It'll be tough. Zhuge Kongming also were not exactly at an advantage. There's a vast distance between Heniai and Hunan. By the time we pave our way there, they might have already taken Qixian. So we're under pressure too. Shuo Qishui, then how do we split Luoyang later? Bei Minjia's, yeah, what about Luoyang? There are only 300 hegemony slots, right? Yiguan Chongqing, each alliance gets 150 slots. Well, decide which alliance becomes the hegemony alliance through a friendly match. That alliance will be the main alliance next season. Further matters need to be discussed with Shiliang. Bei Minjiazo. Shuo Qishui, that seems fair. Yiguan Chongqing actually were at a disadvantage. Shiliang has just over 300 members, while we have significantly more. Zhuge Kongming, not necessarily. Our active members might also be around 300, similar to Shiliang. Although the server seems populous now, quite a few will quit before next season. Some will also lose heart and leave early in the new season. I estimate only 600 to 700 will remain by the end. Yiguan Chongqing, right. Many veterans only play one season and then switch servers. But this is server 100, so 600 to 700 is too low. It should be 800 to 900. Zhuge Kongming, for now, we've only reached an agreement with Shiliang. The key is Bashu, Jiangdong, and Shandong. If we mishandle them, and they collectively switch servers, it'll hurt us all. Shuo Qishui, so you're saying the final hegemony slots will be split further? Yiguan Chongqing, yeah, definitely. If things go wrong, we might have to give up half our slots to Shiliang. Zhuge Kongming, actually the hegemony rewards aren't much different from the separatist ones. For our server, it should be 5 provinces under conquest, 2 under separatist rule, and 1 under separatist rule. That would accommodate all active players. Shuo Qishui, I see. Hebei was mobilizing troops toward Fengling Crossing, gathering forces to breach the pass, while Shiliang hastened to lay roads to Tong Pass. At Wu Pass, a skirmish between Bashu and the Jiangshan alliance was imminent. In short, the entire server was locked in fierce contention over the single province of Sili. At this moment, it seemed that Hebei had the highest probability of breaching the pass tonight. A private message arrived. Hello, brother. Gaishi Jiangdong felt a twinge of curiosity upon seeing the message from the Bashu commander, followed by a flicker of suspicion. Gaishi Jiangdong, is something the matter? Wulong, nothing much. I just wanted to ask if your alliance intends to keep grinding against us until Shiliang and Hebei take Luoyang and split the Dominion, or if we can cooperate and enter the pass together. Gaishi Jiangdong, how would cooperation work? Wulong, haha, the Bowu alliance leader is straightforward, so it'll be direct. You can't take Wu Pass on your own tonight, can you? Gaishi Jiangdong, get to the point. Wulong, we can provide long-range support to help you take Wu Pass, but you'll need to give us an airfield location once you're inside. We can sort it out later, then together we'll take Luoyang and split the Dominion among 3 alliances. Wulong's words were deliberately vague, avoiding mention of attacking Shiliang and Hebei, even though taking Luoyang would effectively target them. Gaishi Jiangdong, if that's your proposal, we can just take Wu Pass tomorrow. Why split the spoils and give away 100 slots? Wulong brother, you're joking. Would you dare take Wu Pass without our cooperation? Or do you not care about Jianghan anymore? Aren't you afraid? Well, just seize your provincial capitals. Gaishi Jiangdong, I admit Bashu is formidable, but don't forget with us blocking you won't get through the pass either. Wulong, see, that's the problem. Wulong, so cooperation is the only way for mutual gain. With a shift in tone, Wulong deftly diffused the tension. Seeing the other side fall silent, Wulong held his peace, awaiting their decision. Gaishi Jiangdong, haven't you contacted the Shandong Alliance leader yet? Wulong sensed the hesitation in the other party. Wulong, not yet. I think you should coordinate internally. Attack after 10 tonight. There's a former member of yours with a plot of land on the front line. He'll join our alliance soon. Don't flip that land. Gaishi Jiangdong, a former member. Final talk to Shandong. He asked no further, there was no need. Wulong, don't dwell on his past. Gaishi Jiangdong, alright, let bygones be bygones. A word is a bond. I hope Bashu will keep its promise. Wulong, rest assured. Hey, race to a successful cooperation. Mengjue Diem. That works, but what about Shanghua? Gaishi Jiangdong, if the cooperation goes through, Shanghua becomes optional, but we should still try to secure it later. Mengjue Diem, just worried about Bashu. It hasn't been long since they ceased hostilities with Shiliang and Hebei, and now they're quietly turning against them. That's a bit shady. Gaishi Jiangdong, true, but Shiliang and Hebei aren't any better. We were locked in a bitter struggle with Bashu, yet they silently made peace. That also violates our earlier agreement. Mengjue Dai, alright, let's proceed. Gaishi Jiangdong, since you agree, I'll announce it to the alliance. Mengjue Dai, good. In the group chat, Bushi Shower, almost there. With a screenshot. Tiance, Sandy Shower truly deserves the position of Jive team leader. The efficiency is solid. Tiance, Eerie, sycophant, in the end, you'll have nothing. Tiance, Sandy, damn, when did I ever flatter? Tiance, Shonao, sister Shower, Sandy called you a hammer. Bushi Shower. Tiance, Sandy, mistaken friends. Backinator, Bushi Shower, no need to rush. It's too hard, haha. Bushi Shower, humph, I wonder who was urging me to build roads in the game. Bushi Shower sent a screenshot. Backinator. Tiance, Sandy, haha. Backinator sent a private red envelope. Bushi Shower claimed it. Bushi Shower, wow, so sweet. Tiance, Sandy, what the hell? Backinator. Backinator, after the road building team finishes verify with the steward. Upon verification, each person gets a 128 welfare. Backinator, after taking Tong Pass, the entire alliance assists in road building and relocates to sea. The location is in Hongnon Commandery. Don't go elsewhere. Relocate according to group requirements. They'll send the screenshot to the group later. Follow it for relocation. Then find the steward to reimburse the 500 gold beads for travel expenses. Tiance, Sandy gave a thumbs up. Fengli Yuli, can we open tonight? Backinator, probably tomorrow. Tentatively set for noon tomorrow. Hebei, as the first level 9 pass and the final barrier before entering Sea, Hebei treated it with extraordinary gravity. They had long demanded all main forces assemble with siege equipment fully prepared since yesterday. Preparations were thorough. In the mail, Yiguan, Chongqing, Shiliang brothers have already taken Chang'an. We can't lag behind. Breach the pass at 9 tonight and enter Silly. All brothers log in 5 minutes early to prepare. Strike the city on time. Send battle reports to group channels. Except for the road building team, all other brothers send one main force to Mengjin on standby. Road building brothers work hard tonight. After paving to Mengjin, add my V to claim a red envelope. In the alliance chat, Shawakashui, wow, this time we'll be the first into Silly, huh? Xiangxia Hengxing, I feel entering from Fengling Crossing is a bit disadvantageous. It's far from Luoyang, and we still need to take Mengjin. Yiguan, Chongqing, Qixin hasn't been taken yet. Actually, the pressure at Wu Pass is greater. We also have Heniai as territory, so it's not a loss. Xiangxia Hengxing, I see. Shawakashui, if we take Hulao Pass and Hanga Pass, Luoyang is basically secure. Of course, it's best to capture either Wu Pass or Qixin, or ITLL be hard to defend. One slip and it's all over. Ilu Xuanda, as long as Bashu is still fighting in Jianghan and doesn't ally with them, we're fine. Guan Chongqing thought it made sense, but something felt off, though he couldn't pinpoint what. On the other side, after establishing friendly relations with the Jiangshan, 2 provinces, Bashu's forces directly advanced on Wu Pass. To mislead other provinces, road building continued as usual. Consequently, it wasn't until they coordinated the attack on Wu Pass that Shiliang and Hebei realized these 3 had joined forces. Shandong and Jiangdong remained silent, continuing to deploy troops to Wu Pass camps. To outsiders, it appeared as a surprise attack on Bashu, but it was actually coordinated warfare. Liu Xiao, who had spent 30,000 copper coins to experience the fog of war, had his focus fixed on Tong Pass, inadvertently adding further twists to the already elusive dominion. No one is perfect. Even if they knew about the Bashu-Jiangshan alliance, Shiliang and Hebei had no recourse but to accelerate their advance into Silly. The game of Sangwa War is rife with scheming and intrigue. A mere mobile game becomes a stage for players to pit their wits against each other. Only on the battlefield could one die for the nation. There was no need to be wrapped in horsehide and carried back. Beneath the city gate of Finglingdu, the main army, led by Qingyi Pavilion, stood in majestic array, awaiting the order to strike. Apart from nearly 400 elite troops from Qingyi Pavilion, there were also some forces from Yuan family's glory. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and the management of Qingyi Pavilion issued the command to attack. Yiguan Chongqing, main force advance. Upon receiving the order, players began to command their troops to attack. The once orderly and still army began to shift, forming an arrowhead aimed at Finglingdu. Within 10 breaths, the main forces successively engaged the city's defenders in close combat. 75,000 defenders would have been a terrifying sight 20 days ago, but now everyone could muster enough strength to fight them. At this stage, 75,000 defenders still required at least 2 players to overcome. Fortunately, the number of defender units was relatively small compared to the Hebei main force, allowing them to overwhelm with sheer numbers. Even so, it took 6 grueling minutes to finally subdue the defenders. Afterward, the siege engines advanced boldly, the sound of rolling wood echoing across the map. Soldiers pushed cloud ladders, catapults, and other siege equipment forward, bearing far less pressure than the main forces. Counting reinforcements from Yuan family's glory, there were nearly 900 siege engine units. Of course, only a fraction would survive the entire siege process intact. Siege engines typically had an attack value above 300. Later, with siege camps maxed out and all 3 generals possessing splash traits, reaching an attack value of over 400 was entirely feasible. For advanced cities, siege engines needed not only sufficient attack power, but also generals with decent combat abilities, rank or higher tactics, maxed out native skills at level 6 or 7, and ideally a third awakened tactic to minimize losses during each assault. With 900 siege engine units, the first wave could destroy at least 2 700 durability points, making progress swift. Congratulations! Qingyi Pavilion has captured Finglingdu, the pass connecting Guangzhong and Sili. Yiguan Chongqing applause, Yilu Xuando applause when Sheng Shiyu Zhang Fei Weave entered the pass. Zhongyi Dongxian Wei Wu Du Xiu, congratulations to our Hebei brothers for being first into Sili. Just make sure to leave some land for us, okay? Grinbu Wu Luo Li Gai Shijiang Dong Tisk, looks like our Hebei brothers are already dead set on Luoyang. Yiguan Chongqing Si Bashu used to stir up trouble, and now our Jiangdong brothers are playing the same game. Gai Shijiang Dong tentative plan to break the pass at 1030. Brothers who haven't arrived yet, hurry over. Quan Longquan, I heard we allied with Bashu. Baishir Kaluye, you just found out. Quan Longquan, it's just sudden. When I logged in this afternoon, things were still heated, and now we're all buddy-buddy. Baishir Kulaha. Gai Shijiang Dong sweat, it's all for the alliance, everyone understand. Quan Longquan, I don't mind, just surprised. Gai Shijiang Dong, that's good. If you had a problem, I'd have to kick you out. Quan Longquan. Gai Shijiang Dong. I think I said something wrong. Baishir Kulu, you just spoke your mind. Sun Shi Ing Lai pick nose. Wolong at 1030 Jiangdong, and Shandong will attack. Everyone time it to hit the city at 1030 and start long-range shots. After the attack, head straight home. Leave the Spartans at Wuguan. Feng Xiaoxiao, what's long-range shooting? Wolong sweat, it means when you can hit the city at 1030, just click to attack. Feng Xiaoxiao, okay. Ping 2 go, no big deal. With our support taking out a few, it's basically secure. Wolong mm. At 1030, an hour after Hebei captured Finglingdu, Jiangdong and Shandong began their assault on Wuguan. On the other side, Lu Xiao was idly scrolling through the map when he noticed something off about the Bashu forces near Wuguan. Due to the friendly relationship between Zhongyi Dangxian and Bashu, he could see through Bashu's light blue march lines that their target was unmistakably Wuguan. Thanks to the vision provided by Bashu's troops, Lu Xiao saw that Jiangdong and Shandong were currently attacking Wuguan. Lu Xiao's face darkened. He searched further and indeed found a piece of land owned by a Bashu player right next to Wuguan. Clearly, Bashu had already joined forces with Jiangdong and Shandong while he remained in the dark. The moment Lu Xiao realized this, he contacted the Hebei alliance leader. An alliance of 3 factions meant far more than just taking a single pass like Wuguan. At that moment, Hebei was still basking in the joy of their pass capture, busy paving roads toward Mengjin. Even Guan Chongqing had stopped paying attention to other alliances' movements. Guan Chongqing. They're attacking Wuguan. And with Bashu. Baqin and Air Wuguan 690750, why would I lie to you? The defenders are already cleared. Guan Chongqing. This is bad. Baqin and Air, are you talking about Wuguan or the 3 factions? Guan Chongqing, both. The urgent matter is Wuguan. When will you break through? Baqin and Air, tomorrow noon. Guan Chongqing, that's half a day. Baqin and Air, that's assuming no surprises. If Bashu cancels the friendly status and blocks our siege engines, things get tricky. Pick nose, Guan Chongqing, you don't seem worried at all. Baqin and Air, why worry? They're just defeated foes. Guan Chongqing. Bachin and Air Bash's morale is unstable. Many have quit the game. Despite having 700 members, few are capable fighters. Iguan Chongqing, the numbers gap is still huge. They'll arrange for the alliance to pave roads and support as soon as possible. Bachin and Air at least it keeps Qixin safe for now. Iguan Chongqing sweat. Bachin and Air after capturing Tong Pass move into Sili quickly. Each group should take positions as assigned. We'll be fighting Jiangdong Shandong and Bashu and Sili, 1 against 3. Wushi Xiao. Wow, that's intense. Tiansu, San, D damn Bashu tore up the agreement. Those bastards are too fast. Tiansu, Air, Yi third watch your language. Swearing is bad, you idiot. Tiansu San D. Bachin and Air classic case of the magistrate may set fires, but the commoners can't light lamps. Tiansu San D finally the leader understands me. Woo. Tiansu Shou Neo pick nose Tiansu Air, Yi Scornching duo 1 against 3 is too tough. It won't be easy. Hanfeng true. Though individual strength gaps have narrowed, they have so many people. 3 alliances combined must have 1,000 members. If only you no choice. We have to tough it out. Bachin and Air ill consider a daily subsidy of 128 during the campaign. Cheng duo overcome difficulties. If there are none, create them and conquer. Nothing can stop us, Shiliang people. Long live Shiliang. If only you. Tiansu San D, stun Han Feng as expected. Wushi Xiao, that's tens of thousands a day. Brother Bachi, won't that be too much for you? Wushi Xiao timidly, I can fight even without money. Lu Xiao felt a warmth in his heart. Though daily income during battles exceeded 1 million, having someone care about his wallet was still touching. Tiansu, San D damn, I'm so jealous. Screw it, I'm quitting. Tiansu Air, Yi next time Xiao, just private message. Don't trigger the singles. Tiansu San D, so having a girlfriend means you can do whatever you want. Tiansu Air Yi, that's right. Having a wife means you can do whatever you want. Tiansu Shou Neo Hey 110. I'm reporting someone for reckless driving. Qing Wu Yun Fei Yang smiled, don't worry. Bachi has money too. If needed, he'll chip in. Bachin and Air, that's right. We might have to pull all-nighters, so ITL'll be tough. Just a small perk. Assistant prompt, you have triggered a special mission. Please review. A special mission. Lu Xiao was taken aback as this was his first encounter with such an event. Special Mission Luoyang Series, Part 1. Defend Hanga Pass and Hulao Pass. Ensure both passes remain under your or your allies' control before the season ends if failure occurs if an enemy alliance captures them. Upon season conclusion, holding Hulao Pass and Hangu Pass completes the mission. Rewards include 300 kill points, a card pack of 300 bronze coins, a tactic point card pack of 300, 3 self-selected 5-star general cards usable on the next 5-star draw limited to basic packs with the general available, and a premium self-purchase card for a 5-star general costs 100 to specify 1 orange tier. General up to 5 uses. Choose 2 rewards. Luoyang Series, Part 2. The special mission rewards are quite decent. Moreover, it was clearly a chain mission with no time limit and manageable difficulty. Among the 2 passes, Hulao Pass was the most vulnerable, but only relatively so. Of the 5 rewards, Lu Xiao valued the 5-star self-purchase card the most. He had used it before, though pricey, directly acquiring an orange tier general was worthwhile. With 5 uses, he could fully upgrade a whiteboard general to max rarity. This was especially useful for limited generals like Sima, Yizhang Liao, or Pang Tong, who were hard to pull from time-limited card packs. Lu Xiao already had all other orange tier generals, only missing those from Season 2. Thus, when a general was just 1 or 2 points shy of full red stars, he could use the self-purchase card to complete the upgrade. Assistant, since this special mission is a chain, what triggers the subsequent tasks. Special missions come in various types. This one requires capturing Hulao Pass and Hanga Pass to unlock the next task. The assistant prompts that this series will auto-adjust based on the current situation and always relates to cities. I see. Lu Xiao mused, matching his expectations. Congratulations to the Alliance Bualali for capturing Wu Pass connecting Jianghan and Sili. Private chat Wulong, we kept our promise and helped you take Tong Pass. Next you need to enter C and fight. I suggest you take Qi County to prevent Hebei from threatening your rear. Gaishi Jiangdong ill consider it. The airport needs over 10 hours, well, arrange a path to the middle. Wulong, good, thanks for paving the way. Gaishi Jiangdong, no problem. We'll need to cooperate more. Though Shiliang has only over 300 members, they're not to be underestimated. Wulong, true, but we entered C earlier, giving us an edge. Male Iguan Chongqing brothers, hurry up and pave the way. After taking Mingjin, we'll support Shiliang. Also relocate cities preferably to Heniai and Honani. Starting tomorrow, we'll assess war merits. Those with weekly merits below 300 must explain. A 0 merits leads to dismissal. This is our decisive moment. Please participate actively. Shawakishui never thought these 3 would unite. One moment they're fiercely fighting, the next they're like brothers. Zhuge Kongming shrug Wen Sheng Shiyu Zhangfei a lyric goes deceit and treachery define the three kingdoms. It's all about interests. Bashu can't claim hegemony alone, so they allied. Shawakishui just hegemony. Look at them fighting tooth and nail. Iguan Chongqing pick nose then join a secondary alliance. They'll give you an officer spot. Shawakishui wicked grin no thanks. Bei Minjia's the enemy's main pushes at Wu Pass. Can Shiliang hold out with a threefold numerical disadvantage? Shawakishui were heading to support them. Zhuge Kongming, it's a long way from Heniai, or Shiliang will have to endure on their own for a while. Zhuge Kongming Bashu Shandong and Jiangdong total 6 or 7 alliances with over 1,000 members. Initially, it won't be that many, but halfway through there will be around 500. If it were just Jiangdong and Shandong, Shiliang could handle it. Many strong fighters like Bachi and Qinghui Yunfiang. But with Bashu's high-tier players, that advantage is neutralized. Iguan Chongqing, I spoke with Bachi, he's confident. I think he can hold out for half a day. We need to speed up and support them sooner. The principle of shared survival should be clear to all. The next day, Ziliang's forces arrived at Tong Pass as planned, aware that the Jianghan coalition had entered Sili, making the atmosphere unusually tense. Male Bachi Nanair good turnout today. Main forces strike the city at 11. After clearing the garrison, return to replenish. Siege engines moved to Tong Pass immediately after capture. Spada paved the way in a fan shape toward Wu Pass, set up camps near Yiyang, and prepare main forces to intercept Bashu and Jiangshan. Capture Hanggu Pass swiftly to protect Luoyang. Seeing a strong alliance turnout and efficient path paving to Tong Pass, Liu Xiao decided to attack early. Entering Sili sooner would help mitigate disadvantages. Meanwhile, the Jiangshan coalition, after a night of path paving, had advanced near Yang. They planned to take Yang and then march toward Hanggu Pass. To be cautious, Liu Xiao planned to intercept at a strategic choke point on the route from Yang to Hanggu Pass, a narrow defensible path averaging less than 2 tiles wide with the widest spot suitable for relocating a city to block the way. Liu Xiao intended to relocate his city there personally. With his fully upgraded 9 palaces and 8 trigram city defense reaching 3,605 main squads, he could hold the pass like a one-man army, boosting morale. Being conquered in 3 kingdoms caused minimal loss. For an alliance leader, it only reset current alliance level experience and emptied the warehouse. No severe penalty. Unlike in Raid Earth, where a leader's fall led to the entire alliance's collapse, Liu Xiao could lead from the front. This allowed him to charge fearlessly. Of course, the prerequisite was reaching the designated position quickly. Fortunately, it was daytime with no nighttime stamina or attack time limits, making path paving faster. This was why the Jiangshan coalition hadn't reached Yang yet. Of course, who paved faster during the day depended on luck, but for now Buolali was ahead of Zhongyi. This was why Liu Xiao didn't send everyone to Yang directly. Instead of fighting with low morale, it was better to stay farther away, restore morale, and wait for the enemy's next move. As the saying goes, if the enemy doesn't move, I won't either. Buolali was tasked with paving toward Yang, while Hongqin, Yiming, and Bashu awaited airport positions, delaying any immediate conflict. This was a silver lining. Shiliang desperately needed time. Approximately an hour later, the main force of loyalty first arrived at Yang, though they had merely marched there without establishing connections yet. Loosely scattered, about 200 main squads stood silently, awaiting the main force of Jiangdong players from afar. At this moment, Jiangdong was less than 30 hexes away from Yang. Under normal progress, they could pave the way in over 3 hours, time enough for loyalty first to set up their tents and restore morale. The movements of Shiliang naturally could not be hidden from Buolali, but dominating Jiangdong had its own considerations. Going against Shiliang alone would be nothing short of a pipe dream. However, if they rallied the 2 alliances of Monv and Hongqin, they could form a suppressive force against Shiliang. Thus, a temporary retreat was necessary. But preparations for advancement had to be made in advance. To this end, dominating Jiangdong sent out a mail. Mail dominating Jiangdong, all members set up tents near Yang at coordinates 661639. Troops, stand by again. Spartans, continue paving forward. Alliance to Qiao, there are so many people from Shiliang. Should we wait for Monv and Hongqin's brothers to join before pushing? Dominating Jiangdong, yes, that's my thought. We're at a numerical disadvantage, so let's wait. Sending Spartans forward can drain their main force's stamina. Alliance Tiansu, Sandi, damn, they're so arrogant. Just a few dozen squads, and they still dare to push forward. Tiansu Air Yi, my morale is over half restored, I can fight. Hanfeng, I think we should wait a bit longer. Their morale is higher than ours. In the mid to late stages of the game, player squads are mostly fully formed. At this point, beyond tactics and formations, the gap in morale value cannot be ignored in determining battle outcomes. In the game's initial state, morale maxed at 100. Each hex marched reduced morale by 1 point, while staying stationary for 2 minutes restored 1 point. Only when morale reached 100 or above could combat effectiveness hit 100%. Otherwise, squad damage would decrease. The lower the morale, the weaker the combat power, especially when the gap in formations and tactics between both sides was minimal. Later morale could be boosted by building a morality altar, each level adding 4 morale points, starting at 104 and reaching 120 at max level, greatly enhancing long-distance marching combat capability. Of course, at this stage, few on either side had maxed out their morality altar. Many hadn't even finished advanced military constructions, so resource-intensive projects like the altar remained undeveloped. However, this did not include Lu Xiao. After all, being able to eliminate more squads meant more kill points, which could be exchanged for money. Thus, Lu Xiao's internal affairs buildings lagged, but his military constructions were highly developed. He had upgraded the morality altar to level 3, granting 112 morale upon departure. Quite a boon indeed. Both sides fell into a strange tacit understanding, silently waiting for morale to recover before stealthily stabbing each other in the back. 2 more hours passed. Lu Xiao, eyeing the many enemy squads with barely contained eagerness, could no longer hold back. Male Bachin and air those with morale above 90, a charge with me. The rest send Spartans forward to probe and dismantle enemy tents. Those with morale below 90, hold position. Brothers, go for it. Alliance Wei Wu Du Xiu, the wind rises high, clouds soar. Might spreads across the seas, I return to my homeland. Kill. Tiansu, San Di Dam, Brother Xiu's line is way better than Bakhai's, go for it. Tiansu Shou Neo, truly the most brilliant one. Brothers, charge. With Lu Xiao's command, online players immediately began marching, sending out about 50 main squads. The group also received an everyone from the steward. Steward-friendly reminder: the Yang campaign has begun. All participants can claim a reward of 128 from the steward after the battle by submitting battle reports. Those not involved will not receive rewards. Not show air charge. Lu Xiao also saw the steward's everyone and felt a surge of joy. Having an assistant was indeed convenient, except for the annoyance of having to pay a fee for everything. Lu Xiao's 4 main squads had been itching for action. Even as he sent the mail, they had already charged toward the enemy lines, arriving just in time. Jiangdong had tried to avoid conflict by keeping their distance from the Shiliang defense line, but the expansion of tent clusters had reduced the distance between the two sides to under 20 hexes. 20 hexes meant a loss of 20 morale points, significantly reducing damage. Yet Lu Xiao felt this was the optimal time to strike. Even if losses were heavy, clearing the enemy defense line would buy time until Hebei arrived, easing the pressure of a 2 vs 3 fight. Male dominating Jiangdong, they're attacking. Brothers with decent morale move to the front line and defend immediately. Protect those with low morale. Alliance Long Quan, the numbers gap has narrowed a bit as Jiangdong's troops arrive, but it's still a tough fight. By sure Kulu tough or not, if the defense line falls, all previous efforts will be wasted. You show how sure battle report this guy is pretty strong. By sure Kulu seems like a girl. Grin Mo Jia ZD battle report, a draw, morale was lacking, otherwise we could have won. Chun Axiu sat in her dorm, her small fingers swiping and tapping continuously, studying national battle reports to gauge the enemy's strength. For this battle, Chun Axiu had deployed 2 main squads. The first was her usual Lu Bu squad, which on Lu Xiao's advice had been restructured with Yuan Xiao as the main general and Zhu Jun and Lu Bu as deputies. Lu Bu served as the primary damage dealer while Yuan Xiao carried the tactics Duo Han Siepha and Wen Wu Shuang Quan, the best she could muster. Duo Han Siepha stole the enemy's might and intelligence, adding them to one's own with a high trigger rate and excellent effect, a solid tactic. Wen Wu Shuang Quan was primarily used in synergy with Yuan Xiao's innate tactic. In this archer squad, Yuan Xiao functioned as a semi-support. Zhu Jun, the top purple general in the game, carried the tactics Zuoshou Gucheng and Zan Bai Qi Feng. His innate tactic Zhen Yahuang Jin consistently dealt 5,000 damage, ignoring enemy defense, akin to true damage in League of Legends. That was Zhu Jun's true strength. Zuoshou Gucheng provided healing, while Zan Bai Qi Feng protected the low-intelligence Lu Bu, reducing the chance of a sudden death. As the main damage dealer, Lu Bu was undoubtedly the output anchor, carrying and Song Xianji and Ichi Dang Qian. When he performed well, breaking 20,000 damage was a sure thing. Axiu had decent luck with card draws. Besides the group archer squad, her second squad was a Wei cavalry led by Cheng Yu. Cheng Yu served as the main general, carrying Bai Mei and Si Mian Chu Gu with Xiahou Dun and Chao Zhang as deputies. Xiahou Dun wielded Chun Chang Shizhan and Ho Fa Run, while Chao Zhang carried Zhong Bing Jielu and Bu Ru Shiming. Though this squad wasn't top tier overall, Cheng Yu's high damage ceiling still brought some pleasant surprises. Spearman and the 5 Tigers. Is my archer squad okay? Axiu frowned. When she saw the enemy lacked the disarming skill Sheng Qi Ling, she waved her small hand, nearly toppling her petite frame. She glanced around, nervously relieved to find her roommates absent, then muttered fiercely under her breath, "Damn it. A decisive victory. Axiu watched her Lu Bu unleash his might, landing 27 strikes for 23,000 damage. Delight made her eyes narrow into crescents and her lips curled up until she could no longer contain her laughter bursting out. Clang. Then Axiu turned instantly furious. In a moment of carelessness, she hadn't noticed someone sneaking in for a cheap shot, and she was ambushed. Though the battle ended in a draw, her group archer squad, which had 16,000 troops remaining, plummeted to 3,000. Little different from a crushing defeat. She shook her little head, but the more she thought about it, the angrier she grew. Pouting, she posted the battle report to the channel. Not Shoerwa, this guy is bullying me. Someone get revenge for me. Tian Su, Sandy, damn, not letting Sister Shio win. That's just ungrateful. Brothers, get him. Instantly 5 or 6 blue lines pointed at the Jiangdong players still lingering on the battlefield. Alliance Mo Jiazd, holy crap, why did so many people swarm in all of a sudden? Targeting me. Long Quan, what's there to fear? I'm here. Mo family Scion, damn, the 8-foot giant is charging over too. Gaishi Jiangdong, don't panic when trouble strikes. Let's check if the max level national team lineup can counter and attack the 8-foot man's Peach Garden. Mo family Scion, sweating, this guy is practically a one-man army in ancient times. Gaishi Jiangdong, rich and willful TSK. Sun family hero. Damn, he has that many main forces. Gaishi Jiangdong, the cavalry should be Wei cavalry. The white horse is definitely the governor's army. That archer unit is unclear. De Qiao all maxed out. Battle report, both main teams are down. The gap with maxed out units is too huge. Gaishi Jiangdong, his tactics are all top tier, not to mention the level advantage. Keep it up, everyone. His Wei cavalry and governor's army have already retreated. Lu Shao rampaged across the battlefield, especially with his main Peach Garden team. Thanks to its excellent sustain, after taking down 3 squads, it still had around 15,000 troops. Lu Shao planned to continue for a few more rounds. As for the 4th squad, it was just a makeshift lineup. With incomplete skills and generals in the first season, putting together 3 T1 or above teams was already the limit. The Wei cavalry, on the other hand, was forced back after accidentally getting countered, but it still took down 3 main squads. The governor's army performed even better, taking out 4 in a row, though it had little troops left in the end. The Zhuge Liang squad hadn't encountered any opponent yet and remained fully stocked in place. Lu Shao decided to wait as long as it wasn't countered. The 4th squad was still under-leveled, just reached level 45, so he chose not to take the initiative. The 5th squad, Gan Ningzhu archer, was still training and not deployed to the battlefield. Sending in a level 30-something squad was just feeding, even if maxed out and high tier. In under 20 minutes, Lu Shao had already racked up 25 kills, of bountiful harvest. Tiance Sandy. Battle report, there's a Wei cavalry here, quite tough to handle. 8-foot man, he'll go drive it off. 8-foot man, battle report, this squad isn't bad, ha. Lu Shao saw the opponent's lineup through the battle report. Honestly, it was quite impressive. Cao Cao as the main general paired with the Xiahou brothers Xiahou Dun and Xiahou Yuan. Their tactics were mostly complete, and the level was high, reaching 48. Lu Shao figured his 4th squad could handle it, so he directly ordered it to engage. Unexpectedly, the result was somewhat surprising. After taking down 1 squad, it was quickly repelled by the opposing player, managing only 2 main squads in total. Upon closer inspection of the battle report, the first engagement cost less than 7,000 troops to defeat the nearly full Wei cavalry. In the second encounter with the Wu archer, the squad was easily wiped out with minimal losses. In the first wave, Huang Zhong had a burst, dealing 1,000 damage with his 100 steps piercing arrow. In the second wave, Huang Zhong and Zhao Yun were off form, essentially underperforming. Though the first wave was won, Lu Shao saw the flaw in this lineup. Despite having plenty of control and damage skills, it relied too much on luck, with Huang Zhong often serving as a utility unit. This squad is indeed mediocre. The first squad with the advantage, defeating the Wei cavalry, was no surprise. But the second squad fell flat against a shield unit, partly due to luck, yet even with the win rate boost, it performed this poorly. His squad building skills were indeed lacking. Speaking of which, I could directly switch to the world-dominating spear. The Peach Garden can be dismantled into 5 Tiger Spear. If that doesn't work, I can replace the 4th squad. Lu Shao glanced at the Kun faction lineup, gathering dust in the general warehouse, lost in thought. Taking advantage of his main forces being battered, he began a flurry of adjustments. He moved Liu Bei from the 1st squad to Huang Zhong's position and changed the skills. Liu Bei equipped the 8-gate Golden Lock Array along with the troop tactic White Horde Soldier. Zhao Yun also got adjustments with overwhelming dominance, paired with sleeping on brushwood and tasting gall. Gritting his teeth, Lu Shao took Zhou Ye's Soul Snatch back and added Snake and Ghost Chariot. Thus, the top-tier world-dominating spear was formed invincible in the first season, even surpassing the Peach Garden. As for the original 4th squad, it was changed to Guan Yu as the main general, carrying white eyebrows, and sweeping 1,000 soldiers. Zhang Fei, with arrogance, overwhelms enemies, and Falling Phoenix, and Huang Zhong, with violent cruelty, and Great Axe warriors. Though its strength dropped compared to the Peach Garden, with significantly reduced sustain, its damage ceiling increased, potentially bringing pleasant surprises. Zhou Ye's Soul Snatch was taken by Zhuge Liang, so he equipped Thunderclap to supplement damage. Without Soul Snatch in the first season, Zhou Yu was somewhat weaker, but in exchange for the #1 world-dominating spear, it was hard to say if it was a loss. In any case, practice is the criterion of truth. After completing the adjustments, Liu Xiao refilled all main forces with troops, only to realize the 3rd and 4th squads couldn't be replenished in time. He could only send the world-dominating spear and Wei cavalry to the front line. During the 10 minutes Liu Xiao spent swapping generals, the battle line saw a major breakthrough. The Shiliang Iron Cavalry, with the momentum of a tiger and thunderous hooves, successfully stormed the Boulali camp, rampaging everywhere, crushing the newly built tent clusters and the main forces stationed there. This excellent skirmish bought the Shiliang forces several more hours. The Jiangdong camp, now a mess shrouded in smoke, could only await reinforcements before making further plans. Their main forces had all been sacrificed in resisting Shiliang, and even the tents couldn't be saved. Alliance Gaishi Jiangdong, brothers, my bad command error. Those whose tents are destroyed come to the rear to rebuild. Those still intact, if you can transfer, do so, but don't engage them anymore. Well, wait for Monv and Hongshun to advance together. De Qiao, this has nothing to do with command. Their firepower is too intense. I feel it's even stronger than Bashu. Sun family hero, these Shiliang guys have been winning against the odds from the start, from fighting Tietchi to Gu Ruojin Tang, and then to conquering everywhere, never falling behind. We were too careless, and lately the Alliance's activity has dropped. Only less than 70 of our main forces showed up. Baishir Kale, having this many of us show up is already surprising. You're unconsciously comparing us to Shiliang. Their attendance rate is almost 100. Holy crap. Long Quan Quan, this is the power of money. Gaishi Jiangdong, sweating, it's not just about throwing money. Bachi's leadership is actually decent, with clear rewards and punishments and good command. It just so happened that our position was unstable, with many brothers arriving late and low on morale, and he seized the opportunity. Sun family hero, wait, damn, something's off. Can you stop praising the enemy? There are so many people here. Show some consideration for our own brothers' morale, okay? Gaishi Jiangdong, haha, I'm not praising them, just stating facts. Besides, though they're strong, we still hold a big advantage. Once our main force arrives, we can launch an attack. Then their 300 men won't stand a chance. Grin. De Qiao, right, don't lose heart, everyone. The real battle has just begun. Baishir Kale, exactly. Jiangdong people, Jiangdong spirit. Jiangdong folks, don't back down from a fight. Gaishi Jiangdong, thumbs up. Long Quan Quan, a true man should wield a 3-foot sword and achieve immortal feats. Push the front line forward. After reaching Yang, report the number of main siege units. Wind Group, Fire Group, and Sword Group are responsible for defending the city. Iron Cavalry Group and Border Defense Group will continue to cover the Polar Night Group as they pave the way forward. The Elite Blades, please be ready to provide support at any time. We will attack Yang in 3 hours. First, mobilize the siege units from Tong Pass, then march directly over. No territory development during the war. Oh, everyone comes to the front line. Also, change your group chat nickname to your in-game ID. The steward will kick out anyone who doesn't comply. Loyalty doesn't need slackers. The Blade Group will deploy and defend at 650647 to prevent any stragglers from breaking through here and affecting the city assault. At the same time, build horse-repelling stakes and arrow towers within 5 rows of this position. Yang is our first and last line of defense. Brothers Still and Guangzhong, relocate your cities quickly. Once we defeat them, we'll prepare to take Luoyang. So fast. It's been less than a month and our server is already done. Our big shots are too fierce. The other states are no match at all. Only Bashu can put up a fight. I'm from Wind Group. When we break the city's defenses, it'll rely on you brothers for protection. Damn you, freeloading freak with the 5 tigers, and you still need others to protect you. Smirk. Battle report, the Heavenly Spear formation isn't bad. Wow, boss changed your lineup. Yeah, I feel the Heavenly Spear formation is more powerful. I was wondering back then, the forum said the Heavenly Spear formation was strong, so why did the boss play the Peach Garden formation? Not that the Peach Garden is bad. Since I dismantled the Peach Garden formation, I can only play with the lesser 5 tigers. The 5 tigers refer to a bond formation composed of the 5 great generals of the Shu Kingdom. The bond effect increases the entire army's might and command, and the main general gains an 8% critical hit chance. It is one of the powerful formations. Before Season 4, it could take on almost anyone, earning it the nickname Gambler's 5 Tigers from players, meaning it could always bite off a piece of the enemy. However, after Season 3, the 5 Tigers' status declined sharply. Not only that, but other classic Shu formations like Heavenly Spear, Peach Garden, and Shu Intelligence also began to fall out of the top tier. There is also a distinction between strong and weak among the five tigers. For example, a five tigers formation composed of Zhao Yun, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei is much stronger than one with Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and Huang Zhong. The core reason is that Zhao Yun's stability far exceeds Huang Zhong's, especially when Zhao Yun has the sleeping on brushwood and tasting gall skill providing both damage and control. In contrast, Huang Zhong has a high ceiling. If his innate skill triggers effectively, he can deal over 10,000 damage. However, most of the time his skill is difficult to activate, making him far inferior to Zhao Yun. In the game, these formations are usually distinguished as greater five tigers and lesser five tigers. That's not a loss, the lesser five tigers are pretty good too. Exactly, especially since it's a full-star lineup. You all call me a bootlicker, but I see you're masters at it too. I'm truly impressed. A younger brother is always a younger brother. If you don't get beaten for a day, you want to act like the older brother. You're just asking for a beating. Looks like you're feeling restless. Boss, let's go to the top bunk and teach him a lesson. What the hell? Skudu 1. Thumbs up, looks like the lesson has already started. They're attacking Yang. Damn, that's too arrogant. He dares to attack the city right in front of us. I'm speechless. We can start our counterattack once the camps of the Demonis and Red Dust are ready. The camps in Bashu will also be built by tonight. Everyone stay calm. Since the airfield in Bashu wasn't considered earlier, their arrival would be slightly delayed. The leader of Jiangdong felt it was a pity if Bashu could have arrived at the same time. They could have united the power of four alliances. With Jiangdong remaining silent, Yang was quickly breached by loyalty. Main forces with heavy casualties should return to replenish. Those with light losses can recruit troops within Yang. Siege units stay on the city walls temporarily. Border defense and iron cavalry groups take the front line and defend behind the horse-repelling stakes. Prepare for defense, their attack is coming soon. Bashu has ended their alliance with us. I expected as much. We even helped them take cities. It seems their turn to fight is not far off. Everyone's moving pretty fast. I see there aren't many left in Guangzhou. If there are few brothers in Guangzhou, what should we do about it? Bashu is still all there. Haha, as long as we've taken Chang'an, Guangzhou won't be a big problem. Their target is all silly. They're coming up at 654646. Damn, there are so many people. All three alliances have gathered. All brothers prepare for battle. The Blade Group follow me to snipe their high-power players. The rest of you rely on the horse-repelling stakes and defend using the counter formation. Originally planning to boost morale by relocating his city, Bachi had to postpone it since his troops were still on the front lines. However, there were already 11 relocation spots in front of Yang. Shiliang had a considerable number of troops with over 400 main forces active on the front line. Dense marching routes crisscrossed each other as units moved back and forth, constantly clashing with the Jianghan coalition forces that pressed in like a dark cloud. This time, Jiangdong and Shandong had spared no expense preparing thoroughly with nearly 700 main forces on the front line. The first wave alone saw over 100 main units launch an attack. All prefects pay attention. Prioritize focusing fire on 652646 and charge along this line. To counter Ziliang's high-power players, Jiangdong and Shandong had devised a new strategy, the Legion. In the game, players could gather by mobilizing to a city to join a legion. The legion was controlled by a prefect and could hold up to 5 main forces. Players selected their participating teams from the city, and then the legion could march and operate like any normal unit. Engaging a legion meant fighting at least 5 main forces at once. As long as the prefect reasonably arranged the lineup within the legion to ensure a mix of spear, shield, and other unit types, there was basically no one who could break through the legion. This time, Jiangdong and Shandong gathered the teams of players who were temporarily unavailable into various major cities, forming legions. They then mobilized these legions to the front line via the prefects' camps, using them as the primary offensive force for the first wave. At least 6 or 7 legions bearing titles like Jiangling Legion and Jiangxia Legion began their assault. All groups pay attention. The enemy is attacking with legions. Brothers outside the Blade Group should try to avoid them. What the hell is a legion? Simply put, one legion consists of 5 teams. Damn, that's brutal. So if I run into one, it's 5 against 1. Smart. Logic Genius has been appointed as the prefect of Yang. Is Qingwu around? I'm here. Assemble your 2 strongest main forces in Yang. We'll cooperate to push back their legions. Got it. Rubbing my hands together. Damn, I get to control the forces of 2 big shots. I'm entrusting this to you. One word, fuck them up. He assembled the Heavenly Spearway Cavalry and Commander-in-Chief formations in Yang and saw 2 teams from Qingwu also assemble there. Alright, time to go. Waiting for the good news. Thumbs up. Alliance, the enemy has sent a legion. What's there to fear? We still have 4 left. Just go for it. I keep having a bad feeling about this. When the Yiyang Legion encountered these 4 legions from Jiangdong and Shandong, they all entered a retreat phase simultaneously. Damn, what's happening? This? Lu Xiao looked at the 9 extra battle reports, smiling happily. Another 200,000 credits deposited. Alliance Tian CES third brother, damn, a true powerhouse. 4 legions wiped out just like that. Tian's a leader, a god-tier player, terrifying indeed. 8-foot man, just 4 legions, nothing special. Cold Wind listened to him, as if that's normal talk. Wind and rain, at least that reduces their assault squads. Only I stand out enough, they're coming again. At least 200 units in that wave. Lu Xiao frowned deeply, silently, watching the allied forces march toward their position. Clearly they were determined to win this time, showing no signs of giving up even after heavy losses. This meant the defense of loyalty and righteousness would grow increasingly difficult. Male logic genius returned the main forces to camp for replenishment. Those with over 70% troops stay at the front. Don't relocate cities behind a Yang, yet they build more camps. Don't commit all main units, ensure ample reserves. Prioritize all resources for recruitment. After the first wave of over 100 main units was easily taken down by loyalty and righteousness, the allied forces, undeterred, launched a second assault. Meanwhile, reinforcements from Bashu gradually arrived near Yiyang, planning to coordinate a third wave with the allies. At this time, the Spartan forces from Hebei had neared Yiyang, but limited by the connecting terrain, could only defend. Many long-range main units from Hebei needed over 3 hours to recover, a similar situation for Bashu. The second wave of nearly 200 main units, though lacking strong legion support, now matched the number of loyalty and righteousness forces on the field. The 2 super powerhouses, Cloud Dance and 8-foot man, had exhausted their main units in the first wave, so the battle became a near one-for-one struggle. Alliance Orange Duo over here, the horse barricade is being dismantled. Reinforce nearby. Cold Wind, why's no one up front? Wind and rain battle report, no good, can't hold on. Completely spent. Am heading back to replenish. 8-foot man, those with troops left keep countering based on type advantage. The wounded hurry back to replenish. Half-wounded recruit at Yiyang City. In half an hour, all brothers retreat. Here, 650651, to garrison my main city. Earlier, loyalty and righteousness had pushed Jiangdong back with a lightning strike, using the buffer time to build numerous horse barricades and arrow towers. From Yiyang forward, there were 10 rows of fortifications which could buy at least an hour, even without garrison. Alliance Cold Wind, holy crap boss, you relocated your city here. Wind and rain too intense. Tian CES third brother, a real hardcore player. Tian so leader, then let's all garrison at the boss city. Boss is at max level 9-8. 8-foot man, yes. Stop fighting them for now, garrison the city, and let them attack. It's only a matter of time, buy some time for recruitment. Like Cloud Dancing, he'll relocate here too. 8-foot man, no need setting up foundations, is too troublesome. They'll draw their fire alone. Don't worry, I won't fall. Lu Xiao planned to activate the truce when they attacked. If he could hold out for 2.5 hours, he'd enter a 6-hour truce period, buying time to restore forces. Earlier, his 3 main units were mostly half-wounded, but after camp recruitment, they recovered somewhat. The rest were replenished with city reserves, so the main forces were at full strength, though reserves were below half. Not a show-off, I've arrived, brother. 8-foot, I'll protect you. 8-foot man, thanks, sister, show-off. Alliance Overlord Jiangdong, I see the enemy is committed too. The Alliance leader relocated here. Sun's hero, 8-foot man. Overlord Jiangdong, yes. Big Chow, damn, is he underestimating us? We'll take him down soon. Pepsi Cola Tisk, then you go first. Big Chow, will all go together. Dragon Spring, taking down their leader will demoralize them. Overlord Jiangdong, 8-foot, probably has max level 9-8. Attacking him will cost us, but we have no choice. We need to retake Yang. Sun's hero, a blatant strategy. Overlord Jiangdong, all main and Spartan units press forward. Spartans lead to dismantle fortifications, main units support. They're stalling, clear the horse barricades quickly. Plan to attack 8-foot man's main city in an hour. Alliance Dream of Excellence, 8-foot, is indeed a man relocating his lord's city to the front line under these circumstances, truly determined. Dream of Peerless, his units are strong, so he's not afraid of our group attack. Red Dust Prince, no player can withstand an entire alliance's siege, let alone 3. Loyalty and Righteousness has few combat-ready troops left. Seize this golden opportunity, take down their leader, retake Yang, and advance to Hanga Pass. Dream of Excellence, proud. Duanmu Cloud, Loyalty and Righteousness is indeed strong, we haven't taken them down yet despite our numbers. Male Dream of Excellence, all brothers charge together. Level the Shiliang fortifications and attack their leader. 1 hour later. At the Loyalty and Righteousness defense line, in Ing, nearly 10 rows of horse barricades and arrow towers were cleared by the Allied forces. The blue land of Shiliang was dyed red, symbolizing enemy territory. From Jiangdong's perspective, only Yang and the Red Land behind it remained. Endless main units converged near Lu Shao's main city. Soon over 50 units gathered before the gates with more marching from all directions. On Lu Shao's city walls, many alliance members' main units stood ready. Following orders, they didn't garrison, but waited to counter based on type advantage when the enemy attacked. But the Allied forces seemed intent on a synchronized assault, making countering by type extremely difficult. The power gap was vast. Shiliang only had over 50 main units on Lu Shao's city walls after 10 minutes, while the Allied forces had amassed over 150 main units. The total combat-ready forces from both sides after 3 hours of fierce fighting. Male Wu Overlord Jiangdong touched the city in 3 minutes. Time it right, all units press simultaneously. Male Xia Dream of Excellence, everyone in position, prepare to attack. Male Song Magical Girl Diao Chan ready to attack, brothers and sisters, time the city touch in 3 minutes. Male Logic Genius, all attention, protect the alliance leader. As time ticked, in that instant 150 units from the 3 alliance coalitions simultaneously lunged at Lu Shao's main city. Within 30 seconds a fierce city defense battle erupted. The troop ratio was 1-3, but with the excellent damage reduction of the 98, loyalty and righteousness still had a chance to hold. Lu Shao, however, remained calm. His 5 main units stayed on the city walls, not engaging. Glancing at the activated truce remaining time 22731, he felt no panic. Lu Shao took a leisurely sip of tea, savoring its flavor while keeping an eye on the game's developments. This was precisely the advantage of playing on a computer. It allowed him to multitask, and the large screen made for a comfortable gaming experience. Despite the boost from the 98 bonus, the situation remained grim. The critical issue was the vast disparity in numbers, nearly 4-fold. When fewer than 10 defending units remained, the Allied forces still had about 120 main units. As it seemed all defenders would be wiped out, Lu Shao remained calm and composed. Why was he so unflappable? Because the remaining dozen defenders bore names that commanded respect: Qingwu, Yun Feiyang, Dudu, Tianxia Chang, and the 3 units of Tingjiao Dan. Along with his 3 units, Dudu Taiyuan and Wu Gong. There were also 1 unit from the former Bashu elite Qingchao Lajiao, 2 from the former Shiliang Tiechi Buxia Daxiao, and 1 from Wuji Suo AI. Unbeknownst to many, Zhongyi Dangxian had grown into a colossal force rivaling the former Xinjiang Sifang. The Allied forces seemed to recognize the tenacity of the remaining defenders and began slowly regrouping their uncommitted troops toward the same tile. After a brief 3-minute assembly period, the massive second wave of attacks commenced. To Qiao Dam, so many got repelled, and they only lost 1 unit. Long Chuan, is this what a top player looks like? 7,000 wiped out my full army of nearly 27,000. By sure, Kale, your army wasn't completely wiped, you got headshot. In the 3 Kingdoms game, when a battle occurs, the fight ends if the main commander dies, making the main commander a critical core of the lineup. When the main commander is killed before the 8th round, while the 2 deputies survive, it's known as a headshot. Lineups targeting the main commander are called headshot teams, with a typical first season example being a lineup centered around Lu Bu. Long Chuan am so done. Gaishi Jiangdong, everyone keep attacking, they only have a few units left. Lu Shao set down his teacup, slid his mouse to recall the 4 units still recruiting outside back to his main city, then silently watched as his alliance's top players fought valiantly. Outnumbered, the few remaining defenders on the city walls dwindled rapidly as the enemy numbers grew. Finally, as a Long's Taoyuan unit fell from exhaustion, no more allied defenders remained on Lu Shao's main city. Buxia Daxiao, these bastards have too many people. Qingwu Yun Feiyang, do you still have troops? I have 7,000 left in my duty unit, enough for maybe 1 more trade, but they're still wounded. Bushi Shior Wu, the boss is going to die. Back in Aner. Time to show real skill. Lu Shao silently uttered yes. The activation succeeded. Each of his engagements would cost 50 of kill points, but victory probability would increase by 25. Due to its temporary nature, it was limited to 1 hour. He was urged to diligently complete main limited and special mission systems to achieve first season hegemony and upgrade the assistant. After moving his main city, Lu Shao had discovered the assistant could unlock an advanced version of the victory probability enhancement module, but it cost 50 of kill points per battle, meaning defeating a full enemy unit would yield only half the usual kill points. The standard victory probability module provided a free permanent 10 boost, unlike the advanced version, which was not only costly, but also time-limited. You get what you pay for, and the advanced version's effects were undeniably stronger, far surpassing the standard one in this situation. Gaishi Jiangdong was utterly bewildered, staring at Bakaner's main city, standing unyielding before 100 main units, a million thoughts racing through his mind. Not only that, but almost every second one of his allies' units fell, and national battle reports clearly showed Lu Shao's troops had suffered minimal losses. Ku Tian Ku Xian, something feels off. How is Bakunaner's team so strong? How sure I agree. Wasn't he not this powerful before? Mo Jia Zidi, damn it, report him. Gaishi Jiangdong, this is really strange. Everyone report him after this. Sun Shi Inglia battle report I won. Gaishi Jiangdong, good. This trade's not bad. Taking out half a unit with a full army is decent. Meanwhile, Lu Xiao was unaware that some were planning to report him, but even if he knew, he likely wouldn't care. If the system's cheat could be detected, it would be utterly useless. For units really aren't enough, Lu Xiao muttered, annoyed as he watched the enemy trade one for one with his troops. Even with half-strength units, full red bonuses, the 98 boost, and a 25 victory probability increase, performing this poorly highlighted his inadequate team-building skills. Glancing at the truce countdown in the government hall, Lu Xiao steadied himself, ready to replenish troops and continue the fight. Despite the 50 fee deducted by the enhancement module, Lu Xiao still gained nearly 2 kill points in just a few minutes, meaning he had defeated at least 40 main enemy units, a ratio of 1:8. Of course, by now the enemy's elite forces had been spent early, leaving mostly secondary or depleted units, making victories easier. Still, trading 5 main units for 40 was truly a peak moment in his life. With the truce activated, Lu Xiao allocated the last of his reserve troops to Tianxiaochong before preparing to log off. This time, Tianxiaochong, Dudu, and Wei Qi had performed exceptionally, especially Tianxiaochong, which cut through enemies like a hot knife through butter with none lasting more than 5 rounds. Wei Qi and Dudu also shone, with Cheng Ye's 25 victory boost yielding outstanding results, and Dudu remaining rock solid. Only the 4th unit underperformed, while Wu Gong, though low level, still managed to defeat 3 or 4 units. As Lu Xiao logged off, he had no idea the alliance was in an uproar. Tian's Sandy Dam Bakunaner actually held out. That's insane. Tian's show now unbelievable. Did the boss cheat? Hanfeng, I checked the national battle reports. All wins except 1 loss and a few draws. That's monstrous. Fengli Yuli, I suspect the boss is a dev. How else could he be so OP against so many main units? Alung shrugs. Don't get so worked up. All that matters is we held. Bushi Xiuer, exactly. Everyone replenish troops and keep fighting. Luaji Goetzai, all members replenish troops. Make full use of camp recruitment and allocate resources wisely. Expect another enemy assault in 2 to 3 hours. Gaishi Jiangdong, damn it, follow me and report him. Sun Shi Inglia, yeah, this is way too abnormal. Customer service, the account data you provided is perfectly normal, my lord. The outcome of a battle is hard to predict. Please focus on nurturing your generals and choosing a well-matched lineup. Gaishi Jiangdong, I see. Staring gloomily at the customer service reply, he let out a sigh. Group chat by Shi Lu, I reported it, and the customer service said there's nothing wrong with his account. Damn it, nothing wrong. One man defeating nearly half our alliance. Are we just that pathetic? Long Quan, damn. Same here. Sun Shi Inglia wiping sweat, let's see how the next wave goes. Gaishi Jiangdong, since the officials say there's no problem, then there probably isn't. Maybe he's just lucky. Everyone rest up and organize for the next wave. This time we all go together, including Bashu and Shandong. Sun Shi Inglia, I guess that's all we can do. Lu Xiao silently watched the allied forces still retreating, but no trace of joy appeared on his face. From the earlier battle, it was clear that although the 300 loyal brothers fought valiantly, the gap in numbers was an insurmountable chasm, vast and unreachable. If not for the temporarily activated increased victory chance, they probably couldn't have held out until the truce began. Moreover, Bashu's reinforcements had already arrived at the allied camp, and once the truce ended, they would surely launch a new offensive alongside the coalition. And although Hebei had also arrived behind Yang, ready to join the fray at any moment, Hebei had always lost to Bashu in the past. Adding them would hardly turn the tide. So what to do? Lu Xiao pondered. If it were just a short-term defense, there might still be a chance, but a prolonged siege was nothing but a fool's dream. Give up. That was impossible too. After all the effort to enter Sili, how could he simply hand over the hegemony? Since fighting was difficult and surrender was not an option, he had to consider other means. Lu Xiao seemed to have made a decision. Shandong. Group chat, Meng Ju die 6 hours from now. Everyone coordinate with Jiangdong and Bashu for the next assault. After Meng Ju Dai relayed the order to the group and saw only a few responses, he sighed helplessly. It seems everyone has lost their will to fight. That was understandable. Unlike Jiangdong's management style, Hongchen Yiming's approach leaned more towards going with the flow and ruling by non-interference. Because of this, Shandong had rarely participated in battles. Even when Jingchu was destroyed, they merely went through the motions, sending a few troops to advance half-heartedly, while Jiangdong remained the main force. As a result, many players who enjoyed combat left in droves. Some quit the game entirely, others migrated to Jiangdong. From that point on, Hongchen began its decline. Apart from farming enthusiasts and inactive accounts, there were hardly any active players left. Among the current top alliances, Hongchen Yiming had the fewest members and the lowest combat power. At best it was on par with Jiangdong Manyu and Bashigujin Tangjing. This further dampened the alliance's enthusiasm for battle. Xuchang was already in hand, and they had secured their territory. Why wade into the murky waters of Sili? Moreover, constantly trailing behind Jiangdong in campaigns almost like a subordinate branch had left the few remaining players disgruntled. They chose not to join the Izhou campaign. This was the fate of most game alliances. After multiple large-scale battles and consolidations across servers, active players were mostly concentrated in a few alliances within a few states, while the rest were farmers and dead accounts. By the end of the season, most of these players would quit, some even uninstalling long before the season's conclusion. Games like these were still niche, unsuitable for impatient players or those seeking a leisurely experience. Private chat. Ba Qi Nan, are you there? The Hongqian alliance leader was taken aback. What did this big shot want with him? Meng Ju Dai? Ba Qi Nan Air 5000, selling your account. Meng Ju Dai was stunned. What did he mean? Did he want me to betray my alliance? Was I that kind of person? After spending a month with all these brothers, could I really do something so treacherous? With a cold snort, Meng Ju Dai heavily typed a few words on his phone keyboard. Pending send, get lost. Ba Qi Nan Air 5000 is too low. How about 10,000? Pending send, deleted. Pending send, okay. Does Alipay work? Send, okay. Big shot. Does Alipay work? Lu Xiao sighed. I wanted to win people over with virtue, but you forced me to use bricks. Not really one for violence. Meng Ju Dai invited you to join the group chat, Hongqian Yiming main group. Group chat. Meng Ju Dai. Ba Qi Nan Air, this is the new alliance leader. I sold my account. Farewell, everyone. Hongqian Gongzi. Duanmu Yun, the leader, sold his account. Hey, that ID looks familiar. Meng Ju Wushuang. Damn Dai, you're quitting. Meng Ju Dai. Big shot. Ba Qi, could you buy my brother's account too? Ba Qi Nan Air, sure, at another 5,000. Meng Ju Dai. Okay, deal. 5,000 was no loss. His own crappy account had cost only a few hundred. If it weren't for the alliance leader position, he couldn't have sold it for 10,000. His friend's account had some spending, but 5,000 was still a profit. Meng Ju Wushuang. Meng Ju Dai, I'm out, old Wu. De Qiao. Hongqian Gongzi, what the hell is this? Selling out your teammates. At first stunned Hongqian Gongzi, then realized what happened and angrily asked in the chat. Hongqian Gongzi, say something. Damn, you left the group. Bai Piao Chucheng, what's going on? Duanmu Yun, the leader, sold his account. Sold it to Shiliang. Bai Piao Chucheng. Damn, how much did they pay to buy us out? Ba Qi Nan Air 15,000 for his account, and your vice leader's 2 accounts. Bai Piao Chucheng. That's understandable. You offered too high a price. Hongqian Gongzi, am speechless. Truly buying closeness with money. Iminal. Duanmu Yun, rich people. The online members were left dumbfounded. This was absurdly extravagant. Everyone knew the leader's lineup wasn't worth that much. 10,000 was a steal, enough to buy a top-tier account. Ba Qi Nan Arahem, everyone just carry on as usual. Keep moving your troops forward. They'll terminate the alliance with Jiangdong and Bashu shortly. Then you all understand what I mean, right? Hongqian Gongzi, how betraying allies. I could never do that. I despise such people the most. And am not short on money. Duanmu Yun, honestly, there has to be a baseline of integrity. Money can't buy everything. Big shot. Ba Qi. Yu Baoi Han, yeah, as a man in his 30s with a family, sometimes dignity matters too. Ba Qi Nan Air red packet, congratulations on getting rich, 20010. Duanmu Yun claimed Ba Qi Nan Air's red packet. Bai Piao Chucheng claimed Ba Qi Nan Air's red packet. Yu Baoi Han claimed Ba Qi Nan Air's red packet. Hongqian Gongzi claimed Ba Qi Nan Air's red packet. Hongqian Gongzi understood. He'll arrange the troops immediately. Before the alliance dissolves, he'll strike wherever you point. Big shot. Ba Qi.